Welcome to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We are back. Hello, guys. Hope you're having a wonderful time today. I have two wonderful people with me. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
I am the one and only. It's Toku TV from one half of Yellow Card Vanguard.
And
And
I'm TIE Fighter. You probably know me from the channel of the same name, where I talk pretty much only about Premium. Very excited to be here today.
yay, that is so awesome. We are here today with the premium format, and I'm very excited today to be with these two wonderful people. And I'm just really excited. It's premium with BRO. It's 2022, and it's summertime. It's just a great time to be here and fight it out in the card fight arenas, pretty much. I don't know how else to call it.
Very
Anyway.
excited myself. Very excited myself. Premium format just had a very new revamping with the brand new Premium Collection 2022. Lots of new strategies, lots of new strides that a lot of players will be able to upgrade their decks with and potentially show off some new stuff that we might not be used to ever since last tournament in 2021.
Especially now that we have new G guards as well. That's going to be a very interesting thing to see as well. A lot of strategies going to be adapted for that as well that I'm really excited to see.
Yeah. And with that being said, we do have the format to look and see, give us an idea of what we'll be expecting today.
So, everybody, the format for today's tournament as well as tomorrow's top cut will be Premium. And this will be a Swiss best of one, followed by, like we said, tomorrow, the top cut best of one as well. Now, that's not all that we have for Bushiroad Rumble Online as well. Bushiroad Rumble Online is an event that spans 4 weeks, so let's take a look at what we have upcoming as well. So, in week 1, Day 1, Day 2, here are the time zones and the schedules for the premium tournament. And I'm actually going to pass it over to Ty to tell you about what we have for the future of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022, as well as the prizing.
So next week we will be passing it over to V Premium. Same split of day 1, day 2 being the top cut, and then the week after that we will be having standard having its shot being shown, and then for our final week, week 4, will be Weiss Schwarz. As for the prizing after that, 4th place will get a very fancy certificate that you can show off to your friends, family, pets, coworkers, future potential employers. We'll see. From there, 3rd place will also get a booster display and the winner PR card just one time. As we move on up, though, to 2nd place, same thing. Gets the certificate, the booster display, but 2 copies of the winner promo. And then finally in 1st place, we'll get a full playset of that winner promo card. And after that, we have it set up to show you our video presentation for the format that we'll be having for today.
Today's tournament will be played in the premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In the premium format, players bring not only their constructed 50 card main deck, but it is also accompanied by a G-Zone. An additional 16 cards composed of various cards that aid you throughout the game and can be accessed easily. Unlike the standard format, the decks are built around one of the 24 different clans that belong to the nations that you may be familiar with through Overdress. The 2 types of cards that you will find in the G-Zone are Strides and G-Guardians. Strides are cards that have a red border around them and are various warriors that come from either the past or the future of the Planet Krei setting. Strides have a power value, a cost that must be paid if you wish to access the stride, as well as the effects of the card. In order to stride, you have to meet one of the following conditions. The first is if both you and your opponent have a grade 3 Vanguard, then after the ride step, there is the stride step. This is where you can choose to pay the cost of stride, which is typically to discard cards in your hand whose grades add up to 3 or higher. There are also special grade 1 and grade 0 cards that are regarded as grade 3s in your hand when you discard them for stride, which you will see quite often. often. After you pay this cost, you can choose one of the face-down strides in your G-Zone and place it on top of your existing Vanguard on the Vanguard circle, turning the card under the stride into a heart card. This is the process of striding. Now the stride will inherit the original power and card name of the chosen heart, thus combining the 15,000 power of the stride with the card underneath it, thus totaling 28,000. At the end of turn, the stride card will return to the G-Zone face up, and your Vanguard returns to its former state from the beginning of the turn. The other approach to striding is when you have spent at least one turn on your grade 3 Vanguard, thus starting your turn at grade 3 even if your opponent hasn't ridden their grade 3 yet. There are some decks in Premium that are able to jump ahead and superior ride to stride earlier, so make sure to keep this in mind. Strides have a variety of powerful abilities that help the player adapt to any situation, so make sure to use this powerful toolbox called the G-Zone alongside the cards in your main deck of 50 cards. There are two special types of strides in addition to the regular forms we've seen so far: Progenitor Dragons and Xeroth Dragons. These cards are unique in that they do not belong to a single clan, but rather encompass the entire nations that the clans belong to, such as Dragon Empire or Stargate, otherwise known as Brandgate as well. These symbolize the beginning and the end, either bringing additional life to your game plan or putting everything on the line to finish it all. In order to stride a Progenitor Dragon, a player must discard a card with the same name as their Vanguard. The Progenitor Dragons each have unique abilities, but one shared ability is that after they have returned to the G-Zone face up, they will allow you to stride without paying the cost for stride for the rest of the game. The Xeroth Dragons also require you to discard a card with the same name as your Vanguard in order to stride them, but they have an additional restriction needing to have at least 3 face-up cards in your G-Zone to stride, thus making them quite the late game finishers. Be careful though, when you stride with a Xeroth Dragon, your entire G-Zone will be removed from the game, leaving you with your 50 card main deck, so be sure to time these finishes well. As previously mentioned, strides aren't the only type of cards encompassing your 16 card G-Zone. G-Guardians are a powerful defensive mechanic which is also brought to the playing field from the G-Zone. All G-Guardians have a green border as pictured and are called using the same method at all times. During your opponent's battle phase, one of your opponent's units attacks and you would be able to guard while both players' Vanguards are grade 3. You may discard a heal trigger from your hand to choose to face down G-Guardian from your G-Zone and call it to the Guardian circle. G-Guardians have various abilities that either bolster your defense or interrupt your opponent's plays, making them a key factor in any player's game plan in the Premium format. There are plenty of other incredible mechanics and types of abilities that make Premium unique and exciting, whether it be Generation Break, Legion, Limit Break, Imaginary Gifts, and many of the other unique mechanics that have been introduced to the game throughout the years. You can even make a Premium deck out of the recent Overdress decks. Just keep in mind, there is no Rye deck in this format. That's all for this brief explanation of the Premium format. Let's wish all the participating players today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
And we are back. Thank you very much, Bushiroad, for that very informative video on the Premium format. Introducing your first round co-casters. My name is Orange Card Vanguard, and I am joined by my lovely cast, co-caster Outer Yellow. No, that's wrong. I'm Yellow Card Vanguard, and that's Outer Orange.
Hey, I liked it the other way. I wouldn't mind.
Maybe we can try swapping places one day. But speaking of swapping, one of my favorite decks in the Premium format is Aquaforce. Now, Aquaforce, we've known its main strategy to be this kind of stride denial, similar to what Nightmare Dolls is able to do. And I want to know, what is your preferred strategy for the Premium format nowadays, Orange?
So recently I've been tossing between like Grand Blue and like Bermuda Triangle, but I've been trying to go kind of like more aggressive with Grand Blue. But one of the more popular decks right now is like the Scare deck engine, where you pretty much turbo out your whole deck and then stack your over triggers, stack your stands, and then just check all of them and restand a bunch of 32k crit columns with OTs on them. So I've been testing that out recently. And Bermuda Triangle, I really don't know what I'm doing in there. I've been just throwing boss units on top of boss units and just trying to see what works and what doesn't work. But it's been pretty exciting. A lot of the new G guards that just help a lot with like shield value and minusing crits, especially in Grand Blue, got a minus crit. You can turbo out your entire Scare deck, like, you know, have like 30 cards in your drop and then go, okay, -3 crit. Now -3 crit again. And you can just keep like doing that and then survive and then kill your opponent.
I think it's a very interesting to see that Premium Collection 2022 recently came out and provided, like we've said, new strides, new G guards, and new strategies for a lot of these very popular decks that we've seen. Just like you said, Premium is a very high-powered format. We're seeing a lot of attacks. We're seeing a lot of attacks for very large numbers as well. So these new G guards being able to minus the crit kind of implies, it kind of like produces this kind of discussion where, despite how big your rear guards are, sometimes if it's just going to hit for negative crit, it doesn't matter how big it is. You got that Leslie on that Axel Circle swinging at 10 million power. Okay, it has -2 crit. I can just sit back and no guard, no guard what you got. So my question to you, Orange, is what are some of the more standout cards from Premium Collection 2022 that you expect to see in today's tournament?
Okay. Well, personally, there's like you mentioned dolls, so definitely we can see dolls. I don't know if dolls will have any of the new strides necessarily that will, like the new stride I don't think is too focused on that one, but I can see people in Grand Blue trying out the new stride that says if you have 30k in your 30 cards in your drop, you essentially have to guard with 3 cards, I believe. That has a triple door skill on it, and for the end of turn, by the way, your entire turn, you pretty much tell your opponent, hey, you have to guard with 3 cards. And then also I can see there is Mega Colony. They have a new stride that minuses your opponent's base power -10, so I can definitely see that coming back. Just coming out, it's just a flip. You flip it and you do the thing, and you do Ghidorah skill, and you just kind of keep going. And now your opponent's down on power, and it's just kind of a really pretty tough matchup. But Hotruda, the card I revealed, will actually probably be seeing play. That card is a really good going first stride right now, and in any Bermuda deck, doesn't matter what deck you're playing. Of course, mainly the main focus right now is Highlander. But with that being said, that card will 100% probably be seeing play along with the G guard that goes along with it, because that G guard is just actually pretty nuts. You get 15k power, or you go up 5k permanently for the turn, like 18k base. Hello. What about you? What do you expect to see?
So I expect to see some Dimension Police. One of the key cards that really spoke out to me was when Different Fight revealed that G guard. Now, normally when you think of a G guard, it is high costed, since you are using one of your heal triggers to discard to be able to call it from the G zone and guard with it. However, this G guard not only refunds that cost back, it gets shield based on what you've pulled back from the drop zone. And if you're on Die Liner and you have some Geoma glasses face up, those great 3s that you picked up will now contribute to that extra shield value. And maybe you're looking to go for your final turn on the next turn come after, you can set up Ultimate Stride. That G-Guard has so many different facets and so much value within to it. That is one of the cards that spoke out to me the most. But as for a stride that really spoke out to me, kind of under the radar, but I really like the new Great Nature Stride, Omniscience Dragon Caladrius. In one of my videos that I kind of showcased off, it plays a similar role to Balaluro. However, it has that really strong finisher potential, similarly to Bartholomew in the Triple Door. And we all know how much Great Nature is able to attack. And Great Nature being that Axel clan, you're able to spread that 10k to the front row very wide, get very many extra attacks with that Triple Door. We've got the Crayon Tigers, we've got the Big Bellies, and we've also got being able to get that Rhino to a completely unguardable state. I want to see if someone is able to capitalize on that strategy today.
I'm with you on the Great Nature stuff. I was kind of more on the Great Nature is doing okay, but not really like anything crazy. But I actually think that new stride really pushes Great Nature to be like way more legitimate than it's been like in the last, like I say, year or so. But I think adding on that extra pressure and everything that it provides is just an overall really awesome, just going straight into that stride and just like really pressuring your opponent as much as possible. So I'm with you. Another thing that we haven't brought up yet is Murakumo. Actually, that stride is actually really good in my opinion, and I think it upkeeps a lot of the decks that you can play Murakumo right now and makes them even better. Like, so Murakumo is like here we have like all these decks everybody knows about, and Murakumo is like down here somewhere because nobody really knows how much it does, but it's actually a really good deck. Like Shiryuki's a legit deck, like, and that stride just amplifies that so much more.
Ever since New Age Dio was completely obliterated from existence with that past ban list way back when, Murakumo has definitely taken many steps back. But people are starting to innovate. People are looking at Shiryuki, just like you've said, being able to dump your opponent's Vanguard -30, -40k power, just effectively turning her skill into a plus 40k to the front row, with, once again, being able to abuse that spread front row buff as an Axel clan. You get more attacks off. And before, we already saw inklings of this using Shibaraku Victor, but with the new stride Izushi Otome, having that ability to be able to attack from the back row as well just kind of amplifies the fact that that negative 40k, negative 30k debuff to your opponent's Vanguard just hits that much harder. So I definitely agree with you that Murakumo might also be slept on. Now, you did mention Mega Colony. We have Mega Colony's big stride, the big floodgate, not allowing your opponent to call from anything other than hand, which turns off their G guards, one of the major resources in the premium format. But now we also have the new stride as well in Premium Collection 2022, Malignantis, being able to also once again debuff your opponent's Vanguard. So those two in combination provide a very strong, very debuff centric kind of gameplay that is very reminiscent of old school Mega Colony. Now, Mega Colony was recently hit by a restriction list, and not Mega Colony exactly, but a card in Ruination Dragon. How do you think Mega Colony players are changing their deck list up to try and compensate for the lack that they lost there on Ride Draw 3?
Honestly, what I've been noticing, people have just been playing other Persona cards. So Ruination is a overdress card that pretty much lets you Persona ride on your next ride. So if you ride the same copy, you get a Persona, which gives you a 10k passive front along with the draw, right? So that, with combination with the book that people used to run, was like really good because you get 4 draw. So now people, instead of having that engine, they just run another Persona card instead. So one that pops up that I've been testing is actually Flagberg. So you can have like a Flagberg turn, you can Persona ride. Flagberg is a multi-attacking Aquaforce type of card, and putting that in a Gridora type of skill on top of like all the multi-attacking you're doing, the minusing the 10k on top of your 10k buff is actually pretty lethal. And then another one that I've actually recently seen is Shieldfisher. Shieldfisher is an 18k base unit that pretty much is just like this big brick wall that pretty much, instead of having to draw all these cards that Ruination provided, now you just have to guard with less cards. So essentially kind of replenishes the same thing before. So, and you still get Persona on top of that. So you can Persona, do kind of similar stuff. Less attacks. Flagberg definitely has a little bit more like synergy with attacking, but you still can kind of do what you want to do. On power level, I'm not like the biggest bugs expert. I don't know if it's like, you know, similar on the scale or not as well, but I do see that it's still, I think it's very viable. I think bugs will continue to show success. Will probably be topping, and just with all this stuff alone, I think you can easily make a pretty good deck even without Ruination and Book being in your main deck.
Have you ever put any thoughts into Zorga Colony? Something that plays similarly to how it used to be, being able to get those orders, but rather than riding into Ruination, you ride into Zorga. Has that ever crossed your mind as a potential strategy?
Oh yeah, 100%. I've actually tested with a couple people, you know, like with this strategy, with the Zorga stuff in mind. It's actually it's a really good going first strat because you can main phase into all your orders and kind of do your thing, you know, alchemy magic and all that stuff. And then next turn you can stride into if you're going the Mega Colony route, you can stride to Ghidorah and try to pause your opponent and then catch up and do your thing. I do think you can also try out Zorga in Grand Blue. And you can also go with that approach, and because mid-battle riding is a thing in Grand Blue, so you can go from Bad Bounty into, you can start with Zorga and then go into Bad Bounty and then go from Bad Bounty into a finisher. So you kind of have more approaches. You could Persona ride and then do the same thing, go into Bad Bounty, go into another finisher. Like you can kind of have like the early game of Zorga and the late game of something else. And Zorga's early game in terms of like aggression is actually pretty good. You can Soul Body Condensation, I believe it's called, is a grade 1 order that says Soul Blast, revive something and get 5k to it. That early aggression on turn 2 is actually really nice. It forces you to kind of dig through your deck really fast while also reviving your units and just popping off. So I've definitely thought about it. I don't think it's quite in a spot where I feel like you can take it competitively, but it's a very fun and interactive and interesting deck in its own like vicinity.
Yeah, in a similar vein, I think when I was trying to like fiddle around with my Aquaforce Premium deck, what I tried running the grade 1 and grade 2 from the Zorga ride line, because the Quick Shield counts as an order that you can discard off of a Chain Ranker, which just helps draw you into more pieces if you're not going first, and afterwards you're able to just, let's say that you also run some orders as well. For example, Spirit Body Condensation. Then once you ride into the grade 2, you're able to pick back up the Spirit Body Condensation, and one of the things that's been picking up lately is as Thavas Premium kind of like enters more people's radars, people know to damage deny, because for them to strike deny you, they need a counterblast to be able to soul blast the Tavis out to ride back down to grade 2. So I've been trying to put in Magnolia Elder, which is a costless way of pushing Tavis out of the soul onto the rearguard circle. Then, when your opponent attacks with your Vanguard, you have the Blitz order that you're able to bounce back one of your rearguards. You are able to pick up the Tavis once again for a rewrite on the next turn and keep going until your opponent's willing to give you that first stride, basically. So
Wow.
I think one of the beautiful things about Premium is being able to mix all of these cards from these different eras, all from these like different formats. Overdress being mixed with V, being mixed with OG era, Limit Break, and try and create something that is very unique and very personified within the way that you play as a player.
Yeah, I know, I 100% agree. I think just in general, adding all these new mechanics to Premium, especially with Overdress being like the new set of cards and mechanics and stuff. There's just so many little things you can kind of add into your Premium game plan and just make it like that much more interesting. Like, we have Persona, we got the Over Trigger, we have the new Perfect Guards, so that added on a lot of stuff, and we have 10k bases that added on, which we've seen a lot of competitive players take into their non-10k base type decks, because as we know, Force is obviously a 10k base pretty much at all times, but Excel and Protect clans have always, for the most part, never really had access to this kind of strategy as much, and being able to put your overdress cards into your decks and kind of force like a kind of like a wall to, so that way people can't poke you down as easily. Has been another like interesting mechanic people have been adding in since pretty much Overdress has started.
I think, yeah, that's a really good point to mention, because as strides get stronger and stronger, people are vying for that first stride again. So playing that grade 2 game, refusing to ride up to that grade 3. So just having that stronger defensive Vanguard body really does insulate a lot of damage before you're being forced to put on the pressure back. And just that extra 1k power is able to make those 9k rearguards unable to hit. It forces your opponent to call cards down from hand to be able to boost, and as they call more cards down from hand, their defense gets weaker, and you might be able to go for a one-shot as well, even in the possibilities.
I think grade 2 gaming has, it was already kind of important, but I think this time around, I think it's just even more important because there's a lot of really good going first strides. A good example is Spike Brothers. That going first stride is actually nuts, and it will just straight up OTK you pretty much on that turn. You could be at 0 damage, you could be at 2 damage, doesn't really matter. They're gonna keep going. If you don't have a Hanale, you're dead. So it's essentially you want a first stride to get the resources that you want to pop off faster than they can, or maybe get enough G guards or something to kind of help you secure not dying on their stride. Because after that stride, they don't really have anything else. They're kind of stuck a little bit. So just grade 2 gaming has become super important. That deck, Murakumo's another one, Aquaforce, like all those decks, you really want to be cautious of of giving them first stride and just having to outgrade 2 game them. Mega Colony is another example, actually. You do not want to see Ghidorah. You want to kill them before you see that stride come up. So you want to make sure you outgrade 2 game them. And it's hard. You really need to play around it like very carefully, but you want to play decks that are capable of grade 2 gaming or have a certain base or something to kind of help you out. A good example, as we brought up earlier, is Great Nature, actually. They have I can't remember if it's a 13k base or a 14k base, but they have that compass line
13k.
Yeah, but that's a really great way to tell your opponent, I'm gonna try first today. you gonna try and hit this?
You know how you're gonna hit this 13k? You're gonna ride up into your own 13k.
Yup.
That's how you're gonna hit it.
That's why Shieldfisher's been coming up too, for that very reason.
Yeah, exactly, right? Just being on that higher defensive body just helps a lot. Like you said, having that extra 5k worth of defensive base means that you're saving 5k on every attack, and that does add up over a long period of time. Now, we keep talking about meta this, meta that. What is your personal bias on what you want to see make it through deep stage into this tournament?
Wow, personal bias. Let me think. I would love to see an off deck of Bermuda Triangle. So everyone's taking Highlander right now. It would be really cool to see something else, but still using the Hell True to stride. So a good example is actually Anj. Like, I would love to see, like, Highlander is like the big, like, fire one. It's like, yes, I get to have all these combinations and all this cool stuff. But I personally love to see someone take a pretty much battle phase type of card and utilize that, because Heltruda goes into another card. You pretty much restand your Vanguard. So any Vanguards that have like on attack type of skills, they all activate on that. A good example is Prism. Prism can do that. Riviere can do that. Anj can do it. There's a couple other ones. Lapina's another off-center one that can kind of do that stuff. I would love to see those decks come through. It would be hard to see them make it through, but because they're a little bit more casual. But it would be interesting to see, because they also have like their own little game plans and stuff like that. So that's kind of where I'm at. So Bermuda, aside from Bermuda, Grand Blue would be another one that would be interesting to see like other decks go through. There is some really funny limit break stuff you can do in Grand Blue. You can pretty much have a bad bounty turn with the 7 Cs and just go like into Skull Dragon after Skull Dragon after Skull Dragons. And I think that would be interesting. It'd be something different from Scare Deck, something different from Beatrice, something different from Night Rose. But sadly, no one really knows how to play it properly, or no, there's not many people like bringing it to the scene. I know like one person, literally one person, out of all the Grand Blue players that play it. So, but that would be my interest. What about yourself?
So I'm very much into OTT for Premium. I've always liked Ichitom. I always like telling my opponent no. And unfortunately, with the introduction of Grade 3 Heal Guardians, when I go into Ichitom, they are able to guard, and I don't like that. However, with the new introduction of Premium Collection 2022, OTC got a new stride in Dream Spinning Nanda Dragon. It's a card that gets you a lot of free resources. Either you're calling to your board if they're normal units, or you're adding them to hand if they're triggers. And then even if you're adding them to your hand if they're triggers, you're activating them. So imagine that you use its skill as going first, and you flip 3 cards. You see 1 normal unit and 2 triggers. That normal unit, then, you can put all the triggers on that, or if you wanted to, and you got 3 triggers off of Nanda Dragon, put it all into the Vanguard. What's important about this is that it speeds up OTT's deck. And because of this, it's more reliable for us to use a new guard restricting rear guard like Popo. Popo says if your deck has 10 or less cards, your opponent can only call grade zeros from hand. So you combine Popo with Ichishima, which says your opponent can't call grade zeros or G guards from hand, and then you have a full lock. So with that, that's the kind of OTT deck I'm hoping to see. It's something that kind of meshes with my philosophy of I love drawing cards. So if I'm able to draw cards and that is working towards my win con, so be it. That's what I want to see. As for something that I really want to see, but I know probably won't, something Royal Paladins. Royal Paladins. I really want to see. I think Jewel Knights would be the best contender for something that would pop up, because striding Crystal Luster over Salome is 2 quad drives. And we've seen 2 quad drive decks, namely Regalia, perform very well. So I'm hoping to see that maybe someone has innovated a way to make the Jewel Knight Crystal Luster strategy perfected. And if not that, my personal bias, I definitely want to see some blasters as well. I want to see some Aichi gang up in here.
Some homies. The Blaster homies. On the OTT subject, actually, so something I've been experimenting with is Witch OTT, just like an entire deck, like with the Witches OTT, maybe running the stand that they have that's has the witches in it. What is your take on the OTT witches with Popo in mind?
OTC Witches, like meaning Coco, that strategy
Yes.
with like
Yep.
the new yo-yo.
Yep.
I like it because the new card that we got in Clan Call 3 and 4 Yo-Yo, you're able to stride into Ichishima, use her effect to get the guard restrict for the turn, and then Yo-Yo will be able to rewrite back down into a new witch, and then basically you'll have 2 Vanguard swings with that no zero, no G-guard guard restrict, and that is something that OTT hasn't been able to have in the past. Sure, we've had 2 Vanguard swings through the Stride Momo, but we haven't had 2 Vanguard swings with guard restrict. So I do like that strategy. I would also like to see that one explored more as well.
Yeah, it's a personal favorite of mine. I've always liked witches in V Premium, and I've been playing witches since Scarlet Coco has been a thing, and obviously it was kind of like. It was pretty, like, just very casual, because all you're doing is hoping you ride into Coco and get all your Sentinels. Otherwise, you kind of just don't do anything. But then they added all these new cards, and Yo-Yo came, and the Grade 2 and the Grade 1 started appearing, and now you have, like, ways to deck them, ways to get your stuff, ways to get perfect protects, and then you have also, like, the promo witches that kind of came through. And suddenly there's, like, a whole deck that just came out of nowhere. We went from, like a couple support cards that draw you a ton of cards and get you perfect cards to, like, an entire, like, engine, essentially, of perfect guards and manipulation and power and multi-attacking. And I really like it.
Definitely agree. Like, I think being able to take a strategy that's already been set in stone and try and improvise on it and try and adapt it more to the current setting is something very skillful to have in the premium format. It wasn't only recently until people started noticing how important Hanali is to the game again. We saw back in BRO 2021, Rollock. Rollock was the Cray Elemental MVP. A lot of people are staying on the grade 2. They don't want to take damage early. You've got that Rollock for that one card PG. But now we have these high power strides, just like you said. Gali, the new Spike Brother stride, Gali Gabalus, and we have a bunch of other really strong first turn strides as well in Murakumo. Hanali just becomes that much more important. So
Oh, yeah.
being able to adapt your deck and have those slots available to throw those in is something very required for a good premium deck builder.
Oh yeah, 100%. Hanali is like the MVP. Like if you're not running Hanali in your deck, you're kind of in big trouble. Like you're just like how are you going to take like 12 to 14 attacks with crits and force markers on them, and especially if you don't have a heal in hand, like you're kind of in a really bad position. So Hanali really helps out of those situations. Something we haven't actually talked about yet is Angel Feather. How do you feel about
Yeah.
Angel Feather?
So, Angel Feather, we recently saw a member of the community, Dean of the MCC community, use this really interesting Nokiel strategy. And this Nokiel strategy also has something that Nightmare Dolls have, something that Tabas has, and that is a write down. We are able to go from the grade 3 Nokiel back into the grade 2 to a deny stride. But with Angel Feathers, resources is very not an issue. For Angel Feathers to play their game, they're basically saying, I'm going to countercharge as cost to be able to do something. So we're always going to be able to have the resources, and more damage checks equals more trigger checks, which means even though you're staying on a lower power game state, staying at grade 2, staying only at grade 3, those trigger checks will add up, and I think it's a very cool strategy to see. The new stride as well, probably one of the best strides for Angel Feather going first. Angel Feather has always had a weak turn 1 stride, and the new stride really does help that. Her name again was, I believe, Zafkiel?
Zafkiel?
Yes, Zafkiel. Being able to set up your damage zone, being able to get extra drive checks, more chances to see triggers, more power. More power means your opponent needs to lose more cards in hand to guard. It just all adds up all together.
Yeah, I'm not as big into Angel Feather, but there's someone around me that's really big into Angel Feather, and I'm really nice. It's really nice to see Angel Feather back in the scene. As since I've been playing Vanguard, aside from like stall Angel Feather, I really haven't seen like Angel Feather in action or really be able to do much, just because I feel like they were always like a step behind from like the big boogeymen of the format, rather it was NOK or Daimonis doing its thing, or we had like the loops with Kagero in the past, or we've had Murakumo looping, or there's like all these like all these things. I feel like Angel Feather was always like behind, but I feel like now is finally the time where Angel Feather can actually start like forming and being like a clan again in premium. So it's nice to see that kind of come back.
One of the things that I've been exploring with Angel Feathers is actually using Ramiel. So we all know Gabrielle's basic shtick is to have those extra rescue checks, but that's something that gets turned off the moment you start going into your stride game plan. So what I liked was I want to try Ramiel because we have that stride from 2020 Basasiel, which is able to up your lose condition to 7 damage or 8 damage.
Yep.
And basically this gives you more buffer room to play with Ramiel's Limit Break 4 skill. Basically, at the beginning of your ride phase, you can +1 to hand from your damage zone. So I wanted to play with that strategy because it's a grade 3 that is still able to have an effect while you're still going into strides. And not to mention that Zafkiel is able to then recycle, like you are able to maybe like put PGs that you've used in your drop zone back into your damage zone, then use Ramiel's effect to pick up that PG once again. I think there's a very cool kind of like resource loop going on there that I have yet to fully explore, but I do want to dive a bit deeper into it.
That's the craziest part about Angel Feather is that like the amount of like cranium that requires to like figure out like all the loops and everything is like insane because there's just never ending resources to even bring up. You can up your base, you can counter charge for days, you can get cards back to your hand, get cards back from your drop, take your top damages. There's just so much all this cycling, and sometimes it might even be overwhelming because you don't even know like where do I deck build in a way where it all kind of comes together. And that's actually why I don't play Ancient Feather, because I'm like, that's just too much. I have my drop zone. I'm good. That's all I need. I just need my drop zone with Grand Blue, and after that, like I don't want to think that with that deep. I just have my toolbox here, but Angel Feather's toolbox is literally the drop zone, the damage zone, the deck, the board state, your hand, like everything is a toolbox. It's like actually insane. It's a very cool mechanic, actually. Like I would say, out of all the clans, it's very unique and very to its own, and manipulating with your damage and healing and all. Speaking of, don't they have a new G guard that literally straight up heals?
Yep, just heal one. Just heal one.
That's
your
crazy.
It's an opponent's attack for 10 million damage, but 1 damage? Yeah, I'll just heal it off. Heal. That doesn't guard it. Yeah, heal. I'll just
still
take
heal.
1. I still heal.
I have to take 3 damage? Oh, let's make that 2.
Now we've talked about the meta decks. We've talked about our own personal biases. What are some meme crazy decks that you know of that you might want to see today?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the first meme I could think of, because I just know it's just a straight meme at this point, and someone might get mad at me when I say this, but it's Pacifica.
Pacifica.
Pacifica and Bermuda
very
Triangle.
On brand. Very on brand.
Yeah, that deck is actually, because it's so grade 3 focused, you can actually, I know way too much about this deck, but long story short, you have a G guard that says, hey, bounce a grade 3 to hand, up your base but to 18k base. But you can actually, so if you know how Citron works, she calls grade 1s out. Pacifica actually has cards in her deck that up the base when you call grade 1s out. So you can actually up your base all the way to like 28, 33, and even 38 if you want in one turn. So then you just stay safe, and then you kind of do your own thing. And a lot of people don't even know how Pacifica works, but essentially she has a guard restrict that says you have to guard with 3 cards from hand. She gets a ton of force markers, so you have to do that. And she has a mini Megiddo stride. She has a stride that says you attack with everything first, then you attack with her, reveal your Pacificas, and you bounce your whole hand, you bounce the whole board back to hand, recall all the Pacificas out, and they all attack from the front and the back row, and they get power. So it's literally mini Megiddo. You just kind of circle around like this. You attack with Vanguard, then rear, 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 rear. It's actually pretty nutty, and like nobody knows about it. And when it pops off, but it's just so hard to meet all the conditions that it kind of just falls off. And your hand early cripples really easily because you have a lot of grade 3s in hand. So, but it would be really cool to see. And someone did win with it in Japan, so it is possible. But the meme dream is small, very small meme dream.
Speaking of meme dreams, I think one of the meme dreams that I would love to see today is Eugene's Ranch. For those who don't know what Eugene's Ranch is, in chat, can I get a Eugene's Ranch first of all? It is basically using this very cool Kagero card called Dragon Knight Nizari, and you use it in conjunction with Eugene's Soul Charge engine to hopefully just get a bunch of grade 3s into Soul, and as more cards come out, we get more grade 3s. Heal Guardians, grade 3s. We got some grade 3 orders as well. More grade 3s to Soul Blast with Nizari to rip 6 cards out of your opponent's hand. That's a lot of cards. That means your opponent's unable to guard. You do it twice! Your opponent can't play the game! And like,
yeah.
It's very hard to get off, but when it does go off, goodness gracious, it is a sight to see.
Oh yeah, it's like, just discard 12. Excuse me, what? No, just discard 12. What do you mean? Are you playing Ubatama? No, just discard 12. Doesn't matter.
Cards in hand, trash.
Dude, that reminds me, I recently faced Ubatama, and I got that full-on discard going on, and I was like crying, like my whole hand just depleted, and I was like, what do I do? I was playing Bermuda Triangle, I had like 14 cards, they all just evaporated, and I'm like, wait a second, what do I do? How do I exist? Oh no, just take the damage. No, I don't want to take the damage. No, you just gotta take the damage.
No guard, hope for a draw trigger. I got 1 card back. No, I'm discarding it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's painful, dude. Losing your whole hand is like, is rough. It's rough. It hurts. And when you see your whole hand deplete, you feel your entire soul deplete with it. Like, you're just like, okay, I guess I'll just no guard. Oh, you want to guard with this? Yeah, with what hand?
Oh, with my body. Ah!
Just like throw yourself.
I'm guard with myself.
I'll guard my Vanguard.
Now, I do hear that round 1 is about to start, so if we are able to transition over to the deck profiles, that would be great to see. Otherwise, we can keep talking about Premium, this beloved format that we all love and play so much. Now, what is something that you want to see for your favorite clan? Now, your favorite clan, Bermuda, Grand Blue, is there something that's missing that you think you want to see in Premium Collection 2023 to fix your clan's issue?
Honestly, I feel like Grand Blue is pretty privileged. I hate to put it that way, but it's kind of how it is. I feel like there
agree.
isn't too much. Exactly. I feel like we're at a point where Grand Blue isn't really missing too much. Like even like when the strides and the G guards were coming out, I was like, okay, for G guards, I kind of knew. I was like, they can minus a crit or something. Like, but strides, I was honestly clueless. I was like, what more could they give Grand Blue? But I guess personally, now this is just me. I really like Ghosties. Like, I like Ghosties a lot. Like, I mean, a lot. I've been trying to break it in V Premium since it released. So personally, I would love to see any form of Ghosty support that would directly support Beatrice as a deck, because I actually do think at this point where we're in the meta and stuff like that, I think Beatrice is starting to fall behind because it's a little bit more of a defensive deck than an offensive deck. Like, Night Rose is the offensive one, right? So personally, it'd be really cool to see some kind of manipulation because the Ghosties all like multi-attack and do all this crazy stuff. But it would be really nice to see that on a stride, like having that ability activate through that. And they're so defensive, and it wouldn't even break them either because obviously they can get bound and touch. What's up?
Let's brainstorm together. So we know Geoma Glass. Geoma Glass says, while face up in the G zone, all your grade 3s gain shield and power.
Yep.
How about a Ghosty stride that does something similar for Ghosties? Gains 5k power on the field, gains 5k shield on the G guard circle.
That'd be so good. They get so much power as it is. Like, oh my gosh, like my brain would be like so. And there's so many ghosty units also, like in in Premium already. Like in V, there's only like a couple, right? But in Premium, there's just so many. And utilizing there's a funny one that literally sends zeros back to deck. Like it would just be so cool. Ghosties unite.
I think it would be the scaling that Ghosties might need to kind of overthrow Night Rose for Grand Blue.
Oh, yeah.
But basically, yeah. So one thing that I would like to see is speaking of like Bermuda, actually, I think Bermuda's in a kind of a very unique situation where a lot of the V Premium cards are so generically good.
Yep.
We know of Ellie, we know of Lieselot, we know of Aqua,
Nikita.
We've got all of these cards that are so generic, they can go into almost any deck that, regardless whichever your favorite idol is that you're going to play at the top end, a lot of your grade 2 and the grade 1 is going to be the same.
Yep.
I want to see a stride that kind of, like to say, Bermuda strides, especially how Charuda, is what I would be calling the perfect generic stride.
Yep.
It goes back down to the grade 3 that you've chosen, and you're able to use your grade 3's effects and strategies. I want to see a set of strides that are more kind of archetypal focused. Now, it's hard to design that kind of card, obviously, since you want it to be generic, you want everyone to be able to pick up this stride, but maybe something that checks if you have 3 or more of the same archetypal. Maybe something like if all the... Because back then, Bermuda, you'd always have like the same... If it was duo, it'd all have duo in the name.
Yep.
If it was prism, it'd all have prism in the name. So a stride that kind of checks, like, if your board has 3 or more of the same unit, like idle unit, get an effect off. Because that way, it leans your deck towards building towards that idle unit thing. So, like, for someone like me who's very into prisms, goodbye, Rosa. Someone like me who's very into prisms, I would build a deck looking towards the old prism cards, since I would want more prism cards on the board to be able to get predicted strides effect.
Yep.
But like we said, even Bermuda right now would also be considered a bit privileged in the V Premium, even in the premium side of things now. Although their power level isn't as high as we would like to see, I would want to say like their early game, their mid game is what kind of sets them apart from other deck strategies.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. Bermuda has been waiting for a stride like this for a long time, but to be honest, outside of Twa and like maybe a couple like Riviera Superior writing stuff, there really hasn't been anything that's too like, oh my gosh, this is like just insane and just brutal. Like highlighter's the only thing that's been really carrying Bermuda recently because it doesn't even need the stride to do its thing. You can just literally reindeer into something and go back down, get your force markers, cool, whatever. It's your turn. Okay, solid. Now it's my turn. Let me Twa real quick. Not Twa. I'm sorry, Tira, and just end the game there, right? So it was kind of just always that, but there was never really something to go into, and also the power of the rear guards have always just been like kind of awful. Like I tried all these different decks. I tried Reindeer, I tried this, I tried Pacifica and all this stuff. And every single time I'm like, okay, I'm gonna swing for 17, 18.
5K card.
Yeah, exactly. And aside from Pearl Sisters is really like carries the entire. I feel like it almost carries the entire clan right now, especially in premium. Like you can do Pearl Sisters 3 times in a row, 2 times for Perth, for both attacks. 6 total attacks of 28k plus a crit and above and all that stuff, which is cool and all. But they're one ofs in decks that you have to run a specific way, and it's just kind of awkward, and it ruins the edge a little bit. You have to rely on Q Tire and all this other stuff. I would love to see like other stuff come out where you don't have to rely on the Pearl Sisters and Q Tire to kind of have like a deck again. Like Melody is a deck that people have been trying to like incorporate like the pieces like Sonata and Caro into deck. In the past we've seen it with Superior Writing, stuff like that. Like it would be cool to just have ways to just gain numbers, bounce stuff back, or maybe go back to like the original Bermuda plan and be able to bounce call, and gain a little bit of number advantage, because I do feel like the numbers just lack so much sometimes. Like I practice, I'm like, oh, I'm swinging for 20k, it restands, it's 20k again, it's like 10k shield, easy blocks.
And yeah, like you said, when I tried getting back into Bermuda Premium as well, it was with Riviere. After, especially after Twa got hit, I was on that full copium. I was still saying, alright, this Superior Ride engine is the way to still play Bermuda Triangle. I get first stride all the time. I'm able to go into... What is a first stride nowadays for Bermuda? And that was the issue we had. Was that the first stride for Bermuda was so low impact that you wouldn't amass enough resources that your opponent would then take their stride and be like...
Yeah, exactly. And you're discarding so much too. You're just like, dang, I only have like 4 cards in hand. I guess I'll just die here. If you don't have like a G-Guard to do something with it, you're just... And even then, Bermuda's G-Guards outside of Citron at the time were honestly kind of weak. I would go from Grand Blue's amazing, beautiful 10 out of 10 G-Guards to Bermuda Triangle's G-Guards. It's like, oh, I bounce something and I have to recall that same unit back and I get plus 5k shield.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Gerbu is just like, oh, GB1, flip something, call something from your drop, or 2 different cards with the different grades to your drop. You can go around like guard restricts, all this stuff, and then you have Negarili, which can deny stuff, and then you have like all these you can mill cards, you can call cards, you can just do all this funky stuff, and then Bermuda's like, plus 5k shield. It's
plus
like
5k. And it reminds me like before the G guards even before the grade 3 heal guardians came up, I would be looking at my heal triggers and be like, I could guard for 20k from hand, or I could guard for 20k from the G zone.
Yup. It's like, I guess I'll pick I can flip something, so I'll pick the flip, but it's the same shields. I remember.
And then sometimes that just wasn't enough, because something you get hit with the guard restrict as well, and you're like, I really don't care because it's still 20k shield either way. So either you're only ever gonna discard that heal trigger to boost your GB count, and at that point you already had strides that flip to be able to do so anyways. So Bermuda was kind of in a rut for their G guard skills, praying for Ali sins. But now we have a very good new G guard that they are able to use. Looking back into Premium Collection 2022, what are some other big upgrades that you saw? Like, from your knowledge of the premium format, what strides, what G guards said this brought this deck from irrelevant to relevant status?
I'm trying to think, because I kind of brought up a couple of them. I feel like the biggest... I'm honestly at a little bit of a loss. It might be Tachi's, because I think Tachi's... But actually, no, I think their strides kind of... I'm not Tachi's main. Don't listen to me. But I think... you know what? Actually, Gear Chronicle. Gear Chronicle is one that actually got a pretty good stride because it opened up a lot of options for different deck building, on top of the fact that there's upcoming Clan Collection stuff that's coming from V that actually make those decks better. And Mystery Flare Turbo has been even more relevant. That deck has actually low-key been a thing, little do people know. It was just a little bit more high rollish, but there's actually someone that I play with a lot that actually tested Mystery Flare Turbo for like a year and a half now, and they're still testing Mystery Flare Turbo, and I feel like now with the new stride that amplified that, Gear Chronicle has been kind of quote-unquote like not a thing for a while, and I do think that new stride actually pushed Gear Chronicle in the right direction where it's actually becoming more of like an actual deck. Angel Feather we brought up earlier is that has another one that got like a straight upgrade. Like it was just like, oh, we didn't have a stride, now we do. Spike Brothers is another one. Spike Brothers had their GB8 thing that they had going on, but it was like you have to see your all heals, you have to see your jelly beans, all this stuff. But now they actually have like a straight up go into this, you win the game, you don't have to rush out all your heals at once, you kind of just do your thing and then you go into your strat and you win the game. So I feel like they got like a straight upgrade because a lot of people didn't even think that deck was relevant anymore, or the clan itself was just kind of like in a weird spot where it had like these couple of cool gimmicks, but it wasn't enough to really consider it a viable deck to take. But I feel like nowadays it's like the deck to take. Like why would you want to take something else when you can take Spike Brothers? So I think those are some of the like really good upgrades. I think on the other end of the spectrum, like stuff like Golds went of the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Where they didn't really change at all. And Genesis is another one. Not the Regalia stuff, because the Regalia stuff is good, but their stride that they got, I feel, isn't that impactful. I feel like it changes nothing. You're still going to play Regalia, right? Why would you go into Gathering Dragon King, I think it's called? I don't remember the name, but
Gathering Dragon King.
Something like that. I remember it had a funny name, but I remember the Genesis folks around me were like, yeah, I guess we're just playing Regalia for another year.
Yeah, it's a card. I can flip it.
It's cardboard. It's doing something.
What's your thoughts on the new Neo Nectar stride? Neo Nectar and Premium has also kind of taken a step back ever since the loss of Katrina.
Yep.
Do you think that there's something to be discovered with the new Neo Nectar stride? I know that what I explored is that I like to abuse the fact that she states that she looks for cards rather than units, which means that as Stoicheia gets more orders to play with, more targets to search.
Personally, Neo Nectar is one of those few clans that I have never. I know. Oh yeah, I looked at them and I'm like, they do stuff, and they call out units, and they have some bloom effect thing that activates, and then they do some more stuff, and they swing in my face and they deck things. So honestly, I haven't tested too much with Neo Nectar, but I do have someone that I talk to that's a big Neo Nectar fan, and actually they discovered a way to re-ride mid-battle. It's like I think it's like a starter or something. Yeah, so they've been experimenting with a re-ride into Flagberg with the other stuff. I don't know the full like. I am not the person to ask. I don't know the names or anything like that, but there is a little mid rewrite that you can do, so you can get the Flagbergs out, the overdress cards out, and do some kind of funky stuff there. Don't know how effective it is with the stride. I hear the stride isn't like the greatest thing in the world. It's like decent, but it's nothing like enough to bring Neo Nectar back essentially. I do feel like out of all the clans, Neo Nectar is still the one clan that's just kind of sitting there existing, and honestly
waiting for their time back in the sunlight, despite being plants themselves, not getting that sunlight that they need.
Yeah, they need that vitamin D real hard, and they're just not finding it right now. I made a joke on stream like the other day. I was like, yeah, you guys got a really good upgrade. Over trigger. Yeah! Because honestly, everything else just feels like it's doing weird gimmicky things, but it's not enough to really say it's a game plan or enough. Now, I don't know, like I said, I'm not a Neo Nectar main. I'm a Stoicheia player, and yet the only clan I won't touch is like Neo Nectar for whatever reason. I don't know why. I'm just not as interested in it as other stuff. But I personally, what I hear from other people is that it's still struggling. It does all the stuff it does. Other clans just do it that and better or faster or easier with less resources, less struggling and stuff. And I feel like that's the issue that Neo Nectar has right now.
I think I'd have to agree. Now, I do hear that Deck 1 is ready for our perusing and our pleasure of viewing. So we are just about getting ready to go into round 1, and we need to look at some decks.
Oh.
So Deck 1, we have player Nick Ngo, and this looks very Prism, and I do believe it's Prism. But it's not just a V-Premium Plus Prism list. We've got some old cards as well. We've got the old PG. We've got Princess Letty, which is the in-archetype Prism countercharger resource provider. And I also see a Limit Break 4 Enabler as well. What is your take on this list?
I think this is actually this is really good stuff right here. So the limit break is good because you can go into strides that have like limit break 5, limit break 4 stuff, and knock it down one. You'll notice that they are running. I believe her name is Letty. I think you mentioned her as well. Oh no,
Yep.
Lati.
Lady.
So she ups your base along with the G guard that can also up your base. So you can essentially play like a little bit more defensive. Rosa combination with the new PG is good because you can search it out with Clear and Rosa. You don't have to. It
Mm-hmm.
says Prism unit. It doesn't indicate. Actually, Clear can't because it has to be grade 2 or greater. But Rosa can because it searches for any Prism unit in your top 7. You can grab it to hand. So this actually is looking pretty spicy. It's similar to something that I've been testing. I really like the draws, and they are running the
Yeah.
overdress draws. So you have that extra shield, and I love those triggers. And Bermuda loves draw triggers are
Yeah.
nice in Bermuda. And this is like perfect.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree. One of the major things that I see is actually trimming on the prism line. Normally, we see a lot of 4 ofs, especially in clear. Clear being able to ride into clear, getting that +1 on ride from the top 7. Only seeing 3 ofs. Do you think there's going to be any consequences about missing that one copy?
I think so, yes. I personally agree that I think clear is just really good early on. It's just literally a +1 to hand essentially if you hit, and I think it's just really strong. And I personally do agree with you that I think minusing on going one copy less can be a little hard. Maybe they've just found something that it makes it work a little bit better. We do see the Nectaria. Nectaria can like bind stuff pretty early on. Nectaria is very vital in decks like this because you want to have a bind zone. So honestly, maybe they're fine without it. So. Well, guess we'll see.
And I think one of the cool things that I do see is that grade 1 there, brand new Prism Emerald. Brand new Prism Emerald has a very unique effect that when it's returned to the hand from the rear circle during the battle phase, not your battle phase, but during the battle phase. If you have a Vanguard with Prism in its name, you can choose 2 other rear guards with Prism in its name, return them back to hand, and if you did, you can choose one of your units, and it gains 5k power until the end of the turn. So this, in conjunction with a lot of the G guards that we have, being able to bounce our units back to hand, can lead to a full defensive board bounce, which then leads to that 5k buff onto our Vanguard, thus making everything a lot easier to guard, just like what you said. What's your thoughts on this?
I think it's great because you can pretty much go up to 23k base. You use the new G guard to bounce her essentially and enable the 5k on top of the G guard won't get the 5k. It'll get 15k shield instead. But you can bounce pretty much. You can call whatever you want and just bounce it all back as long as you know you're not dealing with an opponent who can like board wipe you. And you pretty much get all your cards back to hand that you've been using. And then on top of that, you get the 5k base, which makes you 18k full base. And then you have all all the cards they've been throwing out. They're back in your hand, and you're kind of just safe and sound for a bit. And you can double G guard. You can hand to hand Leona, use her skill to kind of do all that kind of stuff. But I think it has a lot of defensive and offensive mechanics, and I think it definitely makes it a lot easier to secure your hand on top of also recalling it back out.
Now, one of the main things about the premium format that is very different from standard and V premium is the existence of the G zone. I want to see the G zone for Nick Ngo's premium Bermuda Triangle deck.
Oh wow, that's a double whale. I see 2 Balinaras there.
I do see 2 Ballad Arenas. Oh, I wonder if they consider Ballad Arena their main win con.
It is possible, though. I actually, now that I'm looking at this a little bit more closely, there's actually they don't have that many Prism Strides in here. They're running Sunshine Ver and Garnet, I believe her name is, and that's
Yeah.
really it. Everything else is all their other all the regular stuff. You have the Heltruda, we have a Ballerina, you have Shandi, you got Tira, we have Sandy for the G and Citron and Hanahan Leona. Actually, looking at this, we are missing that new G, the new G Guardian. They're
Yeah.
not running it.
Very, very interesting. But I think, in respect with the fact that Emerald is able to bounce herself, bounce 2 more, maybe their thought was Lucretia was not needed, and something simple like Leona was more than enough to get those bounces back up and going. We do see the one copy of the Heltrauda. That is probably the first stride of choice, and we also see the stride Chirawa, probably one of the best Bermuda Triangle strides, being able to abuse the force marker generation seen in a lot of Bermuda Triangle decks for that Vanguard restand, making double use of it.
Yep, that is exactly how it is. And honestly, you can even ride into her first stride if you want to, and just make her a big attacking wall, as she does gain the 5k, and it's not restricted to anything.
Now, with this Prism strategy, we obviously have to highlight the two Prism strides there. One of them, Sunshine Vert. This is what we like to colloquially call a next stage clone, being able to, on Limit Break 4, which is why we have those Limit Break enablers in the deck, being able to unstride and ride back down into the V Vert, which then now has her effect live to be able to bounce back some more cards and call out more attackers from the bind zone. But at the same time, similarly to that, we have brand new Prism Shining Garnet. Shining Garnet has the Limit Break 5 skill that says all of your units with Prism in their card names gains crit +1. So if not Ballerina, I think Shining Garnet will be the stride to win with. Also has the ability to copy the effect of a heart card with Prism in its name. And as we know, the best heart card with Prism in a name is V Vert. Once again, being able to get 5 attacks on that Shining Garnet with that crit on the Prism names, that might just be what is required for this deck to take names.
Yep, I agree. And with that, let's go ahead and see deck 2 with the person that will be facing this deck.
The Derek Dow, the Pale Moon expert that we all know and love, hailing from the AU region, player of Team WCC, bringing once again his prized possession, Nightmare Dolls.
Yep, that is what this is, and we've seen lists like this in the past. This has been a very aggressive and pretty much a tier 1 deck for a while, and now with Bug's gone, we see here that Dolls is definitely going to be coming back. We have the Roblox again, we have the Guinea, we have the Alice, we have the Carol Rewrite, we have the Marissa Searcher, we have the Leslie Restander, we got the Crit Pressure, the OT, the Chelsea, we got a lot of stuff going on here to pretty much secure. Yeah, the over trigger. We've got a lot of stuff to kind of. This deck just kind of functions on its own and does its thing, and it just does it so well.
Now, for those of us not familiar with the Nightmare Doll strategy, the goal is basically to use this 3-card combo between Nightmare Doll Alice, Nightmare Doll Ginny, and Nightmare Doll Leslie to produce a flurry of multi-attacks and try and overwhelm your opponent within the first or second stride. Now, my question to you, Orange, is we talked about how Honolly has made a large resurgence in the game. Mm-hmm. However, this deck looks to be the same as the deck that WCC brought last to BRO. Do you think there might be any consequences for not having strong options to deal with that Honolly? I know one of the major ideas that most players had was using Tricky Assistant as a way of just being able to soul in the Honolly on board. But we see that it's missing in this list and actually opting to run the 3rd Chelsea.
Yeah. I personally think Honolly will be it'll be hard. It'll be hard because once the Honolly comes out, they really can't keep spamming Leslie. They kind of have to hope that they can dust in time and end turn. I do think if you can stop the game plan of the dolls doing their thing, like multi-attacking and restanding and all this stuff like that, you will get the upper hand. You can kill pretty fast. The doll's hands is not the greatest hand in the world. So I do think that Honolly will definitely make it a lot harder to win with this deck. I don't think it'll completely stop it, but it'll be harder because you have to play around Honolly pretty much every single stride turn.
Mm-hmm. Now, Nightmare Dolls had the unfortunate hit on the restriction list where they had to choose between Nightmare Doll Alice and Harry. So let's see what the G-Zone has evolved into.
That's pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah. Not too much has changed between the main 2 strides being... my name is blanking, but Darkside Princess and...
Dark Lord Princess and Yvette.
Yvette, yes. We do see that Derek has decided to run the GB8. I do believe that is the GB8, Jeanette. And choosing to run the other Harry as well.
Yep, and we also see for Mido, the one that just straight board wipes, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a second since I've seen that card, but yeah, I think it's just like soul charges and board wipes your opponent pretty fast, and it's just a nice, awesome, also like good stride to go into. And Dust is obviously still in there, and we are seeing the other Harry, and we are also seeing the Beatrix Nightmare Doll. Another really good stride. She's completely free, no CB required, no Soul Blast required. You just kind of go into her and do your thing. So another good one, and the new stride's there too.
I think the main thing to notice about Beatrix is the fact that her race is Workoroid. Now, Chelsea is only able to use her effect if you're on a Workoroid Vanguard.
Yep.
So not only is having Beatrix as a Nightmare Doll name important, being able to have it a Workoroid to be able to use Chelsea if the timing allows for it to get rid of that Honolly, maybe a turn early, and if you need to go for a stronger turn, Formido is also available as an option to get rid of the Honolly, as well as, lo and behold, when in doubt, you hit them with the dust, hit them to 5 damage, you just counterblast all of your life savings away to hit them 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times, and hopefully their one power Vanguard is not enough to save them.
Yep, I agree. I think that is definitely the strategy here. But with that being said, we have talked about the decks, so let's go ahead and see how this plays out. I'm really excited.
I'm very excited. Let's go ahead and see what our round 1 is going to look like for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022.
Good luck.
Cool.
Let's Cardfight.
Good luck, man. Alright.
Woo!
Send up Vanguard.
Over on the left,
Alright,
we
so
have
I start first?
Go on that
Yep.
Prism strategy, and Derek Dow on the right, representing Pale
let me
Moon
think.
and the Nightmare Dolls. We do see Derek Dow being able to take the reins on this game.
Right, Leslie.
Choosing to ride
Draw
into
one.
the Leslie, getting the Leslie into the soul very
And
early,
pass to
very
you.
strong as
Cool.
well.
Draw
Mainly
for
sitting on the
turn.
7k Vanguard.
Right.
Yep. I mean, honestly, you
Great Zero
really
effect,
want
that's
to
been
have
routed,
damage.
so you're on grade 1
Damage
greater.
usually isn't a bad thing
Quick
for
shield.
you because, if you
Draw
want
one.
to have a really
And draw
strong
one.
stride turn, you need counterblast. So usually,
Then
even being on a
skill,
7k
top 7.
isn't a problem.
1, 2, 3,
And
4,
despite running only
5,
3
6,
copies
7.
of Clear, Nick is able to ride
For
into
grade 2, great
one of them.
with
Hopefully being able to get that free +1 off
had
the
a great
ride,
fight.
and we do see
Can I
a
shuffle?
Verd coming off the top 7.
Really important stuff here because a lot of especially the later strides for Prism, it requires you to have a Vert in hand or any grade 3 in hand to re-ride back into. So having as many copies of Vert is important not only for force marker acceleration, but even just to enable all your strides abilities.
One final cut before
points.
the
Great points as
infamous free
Now,
ball cut.
Do you think
One,
Nick
two, three.
might be thinking about aggressive?
2, 3, 1.
We know
2,
that
3,
Nightmare Dolls
1.
is able to get hopped
Cool.
off, so to speak, on
Next
their
up.
stride turns. Do you think there's value in
Cool.
using the
Li-
fact
there's
that you
lot-
are a
there's
force
lot skill.
clan and just
Top card.
completely trying to take
Well,
momentum
free
from the
bonus.
table here? We do see the legal
Cool.
one calling down the
From
Aqua
deck,
as well.
when place, return one other
Yep,
normal
yep,
unit to
the
hand.
usual Weaselot into Aqua
favorite
into
turn
bouncing
card, draw a
Weaselot
card,
play,
then
drawing
discard
your
a
card and
card.
discarding. Very
Then that
typical
goes
Bermuda
back
Triangle
to-
things here.
Yep.
Very, very funny.
Those.
Going back, I think playing aggressive
That was
is
a
perfectly
bonus.
fine. Keep in mind, Bermuda Triangle is one of the few clans that can actually call it Hanoi mid-battle, so
Push.
they can not have
Cool.
a Hanoi on the board and then call it out
Attack
and
for
just easily be able to
8
stop
to Vanguard.
a Nightmare Doll turn
Vanguard.
and just stop in the
check.
tracks. I don't think there's any
Another
fear
Liznot.
in going full
Yep,
aggressive
one
here.
damage.
As long as you have a
Marisa.
G-Guard in hand, you can stop whatever you want. Dusting will be a different story, but before
Yeah.
the dust turn, you're fine.
Oh, thinking about
know what?
whether to attack with
Well,
that
I've got everything I need.
22K column there.
22.
Yep, go ahead and do that. 22k against
Take
that
one.
7k base Vanguard.
Draw trigger. Power to Vanguard.
Magic numbers,
Go
and
on.
we do see the defensive draw trigger there.
Yep. Stand
Yep,
and draw.
You'll be seeing here. This would be a good time to go into Marissa, start kind of farming a little bit into your main pieces.
Marissa.
And there it
Marissa
is.
skill.
Place
There
from
it
hand.
is.
You could put a card from your hand to soul, and then go instantly into like to look at top
Let me
7
think.
for grade 3s and grade 1s to start fueling. your hand.
Ellen into soul. Top 7.
All right, we're going to be able to use Marissa's skill to check the top
For
7.
2
And
workers that
top
aren't
7,
grade 2
we
and
have-
normal unit.
We're looking for our
let me
grade
see.
3s. We're looking for more combo pieces.
Yeah, this would be a good time to
Grab
start getting
this.
Alice's, getting your counter chargers, any other, Leslie's, more Leslie's to hand, so you can get them out.
Grab.
It's a good time for that. Carol is actually another good choice because you want the re-ride and you
grab
want
those
to be
two.
able to actually ride Carol. She is the best ride target.
Yep. Now, one thing to mention as well is that because Derek was able to go first, the opportunity to
One,
strike
two,
high
three.
is
2, 3, 1.
in his hands. They will be able to get that ride, and they also have the grade 1 countercharger as well as a Carol, and if they have a Chelsea in hand, that is the stride to now.
100%.
In this matchup, however,
17 to Vanguard.
knowing that Prism's grade 3 game is incredibly strong,
Check 1. Heal trigger.
do you
Effective.
think that
2, 1. Power to Vanguard.
Prism's
1
grade 3
damage.
game
One
is
damage.
more important to them than their first
Cool.
stride
Right.
or not?
Yep.
It's kind of a hard call because Prism has a lot of
sort
ways
of screwing
to
over a little
just
bit.
get hand, and being
Fine.
able to stride and just kind of
Right,
throw
let's
your
not
hand out and
affect.
then bounce it all back is really good.
Cool.
Especially since you don't really have to worry too much about, your board disruption or anything.
Interesting.
Chelsea's really the only thing that can board disrupt if
Cool,
they're on the
clear. Rosa?
right,
Rosa
in the
effect,
right
can plus one.
circumstances. So I think
top 7.
striding and doing your
Three,
honestly,
four,
I don't think they have
5,
anything to worry
6,
about
7.
here.
Add
They
one
could be
prism
fine on
to hand,
vert
bind
and
the other.
just get the marker, get the
Add to
draw,
hand,
get clear to
bind the other.
get you more draw. You
Yep.
can use Rosa's skill,
Then
kind of do
shuffle.
your thing.
Yep.
With
Uh,
a copy of
that's close.
Lieslot that we managed to bounce back with the Aqua last turn. And once again,
Trying to
getting
think what I
another
wanna
free
do
card
next.
off that Lieslot. This is the power of Bermuda
1,
in
2,
the
3.
early game.
Yes.
Two,
yes.
one,
To
3.
abuse that
Two,
Lieslot, being able to abuse the
one,
Aqua, get a
3.
lot of free advantage in the early game, and use that
Adds
to
to
push
hand.
towards late game.
Yeah, and it's just really nice here because you can just kind of keep going and you're still keeping your hand and you have a board set and it's just free.
End.
Pass turn.
Now,
Thinking
in
has
this
that
kind
attack.
of game state.
And then draw.
Yeah, okay. Actually choosing to straight up pass here.
Oh,
Setting up that entire board, and it looks like Lieslot managed to call down the grade 3 heal guardian there. But choosing to pass,
17 to
Derek
Vanguard.
opting to ride
Like-
up either.
Check 1.
Going to go
Abigail, 1 damage.
Marissa with the grade 1 there, finding another copy of it
Grateful.
for 1 damage. No damage triggers, and we have one more
16 to
call
Vanguard.
left with the Ellen maybe using her skill to push that copy of Leslie into soul. Just thinking here, looks like
Yep.
it's not going to be used.
All yours.
yep. And
Sand.
looks like they passed
Draw a turn.
turn. Like that. Oh, interesting.
Right.
So they are
Mhm.
choosing to ride up,
Let's get one of you.
which is
Riding
probably the
into the
strat.
Yes.
Probably a good strat here. So this is a good setup turn,
Nice force
honestly.
one there.
So Prism is kind of one of those decks where you're just kind of setting up for a while, and you're setting up, you're getting your force markers, you're getting your draw, and you're just kind of keep doing that until you can find
I
a good
get
time to
fat.
start kind of applying pressure. And this would be the turn to just honestly set up. You get a triple drive, you get to get your bind zone ready, attack a little
Because
bit,
I
get
can do
pretty much
things
+4,
many
+5 cards to hand, and then
ways.
you can just kind of sit pretty calmly, deal with what your opponent has, and then just do it. And then next turn you can start thinking, do I want to go more aggressive here? Do I want
That's
to
you
kind of
anyway, so that's
chill
best
back a
call.
little bit? You have a lot of options.
So, cool.
So I think we're going to
Perfect.
see the Aqua come down from the hand once
It's
again. And then
about
off of Aqua skill, deciding on what to bounce, choosing to bounce the Lady.
They could.
This-
The lady skills will
Mhm.
activate here.
to then draw a card
Yep, and
and
discard.
discard a
I
card.
believe the skill activates here. So yeah, when she's bounced from hand, if you have a Vanguard Prism as card name, you can countercharge, soul charge. She's one of your units
Yeah,
against
stuff
4K,
next
and
turn.
that's on the turn you cannot normal call her
Then
again.
discard.
But she can be called
I
through
need to see
effects.
what's in my soul. Let's go.
And then we
Yeah,
have
so-
the lady skill.
So choosing what to discard off of Aqua skill there, choosing to discard the Limit Break Enabler. Now we're going to be able to resolve the Late skill, get the counter charge, get the soul charge. And we do see a crit being soul charged there. So a sigh of relief on Derek's side of things, not having to take that extra damage. But maybe Derek does want that damage. Get that extra counter blast, get those extra attacks in. Maybe giving up that first grade 3 ride to completely aggress Nick on their first stride.
Yeah, I think here you have to play very carefully, because giving too much counterblast can actually end you pretty quickly if you don't have a G guard or anything to kind of help you out. Because the more damage you give, the more aggressive the Pale Moon turn is going to get on the first Dark Ward Princess's turn. So
Yeah.
you gotta be careful. But honestly, at the same time, you bounce your whole hand, and we're going to see this here, by the way. So something to keep in mind: Vert does bounce anything in the front row back to hand. We do see that G guard right there, sitting very prettily, ready to get bounced, and with that being with access to that G guard, you'll be able to, in the mid battle, call out Hanoi, if they have Hanoi in hand, of course.
Yeah, I think that is one of the main strats there, and I'm hoping to see that be used to full fruition. Probably one of the strongest tools that heal front row, use Verit's skill to bounce it back to hand. That way you are prepped for some G guard. Now we do see the grade 4 Prism duo Nectaria the hand effect being used there. And it looks like the second copy was in damage. So to send another copy of itself to the bind, but still able to send another copy of another Prism card there.
Yes, that is correct. That is what we're seeing happening here, which is also really good. It's also really good deck thinning, honestly. It's actually, Nectaria has been one of my favorite cards to play in Prism, any Prism form, V Premium or Premium. I just always thought that card was just really neat. You get to take any normal unit from your deck and pretty much bind it, so you can deck thin, kind of see what's going on, how your deck's doing, where you want to continue on with your turns. It just makes it really good.
Yeah, for sure. So off of Nectaria's skill, we are going to be able to bind off that clear, it looks like.
Yes. Something I noticed, I didn't catch this earlier, but in the deck log, we actually did not see Hanoi, so I guess they'll be using the up basing strategy to stop dolls. But with no Hanoi, hopefully the up basing will be enough to slow down the plays. But there won't be any Hanoi setups here because we don't have Hanoi, but it's okay. As mentioned earlier, like, honestly, a lot of Prism's engine is able to get your base high enough anyway, so you don't have to worry, and constantly bouncing is not an issue either.
I think you are still playing on a defensive trigger, the Alice combo. Around that as well on the Nightmare Doll side of things, like rather than using Leslie as an attacker, use it as a booster, and use one as a booster and use one as an attacker that you pull off of Yvette.
Ooh, that is a Leslie in the damage. It's one less Leslie. And that is a crit trigger. Okay. That helps with a little bit of the security of the guarding.
Yep, going into the Vanguard swing here, being able to bounce our front row back to our hand. Got a very nice, healthy hand there over on the Prism side of things. And being able to call one, choosing to, like we said, call that Emerald out to have force, the bounce, that base defensive play. There's that roll lock.
There is, yep, that's straight perfect guard from a triple drive, which is a really nice security. Triple drive is pretty scary, like, especially, you know, like this early on when you're on grade 2. Dealing with that triple drive is hard, but this way it's just like, okay, I'll just perfect guard this, no problems.
All right, and one last attack from the Emerald, and one more card to guard with from Derek's side of things, it looks like. There it is. Offering the 10k shield to guard with, and we are going to swing it on back over to Derek, offering the first ride to Nightmare Dolls. Going to ride into the Carol there, get that Axel, and off of Carol's skill, we're going to check the top 5 cards of our deck there. Hopefully find a Chelsea, if not a Chelsea, hopefully find an Alice. To reiterate, there is the skill on the screen there for you guys. If we are able to get that grade 3, push it into the soul, we are able to push it out and just basically get a free +1 to board.
Yeah, this is a great skill. I believe it is mandatory. You have to put something in your soul, but being able to get workhorses out is just a really great way since they just instantly pop out. And you get the call, and then you can instantly go into your stride from here. Oh, choosing? Oh, no, calling it out. They're calling it out. Okay. For a second, I thought I was going to put it into soul. And then here's the stride coming in, striding, which using Chelsea's skill to go into Dark Lord Princess. And having 3 open counterblasts will enable quite a few plays here. So this will be really good setup. We have Leslie out, we have Alice, the Soul has another Leslie. We'll be able to, this will be a full combo, unless, you know, something wild happens, but this will be a full combo play here.
Do you remember what Derek put into soul off of Marissa's skill? Was it a Ginny?
I actually do not remember, but now that you're reminding me, Ginny is a key piece of that. Without Ginny, this will not fully interact. But we'll see here. Alice will be going to Soul. If we'll see if the Ginny comes, it'll come here.
Yeah. So here's the first attack, sitting at 17k. Now at this kind of point, you're faced with an option. Do I G-Guard to bounce the Emerald and hit up to 18k base now? Am I wasting my G-Guard on a 5k swing? Or am I saving it for another time where hopefully that 5k base comes up larger than what it is at the moment?
Yeah, I think in this situation, the best thing to do is to secure as much hand as possible, maybe take like 1 or 2 damage, and then start playing the defensive plays to one, also shut down the counterblast. Like you want Pale Moon to use their counterblast, so then that way they're in a weird position where they have to either take damage or guard a certain way. But the more CB you get out of them, the better it is for you. So you want to kind of like almost force it out of them. You want them to kind of do stuff with the counterblast, and then you can start denying them easier.
So we're going to see an unboosted attack from the Ellen there, using its skill to counterblast one and move one of our other rearguards into Soul, choosing to push the Alice that was on the Axel Circle into Soul, having it ready in the Soul for future Leslie Alice Ginny plays. And this is going to take the G-Guard, and we're going to go into Citron.
Interesting. So here, yeah, calling the Aqua, using Aqua skill to then bounce, I assume, the grade 1, as you mentioned.
Yep,
Yep,
Aqua
there's-
skill, going to bounce the Emerald back to hand.
His Emerald skill to then up the base, and you bounce 2 more cards, right?
Yep, we're going to bounce that entire back row back to your hand, and that equals the 3 Prisms bounce that we needed to move our Vert from a 13 to an 18k base defensive.
It's very, very solid play, and that will, if there was a choice to keep looping Alice would actually be would be an unhittable number. It'd be a waste to loop Alice.
Yeah. So here we're going to swing with a Dark Lord, unboosted, so just sitting at 27. 27 to our 18k, but we have triple drive, being able to hit upwards of 57, ignoring the over trigger, but it is always a looming threat that we need to keep mind of. And there we do see the Sapphire PG.
Yes. And this will be interesting here. So Dark Lord Princess is going to go into another stride. So we have to be very careful here how we want to enable these guards. Like, do we want to, you can burn the PG now and then, take the 1 drive that'll be coming. But we also know that some more stuff can come out. It's you got to be very careful how you guard here. There's the Genie, by the way, in the drive check.
Oh, and it just so happens that with Yvette's skill, we are able to put the Ginny that we drove check into her soul. So
Yep.
off of that, we will have the full combo set up.
Exactly. So now we'll be able to play. But 18 base is no joke. It'll be a lot harder. Oh,
Gonna
another
swing.
skill
Yep.
is the stride skill. The stride actually pops out and goes onto that we see here. The Dark Lord Princess actually pops out.
Pops out into the Axel Circle, being able to poke for another 5k to guard. And here we're going to be using Yvette's skill, choosing a card from her hand to put into our soul, and perform a G-flip, choosing to put the Chelsea in soul. Maybe there was a Ginny already in soul that we hadn't seen.
Might see it right here. We'll see what happens. Get another Excel marker, draw a card, call a card out. What will it be? It is
Choosing
Alice.
to call the Alice out.
And she'll get power.
So it looks
50K
like... Still don't know if Ginny's in soul, but if that's the case, maybe Derek is going for a bit of a slower turn.
Yeah, I think that would be the call here because you're really not going to shred too much, and you kind of want the
And then
counter blast. Oh, that's a draw.
So I think one of the main things to mention now is that the Prism player is now on Limit Break 4.
This is very true, and this is very true. Pretty sure the Perfect Guard also enables ways to, lower your movement break if it's needed as well, right?
Yeah, so you're actually able to turn your Limit Break to a break 4. So once we stride into Prism Garnet, we are at 4 damage. We are able to threaten multiple crit attacks to our opponent.
Yes, exactly. Garn is actually a really, really good call, but also like Sunshine Vert would also be another approach to also just try and finish the game. You'll have more attacks and more to do on Vert, but the crit pressure of Garnet would be really good.
And it looks like over on Derek's side of things, we are going to be using Alice's skill at the end of the battle to kind of blast 1, soul blast 1, put it back into the soul, and out of the soul comes... I do believe that's the grade 1, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Marissa.
That's Marissa?
That's the grade 2. She's 1 place from hand skill, so her skill won't activate here or anything like that. I guess it's just calling them out here. So you just have like defenses, be able to just be able to, oh my gosh, intercept and do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so just like what we said, probably looking to go for a slower turn on the Nightmare Doll side of things. Amass the resources required to go for the very strong crackback.
Yep, and here we have another ride, another force marker. I do wonder what strat they're going to pick here because going into Sunshine is scary. Oh, that is that they discard a Balanara.
Oh, going straight into the
Oh,
Ball Arena.
Balanara,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so Ball Arena, very unique effect here. Basically, I think its main skill is the fact that we are able to stride without discarding. And as you had stated before, being able to keep all of the Verts in our hand is very crucial towards our strategy. So not having to discard for stride anymore, being able to keep those grade 3s in hand will be what is required for the strategy.
Yeah, this is an interesting play though, because honestly, this is good. I think this is good stuff here, but like, is it enough to survive? Because I believe we'll have a dust turn coming up here soon. And with that dust turn in mind, that's going to be really hard to deal with. It's going to be a very aggressive play, and giving counterblast here is also scary. But you know, in Derek Dow's case, like the easiest thing would be to just no guard, no guard everything, guard whatever they can, and then just go into their turn.
Mm-hmm. So being able to use Ballerina here, we're going to call out some stuff. So Ballerina does have a secret second effect besides being able to pay for free costs, and that is, as we have stated before, you can start discarding to destroy your opponent's guardians. Now, I don't think that is something what Nick is going to plan towards. I do believe that Ballerina was more of a setup stride, being able to save those cards in hand for stride rather than having to always need to discard something for stride fodder. But
Yep.
we will see the Vanguard swing there.
Yep, this is correct. And maybe now that I think about it, I haven't seen too many perfect guards on Derek Dow's side here. So maybe that's the strat behind that was also because perfect guard is one of the few things that gets around Balnara. But with this case, if he doesn't have any perfect guards, then it'll be a lot harder to deal with the Balnara turn.
Just doing a trigger count, it looks like. So at this point, yeah, it does get a bit scary because if we are playing on that no guard to get as much counterblast as we can for a very large combo turn, we might accidentally just lose to a double, triple crit. And that is always a threat that is always in the back of someone's mind when they are trying to get that counterblast play.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I think sometimes it's almost like a cheesy play because like you're just telling your opponent you can't guard. You can't guard. No, you still can't guard. And being able to utilize that here is very important because something I personally struggle with as a doll player is that your hand is never really that great, and sometimes it's 50% fake. And because you're holding a lot of grade 3s for between your your countercharging girl and Marissa giving you grade 3s and grade 1s to hand, like sometimes your hand isn't doing too hot. And turns like this where you're being forced to not be able to guard properly can actually screw you.
Yeah, I think that's probably a really good way to put it. The fact that you said that the hand is fake. The Nightmare Doll deck is very tilted towards grade 3s and grade 2s rather than grade 1s. So you don't have a lot of those 10k shields that a lot of other decks would. Not to mention that 4 copies of Leslie means that you are now 20k less shield in deck overall.
Yep. And we did see those drive checks. Now, a lot of them were normal units. And very low shield value stuff. So having to guard here and being forced to not actually be able to guard will end up like I see like Derek Dow's like really thinking through like how they want to guard because the minute they put down something on the guard circle, Nick can just be like, nope, you can't guard with that.
Not that one. So
Nope,
a lot
not
of
that
it,
one.
yeah, like you said, might be having to use the PGs here. Potentially take that no guard, pray for no crit triggers, but yep, there's that
Yep.
PG.
Here it comes. So that's a way to get around this because otherwise it's hard. Having no perfect guards is literally the easiest way to just die on this turn.
Yeah. But at the same time, I do really wonder how healthy Nick's hand is. At the moment, from the way that we're looking, it looks like only one, so we would only be able to retire one Guardian on this Vanguard swing. But as we get more cards here, more options to retire. Oh, never mind. That is a library in the hand.
Yeah,
That is a library.
It may have just looked like one card. Oh, that
Oh,
is a
That's
defense.
a very nice to see defensive trigger.
Here's a good time to try and deny. Oh, that's a heal.
That okay.
And
So
it goes off.
heal going off, not exactly what you want to see on Nick's side of things, but at the same time, not what you want to see on Derek's side of things either.
Yep.
What that
counterblast
means
matters.
is that if your opponent is able to get this 5th damage heal trigger, had you not healed that turn, they would not be able to heal either.
Yes, exactly.
And that's just one more damage you have to work really hard for. But we're going to see the rewrite into another copy of Carol there. And off the top, what do we find but a Ginny? And with
Yes.
that, it looks like our combo is fully ready. We have 4 Counterblast open. We have a Leslie in Soul. We have the Alice in Soul. I'm predicting to see about 11 attacks this turn. 11, 12 attacks this turn.
Yeah, I think depending on what the strat they go into, but I think either way, whatever strat you choose here, you're just going full combo. You can dust. Oh, and they are going for the dust play here. You can choose to dust. You can choose to go into the event, but either way, like there's a lot of attacks coming. 4 counterblasts open now, 2 because we're doing the dust play, and now you get to ping a damage, and you're going down to I believe 1 power.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is. Oh, that is perfect. You do want to see stuff like that. It is helpful going back up a base. And, oh, that's right. Do you get to draw a card? Do triggers activate off of this?
I do believe they still activate.
Okay.
I think Dust just turns off. Actually, I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, it's been a second since I've seen a dust.
Yeah, but Dust, the reason why we're so confused right now is because Dust also has the ability to turn off all auto effects. And the question in contention is getting a trigger considered auto effect? Now, we do get the power, so I don't see why we wouldn't get the draw as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, apart from that, Dust being able to not only blank our opponent's Vanguard to 1, now 5001, but like we said, with these kind of debuff skills, and these debuff skills in conjunction with a multi-attack deck, especially with Nightmare Dolls, that extra bit of power that you're required to guard with goes a long way.
Yes, exactly. This will be the turn where you want to up your base as fast as possible, if it's even possible to up your base here. I have to. Dust is a little bit more familiar ground to me in terms of like what it does. But does it turn off your G guards?
I believe because it turns your grade to 1 as well, you are no longer able to G guard.
Interesting. Sorry, I might get a little fascinated here. This is the power of premium, doing all these little things. This will be a really hard turn to deal with. We have 2 counterblasts open, a very really fat field here of cards and attacks, and being at 5 damage like this is scary. Considering I believe they're at 11, they're 10,001 right now, right? Because that is the draw trigger makes it go up to 10.
Is that draw trigger still 10? I thought it was only 5. Maybe the shield is only 5.
The shield is actually 10 as well because that's the overdress.
Okay, yeah, so it's 10,001. 10,001.
Yep, 10,001, yep. But still, you still have to guard everything here, and there's a bunch of looping that will be happening here, so it's still gonna be a pretty brutal turn. But here we are, calling out another booster just to make sure everything hits over. Even getting at the Chelsea to just apply as much pressure as possible. This is the final turn. Derek has to kill here.
I think Derek is very much looking for a trigger to be able to put on that Leslie. Otherwise, wouldn't be able to attack with it even. Off the top, 1, no trigger. Second, we do see that crit, all effects to that Leslie. And third, also,
heal.
The heal does not go off, but it is still power being able to be put on that Leslie. And that Leslie is what's going to put in the work for this game to win. Now, there is one way out for Nick, and it is everybody's beloved mechanic, the over trigger. However, this Leslie has a crit, I believe. And so you would need a heal and an overtrigger to sneak your way out of this turn.
That is one approach. This is a really scary turn. I would be scared right now.
Oh yeah, and just like what Derek probably pointed at with that dust is losing all the abilities means that you lose the ability to intercept as well. So those 2 roses on the board, unable to intercept. So that is just 10k less to play with.
I didn't even think about that actually. Now that you bring that up, I did not. I think I knew this, but because it's been a second since I've seen dolls, I actually forgot that that's part of the mechanic. You're losing 10k shield there.
And then, not to mention, we have 2 more Alices to play with. 2 more Alices means 2 more Leslie attacks. And then, not to mention that we have a Ginny in Soul as well. So each Alice is another set of 2 attacks. Now the question will be, oh,
Oh, the heal.
6 damage heal
Woo!
being able to sit at 20,001. Now,
That's good.
everything is going to be on that Leslie then. Hopefully,
Yep.
all the cards left in Nick Mo's hand is able to guard that Leslie.
Yeah. Because here we have, so the Alice is going to re-trigger the Leslie skill, but the Alice and will no longer hit from here on out. Actually, it might. It'll be exactly what will be the
It'll
numbers.
just be exactly
It'll
enough.
just
it should
be enough.
22.
It'll be 22, because here comes the Ginny, activating Ginny's skill to put the Alice, put it back into Soul to then call out the Alice. Ginny gives a 5k when it calls something else, so this will be 22, but we'll only see 2 more Alice attacks and 2 more Leslie attacks here, and that's it. It's actually pretty guardable now.
Yeah, it looks a lot less scary than it did 2 damage triggers ago.
Yep, exactly. So here's all you need is 5k shields and 10k shields here, and you have just enough to guard. So this is actually became a very guardable turn. Shutting down the Chelsea and the Alice here was exactly what you want to see.
Guarding with the Lete there, being able to use Alice's skill, because those 2 remaining cards there, the Chelsea and the Alice, just like you said, not big enough to hit the 20,001.
Yep. So here we go again, another Ginny play, recalling it out the Alice, getting the extra 5k, swing for 22 again, Leslie restands, and this is pretty much the last couple attacks here. Is it enough to break through for the 6 damage?
5-2 guard here.
5, and Leslie I think will be at 20k guard total with the boost, if I'm not mistaken, because she's 27 right now, plus an 8k.
Guarding with the Heal Guardian, attacking with the Chelsea. I wonder if this is going to a rear guard. Yep, going to
Yeah,
a
it
rear
is.
guard. Going to the rear
Hysteric,
guard.
no.
One last attack. Do we
Is it
have the
enough?
PG in hand? Do we have enough to guard in
Or
hand?
anything right now. Anything would be good. So 27 plus 8, right? That's 35 to 20. So it's literally a 20k block right here.
Yeah. Doing a trigger check as well. Oh, this has got me on the edge of my seat.
This is scary.
I think we have enough to guard. I think it's more choosing what
Whew.
to guard with.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Oh, how's the PG?
So this is an interesting game state. If you may or may not know, when you ultimate stride like this, you lose your entire G zone. Everything goes away, so you can no longer stride or do anything. You're pretty much just stuck playing V Premium at this point. And surviving this turn, it pretty much does that. Ultimate striding does have a double-edged sword. You get a really insane power buff, but you also lose your entire G zone.
Now because we did stride into Bala and Arena, we are able to stride for no cost.
Yep. Yep, and then we're gonna be seeing. Trying to remember the draw what we saw in triggers, but there was actually quite a bit of triggers, so the shield won't be too terrible here. But is it enough to guard through three attacks that pretty much can negate that?
Now let me posit this question to you, Orange. When you see Derek is on 4 damage, and you know that Garnet is able to give all your Prism units a crit, do you think there's any value in going for the Garnet play rather than going for this Ballad Arena, since you don't have that much hand to be able to kind of like cancel out guards?
I agree with you. Actually, I do think maybe the Barnara because of the hand, because Nick is kind of aware of a good majority of Derek's hand. Maybe he chose that way just to kind of deal with with just getting the hand shred going. But I do see your point. I think going into Garnet would have been a perfect play here. You are forced to guard every attack no matter what, and you are stuck in a position where you also get a skill off of that, so you can choose to bounce Prism units, right? Or you can get the ability to have triple drive, but either way, you're attacking for crits and power and all this stuff with force markers on them. So I actually think the Garnet play would have been really clean here.
Yeah, okay, so here comes the first Guardian from Derek's side of things. Now we ponder Ballad Arena skill. Do I discard 1 to retire it? And not to mention, there is a restriction on what you can discard off of Ballad Arena. It is a 1 or less card. So, choosing on the second Guardian, will this Guardian stay?
I would discard
stays.
here, but yeah, interesting. Still 5 cards in hand. Right now, this is total 42 to a Ballerina. I think this is a 2 to pass right now.
Ballerina 15, base Vert 13, 28 with that 7k boost, 35.
35
math's
to
not right.
42. So
35 to 42 with an intercept as well.
I think Derek's trying to make it to go to a 2 to pass here.
Oh, 2 to pass is the scariest even at this point in time because you know how we say in yellow card, 2 to pass, you mean no guard? you give them that 2 to pass, they will pull that crit off the top.
Yep, exactly. And then it's like, oh, 2 more checks. You have a 50-50 shot. Can go all in.
Very, very tense situation here because it puts everyone into a very unique decision branch that is not seen frequently when dealing with like Ball and Arena and guard restricts.
That's another.
Using your own card to get rid of that, getting rid of that
Yep.
PG to pop that Guardian. But yeah, it puts your opponent into a decision tree. What do I guard with first to try and bait out a Ball and Arena discard? And then your opponent, and then you as the Ball and Arena player, is this bait? Do I discard here?
Yeah, I think this is very interesting. I'm forcing out the 1 to pass or 2 to pass here, trying to figure out where to stop to make it easier for you to just hit triggers and end the game is very important. But looks like they're going all in for the 2 to pass here. So that's 30, 10, 40, 45 shields on top
Yep.
of 12, so 57 total.
57
To a 35.
35. So 3 to pass.
Yep.
All right, 3 to pass. Oh,
Double checking. Double checking
gotta,
math.
Exactly. Got to make sure the power makes sense because one trigger is a large difference.
Oof.
There's a crit. There's a
Yep.
power.
Oh,
There's the over
trigger. Wow, what a time to hit an over trigger on a 3 to pass. All your rear guards get the additional power, so everything just went up in power. Another
crit! And a crit.
Wow.
The over trigger by itself would have been fine because that's only 1 damage. The crit is
Just
the
finished
world
it
ender.
off. That is the
Oh
finish.
my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, I am speechless. What a triple drive to end the game.
Wow, that was insane. Whew. The OT just pushing it over. Even if that crit didn't land there, the rear guards would have went up in 10k power on top of that. So that would have been really hard to block.
Yeah.
Whew.
And like not to mention, I think we managed to get rid of at least 1 off of our Baller and Arena skill, and off of those 3 triggers as well, we got 2 cards at least that we would have been able to discard for Ball and Arena's future skills as well.
Yeah.
So, like you said, just a lot of that very keen decision making in that guarding process.
Mm-hmm.
If I guard with this now, and he gets cards able to discard for Ball and Arena skill going into the future attacks, is it even worth guarding at this point? And unfortunately, we do see the most insane triple drive. Crit, over trigger. Now that first crit went to the rear guard.
Yep.
Went to the rear guard, and we had a PG for that rear guard. Okay, we're sitting pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But the second attack, the second drive check, over trigger, 3 to pass, doesn't matter. All effects to
Yep.
Vanguard. Now
Yep.
at that point, it's still okay. That's just 1 damage. But that third check being the final nail in the coffin, being able to put that extra star onto our Vanguard to push our damage from 4 to 6. What a game.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting the checks to be anywhere near that. I almost forgot about the over trigger for Bermuda Triangle there. I was like, oh, 3 to pass, that's pretty safe. It's a pretty calm, relaxing moment here, and then it's just crit OT crit. It's like, well,
Okay. And not to
Wow.
not to discredit player skill from that game. Like I think both players played really well,
Oh, yeah.
especially Derek. Like Derek choosing to go for the dust there, I think was incredibly calculated. Derek talks about damage mapping a lot, and when your opponent's at 4 damage, dusting them to 5 and having a bunch of attacks for that last damage is usually almost always game. But we did see 5th damage trigger, 6 damage heal trigger. Was it not for that 6 damage heal trigger, this game would have ended completely differently. It would have ended
Yeah.
a turn prior. But at the same time, on the left side of things, on the Bermuda player side of things, lots of deck thinning, lots of compression to get those triggers. We saw in the early game, clear Rosa, Lieselot, getting a lot of your non-trigger units out of the deck for that deck compression that we all strive to achieve.
yeah. Yeah, that was an insane match. I wasn't expecting it to go that way. It's been a second since I've seen a dust turn fall through, I guess, like where it just kind of falls apart. Because normally dust is the final turn. Usually, your opponent dies on it, but this time it just wasn't enough. I will say hitting the double defenses is the best way to shut down a dust turn. I've done it myself. I just go, oh, I hit 2 defenses. I can guard now. So, that being said, that was a really intense match. The 6 damage shield definitely took it over. If it wasn't for that, that was honestly just really close back to back. That was a very close game. It was even hard to tell who was going to take it at that point. But both players played out very well. Very good job to both.
Now, let's kind of like take a replay back to that dust turn. When you're on dust, there's a few different ways to align your board. One of them is how Derek did it, and that is with a Leslie in the front row and an Alice in the front row as well. Now, when placing that board, I think that Leslie was there the entire time, so unfortunately unable to move it out. But one of the Alices was called from hand. So there's 2 options here. We can call one of the Alices out onto the Axel circle, and there we'd be able to always have that 22k attack that we saw being able to poke over that 20k defensive.
Yep.
The other is to put the Alice in front of the Leslie.
Yes.
That way, we are able to have the 17k, and whatever triggers you get, you're able to put on the Leslie as a boost. You're also able to keep running through. So rather than having more attacks at an easier guard value, you would have half the attacks but harder to guard, especially on a dust. What's your takes on this? Let's say that we don't know what the end result is, and we saw in that state dust. At that point, would you be thinking about the Alice Leslie column, or would you think about Alice Leslie double attackers?
I think because of the trigger that was hit off of dust, like in that situation, I think that makes the difference between. So if the 5th damage is not a trigger, I think it's easier to kind of allocate multiple attacks because you're poking constantly and they didn't hit a defense, right? But when you do see the defense being hit, at that point you have to start thinking, okay, the defense was hit. They are now at a 10k +1 base. It is actually harder for me to poke down with all these like little baby attacks. So it might make more sense to put everything on the Alice, making it a forced like you have to keep guarding this attack. And maybe that would have been better in this situation, but I don't know. I'm not like the dolls expert, but I would probably sometimes it's hard to see when that's the easiest way to not know is when do you focus on the Alice or do you focus on the Leslie in terms of separating them or putting them together or having Leslie be the attacker or Alice be attacker. Sometimes it's hard to tell which is the better situation because they're both pretty good.
Yeah. I play dolls myself a lot as well, but nowhere to the expertise that Derek does. So it is something that I would like to talk to him about, and I think I'd get a lot of insight as to what might be going through the mind there. But still, once again, great play from both end of things. Got to see the powerhouse of last format, Nightmare Dolls. Everybody knows what they do. And then we got to see a new face in the Bermuda Triangle premium scene in Prism. When you think about Bermuda Triangle in Premium, it's always Highlander. So it was very cool to see a different take on Bermuda Premium in the round 1. But that is it for round 1, and we are going to take a short break to get ready for round 2. And we will see you guys right after break. Hashtag BRO 2022. I want to see your tweets.
Let's go. We are back. Going into now round 2. We just finished round 1. Very insane stuff. What a way to end an insanely good first round. But now we're going into round 2. We just saw Bermuda Triangle and Pale Moon. Toku, what do you want to see next?
I want to see DP. I want to see DP. I think a lot of people have been talking up DP, talking about DP, and I think I want to be able to show it off. I want to show off Die Liner. I want to show off Unibird. I want to show off basically this very new paradigm of Vanguard. In Vanguard, when you think of grade 3s, you think of these cards that you ride and call to attack with. But DP puts that paradigm to a new shift and says, these are cards I guard with. These are cards I can also attack with. And you know what? They do everything. For DP, grade 3s are king. So I wanted to see DP show off their style of play. At the same time, I would like to see Aquaforce. Like, this is personal bias. I want to see Aquaforce. I want to see what Aquaforce has in store right now in the current format. Like we said, Honolulu, big thing in this current format. Aquaforce has a unique way of dealing with Honolulu, and that is Tavis. Just being able to rest one of your units, retire. Easy.
Yep.
Getting rid of that before even going into stride, or even if you have a Tavis in the rear guard as well. Boom. That Honolulu right there is gone. Do you have a new one? Do you have the Cray Elemental that makes me target that one first? No? Alright, I'm attacking you 10 times this turn. Well, not 10 times, but either way, I'm still getting my multi-attack off.
Yeah, exactly.
What about you? What are you looking forward to seeing?
I honestly would not mind seeing DP as well. I'm actually one of the few people for at least the last year and a half that's been like, DP's not a clan in premium right now. Like, because it just takes so. I have been one of those people. I have been, and mainly because nothing against their gameplay. I think they have a really, really, really aggressive late game. But the thing is, being a Grand Blue player, there's just nothing you can do to stop me and kill you before that even happens. It's really rare when it gets to a point where I have to sit here and guard with all my perfect guards for the guard break, right? So I honestly have had literally no fear of Dimension Police. Now I do have a fear of Dimension Police because I actually think that they're at a point where, because of all the shield generation they do, they can survive a lot of stuff, and just because of that, I just want to see it in action. I've seen people talk about it the same as you, so I do really want to see that deck in full action because I'm actually really big fan of DP and V, but I've never had the chance to touch it over in Premium. But I've always loved it. I've always loved the way the decks work. I love Zeal. I love that side of mechanic and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited to see. Aside of that, I'm trying to think of. I would like to see Mirakumo. I don't know if we will see Mirakumo, but I love that deck. I loved testing for it, against it for it. So I would love to see another Mirakumo deck coming up.
Yeah, I agree. Probably one of the more simpler decks to play and not play, but build for. You take a lot of the V Shiryuki pieces, and that's already like a good portion of the deck. Now, what I want to see with Mirakumo is some Weasel. I want to see some Weasel Rangers.
Really?
Weasel Rangers, that was the secret to getting that 25 attack combo. 24.
Oh.
But it could be modified for 25. But the Weasels in conjunction with Shiryuki's minus power, I want to see something like that happen.
Huh, Weasels. That's really interesting. Weasels did get a lot of good support recently, just off of the grade 3 and a couple other cards. Though I will say the base is pretty rough. You're on a 10k base all the time.
Yeah.
I think that's the scariest part.
Rough.
So aside from that, you got a lot to do. You can multi-attack, you get a free board. You have a Weasel that says literally counterblast, call a bunch of Weasels out. You know, you have like all these weird ways of just getting a full board out for free, essentially. But like, I can see the downside being like the 10k base. I feel like that's a little scary.
Oh, it's a pretty big downside, I will say, having to try it out myself. On the offensive side, yeah, you're really strong. You're able to get 25 attacks off. If your opponent doesn't get a trigger, cool. If they
You
do,
just win.
cool. Because when you don't hit, you're able to Shiryuki as well.
True. Shiryuki is such a... How do I put it? It's like such a cool card, but also such a frustrating card. Because you're like, I hit a defense! Oh, no, you're going back down. I remember one time I was facing a Shiryuki player, and I'm like, okay, cool. You minus me 10, I hit a trigger, I go up 10, and then they do the other Shiryuki. Now I'm back down, minusing power, and then I hit another trigger, now I'm up power, and then I'm trying to do all the math between all the different 10Ks that just went up and down and up and down. And then my brain, my engineering brain is like, I don't know what's happening right now. This is a lot of math. This should be pretty simple, but this feels like calculus.
10 up, 10 down, 10 up, 10 down, 10 up, 10
Yeah.
down, 10 down, 10 down, 10 down, 10 up, 10 down.
Yeah, exactly.
You're at 8 damage. You already lost. Oh.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. I'm still going up and down the bases.
But yeah, definitely want to see Murakumo. Definitely want to see that resurgence. Now, something we never talked about was Shadow Paladin. Shadow Paladin in Premium has always been that Luard-centric strategy. But nowadays, we've seen people venture into the Raging Form Dragon strategy as well. What's your takes on the two?
I personally, so I've been saying this pretty much since Raging Form has released. I've always felt like choosing between Raging Form and Luard is almost choosing on which meta you're trying to go after. So Luard is more of a tempo deck. You kind of tempo into your grade 1s and then go into more Festa. Raging Form is the opposite of that. It is aggression from turn 1 and you are on hitting and you can actually close out games really fast. Luard takes a little bit longer. Raging Form can finish faster. So depending on what kind of meta you feel is coming up, if you think you need to close that games faster, I actually think Raging Form is the better call. If you can survive the longer game, or if you can deal with that kind, then you can go after the Luard play. But I'm actually more towards Raging Form. I actually think that deck is extremely lethal. You can't deny it, like aside from damage lockdowns, like would be 4, 5, 3 damage, whatever. But outside of that, that deck just says I on hit, I call stuff out for free, I rewrite into a bunch of Raging Forms, I get force markers, and even if you misride, there's actually a card that actually searches the Raging Form out and straight up rides it. So you still get the Raging Form you need, and you can just still pop off. You can get like 3 Vanguard restands. It's literally like a different version of Kagero deck, of Kagero, and I actually think in some ways it's better, maybe some ways worse, just depending on how the pieces align. But that deck is very lethal. It's very scary.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more interesting Shadow Paladin decks as well. It, like you said, it's very lethal, it's very explosive, but you burn through a lot of your resources.
You do.
So it feels like you have this very fast acceleration, and then if your opponent manages to survive that,
yeah.
you keep retiring your units, you keep searching your units out of their deck to have them on board to retire. And what happens when you're out of those units? Oh, I strike this thing and I attack for 27k.
Well, there is a G card that sends back grade 3s. I mean, grade
That
1s
is
back
true.
to deck. So you can at least fuel your engine back a little bit. Like, it's nothing crazy or anything like that, but you can at least get some of your Revengers back to deck and then recall them out with Raging Form. The idea of the deck is to kill before you care about that kind of stuff. And if you can't, well, then, oops, I guess GG. But the idea is to kill. And if you can't kill, then I guess you could try Morfessa. But Morfessa won't be as important that deck since you can't multi-attack as well. But we have been talking about all these amazing decks. Let's go ahead and see what round 2 is going to bring us for the first deck. I'm excited.
Deck 1, please. Hey.
Hey, look at that.
Wow. You know what? Sometimes if you just talk about something, it'll happen. I like to call this the complaint strat. So Phantaz, very apt name for what they are playing, is playing Shadow Paladin with a very edgy deck name, Darkness Approaches. So now, what's interesting is that they are playing the old G-Lord, the Ultimate Stride Lord. What's your thoughts on choosing between that Lord and the V package of Lord?
To be honest, this is one of those decks where I'm like, yeah, they keep rewriting Blue Ward, doing Blue Ward things. I actually don't know the difference between choosing the old one over the new one. I just know that you can either one you pick, you still kind of have like a game plan. I think one has a better way to outgrade 2 game than the other one, if I'm not mistaken. But honestly, I think you might have more input on this than I do.
Sure. I actually prefer the V Lord right now. I think what is great about this Ritual Cross Luard is the ability to strike for free. In a deck like this, where your deck is very bottom heavy with a bunch of grade 1s, some grade 2s, you're not always going to be able to pay cost for stride, even though we do have stride fodder crits. As such, we do have the Ritual Cross skill where we are able to recycle some grade 1s and being able to stride. But apart from that, let's go ahead and take a look at the G-Zone that Phantaz is bringing for the Shadow Paladin strategy.
Okay.
Fairly standard of what we expect to see from Luard. However, we do get to see that new G-Guard that you were talking about, being able to recycle those grade 1s and also be able to turn itself into a perfect guard as well.
Yup, that is there. We also see the new Stride as well, though I don't know how well it runs into Luard. I still think Morfessa is probably the better choice out of the 2, but maybe sometimes there might be a decision to go into this one instead, but still good. It's still pretty much everything here in this G-Zone is stuff that helps Luard fuel, and I think Morfessa will probably still be the main Stride we'll be seeing, though.
I think Morfessa will definitely be the principal game plan of this deck. Now, Vanguard is played with 2 players, so I want to see what their opponent will be playing.
I'm excited to see.
So,
that's Grand Blue! Yay!
Another WC member, this time Kel. So here we have Grand Blue. And Orange, I'm going to let you take the reins on this one. I think you were talking about this just a bit earlier today.
Yeah, we were discussing this. So this is actually more of like a standard list we have going on here, like not as unusual as like some other ones. So we're pretty much going the Night Rose Beatrice, Night Storm with the Limit Break engine here. So essentially, you either rather you ride to Beatrice or Night Rose, you'll still have kind of like a similar game plan of your strides, and you still have all the denial plays here. They are running the Skeleton Cannoneer, they are running the Hanali, they do have the Cutlasses, they have pretty much everything to kind of do what normal Grand Blue does. We also have the Ghost Ships, the Greed Shades, so less Columbard, and we are seeing the 10k base Overdress card as well to kind of deal with some of those Dolls matchups that might be coming. And one thing I will notice that I actually haven't seen in a hot minute, they are running a Roll-Rock. They're running 3 Roll-Rocks actually, and I'm actually kind of surprised to see this.
I actually like the concept of Roll-Lock here. There's a lot of Grade 2 gaming happening, and Roll-Lock is a 1-card guard.
Exactly.
Not to mention, you are able to recycle Roll-Locks using that Greed State. So you can keep playing the Grade 2 game as long as you want. You can sit on that 10k body, keep using Roll-Locks, keep using Heal Guardians because of Greed Shade as well. Don't forget that.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely have to mention as well, both players opting to run that Hanali. Both decks having the ability to toolbox for that Hanali. And I think whoever makes use of that Hanali the best will probably come out on top. But let's take a look at the G-Zone for Kel's deck.
All right. So we do see here, so we're running the new stride, the one that has the really, really aggressive guard restrict on top of that bounty. We're seeing here the Obadiah, King Ghosty, and we have obviously the Progenitor Dragon that we saw earlier today in round 1. We're also seeing the Rectum, a Dismal, Negro Lily, and the old Obadiah Ghosty as well. Something to notice, we didn't actually have to really talk about as much, but Dismal is actually becoming a key piece to run in decks in current premium format. It's something I've been hearing a lot of players talk about, because you can give resist to something, including, you know, Hanalis and stuff like that, to kind of force out.
Hanali.
Yep. Yeah, but you need that. You need it. You don't want your Hanali getting touched, and there's very few cards that can touch it once the Dismal is active on it. So a lot of people have been starting to put the Dismal in, and actually that card's been getting pretty expensive because of that. A lot of people have been buying it out.
Yep, as a singleton copy, alongside the singleton copy of Hanali, it's a good pair of cards to try and stave off your opponent's really aggressive turns. But that's enough from us two. I know you guys are ready for some hot action Vanguards, and so am I. So let's get into the games, and let's rumble online in the year 2022 with Bushiroad.
Not 2021, 2022.
All right, stand up Vanguard. We have Fantas on the left here, repping Shadow Paladin Luard, and WCC Kelvin on the right there, repping Grand Blue Night Rose. We are going to see Kelvin start off the game with a ride into... Is that the new Cutlass or the old Cutlass? That looks like the new Cutlass.
That is the new Cutlass, yes. That's the countercharging Cutlass over the Soulblast 2 draw Cutlass. They look almost exactly the same. They have a slightly different way in the way the sword is coming at you. That's about it.
Going to ride into Navan here, getting that. A Bang Dream Quick Shield.
Oh, the best Quick Shield.
And so one thing to mention is that Navan is only 5k.
Yes.
So we are able to damage deny if that is what we're looking for. And maybe in this matchup, it might be a good strategy to go for, considering how strong of a card Colombard is.
Yes,
but it looks like we're opting to boost, being able to hit over.
Yeah, I think knowing, well, I don't know if it's known or not, but having not that many, only running 2 Colombard, we won't see it too often. It's more of a toolbox card at this point. So I think just giving the damage isn't too scary here. Honestly, those Cutlasses do countercharge it all back anyway, so...
Passing it back over to Kelvin, what are we going to see on the ride? We're going to see the 10k base ride there. Alenia, I believe, is the name.
Yes, that is the name, and it's a rearguard only skill, but we don't care about the skill here. It's all about that 10k base, and then being able to call out Greed Shade, discard a card off Greed Shade's skill to then mill 2 cards and pick up anything that isn't himself back to hand.
And what do we see here? We see a Crit Sentinel as well as a Skull Dragon.
Probably going to crit
choosing
here,
to pick up that Crit Sentinel, a very nice and healthy 30k shield that we are able to use multiple times because Greed Shade's a cool card.
Greed Shade is a very cool card. It's one of my favorite cards in the entire game, actually.
I think in terms of toolbox, I think Greed Shade is like the card that is considered toolbox.
Oh yeah, we also see that Navigator getting dropped, but not opting to use a Navigator skill here. So maybe the choosing to slow it down a little bit with the mills.
Oh, choosing to drive check, and it is a crit. So crit to Vanguard, power to that Greed Shade there.
Yep. So they taking 2 damage total.
Oh, okay. There is one of the Cursed Eye Ravens. In the damage zone, we actually see the core combo of Shadow Paladin Luard, and that is Dagza as well as Cursed Eye Raven. You're looking to resend that Dagza multiple times in conjunction with Direct Principal Morfessa to go for a multi-attack with those guard restricts.
I was actually just thinking, because I do know a couple cards over in Premium, but when it comes to Shadow Paladin, but damaging those isn't really a good thing, right?
No,
You want to see that Dagda.
Yeah, you're looking to try and get those out of damage, but unfortunately, we don't have a way of pushing cards back into the deck except for that G Guard, which hopefully comes in huge. If we can get a heal trigger, heal the Raven out, put it back into deck, we might be able to make something happen.
That'll be perfect.
Oh, riding into the Leofall, getting a Counterblast skill to +1 from deck. What are we going to call? Usually here it is an Owl to Soul Blast 1, up our ritual count, but also dig for pieces. Oh, going for a Navon.
Now, she also, you rest her, and then you're able to get another grade 1, right?
Yes, as long as it is 5k. Exactly 5k.
That's unfortunate, because Hanawi is a 6k.
Now, off of Navon, I believe that we are able to probably get the Owl off this one.
Yeah, that would be the call.
It's been a while since I've played Premium Shadow Paladin, but back in V Luard, it's usually Leofall into Owl, because we don't have access to the main anymore. But here comes the main skill, and off in the main, going to go ahead and grab probably the Owl this time.
Yeah, you would want the draw here, and plus, it's just, why wouldn't you want to draw? Soul Blast isn't really an issue, right? So honestly, there isn't too many good targets here, so Owl would be probably the best call.
And there is the Owl. And just a correction, so the new G-Guard for myself, the Deep Griever Dragon, can only send grade 1s back to deck. So that Raven is probably out for good.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is actually interesting.
But going to go ahead and Soul Blast that original Navin that we rode into, getting our ritual count to 1, getting that extra draw, and at this point, looking like a Brandwin, trying to find maybe our copy of Luard to ride into for the next turn.
Mm-hmm. Something I noticed, so you know how Luard is kind of like the main package of your deck. A lot run those searchers. There's that top 7 searcher, and then the grade 3 searcher. But I actually noticed in this deck particularly, that's not really the case. They're actually not running that many searchers to hit Luard fast enough.
Yeah, I think the card you're talking about is Drag Wizard Knees. The grade 1 on ride to check 7 for a Luard.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a really good point of contention, and maybe the reason is that Brandwin is not only able to pick up Luard, specifically drag Fall Luard as well, which I don't believe Knees can. I have to review my cards again.
Yeah, I think it's titled a specific Luard you have to grab, if I remember correctly.
It's either Heart or Wizard. So I guess because Phantasm is opting to choose to drag Fall rather than the drag Heart or drag Wizard, Leofall as well, and specifically drag Heart. Yeah, so choosing the Brandwin there, having a better option of cards to call to search from, as well as the grade 3 heals, mind you.
Yep, exactly.
Gonna go ahead and swing with the Leofall, boosted by that stand trigger at 14k. Looking to go at Vanguard.
Yeah, I think there's no risk, honestly. You kind of want to push Grim Blue before they go for their pop-off turn. Denying them Counterblast won't always be beneficial unless you're trying to deny the Negro Lily play. And here we have the Roll Rock coming in.
Yep, forcing that Roll Rock out early. Ooh, is that a crit? That sure is a crit. Going to be able to put the power and the crit over onto the Owl there. So that column there should be sitting at 23k with that crit. Now, luckily, because of our base 10k Vanguard, we are able to easily guard this with a 15k from hand, should we have one, which we did drive check last turn. So, there it is.
There it is, yep. That is a stride crit. Hopefully, there will be enough grade 3s to be able to stride later. Sometimes I get a little scared of guarding with the Chad, the Ghosties that early, because they are 20k shields on Beatrice.
Very true. But as for being able to stride, I'm never really scared about that with Grand Blue, considering Beatrice is always able to ride and pick up another copy of grade 3 to discard for stride off of Greed Shade.
This is true. You can call out Soul Blast call and then get pretty much your stride back to hand in the stride.
Probably one of the reasons why Grand Blue is always so consistent is you're never really stride stuck.
Oh yeah, 100%. You have to really put yourself in a bad situation to be stuck. In this situation, I assume we're gonna go for the.
Greashade
I
picking
don't
up
even
back
roll
up that
rock?
roll lock.
Yup, exactly what you said during while we were discussing the decks. Grabbing Rollock, you can keep. You know,
Oh,
they're contemplating what to grab, but
thinking about Beatrice, thinking about roll lock. Final decision will be the roll lock. Being
Yup.
able to buy another turn at grade 2. One of the strengths of Greashade. Being able to recycle these very strong defensive pieces.
Yep, exactly. And honestly, it kind of forces the Luard player here to think, okay, what do I do here? Do I keep watching this Greed Shade cycle? Do I ride up and then give first stride to to Grand Blue? What do I do? And they are going to be on a timer, so you see here we have the Navigator play here. Eventually what's going to happen is that the numbers are going to keep getting higher and higher. The more time you give Grand Blue, the faster they're
Yep.
going to start accelerating.
Grand Blue definitely is a deck that scales with turns. Being able to get their drop zone bigger just means they have more tools to play with, more toys to play with, and a very large toy in Skull Dragon.
Exactly. And just having faster access to your toolbox pieces is insanely important. We did see the Cannoneer come out, which is going to be very, very useful if we see the Luard stride into Morfessa here, because that is the easiest way to stop that entire turn, denying not only you're saving yourself hand, but you're also popping something on their side, which is one less attack to deal with, and under guard restrict, you have one less thing to worry about.
Would also like to point out that we did mill out 2 heal triggers.
Yeah, we're seeing,
opting to
Negrabone
to pick up, I believe, do we have 15
Ghost
already?
Ship? No, this is a Ghost Ship play. Yeah, I think there was exactly 10. So
Exactly 10.
I believe Calvin can call anything they want
Oh,
here.
choosing to call the Columbard.
Oh, I guess there's something. Maybe get another Greed Shade.
Maybe get another Greed Shade, call the Greed Shade, discard, pick up that heal trigger.
It would be funny, but actually I don't know what you would even go after here. You can pick up a Skull Dragon, you can pick up Jesse, you can pick up, you can go for Greed Shade, Cutlassing here. You can grab Cutlass, countercharge
okay.
it all back.
Yeah, Cutlass, also a good play once we get that second copy into the drop zone.
Can also aggro play. You can call out Beatrice here, Soul Blast, call another card out if you really want.
That is, yeah, that's true. Let's see what Kelvin decides to do. Like you said, calling the Beatrice over the Greed Shade, and maybe
they're
not.
thinking. Oh, putting in the center. That's actually another really good play, because if one is a very safe play, you can just kind of keep it back there and just leave it back there until you don't need anymore, retire it for Jesse's skill. But in this case, this actually makes it so that way you're Soul Blasting the Cutlass out, getting that counter charge ready, now setting up also the Ghost Ship, all for pretty much one Soul Blast and a counter blast. And here we have more
also
resting
have
happening.
More resting, seeing another Cutlass there.
Yep. And this is good stuff right here as well. Oh. Mainly because you...
Ooh, got some clean mills there.
Oh, yeah, 100%. The cleanest mills ever. And setting up your drop zone here. And the Ghost Ship is actually a really good way to force out a Grade 2 gaming, because, you know, the Ghost Ship is a 24k attacker pretty much at all times. And on Rose, it's even higher. But that's a really hard number to block all the time. So if you keep getting the Ghost Ship out, you can just keep aggroing.
And any thoughts over on Phantas's side to damage deny? Gone in a blink of an eye as we use the Cutlass skill to countercharge. And there's that quick shield, being able to guard that 9 to 10.
Yep. It was 14.
Yes.
Yep. The Greed Shade gets a 5k if there's 10 or more.
Correct. You are correct.
Oh, it's okay. Just let you know.
The deck has milled so fast that I forgot to notice that we are already at 10 or more.
Yeah, I think we're at 20 at this point. There was a double Navigator mill, so that alone was 10 cards.
All right, and there goes the ship. We're going to be able to draw off of that. And despite seemingly vomiting the hand, it still feels like Kelvin's hand is very healthy.
Oh yeah, 100%. You can kind of keep cycling with Grand Blue on turn 2. Honestly, you can just you don't it's not the greatest grade 2 on the turn on the planet, but you can just keep cycling and toolboxing and doing your own thing.
And we see the ride into Drag Driver, getting that force marker. One of the things that the Drag Fall is not able to provide, getting an extra 10k onto a lot of your grade 1 bodies. But at the same time, able to get some more cards out of the deck as well. So no extra rewards in the soul right now, but we are still able to get 0+1, so 1 grade 1 from the deck to call to rear.
Yep, that is what's happening here. Return. Oh wow! I didn't realize the drag driver gets so big. It gets 5k for each of your grade 1 rear cards, and if you have 3, and then if you have 3 grade 3 cards installed, then you get the crit. Interesting.
So one of the cool things about Drag Driver Reward in the premium format is that you have access to some Keter Sanctuary cards as well as some old Shadow Paladin cards, which are able to tuck cards from hand into soul. So on your first grade 3 turn ride, it's not out of the question to get that crit on board already.
True. Huh.
And it looks like we're going to ride into, I believe that is Charon, to Soul Blast and Counter Charge.
Yep.
Basically being a free call from deck, or Soul Blast 1 to call the Charon out, as well as gain that 3k. And I want to know what Phantaz is planning to do for this turn. Because once Kelvin is able to stride, Grand Blue starts picking up pace incredibly quickly.
Yes, exactly. Giving access to be able to strike back and do pretty much whatever choice you pick, whether it's Obadiah or you go into Bad Bounty. Either choice, like Grand Blue has some insanely good strides. So rather toolboxy or aggressive or get generating protect markers, whatever you choose to do, like it's usually, none of them are ever bad choices.
Gonna see another owl come out there. Gonna go ahead and try and keep drawing for more pieces. Hopefully we see the pieces that we need coming up, get some heals for some G-Guard plays, and after we can go for a big Morfessa turn right after.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, just seeing all your pieces for the Morfessa turn is what you want to do here, because shredding that hand as quick as possible is very important.
Actually choosing to call over the old Nemain with a new one, just to probably have that extra bit of power, being able to have even that owl column force out a 5k guard.
Exactly. This will just be a 3 attack, right? Aside from like hitting stance.
Yeah, just aside from hitting stance, 3 attacks.
Okay.
Here's that first attack.
Mm-hmm.
That Pee-wee 10k attack being easily intercepted by that Greed Shade. And here comes a very large Luard swing, probably getting no guard there.
Yeah.
First drive check is the Dragfall, and second is a heal. A very welcome heal to see as well.
Yeah, you want to see a heal like this, because you want to be able to survive and just Morfessa it out here.
See the Negrabone going to the damage. That's one less toolbox for Kelvin to play with.
Yep, Negrabone is such a good card, too.
And ending the turn with one last attack, looking at a 21 plus 13. I believe that is a 34k.
Oh.
Also being, ooh, that is the one of Nightstorm.
That can be pretty painful. It kind of forces you to have to go into a different game plan here. Unless you heal the Nightstorm out, it's sometimes really hard to know how to finish your opponent off if you don't have the multi-attack. So you can still go into Megiddo and kind of go that approach, but that means you have to set up for the ultimate stride hand.
All right, passing the turn back to Kelvin there. Now, I did manage to peek a Night Rose from prior turns, so I do believe that is what we're going to ride into.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. I always get scared, personally, riding into Night Rose, because Beatrice provides just so much shield. I understand why, because it's so aggressive, but sometimes I just get very scared riding into the Rose, because I'm like, okay, my entire board is gone, I have nothing to guard with, I can't really play. It's pretty scary sometimes, whereas Beatrice, like, your board doesn't go away, it stays there, and you have an extra 5k shield on top of that on all your ghosty units.
Ooh, and using the heal to stride means that Kelvin is now out 3 heal triggers.
Yes. Luckily enough, at least they can come back to hand.
Yes. Using a very cool card, Greed Shade.
Whoa. It's almost like it's the best card to clan.
I would agree so.
It is one of the best cards.
Being able to recycle these power cards is pretty strong.
Yes, I agree. They are contemplating here what stride to go into. Honestly, it's kind of a heavy choice. You can choose to go into the ghosty leader here and kind of try and deck thin as much as possible, getting a couple calls here. Or you can go into Bad Bounty, but you lost the Nightstorm here. So Bad Bounty is kind of like, they're going to Bad Bounty here, but you have to be careful. But the cool part is actually Kelvin can go in from Bad Bounty into Beatrice and going back into a defensive play if they choose to.
Yeah, I think Kel managed to mill out the deck enough with 2-3 uses of Navigator that setting up for Big Obadiah probably not needed. We already saw the Honolly out. We already saw the Skeleton Cannoneer out. We already have our Coulambard on board easily to be able to get called over. So at this point, maybe the idea is going to Bad Bounty and get some ship draws that we see him already setting up in the drop zone there.
Yep, exactly. Honestly, would be the best play here. And honestly, this will be if they choose to go back to Rose or Beatrice, whatever the case is. You can call cards out pretty easily and just kind of keep going and swinging and just getting a big draw advantage.
Okay, looking at what to do here. So, got the Coulambard up in front. Cutlass in the back, Navigator in the back. Going to use a Negrobone here. Going to cycle out a card in our hand to Superior Call. Something from the drop zone, just a bit better. And probably starting with a boat. Starting with a boat to get a drawback.
Yep. Boat or Beatrice into boat, whatever, whatever works. Because having Beatrice on board isn't a bad thing. She can intercept too if you choose to go into the Beatrice route, and she soul blast to call whatever you want. Which the soul blast is good. You want to soul blast a lot. You want to kind of keep like a very healthy soul blast ratio going, but you do still want to soul blast because it helps. It just keeps making your drop zone bigger and bigger. Sometimes you have cards stuck in your soul that you want to get out. So the constantly Beatricing out whatever you need is like really useful here.
So off of Beatrice, we are gonna call the ship there, just like you had predicted.
Yes. Ship and Beatrice is just such a good combination.
It's a good cycle of cards.
Yep. They're drawing, you're calling cards out, you're drawing some more. Like, it's never a bad call. It's going to be a pretty strong play.
Storm Ride also isn't once per turn, so you can draw off of like this set of attacks off of your stride, then when you re-ride as well and call it back. Basically, just a very easy way to get advantage at the same time pressuring, because hitting at 24k is no joke. It is a big number.
Oh, we're going for the Navigator play here. Interesting.
Also clean mills, but that is the last heal trigger.
Does Calvin have a Jesse? Because Jesse would be really good to retire here. Because I know they play Jesse, but I don't see Jesse actually. I think I do see Jesse. I can't tell. But I think retiring.
Tell,
retiring for the Jesse would be good here.
Yeah, being able to cycle the Jesse's out. Now that I think about it, having the Cutlass as well as the sleeve pulling bell, such a good resource engine as well.
Yeah, because you can keep recycling it over and over.
Granblue is the toolbox deck. It is the toolbox deck.
It is.
It really is. Like, you can basically do anything that meets the situation.
Exactly. It's one of my favorite parts about the deck. That's why I was saying earlier. It's quite privileged. You have a lot of access to pretty much whatever you need. And here we go with the Cutlasses. I love Cutlass. It's one of my favorite cards.
Oh, wow. Out the overtrigger. That is a sigh of relief over on Phantasm's side. Imagine if Kelvin did not do that. Just like, all right, let's swing.
That would have been a really lethal play. That would have a 10k to the front, OT, crits. Oh my gosh, a double draw, heal card. Whew.
Going for Alania there. And it looks like we're going to go into attacks here.
Yep.
Starting with a vanilla Bad Bounty, so just 27 at Van. We know 4 heal triggers out, we know over trigger out. We saw some crits being milled, but for the most part, most of Calvin's mills have been very clean.
Yes, I agree.
Getting that very nice draw PG power to the Cutlass.
And a Rose. A very good, very easy discards there, by the way. Discard the Rose, discard the ship, one other card, and you don't even lose any shield. It's not doing anything for you anyway. Oh, and the PG. Honestly, PGs against Luard really don't help you. So I totally understand why this was done, because then you need to dish an extra card for the guard restrict. So honestly, having too many perfect cards in the hand is actually pretty... can go against you.
But here we are going to go ahead and swing with the Alania, getting that 10k boost from Night Rose's skill. Being boosted as well.
So that's 17, 27 total.
Alright, now we do know that Phantas has that heal trigger in hand that we do see being used for the G-Guard. Gonna go ahead and... Usually first one... Normally, what is the first one there? Is that the one being able to move grade 1s in checking the top 5, being able to mill, calling out, ooh. Okay, I do see a Honolulu milled out. I do see 2 triggers as well.
Interesting. Oh, so is that one play like for the Claret sword? Is that what it's kind of meant for?
I do believe that it was like released alongside Claret Sword.
Because I know that's
But
his gimmick.
just being able to thin your deck out of all the grade 1s, up your ritual count as well. So I guess maybe it's just a good Shadow Paladin G-Guard.
Interesting. Yeah, reveal 5 cards top of your deck, call all of the grade 1 cards. Wow, that's really cool. I've actually never seen this card. I'm not gonna lie, but that's a really cool interaction.
I think the only weakness of Bronak is that it is RNG. Yes, you might have a lot of grade 1s in your deck, but you are still kind of relying on the top 5 cards of your deck to be high quality to get a good card value out of that.
That is true.
Something that you might expect to guard with 1 card might not be able to use, and now you've already gone through one of your G Guardians for the game just to be able to mill out your deck. Ooh, get a good heal trigger there though.
That is a very useful heal trigger. It's something you'd like to see. That's actually, wow, another heal has popped off.
Getting a lot of effective hand. One of the good things about getting defensive heal triggers is saving effective HP.
Exactly.
Every defensive heal trigger you get is incidental, a lot of cards in hand save that you don't have to guard in the future.
Exactly. Are we going for the full? I'm assuming you're going to go Ghost Ship into, like, for off of the Beatrice here. That'll probably be the go-to. Could go Skull Dragon too, but it's kind of a hard call. Because sitting at 3 damage.
I think I would go for the Ghost Ship here
yeah.
Just as someone who likes to draw cards and feel safe.
That's why they're contemplating it. That deck is getting very small.
That is an incredibly small deck. You are correct. So it looks like we're just going to go for dragons.
At least OT is out. One of the scariest things about having OT still in deck is the fact that you can deck yourself out if you're not careful.
Accidentally drive check it. Bind, draw 1, effective OT, draw 1, and that's the rest of my deck.
Yeah, exactly. Because going from bad bounty into a Vanguard swing, that bad bounty and that is already 5 cards out of your deck. If you hit OT, that's now extra cards out of your deck. So you have to be very careful how much deck size you have if you know OT style back in decks. That's the upside to milling OTs, that you're like, okay, well, at least I know I can't deck out that quickly.
However, one of the tools that Grand Blue does have is that Negrabone, being able to keep sending itself back to deck to get a Superior Call, just being able to keep your deck at a number that's not 0.
Exactly. Agreed. Those drive checks, though they are good drive checks, are also not shield drive checks. So this will be a little hard. This upcoming Morfessa turn will be hard to deal with. Mm-hmm. At least here, this will force out a perfect guard. At least either a hard guard or a perfect guard will definitely be happening here, because that is 2 Skull Dragons coming.
These are really big.
Yes, they're probably around the 70 range, between 68 and like 75-ish, something around there. So they're pretty high.
Yeah, so hopefully off of all of these owl draws, we would have seen hopefully 1 to 2 Ezrases that we are able to PG with.
Yes, exactly. One perfect guard is definitely needed. Either hard guarding or perfect guard, something's needed. You could take 1 freely, but there is two defenses here, right? So honestly, you can actually hard guard a dragon.
Yeah, it should be easier because of the extra 20k that we got.
Yep.
But a lot of things can be told by what we're seeing on the board here. One of them is counting the drop zone to know exactly how big the Skull Dragon is.
Yep.
Kind of signals, I don't have that PG.
Don't have a PG, but could guard. So this is a good idea. You usually want to take this one, hoping to hit a trigger. That's a perfect guard.
That's a PG.
Dang. But honestly, usually you want to take one of the dragons and then hope you hit a trigger to then be able to guard the other one.
All right, one last attack from the dragon with that extra boost from the cutlass that gained power. There's another G-Guard. Hopefully we have enough grade 1s in the drop zone that we are able to send 5 back to the deck with that new Premium Collection G-Guard.
Yes.
Deep Griever Dragon. That does look like it. Gonna choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grade 1s from the drop zone. Gains 5k for each. So even if we... Still gains a large amount of power, but also has the ability for Counterblast 1 if we sent 5 back to become a PG.
Yes. Now, the only thing that's a little scary about that is messing with the ritual here. So hopefully, even with setting 5 back, that will be enough to ritual to go into Morfessa.
Ooh, sending the Honolulu back as well to be able to call it on the next turn, and hopefully that kind of hopefully that's a big role player on the defensive side.
Yes, honestly, calling out Hanali mid-battle during a really strong Night Rose turn is actually like death because usually what happens is the Skull Dragons won't be able to attack because of the amounts of attacks you do at that point.
Yeah, and it is the Skull Dragons that usually end off the turn, so it is the two biggest attacks that you manage to stave off.
Yep, and here we have, since 5 cards were sent back, the Sentinel's restriction part of the G Guard activates with the Counterblast.
Now we are going to pass it back over to Phantaz. Just checking the drop zone here for what can be done. Oh, more stuff to do with the Counterblast.
Yes, so what's happening here is Cody comes out if something's retired that it doesn't have Ghosty in its card name. So that's what happened here. Interestingly enough, it is a counterblast, so which can be kind of scary, but it's a really good retire target as well for Negro plays.
Very good point. Do we have a heal trigger in hand for Kelvin's side? I could have sworn we milled all 4, and I don't recall seeing any picked up.
Yeah, we did. I'm not too sure how the hand's looking, but we probably are going to see a Morfessa turn coming up here. So this will be a very lethal turn here, but we're still at 3 damage.
Actually choosing to rewrite it to Dragfall as well.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, you're right. And the stride's free, right?
Dragfall, and I think that's Phantom Blaster Diablo?
Is that?
I think that's
I think
Phantom
you are
Blaster.
correct. I think you are correct, yes. Huh.
So, going for the Phantom Blaster Diablo to try and end the game here? Oh my god, this is a very cool attempt. I wonder if it's because Phantaz knows the deck is incredibly compressed.
Yeah.
It's because Phantaz knows that Kelvin will not be able to fulfill the retire requirements that PBD has before being able to get guard restricted.
Mm-hmm. It's possible that since Phantaz did send five grade 1s back, that they might not have enough for the ritual as well. So I don't know exactly how many zeros and grade 1s are in there, but it might be possible that ritual 10 can't be activated.
Even with the very cool ability for Mephisto to turn grade 0s to grade 1s for ritual.
It's possible. I don't know exactly how many 1s and 0s are in the drop, but there might be one short. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think the line of play that Phantaz sees here is PBD requires your opponent to retire to not get guard restricted, and Grand Blue, a deck that empties itself, will definitely not be able to do that.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
I think that's the goal here. I'm gonna call over the Ezras, just to get ritual count higher, but not that ritual count matters on this drive, but just to get Ezras back into the hand by sending another copy to the bottom of the deck there.
Interesting. Now, there's also stuffs the Lily play, because when it attacks, you can choose to activate the skill, and if they don't retire, then they can't guard.
Yeah.
So forcing that out will be very interesting here, because either they have the access to the counterblast and do the Lily play if they want to, or they kind of stuck with taking I would honestly just retire the rear guards, but because 2 weren't retired, that skill is still going to activate here.
Yeah.
Since there's only 1 on the board. That's so cool. Actually, imagine if there's no rear guards on the board. So usually Rose retires everything. So let's pretend that there's no rear guards on the board. Then that skill would activate regardless, right?
Yeah. You would choose your 3 rear guards. Your opponent could not fulfill the condition to retire 2 rear guards. Therefore, they cannot guard from hand.
Interesting. Is that why you think Kelvin called out that Cody the Ghosty, just to maybe deal with that type of play? Because it was a very odd timing to call it Cody the Ghosty there.
Maybe. I think that'd be incredible foresight on Kelvin's side of things. If we did not call Chad the Ghosty there, then Phantaz wouldn't be needing to rewrite into Dragfall for its on-stride skill to retire.
Exactly.
Which just happens to be exactly what Phantaz needed. So I'm very curious as to see if this double crit Diablo will be able to find that 3rd crit off the top to push Kel from 3 to 6.
Wow, that's, honestly, I actually didn't know that the Stride existed, but now that I'm like reading it and looking at it and observing it, it's actually a very lethal blow. You have to G guard here as a Grand Blue player. You have no other choice.
Yeah. All right, not to mention we also have some Dags going in as well. So getting good usage out of all of the rear guards and also getting some deck thinning before your Vanguard swing as well.
Exactly. And we're so used to seeing more Festa, I kind of forget that there's other Strides in Shadow Paladin.
Yeah, Shadow Paladin has a good set of strides that they can play through, be it the new Restander, be it Phantom Blaster Diablo that we're seeing here. More commonly, we always see Morfessa, but they also have their own version of Crystal Luster and Chain Ranker.
Oh, that's right. They do have. I read that card recently, and I was like, oh, this is like Crystal Luster, but different by a little
But
bit.
Shadow Paladin version.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are going to see, I do think that's Dumpwood Dragon being boosted by Brandwin.
Yes.
Going to go ahead and pull that 30k Crit Sentinel out of hand there.
Yep. And this just
ooh,
isn't guardable.
Going with PBD now, using the Arcer stand trigger that counts as 2 units and goes back to deck, I believe.
Yes, that is correct. There's the shuffle.
And at this point, Kelvin cannot retire 2, so Kelvin cannot guard from hand. So those protect markers not doing anything. Hopefully, sometime in between these few turns, we did manage to pick up a heal trigger.
Yeah, that would be the saving grace here, because a heal trigger you can get the perfect guard to activate. It's only a soul blast, and you pretty much just perfect guard and you're safe. But without that, this is a very scary attack.
Yeah. You're basically hoping that Phantaz does not have a shiny yellow star on the top 3 cards of the deck.
Yep, exactly.
All right. What will the choice be? It's a no guard. Does not look like a trigger. Looks like an owl, grade 1. And the last card is, I don't believe that was a trigger.
Not sure. I didn't get a chance to see either. 2 crits, one of which is the 10k and a 5k, putting a 15k power here.
So it seems that Kelvin is able to walk away from that turn.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah, Phantaz was looking for that one-shot blow, push our opponent from 3 to 6 with the Garter Strike, the crit, and all we needed to do was flip a crit to get that 6 damage in. But we're going to go ahead and pass it back to Kelvin now. And not to mention, we are on Limit Break 4 now, which is where the deck turns on. And I do think we still have that Night Mist that we drove check in hand from last turn.
Yep, so easy ride here, as long as there's grade 3s. As long as there's no grade 3 to stride into, you can easily go into the Limit Break and activate like a bunch of Skull Dragons here. Honestly, having 2 Counter Blasts is just enough, as long as there's ways to get Bones back to deck and not losing that hand. Like hitting those double defenses and not losing the hand is very helpful, because
so
now
I
you have the
think
hand.
the main thing that I want to consider here is the cards remaining in Kelvin's deck. So Kelvin's gonna go ahead and call a few cards out before going to the deck, using Coolambar to mill out the Negrobone, and with that, Negrobone is able to be in the drop zone for us to send it back to deck. Superior call something else out. So now, Negrobone's going to be able to call the Skull Dragon out, I believe is what the plan will be, after deciding on what order to cut. Actually choosing not to stride, because we don't want a triple drive when we only have 3 cards left in deck there.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Here comes another Negrobone, going to go ahead and discard the Protect marker and getting it back to deck, and out of the drop zone comes another Skull Dragon. So it looks like we are going to go for our simple 3-turn attack here, going for the Sleeve Tugging Bell, putting those Cutlasses back in the drop zone, getting that extra set of power for each copy sent back, and there's that Night Mist calling over. We are going to try and get every card possible in our deck to the drop zone before going for our swings here. Here comes one Skull Dragon attack.
Yeah, because I mean, at this point, it is literally the last. This is the last turn. Like you have to kind of go all in here. You want your skull dragons to be as big as possible. Luckily enough, the dragons will be coming out after this turn too. So that's 3 skull dragons they have to guard, being at 5 damage. Jesse also has an additional power up as well, and it's another good card to use outside of Ghost Ship because it doesn't draw you cards, but you still get to countercharge.
Just like you said, there's that Jesse using the bell now to make a more meaningful number, because even if you're boosting 80,000 with 17,000, that 17,000 seems wasted because it feels like you're probably just gonna PG that attack anyways. But speaking of PG, we do see 6 damage PG, and that will be the game. And I think it's just Kelvin here showing off how many more attacks we have left, and it would be 2 more sets of Skull Dragons.
Yep, exactly. Because Night Rose just pretty much just calls everything out, having exactly one counterblast to pretty much do what you need to do. But yes, that does conclude the round 2 match here.
What a slog of a grind fest, punch fest, very brutal between both sides. Kelvin managing to take his entire deck, flip it upside down, put it into his drop zone.
Nope.
Similar things we're seeing on the other side as well, with Shadow Paladin taking the top 5 cards of their deck. It's like, no, get rid of this. I want all my grade 1s in the drop zone.
Yeah.
So both decks very toolboxy. One from the drop zone, one from the deck.
That was really interesting. I'm kind of wondering if Morfessa would have been the better play there or not, because like I said, I don't know what ritual they were on, so it's kind of hard to say what would have been the best call. But I feel like Morfessa it would have shredded a lot more hand, though. I think at the end, I think Kelvin would have survived. Honestly, I think they had enough. They had a pretty good hand. It looks like they kind of had it figured out, and that double defense, the 10k into the 5k, kind of really helped. It's your 27k base now. A lot of stuff just gets kind of shut down at that point. Makes it a lot easier to block everything. So.
Yeah, and I think with Morfessa giving that extra front row buff as well, that might have been what was needed to swing over that double defensive trigger, mind you.
Yeah.
Not to mention, but I do respect what Fantaz decided to go for, and what was that PBD? Oh, yeah. We noticed the win con. He saw Limit Break 4 is scary against Grand Blue. We know about the Night Mist combo, so we don't want to push him to 4 too quickly. And we saw that, they will not be able to fulfill condition for PBD. So I'm going to go for PBD, and I'm going to go for that one Hail Mary chance. If it happens, it happens. I haven't seen too many of my crits out, so there is a high likeliness that I should be able to see a crit on this triple drive. And I want to say that was probably the turning point of the game. Just, it really depended on what Fantaz was able to drive check there.
Yeah.
And to bring discussion as well, what do you think might have happened if Fantaz went for a different G-Guard that didn't send a bunch of grade 1s back to deck?
I don't know they would have been able to guard. I think that's the only reason why they did it. Because think about it, they didn't have the perfect guard. We saw 2 perfect guards go into damage.
Yeah.
So, and the Skull Dragon, though it wasn't like it was high, but they did have the 2 defensive triggers, so maybe it was blockable. But I think the reasoning there was they didn't have a choice. I don't know how that hand was, but we did see, the Luard ride. We saw the Luard, that's one non-shield card. And then we saw the Stride happen on top of that, which I think was another grade 3. I don't remember exactly. So the hand wasn't very healthy. And on top of that, you still want to turn, right? You still want something. You want to be able to stride, you want to do stuff. So I feel like they were put in a position where they almost had to do that specific G guard for that perfect guard. I think they might have been like 5k short or something.
Oh, that would be rough, like to save 5k short, yeah. But
I think so. I think that's what happened.
But I think regardless, like I think Kelvin piloted the Grand Blue deck very well. Like everything was meticulous. Everything seemed very intentional. What cards to rest for the mill on Navigator, when to send back for Negrobone, and we actually saw that like it felt very intentional because Kelvin was able to get to the last turn with 3 cards in deck. Perfect to not deck out. So
exactly. And that's very mathematically, you have to think through these things. Sometimes it's really hard.
So played through surgical precision, but I also did really like what Fantaz was trying to do with their deck. The PBD was probably one of my favorite moments, something that we did not get. And I'm very happy to see something that isn't Morfessa Luard spam all the time, and being able to showcase the rest of the Shadow Paladin G-Zone.
Exactly. There is more than just Morfessa.
But apart from that, that will be the end of round 2. We do see Grand Blue taking it home. And we will see you back again after this short message and short break. Hashtag BRO 2022.
Hashtag.
Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We are just about ready to start round 3. Ty, you've been on the back scenes for the first 2 rounds. What did you think about the 2 games?
Wow, I don't think we could have started this off in a more just exciting fashion with the round with Nightmare Dolls and Bermuda Triangle. Now, while I don't really understand too much of what happens on the side of a table where Bermuda Triangle is, I have been across from Nightmare Dolls enough, and man, what a finish. OT finish right off the bat. And then last round was what an interesting game, like seeing things play out in ways that we don't normally see. So that was also really exciting to see as well.
Now that's what we saw. What do you want to see? We've talked with Orange, we've talked with myself extensively about the meta, our personal biases, some meme decks we want to see, but we never really got to talk with you, Ty. Tell us what you want.
Now, both of you did mention DP. I would love to see DP. I feel like there's some fun memes that can happen with DP. I would like to see that potentially. And also, I'm such a Nova Grappler fan, so I would love to see some Victors pop up. I would love to see some insane Victor plays happen here and there. Some just too many attacks from the side of the Nova Grappler player. Also, would love to see some Tachikaze. I'm a big Dino fan as well. I love all kinds of like big, like aggressive combo decks. Tachikaze would also be really fun to see, or just Shirayuki. I really love that deck as well. It's been a pet deck of mine for a while, and I'm really excited to see what people have potentially done with the new Premium Collection Stride. There's a lot of potential there that I would really like to be able to see today.
Yeah, kind of a common theme between all us 3. We love the DP, we love the Shirayuki, but just like you, I am very interested to see what kind of Tachikaze strategies we have up and coming. Normally, it was always like the Engorge strategy, and you're really focusing on the Gluttony Dogma and the Gluttony kind of
Neburos
as well. Mm-hmm. Thank you. But we do have a new stride as well. What do you think about a new stride for Tachikaze?
You know, for the most part, whenever I'm playing Tachikaze, it does still tend to be Neburos or Bust, just because the card is that good.
Yeah.
But the new Stride is nothing to be scoffed at either. That can pump out so much aggression, and even if you just don't have the correct setup to go into Neburos, that doesn't mean that you aren't one turn away from popping off and launching so many attacks at your opponent that is just too much for them to deal with and just overwhelm them in their hand.
Yeah, Giganto Pharaoh is probably one of the more underlooked cards just because Tachikaze as a clan, similar to Murakumo, is also underlooked. So you're seeing a lot of these like really strong strides that just kind of get brushed under because of the clan it's in. And Giganto Pharaoh, we got the T-Rex with the Blicky. Pretty good stride. I like what I see from it. Also having the Engorge keyword. Keywords were a thing of the past in G era that I like seeing these like kind of being brought back into the premium format. And this is a very cool topic to talk about, and that's keywords. To elaborate for chat, back in G, a lot of cards, a lot of clans would have a mechanic called keyword. Gear Chronicle would be Time Leap, Royal Paladin would be Brave, and Tachikaze would be Engorge. Nowadays, in the premium format, a lot of these new strides don't really take into consideration these kind of keywords. So my question to you, Ty, what are keywords you would like to see revitalized in future premium collections, or kind of their play styles kind of revisioned?
I know, like you said, we Engorge being on that card. I was trying to think because we also have, again, to mention DP that had the burst keyword. To keep harping on Nova Grappler, the rush keyword is always very fun to play with, especially now that we have Merciless Dragon and we're seeing cards like Bare Knuckle Arnest and Furious Puncher pop back up, which restand things during our main phase. Back in the day, back in G, those cards really weren't that great. You didn't really look at those very much now. But now that Nova Grappler can really kind of conduct their battle phase during their main phase and then take a second battle phase after that,
Yeah.
I think we could potentially see that come back as well, just because there's so much consistency with keywords as well. Because back in G, there was so much where things would look for something with specific keyword. Trying to think of other keywords as well. I think for the most part, honestly, Shadow Stitch as well. Shadow Stitch is such a fun keyword that I would love to see more play with. Just basically, either I'm going to give you a damage or you're going to guard it and I'm still going to do something to you.
Yeah. And it's something that I miss a lot about G format, was that it really did give clans a lot of identity. This is something that this clan can only do that no other clan can. Something like we said, burst. DP gets rewarded for hitting 40k. If you hit 40k in Royal Paladin, oh wow, you hit 40k. But DP hitting 40k, that's big news. Waves in Aquaforce. If you are able to manage your waves properly, you got rewarded. This is something that only Aquaforce cared about. I need to attack in this specific order with these specific units, and I'll be able to get a lot of draws, like stuff like Cipra way in the back in the day, and stuff like Melania. And it would be very cool to kind of like see those kind of keywords revisited in future premium collections.
Definitely. Wave is such a good one too. That was one of my favorite play styles for Aquaforce in late G, just because it wasn't just, okay, I'm just going to swing, get a bunch of attacks. It was more, I'm going to very carefully plot out my turn. I'm going to set up these attacks in a certain order to maximize the amount of gain that I can get in this turn.
Now, so with respect to premium, we just got Premium Collection 2022. I know I asked Orange this. I also gave my opinions on this. What are the more standout cards for you in Premium Collection?
For me, definitely, I feel like the one I've been playing with probably the most lately, other than Dimension Police and Nova Grappler, is probably Izushi Otome, the Murakumo Stride. That card puts in so much work for Murakumo, and it really kind of filled a niche that Murakumo needed, which was a first stride that could pressure your opponent, because before it was Shibaraku Victor, who could plus ourselves. We could as long as it was something that we could fetch off the top 7 cards or so of the deck, but we weren't really able to push any more aggression towards our opponent. And now with something like Izuchi Otome, we can get like 6-7 attacks minimum just on our first strike turn. Potentially even more if things go our way.
Definitely agree with you, yeah. So Izuchi Otome, also one of like the major key role players that I've seen as well, just kind of like unlocking unseen layer of Murakumo that would definitely want people to revisit it again. But apart from those topics, we saw the concept of compression a lot in these last few games. So we saw Grand Blue getting those really good mills. Like, I was surprised at how clean those mills were. But at the same time, those drive checkers were blank.
Yeah.
At the same time, over on the war side of things, also saw some good mills there as well. Saw a lot of the grade ones being put out of the deck, but also coming up blank on the drive check that it really mattered. So when it comes, so asking you yourself, when you build a deck, do you care about that compression status? Do you care about the importance of trigger compression? Do you think it matters more in this format than others?
I think potentially, yeah, because if you can, with the way triggers can so greatly affect certain games right when you need them to, if you are able to filter and compress your deck enough and even put things back into your deck, there are plenty of clans and cards that can take things that have been taken out of the deck, certain triggers, your over trigger, for example. There are a handful of decks that can, if they see that in their hand, they can potentially guard with it and then send it back into the deck. So I think that can be absolutely huge. When it comes to me building decks, that more kind of just depends on the clan itself, because if the clan has the ability to, I think 100% you should probably go for it.
I think I definitely agree, yeah, with how important triggers are. As like the baseline value of this game, triggers are pretty important. So playing towards that as a win con, as an out, actually, even. Sometimes you recognize, like, especially playing against that Nightmare Doll deck that we saw in round 1, we're getting a lot of 17k attacks, we're getting a lot of 22k attacks. What's going to get us out of it? Like, without losing all of our hand, sometimes you just have to play for that damage trigger. And
Sometimes you have to play for the heal.
Yep, sometimes you just got to play for the heal. What good is it to survive if you have no way of cracking back? So,
Exactly. That's always the kind of dilemma I think you have in a situation like that, where you're kind of at some high damage counts. Your opponent is very clearly got everything set up to pop off and swing at you. And the question is like, okay, I can survive, but is it worth it to survive with no pieces in hand and then have nothing to do on my turn? Or like I said, do we just play for the heal? Do we just hope that the trigger gods smile upon us, that we can flip up that heal and then live to actually pressure our opponent when it comes back around to our turn?
Yeah. And just for another topic of discussion, we recently had an updated in the ban list. Now, we had a few things hit, mainly towards the V Premium side. A few premium things got touched as well. If you were to be selfish, unban anything and ban one thing, what would it be and why?
I can't ban one thing. See, that's tricky because there's like a handful of things that I personally don't like dealing with.
I'm giving you one option.
One.
Now, there's an obvious answer.
I think for me personally, gosh, to narrow it down, I think the biggest thing I would like to see gone is probably see, you put me down to one. I want to say probably Stunverse. I just get so salty whenever I have to deal with Stunverse, just having things like I set up a board perfectly and it just gets completely ripped away from me, and then I get cards ripped from my hand while my opponent just sits there and pluses a ton on top of it.
Speaking of Stunverse, like what was your thoughts on like the new strike coming out as well? So like you have this one paradigm like you don't really want to develop your board because you're going to get absolutely punished by Stunverse. But now if you don't develop your board, you're just feeding into the new stride.
Yeah, because it gives the 10k per open front row, which, you know, as somebody who's mostly an Excel clan player, can be very, very painful, especially if I decide to, you know, get a bunch of marker spam.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with you.
That's where it kind of gets tricky too, because it's like you have like one line of play that is your way to kind of play around one, but like you said, you're just gonna deal with the other. So it's like a question of, do you just call down one front row rear guard and try and make it so it's like try and like split the decision and try and pass the buck back to your opponent to make them have to make the hard choice.
I wonder if with the inclusion of Exterminate, that is what kind of counter play we'll see against Narukami. But that's enough from us. I want to see what player 1 will be playing in round 3. So let's take a look at deck 1, round 3.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. You see, a few years back on a routine dig for dinosaur fossils, a landslide broke out and nearly broke my leg in two. They had to operate quickly, so they used a dinosaur bone I found to save my leg. Ever since, I've had what they call Dino DNA. The doctor says it makes me stronger than the average Joe, and this is not a deck an average Joe would play. This is Highlander, but not Bermuda. This is a Highlander Tachikaze. Goodness gracious.
That's a lot of different cards. But this deck, Tachikaze, is so interesting because if you look, like, yes, there's only one copy of every single card in this deck, but all of these cards are good.
Yeah.
All of these cards are perfectly viable and playable. So if you can't choose which ones you want to use, just use all of them.
So I do want to mention that our player today will be from Team Vision, and this is Card Dweeb. Card Dweeb, for those who don't know, is what I'll call the Tachikaze guru. Card Dweeb here hasn't really brought forward what I would like to call a deck. I would like to call it more of an art. This is Card Dweeb showing off, these are the 50 best cards in Tachikaze. Here you go.
Yeah, what's so interesting about this to me too is, and why I kind of just want to try this deck out for myself now, is because there's like several different strategies that can show themselves at any given moment just based on the cards that you draw throughout the game. Like
Yeah.
maybe you end up on Anger Blader and you're fortunate enough to get a Sweeper Aquacanto and a Savage Shooter and you can do an Anger Blader turn. Or maybe you just go into Spino and play typical Engorged Tachikaze. There's so much room for just a diverse play styles within this build.
Now, the main deck is Highlander. I wonder if the G Zone is Highlander as well. Let's take a look.
See.
That is the weirdest G Zone I've seen.
That's very strange. I think we time leaped backwards the previous round to see what we had.
All right. I don't believe that we are against Kelvin again, but I still do want to see the G Zone for the Tachikaze deck. Regardless, I did want to point out one of the key cards that I noticed in Card Dweep strategy, and that was Dino Chaos, I believe.
I was peeping that as well. Yeah, that's a very interesting tech. Just because with the stride rules that changed back with the V reboot, if you are on grade 3 when you start your turn, you get to stride. So if you go first, you can use Dino Chaos to Superior Ride from grade 2 to grade 3, and then immediately, while your opponent's on grade 2, come back to your turn and stride. Potentially while riding over something with an Excel marker, maybe you get that Spino driver off, and then you can just go straight into a Neburos turn, all while your opponent's on a 9 or 10k grade 2.
Yeah, so I think, so my goal to see in this game is to have Cardweeb successfully get the right skip and superior stride on the opponent, because that would be something amazing to see. But once again, here we see Cardweeb's list again, and there's the G-Zone.
Okay, there we go.
Unfortunately, not Highlander,
Not
because
Highlander.
we do have some Persona flips, I believe.
Yeah, but I think it's about as close to Highlander as you could realistically get your G deck to be. As long as nothing is over 2 copies, I think you can call this a Highlander G deck.
Sure, I will accept that concession. But everything here is kind of standard as we see. We see all the Gaia strides, we see the Dogma strides, the Gluttony strides, and then we also have the new Pharaoh stride.
We have what is that? Gyeongchu Raptor as well. So you know that Anger Blader playstyle can pop up at any moment. Doesn't have to be just when you are on Anger Blader, and then you can potentially get an extra 3-4 swings in a turn.
All right, so let's take a look at what this unique deck is playing against.
Wow. Okay. Link Joker.
Secret card. Oh my! Oh.
Let's see. I'm struggling trying to decipher. I obviously it's chaos with freeze ray, but the vocal goat is a very interesting
the
splash
Volcano
in there.
Okay, so we've got Starvaders, we've got Freeze Ray, very heavily into the Starvader package, but yeah, that Vokoda is very interesting, and I think it is because of the new stride that we are even considering this. So everything here looks kind of standard on the main deck side of Starvader, so I kind of want to see what kind of goo they're brewing up in the G-Zone.
Okay.
Also fairly standard, except for that one copy of that new stride. Let me pull it up here so we can read. Cosmic Dawn Dragon. When it attacks, counterblast 1, look at top 7 cards of your deck, choose up to 2 cards from among them. If you're a good player, choose up to 2 Vokodes and put them on rear circle as locked cards and shuffle your deck. So basically, yeah, the 2 Vokodes trying to high roll off the Cosmic Dawn Dragon, and you know what? Sometimes that's all you need.
You know what? And this is super interesting too, because it seems like there's a decent amount of on both sides the players trying to high roll into some very interesting plays that we wouldn't normally see from decks like these.
I agree. I want to see both players hit their high roll, because that would be the most high octane gameplay we would be able to present to you in Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022 Round 3. starting now. Over on the left side, there we see Arcan Red on Link Joker. And on the right side, we see Cardweeb on the Highlander Tachikaze. Just gotta go swap those titles on top there. And we see a ride into one of the very many one-ofs.
It looks like it is the drop and draw PG. So
Drop and draw PG, and then we do drop our crit trigger, I believe, riding into the cat over on Arkan side, and just going to go for easy swing. Trigger will be the Cravenclaw. Cravenclaw, the MVP of the Star Vader deck, honestly.
definitely.
On hit pressure every turn, give me that. What's our ride?
Let's see. Looks like we're thinking over Spino Extort. Okay.
Yep.
Looks like we could potentially see and the blue
Ooh.
sprint. Okay, so
Okay,
we're definitely
okay.
pushing for some multi-attacking aggressive plays this turn.
Yeah.
It all kind of comes down to what we're going to see in the gauge of that blue sprint. But we can call both out with that Spino Extort with just that one damage.
Oh, gets a defensive draw. All right.
Definitely not what you want to see from the Tachi side.
I'm hoping to see a creamy call. Savage Mercenary? Savage Mercenary?
Can we see the high roll?
Oh, okay. It's just gonna be
Oh,
two triggers.
definitely not what you want to see in any amount of equipped gauge.
That defensive trigger being able to turn off the turn, but we are able to get a +2 to board. So hopefully being able to convert those triggers into stronger attackers in the future. Then we're gonna see on the Link Joker side, I believe that's Zirconia?
Zirconium, yeah.
Zirconium. Gonna go ahead and force the lock from the top. Ooh, this might get a bit silly.
Yeah, it looks like
deciphering,
he,
gauges.
he dropped the lock to the front row to avoid giving Arcan Red an extra draw this turn.
Yeah. And there comes the Cravenclaw, putting it in its best spot right behind the Vanguard. Having that on-hit pressure at 18k, do we have a card to guard with? Unfortunately, this will get no guarded, no trigger, and we do see another one of going to the damage zone. We won't be seeing
What a
that card
coincidence!
anymore.
It's another one of to the damage.
Ooh, Cravenclaw able to pick up a copy of Chaos Breaker.
Looks like we're setting up for the turn after this, and really, I'm kind of curious what the ride is gonna be on Cardweeb's side.
Yeah.
With all these one-ofs, because really your grade 3, especially when you're riding up to grade 3 first, dictates what your game plan is really going to be. In a deck full of one-ofs, it's basically like pulling the slot machine to see what you're going to get and what your game plan will end up being.
Right, this is the most fun gacha Tachikaze deck we will see. So let's see what our grade 3 strategy is. Do we have a grade 3
maybe
in
there's
hand?
not one. Maybe there's some grade 2 gaming going to happen here as well.
Oh, yes. Oh, grade
And
2
that's
game?
exactly
Okay,
what we're
yep.
seeing.
Loceratics, I believe was the name.
Yes. It looks like swapping the order there.
Swapping the order there. So because of that lock card, only able to play on that one column as well as the Vanguard swing there. Gonna go ahead and get that equip gauge. Gonna peek it. What do we have? Ooh, freeze ray into the damage. That's
Freeze ray
one
damage.
less nuisance.
Exactly. You definitely like that if you're on the Tachi side.
Extort effect to draw and off the over trigger.
Okay. Well, it looks like he's calling it over the last rate Rex to at least get a plus to hand.
There's the no guard and off the top. Ooh, heal trigger.
At least, you know, there's a trigger that's actually happening during the drive check rather than just going to gauge and then popping up onto your board.
All right,
At
and
least-
there's the unlock.
At least these can be bodies on board for later, because in Tachikaze you just care about having bodies to eat. So there is
Yep.
at least that future for them.
Ooh, gravity collapse. Okay, this is kind of creamy. Hopefully, I
Interesting.
wonder if we get the superior right here. because we did have the grade 3 already in hand, and if we are planning on grade 2 gaming already, maybe we choose to miss the superior ride on purpose, even if it did hit.
Very interesting. Now
All right,
let's see.
pass again back.
Let's see how many grade 2 turns we can see go back and forth. Just how desperate either player is to try and like arm wrestle for that first ride.
Ooh, I see a very strong role player that was just picked up. That looks like the sweeper.
Yup, I think I'm seeing that in the hand as well. Let's see.
Oh, there's the
look,
Savage Shooter.
calling down the shooter. Okay, so we can actually kind of control what our gauge is here.
All right, gonna gauge that, move it up to the front. Gonna go for some juicy multi-attack there, calling over the Savage for the
For
sweeper.
the sweeper, all right. So we got some potential beat sticks on board. The question is he going to go for the 3 gauge onto the sweeper right away?
Playing over the over trigger.
Is that the parasol lamp? On
But
place
either way,
against
what
3
happened
gauge, I
was,
believe.
yeah, 3 gauges. I wonder if we're able to transfer those over to the sweeper.
I think there is a way to do that in this build, but the question is, does he have it in hand and has it gone to damage?
Okay.
Wait,
so...
there it is.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's how we get
He's
the
going. Yep.
sweeper
Okay.
to get
Wow.
protected.
Very interesting.
This is like playing a roguelike.
Yeah.
Venturing
Through. It just kind of
through the dungeon and then trying to figure out what is the best play that I can make at this moment, and comboing with a bunch of one-ups to produce something out of nothing. And we are able to get a 3 gauge sweeper already, so that's awesome. That's awesome.
That's a 24K on its own right there, and then the opponent can't do anything about it either.
4
Going
gets
up to 4,
another
all
one.
right. 29K.
Okay, what will our player do? Gonna go ahead and gonna eat a good chunk of handout with that.
Okay.
Love to see that over on Card Dweeb side of things. Now, onus is back onto Arkans. Do we play the grade 2 game? Do we ride up? And it looks like we choose to ride up into Chaos Breaker.
Very interesting. I mean, ideally, you can't sit and play the grade 2 game forever. At one point, something's going to have to break, and it's just a matter of whose side is it going to be on.
Oh, and it looks like we've got some proxy force markers for the Chaos Breaker effect, giving it to the sweeper, making that thing big as possible.
Yep.
And a good thing that we got those 3 gauges onto the sweeper as quickly as we could. Otherwise,
Definitely.
we might have to deal with a lot of annoyance. Gonna see the swing from Chaos Breaker here with the on-hit pressure from Craven Claw. Now, Cardweeb is at no open counterblast, so there might be a thought there where we are looking to take it, but there's the Heal Guardian, the one of.
Yep.
Ooh, double trigger, but unfortunately nothing comes from that double trigger. Unless it was a minus... Oh.
Okay.
I think we chose to give power, so that still managed to break through.
Which may not be the worst thing, because you do want to have some damage to sit on to be able to make some plays happen.
All right. This is it. This is the first stride for Tachi Kaze. Now, in your opinion here, there's a few different options we can go towards, but I'm looking at that sweeper. I'm looking at Gangchu. What about you?
Yeah, Gyantraptor definitely seems like a very easy play to go into, because Gyantraptor also has the skill that whatever Cardweeb calls down will get an instant 3 gauges from drop. So no matter what, it's producing an extra 2 swings this turn. The question is it more worth it to go into that, or would you rather go into Gigantofero or just Neburos like the usual game plan tends to be?
Like the usual. All right. So, wasn't to our despair, we do have a grade 3 to ride into that isn't Savage Mercenary. We're gonna... Oh, we even have a grade 3 to discard for strike cost.
All right, so...
The one up, we're never going to see that one again.
Let's see, yep. And it looks like...
Is
I can't
that
tell.
Nebulos?
I think it might
Oh,
be.
speaking of Savage Mercenary, there's the big guy right there. Or is
Wow.
that Devastate? That might be Devastate, actually. Would you go into Devastate this early, though?
That's interesting. And he's swinging with the Vanguard first as well. Just going straight into it.
Okay. Oh, I see. So putting cards... Yeah, this is Devastate.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
way, because that way he can actually get rid of
Yeah,
his
he can
locked card
clear
on
the
board.
locked cards. Ooh, very nice option of card to have in the G zone for the Link Joker matchup. Also being able to get the counter charge off of the Pterodactyl.
Yep. Being able to extend those plays even further.
All right, let's see what comes from Arc and Red side.
Let's see.
2 cards from hand.
Looks
Looks
like
like
a
30K.
30K shield.
Ooh,
Front trigger.
front trigger. Okay, that's huge.
Definitely what we like to see.
Drawn PG, the one of.
All right, there we go. Solid plus to hand there. And it seems like we're going to move the gauge to the mercenary so that way it can actually swing during this turn.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a very large sweeper because of that force. And we've also got a very large
4
Savage
gauges.
Mercenary because it's Savage Mercenary.
Yeah. Savage Mercenary just existing is a threatening big stick to your opponent on the other side of the table.
Oh, no defensive trigger over to the Arcan side. And we have
Wow.
one last attack. Going to gauge again for another 5K. There's the PG
There's the
coming out.
PG. Okay. That was going to be the question. Was the sweeper going to be enough to actually like
Oh,
secure a 6
discarding
damage
the
here?
over trigger with the PG. So we do know that.
Okay,
no
both
over
over
trigger
triggers out of the game.
in play. What do you think about running the Cray over trigger over Dragvita in Tachikaze, let alone Highlander Tachikaze?
You know, in Highlander, it might be a little bit different, but I do think that probably the Cray Elemental Obaria is probably better just because more often than not, your game plan is to go into Neburos, and Neburos restands in the middle of his attack. So if you see that Drag Veda on the first drive check, it doesn't really do anything. You just get a massive amount of power, which Obaria will do, and then double it. So I think that's probably usually the safer way to go. But in Highlander, I feel like you probably go into a variety of different things that could make Drag Veda useful.
And over on Arcan's side of things, we do see them stride into Glue Ball Avalanche there, as well as call down another copy of Zirconium. Ooh, got an LR version of Photon. Maybe that was the secret.
There we go.
Now that's what I call drip.
And it looks like he's locking down the mercenary, and it seems like there might be a question of whether or not the gauge goes to drop.
You wouldn't happen to know the ruling for that, would you?
I am unsure, to be honest. I believe it probably does go to drop, which it seems like that's the way this is resolving, which would make sense. Or at the very least, I would think once it's unlocked, it would go to drop. It's a very interesting question there. But it does seem like it was resolved to go to drop, which I think would make sense.
I think the main thing here is as long as that sweeper doesn't get touched, Cardweeb is happy.
Yeah, he's at least got a play there, whether that's just going into Gyeongchiraptor or riding into Anger Blader should he pull that one of.
Yep. All right, let's take a look what happens here. There is the legendary one of PG.
The one of PG, the one of draw PG.
I think this was actually cool is that because of the mechanic that we are able to gauge from the drop zone, this PG could get
double
used more
draw on the Starvader side. Triple trigger
than one.
turn
Triple trigger with a
on
heal as
the
well.
glue ball turn. Wow, double heal or double draw. I mean, into the wow.
If Arcan Red ever felt worried about the next upcoming turn, I think they're feeling pretty okay now. Got a heal trigger for G-Guard plays, got 2 more PGs. Oh, 5th damage.
Getting pushed to 5. Let's see. There's that front trigger coming back. They're getting that plus 5k shield.
Yep. and needs a bit more as well just to be able to fully guard it.
It seems like he was. I spotted the Sarco Blaze there. That's the restricts your opponent from being able to guard with grade zeros. It seems like he was flirting with the idea of calling that guard down to guard, but I think that's probably going to be his out to try and win here, given the fact that he just saw his opponent drive check 2 draw PGs into his hand.
Mm-hmm. So let's go ahead and see what card we plan to do with all of these face down cards. Now, we might
Looking
be
like
thinking,
only about 5 cards left in deck.
yeah, we've been gauging. We have been gauging.
Been gauging and then some.
All right. What is the choice there? Looking to stride.
Dropping
to stride?
Stride crit, it looks like.
And our choice of stride. What would you go into?
I feel like Yangtze Raptor's the play here.
Right?
And it looks like that's what we're going into. Yeah, because this way he can call down... Well, he's got a lot of locked circles he's having to work around, which is unfortunate because he's not going to be able to get an extra attack this turn. Because if he had an open circle, at least in the front row, he could have called something down, given it 3 gauge with Yangtze Raptor, and then had an extra 2 attacks. But it looks like he's just going to go for just a solid 3 swing turn, like the old days of Vanguard.
Like the old... True and honest 3 swing Vanguard.
Fair and honest.
There's one of the PGs that we saw. First check, second check. We did get a PG there. And there's the Anger Blader.
And a crit. Unfortunately, we do know that there's another PG in hand, which is probably going to pop out right about now. And there it is.
All right. Ending the turn, unstriding, unlocking everything, and we're going to be able to use Chaos Breaker Dragon skill here to steal that force...
Ooh, yep.
Steal the force marker. And or Axel. Maybe steal the Axel to just straight up retire the Savage?
Mm-hmm. Or is he going to be able to get rid of both markers, I think
we should be able to get both markers. There's the Axel,
yep,
there's
there
the
it
force.
goes.
Thank goodness we didn't put the sweeper on the Axel.
Yeah, that would have been the ultimate kind of rule sharky way to try and get around the resist or pseudo resist on sweeper there.
Okay, my question is, I wonder if Cardweep's Highlander deck has any way of refilling the deck. I don't believe Tachikaze does, but
I don't think there is.
If there's anyone to figure out something funny with Coela Magnum, Sela Magnum, it'd be Cardweeb.
Definitely, 100%. Cardweeb's the person that, because I was building my own Tachikaze decks, but eventually I just decided just to bite off of everything that Cardweeb does when it comes to building Tachikaze.
Oh, we are going into Cosmic Dawn Dragon. Okay, now I want to see 2 Volcodes off of Cosmic Dawn skill.
Let's see if we can see, because we've seen a decent amount of high roll on Cardweeb's side, but let's see if Arc and Red can get the high roll off of Cosmic Dawn here.
Yeah, because we haven't seen the Volcodes off of drive checks, off of damage checks, so maybe they're sitting on that top 7.
At least one, you would like to think.
Yeah. All right. First attack with that Chaos Breaker. Sitting at probably a healthy upwards of 23. And here it is. Here's that Cosmic Dawn Dragon skill. Counterblast. Flip. Flip up 7. I want to see 2 Volcodes. Oh, what if he drew a Volcode there? That'd be disastrous.
That would be the most unoptimal play that you would want to see. But I wonder, looking at Cardweeb's side, I can't tell if there's more than one card left in his deck. So you have to wonder, is it even worth just kind of trying to fight through this, and do you just take the last hit?
Oh, always fight to the bitter end. The game's not over.
Always fight to the bitter end.
If you can say that you decked out Chaos Breaker as Highlander Tachikaze, but yourself is being decked out, I call that a win.
There you go. You take any dubs where you can get them.
All right. So 2 unknown face downs over on Arc and Red side of things. I want to see Volcodes.
Let's see. Double vocal Oh,
It had to happen. It had
to happen. The deck has gotten so thin at this point that it was just guaranteed. Wow. At this point, I don't know. I mean, Cardew's hand was looking kind of thick there, but I don't think it's thick enough to sit through 2 Vocal Gode swings.
So we've seen 3 of the 1 of PG's gone. 1 being the draw, 1 that we just saw used now, and I know that there's
the Engorge PG.
Yeah. 1 last attack. From
one was ridden at the very start of the game as well.
Last
and
damage,
that was the last card.
And
Wow, what a game!
This was a treat. This was a treat to cast.
I don't think you could have asked for anything else to happen other than what did. I mean, obviously things could have gone any number of ways on the Highlander side of things, but it was still very interesting to see the plays that had happened. But double Vocal Gode at the very end there. Wow.
What a way to end it, especially just like, where's the Vocal Code?
Yeah, where are they?
I'm gonna
not
put 2
in
cards
damage, not in hand, not anywhere. Wow.
off of Cosmic Dawn. I'm gonna put 2 mysterious cards here. I was very excited about them. But you don't know what they are. You do now. It's Vocal
You do now. You do now, and it is your undoing.
What a fun game as well. Like, especially, like, I want to give props to Cardweeb's play. Cardweeb knew that they were against Link Joker. So they didn't... So they prioritized getting that 1 of Acrocanto, and they prioritized getting it to that 3 gauge as soon as possible. And somehow managing to... not only find that 3-piece combo to get the 3 gauges off the top, but also being able to use Savage Shooter to tuck the 1, being able to transfer the gauges over. That was... mwah.
There was so much going on there, and it was just so interesting because it was all on Cardweeb's side. It wasn't like he had to initiate a chain reaction of skills and effects to be able to get to that board state, and that's something that you would only expect from somebody who's plays Tachikaze as religiously as they do, to be able to see that line of play, see it through, and then go into the Gaia Devastate to be able to play around the lock card and open up some circles to get some more aggression out on the board. It was very, very entertaining to watch.
It was very, very fun. Thank you very much, Cardweeb, for providing us with the utmost entertainment of Highlander Tachikaze. You know what? Highlander Bermuda, that is last year's news. From now on, anytime I see Highlander on our deck list, if it's not Tachikaze, I don't care.
Not interested. Broke is Bermuda Highlander. Woke is the Tachikaze Highlander.
Speaking of woke, the drip over on Arc and Red side of things. Secret card! The secret card from the LR Photon. Yeah, that's a secret. Have you ever touched an LR Photon? That thing feels so good. It's textured.
I don't think I've touched an LR ever, to be honest with you.
It's so amazing. And also, like, highlights. Favorite part of the game. Cosmic Dawn. 2 ofs. 2 of Vocal Gode. Yeah, I'm just gonna superior call them.
Rip both of them right at the very end.
I did it so easily, you could have thought I was playing Messiah.
Yeah, honestly, that was 100% a Messiah turn, but the Vanguard was chaos. It was very, just wow.
In any case, incredibly fun game that we got to spectate for round 3, and we have round 4 for you coming up right up after this break. Don't forget to use hashtag BRO2022 to mention your favorite moments. If Highlander Tachi isn't trending, what are you guys doing?
Come on now. Let's see it.
Welcome back. Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022, and we just witnessed probably the most exciting round 3 that you will ever witness in your life, or at least for the summer of 2022. Highlander Tachikaze versus Link Joker. Give me a recap of what went down, Ty.
What didn't go down is probably a better question. I mean, just watching the plays that just kind of found themselves on the Highlander side of things, because it's just a matter of, okay, what cards do I have? What skills can I activate? What can I chain into? What can I do here? And seeing just that almost, I want to say, artistry on that side of like getting some plays off. And then on the Link Joker side of things, the very, very end there, basically playing like a Messiah deck when you have Chaos on Vanguard. There was anything that you could have thought that would have happened during that game absolutely did.
Yeah, I think it was just the best way to end off the game as well. So, like, it almost feels Hollywood. That
Definitely.
against the Highlander Tachikaze deck, the way that we end the game, double Vocal Goad, the only 2 copies in deck off of that copy of Cosmic Dawn. Very, very exciting stuff. But that was round 3, and we're about to get into round 4. Now, for some reason, we seem to have a gift. The moment we talk about a certain clan, the moment we start talking about a certain deck, it just happens to show up for next round. So let's use that gift. Make your dreams a reality, Ty. What are you trying to bring to the stream?
I'm going to be very true to my colors, and I would love to see Nova Grapplers on stream. As big of a Victor fan as I am, but also having been the one to reveal Merciless Dragon, there are some very, very fun Merciless Dragon builds out there, and I would love to see somebody just conduct an entire battle phase during their main phase today, and then potentially just like because those Vanguard swings over and over, those could be very hard to deal with, and I would love to be able to see something like that. Because I wish for Tachikaze last round. We got to see Tachikaze that past round, so let's see if we can manifest a Merciless Dragon build on the stream.
How can I persuade you to actually want Thingsaver Dragon Legion with Crystal Luster instead?
You know what? I am also I have a very soft spot for Royal Paladins and Blasters especially. So I would 100% be total. Here, we'll let wait this way. Here we go.
Yeah.
I would love to see Thingsaver, especially if we got that Legion tech in there to see it happen. That would be very, very cool.
Speaking of Legion, Legion, however you want to pronounce it, I prefer Legion because it's more true to the anime.
Fair enough.
I think Legion is actually one of the coolest concepts in Premium right now because of the way that it interacts with force markers. That one force marker that you have on your Vanguard Circle applies twice to both of those units on that Vanguard Circle. That's why we see really high-powered Thingsaver Dragon swings, because that force marker is being applied doubly twice. At the same time, it's why we see the Legion version of Overlord as one of the forerunners for Premium Kagero. Because once you're able to Legion into the cross in the end, you're able to get that 10k twice if you're playing the Force 1 version. And basically, it just makes that triple restand that much harder to guard. Are there any other Legions you want to see in the Premium format?
I think seeing maybe Bloody Ogle would be really interesting, because that also has a very interesting interaction in Spike Brothers because of Rising Nova. Rising Nova being able to copy some grade 3s that we have on board. If you're able to call that Bloody Ogle, then you can just Legion with Rising with the Frozen Ogle and then be in the Legion state while not even having the Legion skill actually printed on the card, which could be really fun. I don't know what any practical application that would do for Spike Brothers right now, but it's such a meme, and I feel like it's got potential at least.
And Rising Nova is already unique in the fact that it's able to get the Force 3, I'll call it the Force 3.
Yeah.
That Force 3 on the Vanguard Circle with the Legion just sounds so funny meme. But I think with Spikes, what we're looking towards is the Gali, Gabrias, that
Definitely.
living proof, very popular Spike Bros enthusiast, went so deep inside. If you want to learn how to play Spike Bros, look no further than Living Proof 21. He is who you go to
100%.
for what you need for Spike Bros.
I always love going to just because Proof could honestly just put on a master class in Spike Brothers, and it's such a wealth of knowledge, and that was actually the first place that I heard of the Rising Greedon build. Rising Greedon is also a very strong deck that we could potentially see today, because going first, you can just swing with your Vanguard 3 times with that Force 3 on Vanguard, with some very, very nutty interactions there.
And I think it just kind of speaks volumes as to how unique a card for premium Rising Nova is. We saw a glimpse of being able to copy skills in Daimonass. God bless, he's gone. But then we're also seeing in the Dark States Nation Rising Nova, and as we get more Dark States cards through Overdress, as we're getting more clan collections, Rising Nova just gets more toys to play with. And it's very interesting to see how Rising Nova evolves with each format, And apart from that, I do believe that we have standings ready to be shown. So let's take a look at what we're looking at coming into round 4. So riding off the top, we have Danimus. At second, Photon TK. At 3, we have Jay. I wonder if Jay is bringing Gear Chronicle. 4, we have Kegs. 5, we have NC Banville. 6, Michael A. And 7, who would you guess? It's Living Proof. How do we manifest this stuff?
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
At 8, we have Gurrit Chu. And let's take a look at 9 to 16. Ty, take it away.
We have OOT Man 23 in 9th place. And 10th, we have Chia Young Chi. I apologize if I'm butchering anybody's name. Then to 11th, we have Fam. 12th, Dusty. 13, Am I Will. Seems a bit existential there about it. 14, we have Zio. And 15th, we have Wind Up Hero Vanga Boys. And then finally in 16th, Ares. All of them with a 3-0 record.
So yeah, even if you don't see your name on this standing right now, remember that this will be an 8-9 round tourney. So very quickly, 3-0 could become 3-1, and 3-0 could become 4-0. So if you're still 3-0, you might see yourself up there. If you're 2-1 right now and you win your next one, you might see yourself up there as well. So keep fighting your best fight, because this is Cardfight Vanguard. That was forced.
Vanguard card fight, it doesn't quite work as well.
But yeah, so we see Living Proof running up there, so we could definitely see Spike Bros in an upcoming round, and it could definitely just be round 4 if we're playing off the top 4. Now, Danimus, if I know my Danimus like I know my Danimus, might be on DP as well. So that could be one of the matchups to see that I would love to see, would be DP against Spike Bros.
Definitely.
What's your thoughts on who would have the upper hand on that one?
Honestly, I think it kind of comes down because both decks, like I almost wanted to say it depends on who gets first stride or who can ride up first, because both decks have very, very strong just ride up turns to grade 3. You know, in Dimension Police, you just ride up to Die Liner. You can sit there on a 3-crit Vanguard with 33k, potentially giving it an extra drive check with Dizoris, maybe even give it another 30k with Diarm, and that can be very, very scary to sit on from the other side of the table. Meanwhile, you also have Rising and Spike Brothers, which is a completely viable just ride up, because, you know, like we mentioned, Rising Greedon is a very real and very scary deck that if you're not prepared for, can absolutely just sweep you out of the game before you even realize what's happened. And that doesn't even get into the strides on either side as well. Like, there is so much potential, and both decks can play in a variety of different game states that it's really hard to tell, and it really just kind of comes down to the players and how skilled they are in managing where they're at in the game.
I definitely agree. Like, highlights to the new stride that we got in Premium Collection for Spike Bros, Gali Gavis. That card is so strong. We talked about the nightmares with Katrina. Random 10Ks everywhere. Galli's not that different. Very, very helmet, very simple. Read the card, do the effects, but it does so much with how simple it is.
It
Not-
definitely does a ton. And the thing is, too, is that, you know, to somebody unfamiliar, you could look at that and just see, oh, this is just going to call me 2 more cards and get 2 more attacks. But anybody who's a Spike Brothers veteran knows that 2 more cards can very quickly escalate out of control into 3, 4, 5 more cards, and who knows how many more attacks that you're able to combo into.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we got to talk about the new DP stride as well, Unibird. Normally, you are still going into Geoma Glass to get 2 Geoma Glasses face up for it, but when you don't have the counterblast for Geoma Glass, Unibird is a great option. Very, very large power in conjunction with all of the other power gain that you get in DP, especially in a premium format where hand is very easy to get. You'll very often see yourself over 10 hand, and that's where you get punished by the correct. Remind me of the name.
Die Arm.
Die Arm. Yes, because you have 10 cards on your arm. That's how I'm remembering it now. But yeah, that card just punishes you. You're not ready for it, and then you go into Unibird. If you don't have any face-up counterblast, but most of the time you're going into the cross gallop and trying to end the game with that, and Linka with like the guard break. It's just very high powered that scales exponentially quickly because of being able to just flip so many Geoma Glasses face up, and you're easily able to scale into the late game of DP now because of A, Geoma Glass, B, the new G guard being able to cycle some more grade 3s for your guard purposes. It's just very hard to break through DP.
DP has so many just great options now. It's literally like what I kind of picture as like what I want a Force Clan to be, and that it's like a sword and a shield. You've got like amazing offensive power, but you aren't slacking on defense in any way whatsoever, and you can tank through a lot. And then it's just a matter of, can your opponent tank through 100k swings that swing at you more than once potentially? 100k swings that even if you perfect guard may not be enough to save you, because they have ways of just smashing through that perfect guard and just completely negating it out of the game. And then all of a sudden you go from maybe 1-2 damage all the way to 6, and there's no coming back from that.
It just sometimes will just sucker punch you in the back of the head and you won't notice. At one point you're sitting pretty, just like, oh wait, I managed to survive the Geoma Class. This is my chance to try and get a good crackback, try and whittle out their hand. But you can swing at like this really big attacks, and they'll be like, I will guard with this grade 3. That grade 3 has no shield value. I will guard with this grade 3. Oh, okay. So normally, when you're playing against any other deck, you see your opponent quad drive 4 grade 3s. You're like, all right, I spy victory. I'm going to make use of the fact that our opponent has no shield value in hand. Completely different paradigm for DP. You see your opponent quad drive 4 grade 3s, you're like, I guess I'm going for my kill turn next turn.
Yeah, that is
hopefully
80 to 100k shield right there. Just in 4 grade 3s. And then with the new G guard they have as well, that they can guard with 2 of those, then G guard, and then just bounce 2 of them right back to hand to keep guarding the swings that you try and just to try and push some damage to them. They have so many ways of just saying, no, I'm not taking any damage today.
Just you if you want to touch me, you are going to have to work really, really hard.
Very hard.
Even then, sometimes not even helpful. But apart from that, what has you excited in the future?
Future, man, there's so much. I'm at this point, I'm probably most excited for the next clan collections to be coming out. There's a lot of new toys in there that I'm really excited to play with. Again, you know, being the Nova Grappler guy I am, Ashura Kaiser is looking pretty spicy in premium, so I'm really looking forward to that. And then even further beyond in the future, I think now that we've gotten new G guards in this last premium collection, what does a potential premium collection 2023 look like? What are the tools that we can see in that? What are the kind of play styles that we can see? What buffs will clans get? Can we see something like Neo Nectar kind of finally finish paying for its sins with Katrina and rise up from the ashes it's been in. There's so much potential that it can be kind of hard to grasp.
Now, you mentioned War Deity Ashura Kaiser with Merciless. Is that the goo that you're brewing right now?
That is definitely some of the goo that's brewing for sure. Just because there's so much potential for like aggression, because I'm such a big aggro player that being able to sit there and get 3 Vanguard swings just during your main phase, potentially some rearguard swings as well, depending on the setup you have. And then with the new promo that we just got in Sazanda, every time something stands, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you're able to superior ride into the War Deity Ashura Kaiser, call down a board, swing with your board, then swing with Ashura Kaiser, kind of fix your drive checks a little bit to make sure you see that grade 3, and then restage your board and just keep swinging. It's such a return to form for Nova Grappler that I'm just really excited to see.
I think that very much like solidifies this is Nova Grappler.
Definitely.
Stand punch, stand punch, stand
Exactly.
punch, stand
Exactly.
punch.
It's what made me fall in love with the clan in the first place. And so I'm really excited to kind of see, especially such an OG as Ashura Kaiser as well. Like coming out all the way back from what is it? Descent of the King of Knights back, BT01. Very old school card. So to see him kind of like coming back into vogue, it just kind of warms my mecha heart.
In terms of Clan Cole 5 and 6 sparking premium, I know that we talk about Eradicators, Narukami specifically, how hard they are to play against, because now we have to deal with Impede, and then if we don't play into Stunverse, then we are going to play into Exterminate. But the new Vowing Sword Reverse, the new grade 3, it opens up even more options for Narukami. Well, we've been testing it over at Yellow Card, and it is almost like what the deck was missing for it to like peak out. It is that much more stronger because it kind of resets the board after and basically just is that extra push that Narukami needs, and it might be what pushes it to tier 1 if it isn't tier 1 already.
Honestly, yeah.
Now I do have noticed that the first deck of round 4 is ready, so let's take a look at what spice we're going to see. 1 Danger Noodle.
Wow.
Ooh, Nubatama. Okay.
Hanzo. Okay. Now, I feel like I've had a very long and storied history of having a vendetta with Nubatama, but this is actually a deck that I really, really enjoy playing, and it's probably just because of how aggressive it is for a Protect clan. Hanzo is a very, very interesting deck to see, and it's very interesting to see it here as well.
One of my favorite cards that I noticed here is actually from Overdress. Stealth Fiend Forktail. Has a very cool effect. When this plays on rear circle, look at the top 7 cards of your deck, and if you do, choose up to 1 normal unit with Stealth in its card's name or glitter, and put it into your soul and shuffle your deck. So Hanzo has the name Stealth in it, and it plays well with having copies of it in soul. So this new card in Forktail kind of helps accelerate your Hanzo playstyle, and this is very cool to see.
Very, very cool, especially because you want to be seeing Hanzos as much as possible to kind of get that like ride loop back and forth going, and then to also get those Akatsuki Hango or Tasogare Hanzos into Soul to create some very, very big multi-attacks on your turn, which I'm assuming once we see the G deck that we'll see some Jakumesos, which can also create some very, very nutty plays as well.
All right, so let's take a look at the G zone here, see what 1 Danger Noodle is playing with. So yeah, just like you said, there is the Jakumeso, and we've got some of the generic strides in the Progenitor, as well as the Zeroth, as well as Shinroi Mukuro.
And we also can't, of course, there's going to be our playset of Rene as well. Rene been a very strong card, honestly, since it's been released. That card has put in so much work for Nubatama for a very long time now, and I feel like will continue to do so as well. It's just that good of a card.
I think what's what kind of speaks out to me, surprisingly, is the fact that we don't see any of the new stride from 2022.
That is interesting.
But we do see the new G Guard. And the new G Guard is basically, if your opponent has a lot of cards in hand, this is a very big shield. So it kind of plays very well with like the Nubatama playstyle of forcing your opponent's cards back to hand, making them discard. Or if your opponent already is playing very strong, you also have a very strong defensive play as well.
Definitely, which also just kind of plays into the whole theme of Hanzo at this point as well, of being able to sit there and gain a defensive buff during your opponent's turn at the start of their turn, farming up those protect markers, and then turning around and pumping out an equal amount of aggression when it comes back to your turn.
Yeah. And I think we can take a look at the second deck here. I want to see what this deck will be up against. Hanzo will be up against Canadian Dragon, not Canadian. Canadian Dragon. And playing Dark Irregulars, Barrow Magnus, Hope on Damp, No Life King. So this is the Dark Irregulars deck for Premium here.
Definitely. I have a very fond attachment for Barrow Magnus in Standard. I don't really venture too much with him into Premium, but I have gone up against this deck a handful of times. And this deck, when it gets rolling, it's scary because there's not too much you can realistically be able to do to fight back against this.
If you guys want to talk about scaling in Cardfight Vanguard, this deck is scaling. The more you soul charge, the scarier everything gets, especially No Life King. Getting the No Life King rewrite into the Barrow Magnus for more attacks as well. Combining that with one problem girl here with the name Enigmatic Assassin. That leads to a whole bunch of attacks that players are sometimes just not ready for.
It really kind of just comes down to the opponent and how well they know your deck and how much damage they're willing to give you, because an unfamiliar player could very easily just, like, without thinking, give you enough damage for all of a sudden there to be 2 No Life King swings, a Barrow Magnus swing, and not even beginning to count how many rear card swings would be in that as well.
Now let's take a look at the G zone for Canadian Dragon. So a very thin G zone, actually heavily playing on the G Guard side of things. Opting to run 3 copies of the new G Guard and Niljabis. Very strong card, being able to dump, debuff, critical. So like we said very earlier in the stream, it doesn't matter how big you are, if you don't have a crit, you're not doing damage. So
Exactly.
Very strong card in the Dark Irregulars toolbox, but also running the new stride in Forfax. Something I like to call superior stride, being able to stride mid-battle. And
Which,
pretty good.
with the amount of Vanguard swings you're already going to be getting between the No Life Kings and then the extra swings that you have with Barrow Magnus, getting just a superior stride on top of that is pretty brutal, honestly.
And then we also see Blittermouse as well as Freyhate. 2 strides, which probably... Blittermouse is a really good stride as well, but I think their main effect is to return cards back to the deck.
Definitely.
We soul charge a lot. And if we soul charge a lot, we can deck out a lot. So having these kind of options to go into as a backup plan to not only be aggressive, but also kind of provide some deck safety is very good.
Deck safety, and also just putting back a bunch of triggers into our deck as well, with the amount of soul charging you do, and then basically, depending on the way you have set it up, you could set your deck up to be almost entirely triggers, which is very scary to be sitting across from.
Now, that's enough from us. All you do is talk the talk. I know that we want to see these 2 players walk the walk. So let's begin round 4 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Starting us off here, we have Canadian Dragon on the left playing the Dark Irregulars, No Life King, Barrow Magnus, first Vanguard, Enigmatic Assassin, and on the right we have one Danger Noodle on Nubatama with Hanzo starting it off.
Looks like he's going into the grade 3 searcher. Gonna draw first, then check that top 5.
Looking for at least one Hanzo here.
And
find
he
it.
hits it. Definitely what you want to be having happen as a Hanzo player is getting as many Hanzos into hand as early as possible.
Once we've all got those Hanzos in hand, we're able to very, very comfortably ride up even. Like, there might even be a contention of, like, saying, ignore the grade 2 game, because Darker Regular's grade 2 game is frighteningly strong already.
Definitely.
That one of that Rhodia, once you start amassing a bunch of soul into it, like, you're not grade 2 gaming them anymore.
And with the amount of like protect marker spam that you can potentially go into with Hanzo, it can be worth just sitting there and just riding up, so that way you're kind of just sitting on a nice little safety net of like a little nest of sentinels that you can use whenever you need to get yourself out of a tight spot.
Now, even though we have a bunch of Sentinels, we do notice that Dark Irregulars, long time, old time win condition, Hope on Dump. Very, very annoying card to play against, and I wonder if that will come up huge against all the Sentinels that we're going to pick up over on the Hanzo side of things. Do you see the crit trigger?
It almost makes you wonder if it makes it worth going into for or protect 2 at that point. Do you go into protect 2 instead of trying to sit on a bunch of sentinels in hand and just kind of farm up a bunch of shields so that you can somewhat guard, or is just having that safety net of sentinels what you want to go for?
I think if you have a safety net of Sentinels, you want to use them very early while you still can, because even if you go protect 2, you are still facing the impending doom that is Beryl Magnus's ability to just suck up the entire board. So all those intercepts, not happening.
That's a very good point, actually. So it really just kind of comes down to, yeah, just using your perfect guards early, so where they're actually going to be able to be useful.
Gonna go ahead and rush back, but we do see the defensive crit trigger here. Gonna be able to use that grade 2 skill, Yami Shibuki, to bounce back the Sakura Fubuki and get 2 decoys onto our board. Ooh, getting a trigger back ourselves with a very nice draw, getting another PG that we can use while we still can.
Definitely. It's gonna, at least, hopefully, gonna be something that you want to use before things get nice and hairy, so that way you could potentially safely take a few big hits without having to worry too much.
Yeah. We're going to ride into another very scary card here, Invariance Hard Leg. Old-time nightmare for a lot of players against Dark Regulars. Has a very strong guard restrictability, which was really not that hard to achieve in old Dark Regulars, and I want to see how fast that we are able to get a Hard Leg on, because this is also really annoying to deal with in conjunction with Hope.
The ability to just kind of stack multiple different kinds of guard restricts in a deck where you're going to be swinging with a Vanguard multiple times, having rear guard swing multiple times, slapping power onto those rear guards with all those multi-attacks can be very, very scary.
Mm-hmm. Going to see a guard come out over on Danger Noodle side of things, and going to go ahead and pass. So we do see that we did not ride into the Rogia, so maybe there is contention to grade 3 game at the moment, grade 2 game at the moment. But I do believe that Hanzo's write-up is stronger than their grade 2 game.
Definitely. The question is, are we going to... so we're not going to see the Hanzo this turn. We are going to do a little bit of grade 2 gaming. Looks like we're going to dig for some more Hanzos. Potentially just kind of setting up, like fighting for that first stride a little bit, but also kind of like farming up so that we can get more Hanzos in hand to be able to chain those skills back-to-back turns to try and get those defensive buffs where possible.
Alrighty, so yeah, we still have another counterblast that we are able to use for Yami Shibuki there. So that's probably what the goal is. Just being able to cycle a lot of our grade 1s back to our hand that we can just recall and keep filtering out the Hanzos out of our deck. And then once that's all said and done and we've compressed our deck enough, hopefully go for our strides then.
Let's see what we've got going here now. Just...
Yami Shibuki to bounce back the Katari Gitsune, calling another 2 tokens out. And drive check will be
definitely farming up
another
some
blank.
tokens. We got some...
Okay.
Seeing a barrel go to damage could be dangerous here. As long as... Because I believe there was only 2 Barrow in deck. So if we see... That's already half of them gone. And if we don't see one into Soul soon, it could be a bit of an uncomfortable spot for the DI player.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like the DI also did not... Actually, how did that Amon follower come out?
Yeah, it looks like we're
Oh, no,
back-to-back grade 2 gaming.
It is a DI's turn, yep. So we're going to call the Amon's follower to force each player to suck a card from hand into the soul and draw one. Danger Noodle using it to their advantage to put a Hanzo into soul.
Yeah, although if the Hanzo player was able to put a Tassogare Hanzo into soul, that's just setting up for a more aggressive first Hanzo turn for him, because he can call that out right away.
Yeah. I wonder if that's what's going to happen. We have like a very healthy amount of decoy tokens as well that we are able to finally pay for costs. Let's take a look what happens.
Let's see. Are we going to see a ride up is the question here.
Are we
Definitely
still
thinking
playing
it
the
over.
grade 2 chicken game? Chicken games. All right. Thinking about it?
It's okay. The game of chicken continues. This is one thing that is very interesting with Premium, and you know, some people love it, some people hate it, but it is definitely a part of the game. Over trigger. Okay.
Yes, the over trigger. Okay, so I was just about to say that the rear Yami Shibuki is miles larger than the Vanguard Yami Shibuki because of its skill to gain 5k for every grade 0 rearguard that we have. But you know what? When you have an over trigger...
And is that... did we see a Heal Guardian there? I believe so. It looks like he minused it by 2 crit to be able to not die there.
Yeah, and then we have one more attack. Oh, I believe that this would be 29k, gaining 5k for each of the decoy tokens there. Asking for 25 from Candy and Dragon side of things. There's that crit sentinel, and that should be enough.
There we go. Now...
Oh, needing some
like
more?
Maybe so.
35. Maybe... I don't think we got a trigger off of the second swing, did we?
Not that I'm recalling, but potentially there was. Maybe they're just doing some big brain gaming that we're not
just,
privy to.
Setting up their drop zone to be able to move it into soul?
I don't know if we see a grade 3 in the DI player's hand and Candy and Dragon's hand.
Oh, Rhodia rewrite?
Rewriting grade 2. Very interesting.
Rhodia is a good one to sit on. Rhodia is a good one to sit on. Okay, going to use follower skill to put one of the dim creepers from hand into soul. Gonna force our opponent to do the same. Now, we do have a few toys to play with. There's one dim creeper to get another 2 soul charges in. 1, 2 followers there.
Try and buff up that Rhodia a bit more. Definitely going to be a way to try and survive this game, because already, like, this has been, you know, 2 back-to-back grade 2 turns, and Candy Dragon sitting on 5 damage, while 1 Danger Noodle's at 2. Not the best place to be in, and unfortunately, it also looks like Candy Dragon is not on grade 3, potentially not by choice, because I don't think I saw a grade 3 in hand, so it just seems like this is kind of a way to try and turtle up a little bit to try and survive what could be a very scary Hanzo turn at this point.
All right, that was a big token intercept that we saw come over 1 Danger Noodle. 1 Danger Noodle senses blood, going for the Hanzo here.
Definitely. We finally see a grade 3 right up. And I think earlier we probably saw Tassogare go into Soul. I can't remember if Tassogare needs your opponent to be at grade 3. But
I don't believe so. I think Tassogare is able to pop off on your like grade 3 ride.
And that's a 32k swing from the back row. So if he was able to early soul charge one of those, that's going to be very scary when you are at 5 damage with 5 cards in hand.
Yeah. Here comes one of my favorite Nubatama cards in Sakura Fubuki. Such a good resource engine since Nubatama is able to bounce it back multiple times to use each turn as well. Right, first swing out. Gonna go ahead and hit the rear guard. And here comes the Vanguard swing.
Oh,
Not... Oh,
changed his
bounce.
mind. Going
Yep.
into the rearguard swing first to get the extra decoy, which he's
Yep.
going to need for the Tasogare.
Yep. Getting those tokens out again. 3 tokens so that Yami Shibuki is sitting pretty at 24. Gonna ask for a 15k guard from Candy and Dragon's Hand. And boom, gonna retire 2 of those tokens. Call up the Tasogari.
Double Tasogari.
Double Tasogari from the back.
That is very scary to see. And unfortunately, I think I saw in Candy and Dragon's Hand an over trigger as well. So don't quite have that saving grace there to try and fall back on.
Ooh, and unfortunately, that is the risk and cost associated with running the 20k shields rather than the heal guardians. Ooh, gets
And there's
trigger.
a critical trigger. Looks like he's slapping it onto the Tasogari, and a heal trigger after that. No heal for one Danger Noodle, but more power on top of the already massive Tasogari Hanzos.
When you're going for blood, that's what you go for.
It's what you need to see happen.
And there it is.
There it is. There's the 6 damage. Wow.
This is a very good demonstration of Grade 2 gaming in the premium format. Goodness
Definitely.
gracious. What a slugfest.
And you know, it was like I was saying earlier that, you know, some people they don't like Grade 2 gaming. Some people do. Like it or hate it, it is a part of the game, and it is, I would even venture to say, a very skill intensive part of the game. What is your Grade 2 game? What does it look like? Do you have one? Can you ride up safely?
Yeah.
What does your opponent's Grade 2 game look like? Because how committed are they to staying on Grade 2 to try and like battle you for that first stride? And as we saw in this game, both players were very committed to sticking on Grade 2 for as long as it took. And then unfortunately, it seemed like Candy and Dragon was not Grade 2 gaming as intentionally as they would have liked, because I feel like that last turn definitely would have been a spot to try and ride up.
Yep. To try and just go for the barrel.
Because you could at least have pumped out some numbers, some aggression. But then after all that Hanzo farming, that was it. There's not much you can do when you're just sitting at 5 damage with that.
It almost begs the question that it feels kind of unfortunate on Candy and Dragon's side of things, because their strategy requires to soul in a lot and cycle, and that's what Fu Jinlin is there for. However, you come into a matchup like this where your opponent is happy to put certain cards into their soul. You're telling your opponent, sorry bud, you got to put a card from your soul from your hand into your soul to draw a card. Your opponent playing Hanzo is like, oh, by the gods, no, whatever shall I do? I'll just put this Tasugari in and draw a card. Oh, you gotta do it again. Oh, whatever shall I do? Oh. And then after you've like amassed a resource, after you like crunched your opponent, because that Yami Shibuki that was putting in a lot of work, the one on the rear guard,
Definitely.
29k, 24k, 29k. Eventually your opponent's gonna hit that 5th damage, and without like them going up into the higher grades, you get more drive checks, find more heal triggers. You'll sense blood, and you'll be like, okay, it's time. I have a very strong Grade 3 V format deck. Does not need my opponent to be on Grade 3. I'm going to ride up first. I'm going to try and destabilize them. Like, even if I can't end the game here, I can destabilize them and cripple them enough that they won't be able to put a good offensive on the crackback even. So that's what I'm going to go for. We're going to ride into a Katsuki. We've got the double Tasogare in the soul already. We've got the Yami Shibuki that couldn't be touched because, unfortunately, Rodia didn't attack into it. We had the triple intercepts because of the tokens as well. And boom, that was it. Time to go for game. I found it.
Yep. Not to mention the Sakura Fubuki there, like regaining some resources to extend those plays even more on the Hanzo player side. And I think, like you said, sensed blood in the water, because riding that Rhodia was definitely wasn't the type of thing you would see from somebody trying to like avoid a Sea Breeze. Because Sea Breeze is another thing, because Grade 2 gaming is a very real thing, and Sea Breeze has kind of seen a slight recurrence in some decks because they need that GB. And so I think very rightfully so saw that that staying on Grade 2 was not intentional and just went for game, and it paid off.
Yep. Especially like you said, the Rodia reride. Unfortunately, not able to get the chain soul charges that we like to see when we are doing that kind of thing. Being able to soul charge your entire deck, Dim Creepers, Fujinlins, Emblem Masters, put every card in your deck back into soul, and be able to sit on like this 30k defensive grade 2 and sit on that until your opponent is ready. But regardless, great play from both players. Thank you, Candia Dragon, for showing off. And okay, Barrow, it's an upcoming deck that hasn't been explored fully yet and hasn't been really showcased. And very happy to see the Hanzo deck as well. That was something I was not expecting.
Hanzo's definitely, I feel like, I kind of think of it in the same way as Shiryuki. It's a deck that's kind of slept on, but has very strong potential. And it just kind of can catch people off guard because they're not familiar with it.
And with that, that is it from us for Round 4 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We're going to toss you guys to another break, and when we come back, it will be Ty and Orange bringing you extreme commentary for Rounds 5 and 6. Remember to use hashtag BRO2022, and we will see you guys later.
Hello! I'm back. I found a TIE fighter over here.
Hey.
Hello.
We
Hi.
swapped the lineups again.
Yes.
Getting everything moved around.
Yeah,
But
very
yeah.
exciting. That was those were some pretty intense matches. I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea what was happening on round 3. I was actually clueless. I was like watching it and I was like, yeah, I don't know the names of the cards. There's Link Joker on that side, Tachikaze on this side. Oh, but there's something going on with gauges over here. There's something going on with locks over here. But I have no idea what's actually happening. I think they're attacking each other.
I think that's what's kind of fun, at least, like with a Highlander list like that, is that even if you don't know what's happening, it's still kind of exciting to watch, because it's just like even if you don't completely understand, there's just so much happening, especially in a deck where there's only one ofs. It's like, how are they kind of like chaining these things into other things to create these plays? And, you know, for me, I would hope kind of drums up some interest in Tachikaze, which is a clan that I really enjoy, but I feel like it's been kind of underloved by the community just because, for whatever reason, they don't think dinosaurs are as cool as dragons, I suppose.
I guess so. I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of the people. I'm like, that's a clan.
Yeah.
Never touch it. I know 2 really strong dinosaur enthusiasts, but honestly, even with them like around me, I'm still like, I'm not touching this clan. I don't know why. I don't something about, maybe it's the dinosaurs with the guns on them, or it's just some kind of aesthetic just doesn't please me enough. I do like that 27k base guy. He's kind of fun.
Oh yeah, Savage Mercenary.
Yeah, that guy. I like that guy. I used to run him in my golds deck. There's a golds version, a 24k version.
Oh yeah. That was like the dog, I think.
Yep.
Yeah,
And you just can't ride it. You can just kind of call it out off the top cards and do all this weird stuff with it. It's just a constant 24k beater on Excel marker as a 27k beater. No, it's not really too great. I don't recommend running in your decks, but it's just fun to experiment with.
It's they were giving like a few clans cards like that, just like ridiculously high base power that is like completely just out of the realm of what we've seen the kind of standard to be, because, you know, it was 11k in the G era, 10k even way before that, and then now in like V and Overdress we have like the 12-13k bases. So those were kind of interesting things, but they always had that clause of like, you can't ride them. But they've gotten more strict with their phrasing as well, because there's been some pretty memey ways to actually superior ride Savage Mercenary, which I believe we saw, was it either the last BRO or the Springfest Online before that, if I remember correctly.
It was BRO, because I'm pretty sure, I know I didn't commentate because I didn't commentate for Premium, but I think last BRO there was a good old Charlie, same person, same old card.
It was definitely gonna be the same person.
Same person, and yeah, I believe that was literally a couple months back. So yeah, very interesting. He loves showing off really fun and interactive Tachi's decks because he just knows so much about Tachi. So it's just really, he's known for like the Tachi stuff, like online. So very definitely. I'm glad, because if I ever need something, I could just go to him and be like, hey, you like dinosaurs. Teach me your ways.
And that's exactly what I do. Like I, ever since finding a lot of that Tachikaze content, I was making my own Tachikaze deck list. But when you have somebody as interested and passionate about the clan as Cardweeb, it's like, well, I'll just copy what you're doing at this point because you seem to know more than I do, which I tend to do with a few people in the community that are just like very, very invested within clans that definitely carry a lot of knowledge with them, which is usually very, very handy.
Yep. Well, with that, we do have the standings, so we can go over and see how the standings are doing. Round 4 being pretty much almost over. Let's see what's going on. So here we have the first 8. I'll go ahead and go through them. So we have first place, Photon TK. Second place, Dark Lens, I believe, or LCNS. And then we have third place is Kags. Fourth is Fam. Fifth is Wind Up Hero, Vanguard Boys. Sixth is Ichi. 7th is Sidus, I believe that's it. And 8th place is Zio. And then I'll let you take over for 9th through 16th, I believe.
Okay, so at 9th place we have Chadson. Below that in 10th is Andre Lee. 11th place we have Mizazono Kaori. In 12th is Seabox. 13th place we have OOT Man 23. In 14th is Guritchu. 15th we have Sharshar, and in 16th we have Living Proof, another one of those people that I just copy what they do for the given clan that they're into.
Very good idea. The Living Proof is also another very big Spikes player, so usually a good person to approach if you have Spikes questions. So yeah, I don't really play too much Spikes. I face it a lot, so I would definitely be like, hey, how do you play Spikes?
I play Spike Brothers a fair amount. I very much enjoy the clan. It's a very like aggressive kind of like combo centric clan. So it tickles my brain in the right ways that I like when I'm playing a deck. And so, but I'm not the best at building the deck just because Spike Brothers, again, too, is just another clan with so many just good and viable options and just as many ways for those to interact with each other. So I generally tend to leave clans like Spike Brothers to the people like Living Proof who know what they're doing with the clan already, have that deeper knowledge, and then when they come out with a list, I'm like, okay, so this is what I need to be doing when I'm playing Spike Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the deck is another toolbox deck. That deck can get superior call cards from decks so easily. Like, it really doesn't take much. So knowing what kind of, you can run like weird ratios and stuff like that, and knowing what to call out, what to send back deck, what to do the charging mechanic with to get more things out, and like there's just so many little itsy bitsies. That's another one of those decks where I feel like I would get really confused playing it. I just be like, I don't know what's happening anymore.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those things where your brain can start to hurt because of all the skills that are like activating at the same time or in a certain sequence that you need them to happen in a certain order in order to see things happen the exact way that you want them.
Yeah, something I've noticed, we've been going through quite a few rounds. I haven't seen any bugs.
Yeah, no, that's very true, actually. Now that you mention it, we haven't seen any bugs, which I guess shouldn't be too surprising after seeing the Ruination Dragon get the boot as hard as it did. But it's still interesting, too, because Gridora is still a very, very strong card. If you're able to resolve that skill, that's something that completely shuts down things like Nightmare Dolls and Grand Blue, two very strong decks that we've both seen so far just in these first 4 rounds today. So I'm wondering if, as usual with talking about certain decks in between rounds, if we'll see it pop up in the next round.
Who knows? I think it'd be interesting to see, because I honestly think even though bugs to get the little, a little slap on the wrist, like no more, super drawing, I do still think the deck is really good. It's a current meta. Like if you think about it, Dolls hates, as you mentioned, Dolls hates bugs. Murakumo, I don't think likes bugs too much. Like it's kind of a little bit of a hard matchup. Spikes hates, does not want to see bugs either because they call from deck, so they'd be locked out of that. Grand Blue 100% gets locked out of that. There is one one matchup that we also haven't really talked about too much. I think you guys talked about it, but Vanquisher is one of the few decks that just doesn't care what it faces, because it could deal with bugs and it could deal with all the rest of the matchups on top of binding your board, on top of saying goodbye to everything that you're trying to have pieces for, and also being extremely oppressive. I actually personally believe that Vanquisher, Eradicator, whatever, like Narukami as a clan right now in Premium is probably one of the strongest decks outside of Dolls. I just think it's so oppressive, and it just knocks out so many other clans out. So many clans rely on drop zone, and not even just Grand Blue, but there are other decks that have like certain pieces in their drop that they want to recall back out, and they just can't, or they want to fetch them and they just can't, because Narukami's like, no. Can't do that. So
Narukami is just one of those clans that's really, really strong, and no matter which flavor you're playing, whether it's Vanquisher or Eradicators, just because they don't really want for anything. They have access to multi-attacking. They have access to power gaining for those multi-attacks. They have multiple Vanguard swings. They have hand traps to be able to rip things off of your board during your turn. They just punish you even more for even playing the game. So they're one of those decks that just, they don't have a lot of holes in their game plan, and like you said, they just don't really care what's on the other side of the table. No matter what it is, they're just gonna do their thing, and it's on you if you're gonna be able to handle it and deal with it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've always been, I'm not gonna lie, of all the clans out there, Narukami is one of my least favorite to face. It doesn't matter what format it's in. Just, I'm not a fan, but the more cards they get, the more I'm starting to dislike Narukami even more. I'm trying so hard. I've been like thinking, like, you can't hate on a clan, Orange. You can't just decide these things. You can't just dislike one clan. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm at the point where I'm like, oh my gosh, how many more times can I deal with this? It's just because there's just, I always like to argue the argument, like, you have to think through a matchup, prepare for it and set up for it. But I feel like Narukami started to become at a spot where it's actually hard to play around it, no matter. And you can. I'm not saying you can't, but I feel like it's getting harder and harder, as some decks honestly just can't deal with the amount of pressure the deck provides. It's honestly starting to feel like where's it sounds, that deck started to feel to me like Ruination Bugs felt. I feel like you can try to play around it, but the minute you're starting to brick more than they are, they just kind of win the game.
Yeah, you have to definitely have a solid game plan. And I kind of had an idea of what a solid game plan could be for the Order Bugs matchup, but I have yet to find something that is consistent enough for Vanquisher. Like, Eradicators, I can kind of deal with when I'm playing Nova Grappler, just because there's a card that gives my board resist. And as long as my plays aren't interrupted, then I'm pretty okay. But if I'm playing any other clan, I'm kind of at a loss for what I need to do against Narukami to try and come out with a W on the other side of that.
Yeah, I've thought about too. That's why I think maybe that's why we saw some showings in Springfest. There is like Bermuda Triangle Riviere. There's a grade 1 that gives resist to the whole board. Kind of helps around those type of matchups, and you can also throw out a Hanali, mid battle, kind of help with those type of situations. But I really feel like having any form of resist is just really, really useful, because otherwise you're kind of stuck.
Resist, I think, is like one of those keywords that like came up in the G days, and we don't really see it like so much as printed on cards nowadays, but we do have cards that basically effectively have that skill, just saying that they can't be touched. And it's something that I think is becoming more and more important, as like, most decks these days have some sort of key piece that they need to be able to keep on board, and being able to say, hey, you can't touch this one, can make all the difference in some matchups.
Oh, yeah. That's 100%. That's another reason why I mentioned this earlier, but why Dismal has been coming up more, because you can Dismal to stop certain interactions. And honestly, weirdly enough, in Overdress, there's been more and more printings of very cards that say, if this card's on the board, then everything else can't get chosen, or some weird kind of gimmicks. Pretty much the same concept as a resist, or some ways of resist. And I get very happy when I see those cards, because I'm like, yes, a piece of the puzzle that could print to Premium. Narukami, you can't touch me with this card. Like Urgel is a good example. Urgel is a card that kind of like knocks that door a little bit. You just can't really touch stuff, and it moves around stuff too. So I'm just like, hey, I have this out. You can't touch it.
Yeah,
makes me very happy.
You kind of need those pieces. Definitely those kind of cards too that we've been seeing pop up more, like where they're the ones, like once they're on board, they're the ones you have to choose. You can't choose anything else. You have to choose like these certain pieces just to try and protect the more important ones. ones that you have on board. But then that kind of becomes like a big question in deck building of, do you have room for this card in your deck? But more than that, do you have room on your field for this card? Is this card being on your field, is that going to be taking up a very valuable spot for something that you would rather have that could potentially make your plays extend even further?
So, question for you. So, just kind of an interesting little topic that we could kind of throw in here about deck building. When you build a premium deck, how much do you focus, like, how much percentage of deck do you focus on, like, dealing with other matchups, like adding, like, the Connell and the Honolly and, you know, Bickens and all that kind of stuff?
I think that's definitely something that comes in more of a refining stage. I would say, because I feel like you kind of have to come up with your, at least the way I look at it, you have to kind of come up with your own game plan first. You have what you want to do, and then you flesh that out as fully as possible to do that as effectively, as consistently as possible. And then once you kind of have that winning image in mind, is when you kind of start taking it against looking at those other matchups. Like, okay, if my opponent has Hani on the board, what's my out to this? If my opponent's going to very aggressively grade 2 game me, to really just like fight me for that first stride, what's my out to that? Can I play it back just as well? And I think once you kind of get to that refining stage is when you kind of start to look at how you can deal with those, if you can deal with those, and then the answers to those questions kind of depends that the answer to those questions decide whether or not you take it to an event like the Bushiroad Rumble Online.
Interesting. I'm a big advocate for like deck building and like knowing what you're building towards. So this is one of my my favorite subjects to kind of talk about, because like you brought up winning image, which is really important. And knowing what the win con, like what you're trying to accomplish with the deck, is so of high importance, because you kind of build around that concept. But then you also have to think like, well, how do I not lose too? What do I need to do to stop certain combos? One example like that I actually ran last year. Actually, no, in Springfest I ran it was Bicken. I ran Bicken for last year, because the reason being is if I face a mirror match, because Grand Blue is pretty popular, right? And I play Grand Blue. If I'm facing a mirror match, there's an interesting kind of way you can get out of a mirror match a little bit easier. So Grand Blue, they like to attack with their bad bounty, and then they'll go into another Vanguard attack after that, right? Beacon is one of the best ways to stop that entire interaction and kind of lower the amount of shield that you have to guard to then be able to deal with the Skull Dragons or whatever. So that's something that I threw in. And actually, with the Shiryuki player that I've talked about that went undefeated, he ran 2 Beacons in his Shiryuki list, and he actually searched them out and got them back to hand just so he can then deal with like Vanguard's aggressive decks. Yeah, it was like I saw this list because we were like both like plotting it, testing it, and I was like, man, the Bicken play is so cool. Because like, oh, this is Kagero? Oh, I don't care, Bicken. Oh, Genesis Regalia? Oh, wow, 5 drive checks? Oh, you hit an OT? Oh, that is so unfortunate, Bicken.
Yeah.
That card is so funny. It's a 0, but it's such a nice little tech, and it's techs like that I feel like can make a difference between like someone who's just playing a deck and someone who's playing a deck to win with.
Definitely.
And it's just cool to see that kind of stuff.
I think that's a really good point, because like we do have like a handful of like Cray Elementals that can find their way into any deck and are useful against a wide variety of like the top contender decks. And then it just kind of depends on when you're trying to kind of like deck build and decide on something to bring to an event like this, you kind of have to look at and be like, can I fit this in? And if I can't, is it still worth taking? And if it's not, should I just try and play something else that could potentially fit some of these techs in so that I can have a stronger matchup against something that I'm not as confident against? And it makes for some very interesting deck building choices, and even just deck choices for what you bring.
Oh yeah, 100%. Making some decisions are actually really tough to make. You only have like 50 slots, so sometimes you're just like, and one is taken up by a starter, and then you have the triggers, and then you have the perfect guards, and then it's like, oh, okay, now what? Like, how do I fit it all in?
What do you fill in there? But that's one thing that I definitely, what makes me so drawn to Premium and enjoy this format as much as I do, is because you have those additional 16 slots with the G Zone. You have multiple different Vanguards that you can go into for a variety of situations. Now, certainly there's some decks like we saw with like Shadow Paladin or maybe even Tachikaze where they do have like that one stride that's just so good that they want to go into it more often than not. But by just the very nature of the G Zone being a toolbox, you have answers to even the most fringe of situations potentially. So that way, when something comes up, you're not just kind of like, oh, well, I don't really have the best kind of game plan for this, but by having a certain card, you can be like, oh, no, I have the out here, and I can go into it when it's appropriate. And that's one of the things that just makes this format so diverse and interesting for me.
I agree. It's definitely the separation between like V and Premium. It's kind of like where you still really start seeing like the differences, because like V, you know, you have your 50 cards and whatnot, and that's really it. And stopping people's interactions is pretty much kind of possible now. Like they're slowly getting more cards, like the Genesis promo that came out. You know, Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 3, call something over an opponent's attacking rear guard, and then boom, bam, like you just stopped like a really high attack or something like that. But in Premium, it takes that type of style and just amplifies it times like 16 pretty much, because now you have like these other cards that you can rely on. And it's very interesting like that you have like the I always thought it was fascinating how you have like the heals, which is literally a mechanic that lets you heal out of games, right? That but are also locked behind a mechanic to save yourself in like a really bad situation. But like sometimes like you have your mulligan and you think there's a heal in your mulligan. It's like, do I keep this? Do I put it back to deck? What do you do? Do you are you one of those people that has like thinks about it for a second?
I definitely do, and then it always just comes down to like, what do I anticipate on the other end of the table? Now, it's a different story when you're at locals and you're kind of familiar with a lot of the people there. You kind of know what they like to play and what they're doing. But for an event like this where you don't know, that's where it really gets kind of tricky, because it's like, am I in danger of just getting rushed out of the game? And do I need to kind of hang on to this Heal Guardian to try and make it through? Or would I rather have it in deck to potentially see later and it getting flipped up at the right time to like save me when things are not going as well as I want them to? But that's one thing that's just also very interesting just about not only Premium but just Vanguard as a game in general, is that the kind of like decisions that start right from just looking at your opening hand of like, okay, what's my game plan here? What do I need to put back? What do I need to try and go for? And is it worth even trying to go for these things, or should I keep these pieces? It makes for some very interesting decisions all along the way.
I think Mulligan is like a big part also of kind of seeing like how much knowledge you have on what you want to do like this game. Like you see your Mulligan, you see a bunch of grade ones, maybe a heal, and you guys start thinking like, how do I want to fix this? Or maybe you want to find cards that draw you cards to see your pieces faster, whatever it is. There's certain like approaches that you can take. And honestly, Heal Guardians being added just only added on to that, because like again, it's always that decision of like, do I send this back or do I keep it? If I'm facing Excel, how screwed am I? Like,
right.
or if I'm facing like a decks like Astro Poets, which by the way, it's not as common in Premium, but I actually know a person at my locals that actually purposely took that deck to deal with bugs back in the day, because in Springfest, because Astro Poets has enormously high attackers, right? Everything is pretty much attacking 40 and above. Bugs, funnily enough, doesn't have perfect guards, or very little option to get a perfect guard, right? So when you're attacking 70k at your opponent twice, 3 times, however many times, 45k with the rear guards, how many times can a Bugs player take it before they're like, all right, well, I guess I die here. So it was a really interesting kind of approach, and you just never know what you're going to face, and sometimes that -2 creator, whatever you need, will just really help you out. And it's just hard to say, because sometimes there's been so many games where I sent back a heal and then I realized I just made the biggest mistake of my life.
Right.
I sent it back and now I'm like watching my opponent push me to 4 damage, and I'm like on turn 2, and I'm just like, why did I do this? All I had to do was just grab a heal, and it's fine. Now, there's another thing that I've been noticing. I haven't been seeing too much commonly enough, but the Heal Guardian has another skill on it. If you have 0 damage, you can pretty much put it in. You can pretty much take a damage and pretty much do your stuff. But strangely enough, I don't feel like people use it that much. Like I honestly forget about it half the time. But
I'm kind of in that same boat. I forget about it sometimes as well. But I always seem to remember in like the most like clutch scenarios where it's like, oh wait, no, I do have this option. It's definitely definitely probably the more forgotten about skill, but it definitely comes up, especially because damage denial can be a very big thing in Premium. And sometimes, depending on what you see your opponent flip up, you may just sit there and just hard damage deny, not give them a single bit of damage. And then that kind of forces them to like, oh, they have a heal guardian, so they can give themselves a damage, but you're also forcing them to call a heal down to board, which isn't the most ideal piece to be seeing in a rearguard circle. And that's also potentially, unless they have ways of getting it back, that's one G guard that you see just out of the game. That could have been something that would have been a big thorn in your side later. So that makes for some really interesting kind of, not only from like the player side with the heal guardian, but if you see your opponent with it and you're playing that hard damage deny game of like, do I give them the damage or do I just want them to call down that heal so that way they lose out on that key piece that could be relevant later on in the game?
Yeah, exactly. Funnily enough, like I don't know if you remember, I can't remember the name of the card, but there's that GB1 card that essentially forced the damage out if you're on GB1. And that card was played so much back in the day. The name is escaping me. It's a grade 2. It's an elemental. It has fire on
Bobo.
it. Bobo, yeah, Bobo. Sorry, I didn't know what to say. Bobo the homie. But Bobo, it was actually one of those cards that people used to play a lot because NLK was like the top contender of I deny you. You know, like you never want to give Dark Irregulars Counterblast. Even early on, you don't want to give Dark Irregulars Counterblast because they get so much early soul advantage out of that one Counterblast you give them even early on, even if they don't use it on the grade 3 turn. That's sometimes scary. But Bobo countercharged, gave you damage, and fixed like all the problems that you had, and it just got so insane. And Heal Guardian having a similar approach, strangely enough, isn't seeing as much like I guess representation for when it comes to the damage side. I guess part of it is because you want to secure them in hand, or you want to like use them when you're getting rushed down, and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, we are going into the next round. And
Alrighty,
we want to look at the
we have.
first deck here. Let's go and see what it's looking like. Ah.
Oh, speaking of Spike Brothers, it seems we've manifested another deck to appear on stream.
We did.
It's a very interesting list too, because we do see the one of Greedon, but not the Deadly Emperor. So this isn't a full-on Rising Greedon list, but not entirely ruling out the possibility of seeing it happen either.
Oh yeah. I actually haven't faced this type of deck yet. I faced every other Spikes version but the Greedon Rising Nova version. I am excited to see if that Greedon approach does happen because I hear so much about this deck and I just know so little.
Right. There's a lot that this deck can do. And we also see that agile fullback in the grade 2s, which can create some very painful just first stride turns with that Gabarus, just because it gives you a back row attack. So essentially turning your back row center rearguard circle into an Excel marker and a Force Clan can be very, very deadly if given the opportunity to really pop off.
100%. Actually, so something that's very interesting about this deck, this is another one of those decks. So I just mentioned about how giving Counterblast is kind of scary. This is the #1 deck that you should be very scared to give a Counterblast the minute they ride to grade 2. Because the minute you do that, they're gonna have a full board. They're gonna have grade 3s in that board. They're gonna be calling stuff out on that board. You're gonna be staring at a deadly board. And part of it is literally the card that you just brought up, which is indeed fullback. That card is so, because it adds on extra attack. You have 4 attacks on your grade 2 turn, and then it keeps going back to deck and calls a fresh one. If you high roll into this early enough, oh my goodness, like this just keeps it. The pressure just stays live.
I do find it funny as well, the deck name being 03 drop.
Oh my.
We'll see if that's working out as they intended, but
well, we kind of discussed here the main deck, but let's go and see sort of what's going on the G-Zone side.
And
Hello.
yeah, I don't think anything too surprising for anybody who knows Spike Brothers. We've got 3 copies of the new Galligabalus, which the card is very, very scary. If you are not careful, this card has very, very strong first stride kill potential, and if you are not prepared, it will 100% roll you over.
Yes. That card scares me. There aren't that many things that scare me outside of Narukami, the nation, but Spike,
Honestly,
this card
at,
scares me.
as it should, I would say. And then we've got the two of the new G Guard as well. The G Guard is very handy as well because it puts pieces back into your deck. And when you can put your grade 1s and 2s back, and then if you gain power for those, and then if you put grade 3s back, you get to draw cards. So if you're able to sit there and maybe just a 15k is enough, you can just put some grade 3s back into your deck, which are also key pieces you want to see, and then just draw some more cards, potentially survive the turn even further.
I just realized you can, in case you damage or do something weird with Greedon, couldn't you send Greedon back or anything like that?
Yes, definitely you could with that. There's a lot of ways to do that too. Like even if you see Greedon and Soul, you have ways of putting cards from Soul back into your deck. There's a lot of Spike Brothers is very fluid with the way that you're able to kind of pull your pieces from deck and then put them back into the deck for later as well.
Wow, that's very interesting. I am interested to see how the Greedon engine works if we would get a chance to actually see it here. But that was deck one. But what will they be facing? I am very curious to see what deck two will look like today. Ooh,
Oh, Royal
I'm familiar with this
Paladins.
deck.
There
I
we
hate
go.
this deck. This deck was a villain. I hated facing this deck. Imagine being a Grand Blue player facing this deck.
Oh, yeah.
It's so ham. This deck is ham dot deck. So as you mentioned, this is indeed the Jewel Knights engine, and we have I see it that grade 2 right there. Like I'm trying to remember the name of it off the top of my head right now. It's not coming to me. But it's the guy.
Oh yeah, I believe that's one of the newer pieces
Revolt?
that they got. Yeah.
Revolt. Now, see, do you know something funny about that card? You can send heals back to deck with that card.
Oh gosh.
You can. It doesn't
Yeah.
state what you send back, as long as it's not a grade 2. So you can actually send heals back. It was very, very funny card. I don't know if I've ever seen a Jewel Knights deck run this at 4 copies, though. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I'm interested to see if we can see some very clutch plays with putting things back into the deck. Maybe we see a 6 damage heal that was put back.
Yep, exactly. I think you can even send OT back. Yeah, you can send OT back too with it. 'Cause it's just you just put one non-grade 2 rear guard from the bottom to the bottom of your deck, so you can call OT and send it back.
Wow.
But other than that, let's go ahead and also see the G zone for this Jewel Knights deck.
And yep, that's pretty much what you expect to see here with the 3 Crystal Luster with Jewel Knights, I feel like.
Yup. I mean,
But
it's
we
your main
do-
win con.
We do have the new Stride from Premium Collection as well, which actually plays very well with Jewel Knights, I feel like, just because it calls from hand and calls over things, and Jewel Knights don't really care about that happening to them too much.
Exactly. And this is just a crazy, crazy aggressive beatdown deck, and the longer it lives, the higher chance of you pretty much just getting destroyed. Their GB3 is not a joke.
Oh yeah, that triple door skill on a huge multi-attacking turn with multiple Vanguard swings is very, very scary.
Yup. Well, let's see how scary it is. Let's go ahead and go into our next round of Bushiroad Rumble Online to see where this is going. All right.
Alrighty, let's see. It looks like the Jewel Knights players went first.
Yeah, I think that's the new Eunice. I believe that's a Eunice ride.
Okay, and then we have a Dudley Daisy on Wiggum's side. No fancy skills there, just riding up and swinging.
Yup, exactly. And good thing they didn't call anything.
Another Dudley
Eunice.
Daisy to hand as well, which I'm not sure is entirely what you want to see on the Spike Brothers side, because typically you want to see those daisies in deck so that you can call them from deck and kind of continue chain calling.
Yep.
But we'll see how that plays out.
So the Eunice skill has an on-place ability. Pretty much when you ride on top of her, you get to pretty much draw a card if you don't retire. So that's what happened here. They're able to pretty much double draw essentially early on.
Which they're definitely going to want to have going against a Spike
Yes,
Brothers
exactly.
deck.
Something I noticed, that was an overdress card that we just saw.
Yeah, I believe, was that
Painkiller.
additional? A Painkiller Angel.
Mm-hmm. It was you pretty much just soap box to retire her to draw cards, essentially just pushing for more draw early on. This deck can you want to draw in a deck like this. It's pretty peaceful light. You want to kind of see your main pieces to kind of start going crazy. So the draw is really important.
So looks like
Here's that.
he rode the Dudley Davy, pulling out the Dudley Loser from deck, and I'm probably going to Soul Blast as well to get that counter charge back as
Oh, yeah.
well. So that way you basically just got grade 3 on board for free.
Exactly. So this is what I was talking about. It's very scary to give spikes sometimes like that counterblast. If they have the right units, including Rona, they can go very lethal on this turn right here. So it gets very aggressive.
Calling down that Daisy that he drove check earlier, swing with the Vanguard. We'll see what Penguin OG does here. And that's an ambush Dexter to hand as well, which is also just going to be even scarier as these turns go on. Because that one Dexter can turn into several more attacks on board.
Exactly. So here we have riding into Ashley. Now, Ashley is usually not the greatest ride. It's not terrible, but Salome is definitely the better one. As Salome it generates even more attacks, whereas Ashley just kind of slows things down by a little bit. But still not bad because she enables you to have 5 attacks on your first turn. It kind of depends on if you want to go for the 5 attacks here. It won't really cost you. It won't hurt you or anything like that. But giving Spike Brothers a lot of counterblasts can be very scary too.
Yeah, because unless you're able to really kind of push them hard and also minus them, giving them damage can get very, very scary very, very quickly because they're able to turn that damage into so much advantage, into so many attacks that if you're not prepared, you can just get completely just steamrolled.
Yep, exactly. I would consider swinging to the Lucifer just to get it out.
Yeah, that would probably be a pretty decent play here, just so that way you're not giving too many resources to the Spikes player. And I also wonder, I guess I almost thought we would see maybe some grade 2 gaming this round on Penguin OG's side, just because knowing how scary and how strong a galley turn is.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we'd see maybe a little bit of a fight for first stride, but doesn't seem to really care. Just gonna kind of ride up and give it to him.
Yeah, it's possible that maybe there was no heal guardians in hand, or maybe just applying pressure would just be better here. Getting the force marker. But I do agree if they're not careful here, the next turn could be the last one just because of how aggressive spikes get. But instead, we're using Ashley's skill to call out cards, essentially use those on place abilities that activate when calling over Jewel Knight's cards to draw cards and get more power and send cards back to deck.
Yeah, it looks like we're. Well, I'm not sure, but something's happening on the
so what happened
Jewel Knight
here
side.
was the grade 2 has a skill. When she attacks, you put 2 normal units from your drop zone to the bottom of your deck, soul charge 1, and she gets 5k powers. So that's what they did there.
Well, it was giving another damage, but it looks like he hit a heal, so maybe not that bad. But I'm definitely interested to see what this Spike's turn's gonna be, because like we were saying, if you're not careful, this can very easily just end up being game. 2 damage is not an insignificant amount for Spike Brothers to have. And then there's the double gift marker, the Force 3 as Tony called it earlier.
Hey, that's a good way to put it.
Getting both Force 1, stacking them all in the rearguard circle, which is interesting. I'm sure we'll possibly see that get passed around like the football.
Yup, exactly.
This, we'll see. But it seems
that
like he's
is
thinking about what to stride into, or even potentially even if to stride. Although if he wasn't going to stride, I don't think he would have put the force markers on rearguard.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Maybe the discard here is just really important for the pieces because it is Spike Brothers. They are very piece reliant to start out. Like the board needs to be pretty set to go into everything they need to do. So it's very possible that they're trying to figure out what exactly to discard here to make sure they don't ruin the combo.
Let's see. He's really thinking.
Oh,
looks like we're not striding. Interesting.
Ooh,
okay.
Wow.
If I feel like if you're Penguin OOG at this point, potentially sitting there with a bit of a sigh of relief.
Probably, honestly, this is you definitely want to be in the situation where you don't have to worry about striding. Plus, again, like Jewel Knight's stride, like with the Crystal Luster, just gets so big and heavy that like you can't keep up. Like it's just there's just so many multi attacks coming and so many recalling and drawing and crit pressure. It just gets so high.
And there's that ambush Dexter calling down. I thought it was interesting that he called the agile fullback to the right column, but
Yeah.
just used Dexter to shove that into Soul and then call out another fullback to the center
Yeah.
column and then Arota to the back row. So this is a very big and beefy board here that we're going to see with at least like 4 attacks.
Yeah, exactly. This situation, there'll be a lot of marker moving. You know, so Rising Nova can copy skills essentially. So probably here we'll be copying. We don't have a way. We don't have a. I can't remember the name of the guy that moves markers.
Dead Heat Bull Spike.
Yeah,
we don't have
Bull
him on
Spike. Yeah.
board.
Yeah, I don't have him, but we do have Lucifer, so you can copy Lucifer's skill, which pretty much lets you enable extra attacks if you have more. I can't remember the archetype name.
Dudley's.
Dudley's.
As long as he, I think, if I remember correctly, Dudley Lucifer calls from hand, or maybe it's from deck. I can't remember exactly.
It's from hand. You have to have another Dudley in your hand essentially to be able to call.
So I guess we'll see. Swinging with the Bracky first, which is a gigantic column with a crit.
Yep.
Very tough decisions here because do you take this hit and then go to 4 and then make the Vanguard swing that much scarier? Or do you try and drop a bunch of hand cards to try and not take this 2 damage off of this one like 30k, 38k Bracky?
Yeah. Honestly, because there won't be any marker movement here, you can probably guard this and just easily take the Vanguard. Which is, I think, what is going on here.
Yep. Looks like we dropped a PG there. Swinging with a Vanguard now. Using... Is he using the Dudley skill? I can't tell. It seems like he's considering it.
I don't know if there was ever a Soul Blast that happened in order to copy the skill to begin with, if I'm gonna be real.
That would make sense then. So we're just playing vanilla beatdown Rising here with just 4 big beefy swings.
Exactly.
We got the new Premium Collection G-Guard coming out here. Which lets him give the grade 2 on the side the ability to when it intercepts to be able to PG. So we're PGing that as well.
Oh wow, that's actually really cool.
Another Rising to hand and another Agile fullback to hand. I'm not sure if you want to see that fullback in hand. You probably want to see that in deck.
Yeah,
but the
then
Rising isn't bad. So we can get another set of Force 3.
Yep. Looks like that's gonna be the last attack here. And then after this, it's we're gonna be facing Crystal Luster. Oh my gosh, that is a double. So we're gonna be seeing a GB3 Crystal Luster.
We are going to be seeing...
I thought that was gonna be a G guard, but that was not a G guard actually.
Well, we've seen one G guard, so I think we could still see the GB3 Crystal Luster.
Yes, and
which is a very scary position to be in on the Spike Brothers side now.
100%.
And there's the Crystal Luster and the Salome.
I was about to say the Salome has been written, so this is definitely, I was going to say the Salome is definitely the better option to Crystal Luster on because you can take the full skill of Salome, and you definitely want Salome's skill over Ashley's skill as it's just, the pop-off is just so much crazier on top of the guard restrict if you can get it active. It is a GB3 guard restrict, so I'm not too sure. Or they are in GB3. So now with that being in mind, so all of Crystal Luster skills will be active for this turn right here. That's very aggressive because we're going to be having restanding Vanguards on top of the guard restricted. That's just a lot to handle in one turn on top of multi-attacking, extra power, force markers. Ashley can put crits on things with a counter blast. Like there's just so many little things that'll be happening here.
Yeah, especially with that G-Guard. I feel like the second you see that G-Guard is when you're like, well, if I'm not able to end it this turn, things might just be over for me because are you going to be able to sit here and tank as many hits as you need to? Are you going to be able to sit through 2 Vanguard swings? Are you going to be able to deal with triple door, like eating your hand alive? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, funnily enough, both these decks have very aggressive stride turns, so it's interesting to see. It was kind of like who gets to do their thing first.
Looks like we tried to guard with only one card in hand, and now we're having to kind of rethink things on the Spike side. It's a very, very uncomfortable spot to be in.
Yes, yes, indeed, indeed. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be. I was gonna. Ooh, and that is one of the pieces for the full combo for the premium stride for Spike Brothers there that just went into damage, but it's still a little bit of help in terms of guarding.
Yeah, a little bit of power. Not quite the damage trigger you probably wanted to see, but it's better than nothing, I suppose.
100%. Definitely better than
Hopefully.
nothing, but it's still gonna be really hard to guard. Saying I think that's a no guard here.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
think
lot of normal units. Whew,
Yeah, I think
a
that's
lot of normal units.
probably the smartest play you can do right here is just no guard. Hope you see probably a heal trigger on your side, so that way you can kind of ease the burden of having to guard or no guard.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
Looks like now the Salome skill is being triggered.
Yes, and this would activate the restand essentially since you're taking all
Yep.
abilities. So blasting 4, and yeah, you just restand, and everything's just back and live
Yep.
again. It's like the turn just started. Like all your units are back. We just attacked with everything, and now everything's restood again. Essentially.
Everything's back to standing, and then you're
Yep.
calling over your Jewel Knights, which Jewel Knights like to be called over to get more skills off. So
Exactly. So here we
Let's
have
see.
another 4 drive, I believe, coming.
are we going to see another very bold no guard? It looks like it. Wow.
Yep,
Okay.
and that's a heal.
Okay, so it doesn't get to heal. So taking that 1 damage could have been pretty helpful there.
Yep.
Let's see if we see a crit in this game, and I
Is that a crit?
believe
That's a
that
crit, yeah.
is a crit. Yes.
Oh my.
So now it comes down to a heal or an OT, unless
Yep.
looks like a draw trigger was just flipped up.
Yeah, that was a draw trigger. So the more power, more draw. That was a very lethal secondary Vanguard swing there. Looks like we did get
There's a
some
crit.
power.
That's what you would have liked to have seen, and not a
And,
heal.
Yep.
Well,
That-
and there we go. That's
Yep.
that's the game right there.
Yeah.
Was very rough there. I'm I'm not sure what you would want to see there.
Honestly, that was one of those situations where you either go into your stride and kill, or you get killed, because just having that one heal in hand is just enough to activate the crystal luster. That's all you really need, right? So that was pretty much. That was something. It is unfortunate. I think our Spike Brothers player didn't get a chance to see their pieces. Though I did notice, based off the calling of the board, that they did have enough. They could have done a 2 and a 1 if they really, really, really wanted to stride. But I guess they were just like too scared to, lose too much hand advantage, or maybe too scared to like call stuff out because they knew the Crystal Luster turn would be coming, and then they had to deal with that. Even without the GB, it's still pretty rough.
Yeah, I guess it was just a mix of not having the pieces and potentially not even having a good enough amount of damage to really try and pop off in that turn. But I almost wonder what could have happened potentially if we would have seen just a galley slap down on the board, because Galley's able to kind of like search your pieces out. So would it have been more worth just hard striding, maybe discarding one more card, which never feels good, but would it have made the difference there,
Might have something. Sometimes it's hard to make a decision between striding and staying on, because the stride does enable triple drive, whereas if you stay stuck on like your V premium turn, essentially you only have twin drive and you're not doing as much. And especially since there was no Dudleys in hand, there was no reason to copy skills, so you're kind of just stuck in a situation anyway. I'm not the biggest Spike Brothers player in the world or anything like that, so I'm not sure if it would have made more sense to go into the other stride and do whatever, the full skill of what he does, even if it was half the skill. But essentially still it's just good to it was they probably knew what the better play was, and
Yeah.
it was still really well played out from both players. That those are both very very aggressive decks, and actually I would even say that the Jewel Knights player had not as much aggression on turn 2 as normally, because I think there actually would have been even more, because Sword may exist and you can get to call free cards out. You can grade 2 game if you want. Like the deck just never stops just because of that grade 2, the one that pretty much sends 2 cards back to deck and then soul charges one. She gets a power off of what she does, so you can just keep grade 2 gaming and keep grade 2 gaming. So honestly, like it's kind of like a tough matchup at that point. I don't even know which
definitely.
deck out grade 2 games better, because wow,
Yeah.
they have that. Spike Brothers has their 4 attacks, you know, like with the little back row guy. So it's those both those decks are just really aggressive. One, whoever gets their aggression first pretty much wins, and that's what we saw there. We just saw the Crystal Luster go through faster.
It was exactly what you wanted to see happen, and I feel like the risk of riding up from the Jewel Knight player and giving what I guess didn't end up being first stride, but could have been first stride, 100% paid off, because they were definitely there, ready and waiting, with the G Guard in hand to go into a full power Crystal Luster turn, which is just really hard for any deck to be able to handle, just between the amount of attacks you can get off, and then that triple door is just absolutely brutal, especially for every single swing. It
Yep.
can be very, very difficult to handle.
Yeah, I have faced it myself. I saw the pain. And I was just like, wow, that's strong. I used to be one of those people that's like, Jewel Knights is it's not a deck. They're not doing much over there. They're existing. So they have a couple attacks, and then I faced it, and I was like, oh my gosh, I take everything I said back. This deck is actually really strong. It has a really good turn 2 game. Its turn 3 is really awesome. They G guard once. Suddenly they have everything live. Oh, they copied the whole skill. I thought they copied the whole card. I thought they only copied the skill. What is happening right now? I'm like a mini meltdown. Like, how do I beat this deck?
Yep. Yep, definitely a
But-
lot that all happens right there.
Yeah. But aside from that, I think, again, at the end of the day, players played it out to the best of their abilities, and it was
Definitely.
honestly a really well done job. So we're gonna go ahead and take a nice solid break after that crazy rushing that we saw. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. Hello.
We're
Oh,
back.
We're back.
I'm doing the Nova Grappler pose.
Is that how Nova Grapplers do their thing?
Yeah, that's
They
what their clan logo is them flexing.
Really, I did not know that.
Yeah, if you
As
look at
a
it
non-Nova
closely.
Grappler player. Wow. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're back. We're here. We're excited. What a crazy round 5 that was. And
Yeah.
it was just very interesting gameplay. I was really excited. I was actually very happy to see Jewel Knights. As weird as it sounds, I know at first I was like,
Yeah. Yeah, I love Royal Paladin. I don't play Jewel Knights, but I did play them like way back in Limit Break era. So still like Royal Paladin having a soft spot with me. But it was very cool just to see them get like literally just everything they needed to just go into an absolutely just almost just I think unsurvivable turn. Like unless there was an over trigger there, I think it was basically done.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the win con of the deck. It's literally just, okay, I'm gonna beat your face in, and can you heal or OT out of it? Otherwise, you lose. Like there really is no, unless you have some board disruption. That's like the other out of it is to board disrupt, so they can't recall it is as easily. But still, like the deck just has like very little to no resources that you need to worry about. You just kind of keep going, and yeah, the copying the skill thing. Like I said, I never knew. I thought it was always like you copy the skill of a card. I never knew it was like the entire text. I guess I just played too much
Yeah.
Bermuda Triangle, because in there you copy skills with the prism units. So you never actually copy like full cards. So I didn't know that, and even I faced like MLB and stuff like that in the past. I didn't ever really realize that they were copying the entire skill.
Yeah, that's what makes, especially like if you get that triple door off, Crystal Luster, just whatever skills you're able to stack on there can get very, very scary very, very quickly.
Yup. That deck is, I feel like just a little bit of a sleeper. I think part of it is just the price of it. It's a pretty pricey deck to pick up, but that deck just pops off so well.
Yeah, as Royal Paladin is one to be, being a fan favorite clan, the original protagonist clan, you're gonna have something pretty. It's always gonna be in high demand for sure.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy Royals. It's strangely enough, I have a soft spot for it. I always feel like it's missing something in some cases, but it's still just such a fun. It's a fun clan to play. It's kind of a little bit on the simpler side, but in a good way because you're like comboing and doing your thing, getting force markers. I kind of just live in a dream of like true Cardfight Vanguard. Like I
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
My love for it goes all the way because like I started the game Vanguard with the Gold Paladin trial deck with Garmor. So Garmor being originally a Royal Paladin, having that original Garmor like BT04 deck way from back in the day, that was always really fun. And I was kind of dismissive of Blaster Blade at first. I was like, oh. That's a main character. That's too mainstream for me. And then now I am unapologetically 100% a Blaster Blade shill. I really enjoy blasters. I think like once Sanctuary Guard Blaster was a thing, that was like when it really kind of hit with me. I was like, okay, no, I get the hype now.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's a protect deck, you still gotta respect it, appreciate sometimes. Like, and it's honestly like nostalgia. While it can be like nostalgia based stuff like that, nostalgia is still good. You gotta remember the good old days. It's like, yeah, I played this.
I'm
a
100% a nostalgia junkie, so I think it's just been long enough for me to kind of be like, okay, it's old enough to remember fondly now.
Yeah, exactly. Sadly, I haven't been around nearly as much as you have. I only joined at the beginning. Well, not beginning, but after year one of V-Premium pretty much being a format. So I missed out on all that nostalgia. But even me, I see like I was looking back at my old cards. I saw Cocytus like the other day, like right back when I was playing him more, and I was like,
oh yeah,
it's my baby.
That's one thing that I think I just like about card games in general, but especially Vanguard with the way it's designed with like, you know, the avatar cards and everything, is you do kind of develop these really strong attachments for your favorite units, and I've always really enjoyed that.
100%. Well, let's go look at the standings. Let's see
All right,
how
let's
they're
see how
doing.
things are shaped up.
All right, I'll let you start us off this time.
All right, so it looks like first through sixth place are all still undefeated with 5 wins. So in first place we have Darkle Cones. I'm gonna venture to guess. In second place, NC Banville. In third place, steadily moving up the rankings that we've seen from the last few rounds, is Wind Up Hero. Fourth place, Fam, still hanging out undefeated. Very cool to see. Fifth place, we have Mizazono Kaori. And in sixth place, Chadson. And then now here in seventh and eighth place, we have where it starts to drop off. We have 4-1 records. Seventh place, Photon K, I believe, or Photon TK, that looks like. And in eighth place, we have Cadis, potentially.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome. And then let's go ahead and see what 9 through 16 is looking like. So we got Penguin. We got Penguin in 9th, we got Kags in 10th, we have Aris in 11th, and then we have 12th is Sharshar, 13th is K, 14th is DB Strikes, and then 15th is Ichi, and 16th is Toby TCG. I don't think we've seen Toby TCG pop up on here yet.
No, I don't think so yet. It's kind of interesting to kind of see the names, like checking in between rounds, seeing the names kind of shuffle around a little bit. Some names going up, some names kind of staying where they are, going down, and then as we've kind of seen now, some names just dropping off entirely so far. So will be very interesting to see how things shape up as we go on into this 6th round here soon.
Yep, we'll be going on to 6th round here, and potentially 8 to 9 rounds. I'm not a judge, not too sure exactly how many we have going, but we'll just be here watching the rounds. Pretty exciting stuff. So I'm glad to see how the rounds have been going. We're more than halfway through the tournament at this point, and so now that we have officially been more than halfway through, let's talk about stamina real quick. It's something you wanted to discuss.
Because it's definitely something that I think isn't necessarily talked about with like big long multi-round tournaments like this, because we saw with like Springfest, because it was teams, the amount of players kind of like lowered the amount of like participants in a pseudo kind of way, so where like I know the 2 I went to were only like 5-6 rounds total, but once you get to 6 rounds, 8 like 7, 8, 9 rounds, that gets to be a lot very quickly. And it's definitely something where, you know, like I said, people don't really talk about or think about it, but is very real, because as you get to those later rounds, you are feeling drained. Your mental stamina is definitely feeling drained. And if you're not careful, it can kind of come back to bite you when you start to, like, maybe play a little bit sloppier. Maybe you start to make a few misplays. And so it kind of comes down to, like, what can you do to try and stave that off? You know, what can you do to try and not feel so winded by the end of the day in those later rounds, where it really starts to become very, very critical, because that's where it gets to be like one win away from making top cut.
Yep, exactly. I think something to keep track of or make your life easier is just knowing your deck so well, where you don't need to worry about like all the combos every time. You know, to be like, oh, I need to do this into this into this. If you already know how to do it, your hands will just start doing the work for you, and just that's just a lot of like muscle memory and practice to kind of help with that kind of stamina. Like you want to mentally drain yourself as least as possible, right? Though in premium it's the hardest to do that, because premium has the most interaction, the most combo, the most focusing. Like there's just so much more effort being thrown into every single move you make, how you guard, how you attack, and pretty much everything from the minute you mulligan, right? So it's a little harder, but the more you memorize your deck, like know what your deck does, or you know, there's multiple approaches. Like some purposely play easier decks that don't involve like 30-60 different combos, right? So that way you can play those decks and not like be constantly drained. If you play a deck that has like the same thing every single time, and you just keep doing that same thing, you don't have to stress out as much. Like, you know, Bermuda Highlander, while it's an insanely crazy deck, but at the same time, the amount of different things that you can do, because you're running all these different one-ups, all these different approaches, all these different things, and keeping track of that, keeping track of what's in your deck, knowing the names of your cards, or knowing enough of the skill to be able to actually call it out with Q-Tire. That's a lot of hefty work. Like I play that type of stuff in V Premium, and my brain starts frying after like 4 rounds, right? I can imagine like how I'd be in Premium. Premium, I'd be like, I had to call this, or I could call that, or I could do this, or I could do it. My brain would just start frying. Like Grand Blue is already like my limit, and that's like you know, infinite resources. It can keep going off on combos, but honestly, at limited resources, the most I do is like 5 or 6 different interactions, and that's it. We're done.
Yeah. It's definitely something too that I think you will see from everybody that's like very high level players that top consistently, is that kind of like familiarity with a deck, to where it is second nature. Like when you're able to get to a point where the deck is almost an extension of you, because you know it so intimately, so thoroughly, inside and out, backwards and forwards, that really can like take a lot of that strain off, because you don't have to sit there and make all these calculations turn by turn, round by round, and that can save you a lot towards the end there too, which is also, you know, just something that I just personally really, really enjoy about card games. That moment where you have a deck that you love so much, and you spend so much time practicing it and getting used to it, that it does kind of become that extension of you that you can kind of effortlessly pilot without having to kind of think too much about it.
Yeah, it's actually, honestly, like thinking about it, it's almost like a great feeling, like when you know a deck so well, you know, every part of it, every piece, like it's almost like an accomplishment, right? Like especially if you were to like top with that same deck, you're like, yes, the deck that I've been practicing for months, mastered to the point, and just having that feeling of like, this is what I've worked for, you know. And it does help a lot with stamina as well, because honestly, if you're constantly thinking about your combos and what you need to do, where you use your G guard, how you need to do this, if you can't prepare yourself for a lot of interactions, you'll start noticing yourself making more mistakes, and as the rounds go, it's easier to make those kind of mistakes. I myself personally know, I've entered events in the past where I'm like, this is 8 rounds. After round 6, I'm like, how do I play my deck again?
It really starts to wear on you. But I think that's something that's interesting, that kind of on the topic of stamina too, is because there's something you can kind of do as well, I think, depending on, you know, as we get into later rounds, because we have 6 people still undefeated, and if you're in those kind of situations where it's like, all right, I have a flawless record, I'm doing really well, is it worth just kind of like, instead of trying to play to all the outs, maybe you just kind of say no guard, you take a 6 damage where it kind of saves you the strain of kind of having to think through however many more turns could be there. That can also kind of be a very interesting kind of way to kind of stave off that kind of mental exhaustion that can creep up on you as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of like a prestigious thing at that point too. Like, you could be going 8 rounds undefeated. There's one more round in front of you, right? It's like, oh, well, I could just honestly lose this round. I'll still be in top cut. But at the same time, you're like, but my undefeated record, though.
Yeah,
Because
definitely,
honestly,
definitely.
part of part of stamina, or part of winning, and is having that mental state of positivity. Because from round to round, you're gonna see a lot of stuff happen. Maybe unlucky stuff, maybe lucky stuff, whatever it is. But you don't want the rounds taking you down either. So there's a difference between going through all these rounds and going, I'm undefeated, I'm undefeated, I'm undefeated, and that positivity goes with you. You're like, yes, I'm a rock solid player today. Versus the minute you take that one loss, you can instantly feel your confidence just kind of drop a little bit. It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
And that also can be scary, because confidence is a very big part of
yeah.
topping and entering these events. Like, you have to be confident in yourself, in your deck, in your matchups, in playing, knowing that you are the best player that is entering today. Because if you don't have that kind of confidence, you're not going to be able to top. If you keep telling yourself you can't do it, you're not going to do it. Like, your brain muscle is so important. It affects what you do and how you play. And knowing and keeping that up, that mental state up, is also is a really hard thing to do. Because especially in card games, like you get a game where you see like crit triggers, OT, whatever, and you're like, oh my gosh, what could I have done is it me? Did I do something wrong? Could I have guarded differently? And then you start thinking about it, and it starts sinking in, and you don't want that to happen. Like, you want to keep pushing.
That's a really good point that I hadn't really thought about either. But that the aspect of having that positivity, having that positive mental attitude, having that momentum, and carrying that with you through rounds after rounds after rounds, that's also definitely something to not be looked over either, because that can honestly make a huge difference at the end of the day.
Yeah. Honestly, as a player that's been training up, I guess is the best way to put it, on how to be a better player. I'm pretty competitive. I kind of don't talk about that much, but I'm one of those people where I take competition extremely seriously when I'm already in the sauce. Like, when I'm entering, or I'm thinking about entering, like, competition is like, I get very competitive. Even like, I'll play like a casual game and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm so good. Or if I lose, I'm like, I spent like a week, I'm like, I can't believe I lost that one game. What did I do? How dare I lose that one game? What is wrong with me? But so with that being said, I like to train, I like to study, I like to observe, and I just noticed that mentality and keeping your mental head and stuff like that. Like, even though it's just card games, or to some people it might be just card games, but it requires a lot of just a lot of preparation, self preparation, card game preparation, like muscle preparation. Like, my goodness, it feels like it's really not that much. Like, it's just a card game. Like, you're just throwing cards down, but at the end of the day, like, there's a lot of preparation behind it, and props to everybody entering and like really pushing through and trying to like go all the way and winning and trying their best to not like make a mistake somewhere and get yourself to fall behind.
It's definitely one of those things where just like the slightest little kind of like miscalculation or misplay, or just, especially in a format like Premium, just kind of like one little kind of thought getting away from you, and then you miss timing, or you miss a step, or you miss like calling something down that you wanted to have down, but you've already transitioned to your battle phase, so you're not in main phase anymore. That can be absolutely devastating if you're not careful. And that's also just kind of comes along with that that muscle memory, so that way you don't make those kinds of mistakes.
Yeah, no, 100%. I will never forget, I entered Sprayfest a couple years back, and it was just when I started Premium. Actually, it was during 2020, so it was when Springfest was online, and I entered, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I went like loss after loss after loss, and the amount of mental toll it took, like, I was just sitting there like, I just suck. Like, I was just like, it took me so much time and effort to realize that. Well, actually, it took me a couple things to realize. I realized after a couple weeks, I was like, oh no, I do suck. I need to start practicing more. Like, I was like, man, there's just so much I don't know. I need to start practicing. Like, I looked back at my matches and I was like, I could have done this and I would have won the game. I could have done that and I would have won the game. I could have done this. I realized I was like, man, I was really messing up. And honestly, it's a good way to kind of like get yourself a training arc to get better and better. And then when I came back to BRO and I entered for Premium specifically, I didn't top, but I got 19 19th place. And suddenly I was like, okay, now that's an improvement. We went from 0-3 because I dropped.
Yeah.
Yep. And then a couple months later, after the ban list and everything, we're going good, 19th place. And then, Springfest happens, and now we're in top 8. Like, we're just going up the mountain.
Perfect example of kind of taking that like negative self-talk and then turning it into something positive and then turning it into like a positive change into like a training arc, which is very cool.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I talked about this like like my videos in the past, but I really was like, I was pretty down. I didn't want to touch premium. I was like, man,
I've definitely been there before too.
I'll just stick to V. There's no G's out there. Things I don't have to worry about. But then after time, I was like, no, I can become better. I can become a better player. And knowing kind of like the scales of that, of where you can improve on, places you can get better, knowing the places where your strengths and your weaknesses, like knowing the differences between those two, and just like I'm a very forgetful person, so I try to use muscle memory as a way to stay less forgetful. So that's something I just do a lot. I just constantly keep doing the same movements over and over again, so I remember them, so that way I don't make those same mistakes or keep making mistakes where I shouldn't be making mistakes. Like sometimes I will have the perfect play set out, and then it's like, I forgot to draw for this one skill, and then now I'm a card short, and now I don't have my full condition, and I forgot to put 10k on this, and that had power on it. I remember one time I used a Gravidia's skill where I Persona Road, and I forgot about the 10k, and it lost me the game.
Oh no.
And I was like,
that's rough.
I would have won too. 10k is a big difference in the whole front row, So I was like, oh man.
I think that's one of those things too, where it's kind of important to, if you can, you have the potential to, which was why the BRO is such a great for this, because for people who can't kind of get to events, or they just don't have the means to or the ability to, this is a great way for you kind of like, if you have a locals, kind of step out of that kind of like ecosystem you have, because you could be just coming in first place every single week, just dunking on your friends every single week, but you might find out when you step out of that kind of like little bubble you have there, maybe you're just a big fish in a small pond, and then you can kind of broaden your experience from there, and then you can kind of realize, okay, I am good, but I still have a lot to learn, because there's people outside of this kind of little community that I'm in that are doing things I've never even thought of, I've never even seen before, and that can really enrich your playing experience and just how you kind of interact with the game in general.
I love that you bring that up, because I think that is incredibly important. I feel like that is something that you need to keep in mind. It's like there's more to the game than just your local scene. And entering events like this is one of the best ways to truly see, first of all, how good of a player you are, and second off, to see what other people are doing. That big gun play I told you about, last time we were talking like a round or two ago, I learned that because I faced a mirror match against a Grand Blue player who was a better player than me. That's just how it is. We were playing the same exact deck. We were both playing Beatrice, but guess what? Homie had a Bicken in his deck. I didn't have a Bicken in my deck. It was my first loss that day. And guess what? It saved him the game. He agreed shade for a Bicken, and it straight up, he was able to have just enough guard to then go into his ultimate stride and win the game. And now, if I would have never known about that tech to begin with, had I not entered, had I not tried, had I not tried to face people and seen that someone who had more experience in a clan that I thought I knew really well, outplayed me with my own deck.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, at first you're like, wait a second. And then it's like, oh man. And you're like, I could do that too. It puts Bicken into deck.
I definitely had a very similar situation, even with Nova Grappler, just like a year or two ago, with JJ. Shout out to JJ, our fellow EU commentator, pointed out an interaction to me with Kachi Wall and Drigger with some of the restands, to kind of not activating it at some points, but activating it later to kind of extend the amount of restands we get and the amount of attacks we get. And I've never forgotten that. I still use it to this day. So it's definitely kind of interacting with somebody from outside, not only my community, but my country, gave me a skill and a play that I hadn't thought of before, and made me a better player because of it.
Yeah, I just think talking to people, getting that knowledge is just super key, just to interacting and just understanding, like outside of just like a local scene and stuff like that. I just, and not that saying locals is bad. By all means, there's amazing players in there too, but you can
Oh
only
yeah.
learn so much. But learning from experts, from other people who just have also studied the deck, or card games. Sometimes you read a text and you read it one way, and someone reads it another way, and you guys
Oh
both see
yeah.
two different interactions. But with that being said, round six is getting pretty close. Let's go
Alrighty.
see what our deck one is looking like. I'm pretty excited. We didn't even get a chance to talk about like kind of what we would expect this round. I guess we're going
Oh
in.
yeah. We'll see. Oh
Ooh.
well. Gold Paladin. Okay, yeah. Um, looks like Gurgit with some Ezel splashed in there. We got Percival, of course, because you're not gonna play Gold Paladin these days without Percival.
Of course
Um,
not.
but we got some interesting some overdress cards in here as well, and not
So
all of them that I'm familiar with.
I was about to say, so remember that card I was talking about, how like you can't choose stuff, like some of those overdress cards. We happen to have one in here. The Arthen card says all of your rear
Mm-hmm.
guards with different card names from this unit cannot be chosen by your opponent's card effects. Crazily enough, another card to kind of deal with that minor bit of resist here.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
Another thing to bring up, they are running the additional angel, which is a way to up your damage to essentially go into like your
Mm-hmm.
superior strides faster, since the main superior stride requires 2 counterblasts. So additional angel kind of pushes for that play a
Yeah.
little bit faster there. And then we're also running the providential angel, which is pretty much tells
Yes.
your opponent that can only guard with one sentinel for that turn if you
That
have one
card can
card or
be
less. I love that
very
card.
deadly if used and like comes up at the right time. You are able to pop that skill off, and it can basically just seal you the game right then and there.
Yeah. Now there is one card here that I'm actually very interested in to see if we see it. It's another overdress card. It's the Sorai card. It's the one with all the swords around it. It says
Yeah.
a Soul Blast. It says on rearguard when it's placed, Soul Blast 1, reveal 3 grade 3s from hand. Choose a grade 3 from your drop, so put on top of your deck. Now it doesn't indicate what kind of grade 3, so you can put a grade 3 heal on top.
Ah. That's very interesting
I've
because
never
like
thought of
I
that.
wasn't even thinking about the heal application. I was more just thinking, oh, gold paladins like to random top call, so we can just kind of dictate what's gonna get random
You
top
could
called.
do that too. You could put Percival on top, and then
Oh
activate
yeah.
Percival skill again. But wow, that I'm actually really this is a very unique Guild Paladins deck. Even though it feels the same, it has the normal Ezel and Gurgit engine, but it's got some weird stuff in it that I'm really excited to see kind of in action. But let's go ahead and check out that G zone, see what's going on over there. There's that G
Oh,
zone.
yep, and that's pretty much what you expect to see. You got your two spear X Dragon. That's just such a solid card for Gold Paladin, especially with one with such a strong Ezel engine in here as well. Because if Brave Mile here is able to go first, get the superior right off, they could potentially stride while their opponent is at grade 1,
Oh
which can
yes.
be very difficult to deal with,
Oh yeah.
just on the face of it. But one thing I noticed that's interesting as well is I didn't pick up on this when we were looking at the main deck, but we do have Ultima in the G deck here, which means there's no over trigger in this deck.
Yes, mainly because since this deck goes for the GB3 as fast as possible, since you want to Ezel stride, you want to Ezel into Spear X into Ultima essentially. So you want to bullet your opponent before they even get a chance to look at their grade 3. So that's kind of the approach here. That's why, sadly, as wonderful as OT is in decks, in this case, your win con is definitely towards the Ultima win con. Well, with that, we did see our Gold's deck, but what is Gold's facing? What are they gonna see? Who is their opponent? Let's check this out. Oh, we got the Mystery Flare Turbo deck. I'm pretty sure that's
Oh,
what this is,
very
right?
cool. Yes, it seems like it. We've got all the pieces there. So this could be very exciting to see. I was kind of hoping we would see this deck today. This deck got a bit of notoriety after, I forget which Spring Fest it was.
It was
Um,
a recent one in Europe.
yeah, I remember seeing this list and just kind of like almost floored because I'm like, well, of course this works. I hadn't thought of it, but of course this works. And
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
such an interesting deck that I really kind of hope we can see all that it can do today.
Oh yeah, honestly, there has been so many little baby cars that just been kind of popping in, like in gears for a while now. Just these little cars that just kind of help with the binding or help with the, turboing this, and it, just because there's people are looking at Jet and looking at Steam Maidens and stuff, they kind of forget or Time Leap type decks, they kind of forget that Mystery Flare Dragon is still actually a deck. Like you get an extra turn, and I'm pretty sure I'm not positive because I personally haven't tested this deck. I face it a lot. Gosh, I face this deck a lot, but I think you can even get like 3 extra turns if you're like really
Yeah.
careful, but that's insane. And the craziest part about this is the earlier you do this, the better it is. If your opponent hits defenses or whatever, then you can instantly go, okay, cool, extra turn, your defenses are gone. Hasta la
All
vista.
gone. Oh, you hit your over trigger? Well,
Oh,
let me
darn.
let me just end my turn, take my additional turn, and then just reset all of that.
Exactly. So all the stuff that like you might be afraid of, this is one of those decks where you don't really have to fear that as much. And as long as you get your pieces in time and are able to bind through your deck as fast as possible, you're kind of sitting really well. You're just and another thing I want to bring up is Chrono Jet is has a guard restrict on his attacks too.
Yes,
It's a Vanguard
yeah.
rearguard focused guard restrict, so you can do it on Fan, you can do it on rearguard, you can do it on Mystery Flare, you can call him out, do his thing. But yeah, you can just go so ham with this deck. So yeah, so let's we did see the actual deck here. You have any comments before we switch over to the G Zone?
Uh, no, I think only other thing I can that I like seeing in this deck is the smoke gear. Just because with Mystery Flare having to discard your hand, it makes so that whatever you top deck, you can just go into another stride. So
Okay.
it kind of makes it so that no matter what you do, you will be able to stride and kind of continue the just absolute insane onslaught of multiple turns.
Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, I agree. I think the smokier stuff definitely helps set up for a lot of your turns. You don't have to worry about you don't have to it saves you having to discard like certain pieces and stuff like that. You can kind of just do whatever you want to do. It just kind of helps with that because you can discard anything. And there's a bunch of cards in Gear Chronicle that say when you discard them, they just come back
Yep.
out. We have the Tiger,
Yep.
Ribble.
Is it Chrono? Yeah, Chrono Tooth Tiger. Ribble. Ribble is also fantastic, just for the fact that when she is discarded, she does come back as stand. So that can be another booster. That can be another attack. Not to mention the fact that she puts cards back into your deck. So a lot of those pieces that you may want to see back in deck, you can put them back in there and set up for even more aggressive plays. And what's also actually, now that I'm looking at this too, what's also interesting about this deck is that this deck is almost entirely V cards. The only thing in this deck that isn't V cards are the critical triggers and the over trigger.
You are absolutely correct. I actually didn't catch that. I was like, oh, this is a cool deck. This exists. It's like, oh, wait a second. Yeah, you're right. There's very little old stuff and a lot of new stuff. Honestly, the new stuff just carries it so well. Another thing with the discarding. So Mystery Flare Dragon forces you to have to discard your whole hand. So with that being said, you can get cards back off of Ripple and the Tiger. So you can essentially discard the right pieces and they all just come back out.
And what's
And you
nice
draw
about
cards.
Yeah, and what's nice about Chrono Tooth Tiger 2 is that he comes back rested, but since you're going to be taking an additional turn, he'll just restand. So instead of being a discard, he's just a plus to your board regardless.
Exactly. And you can high roll pretty easily. You draw into the right pieces and you can just turbo off that way. So this is gonna be a very interesting deck. It's not every day that you see gear decks like this because Time Leap has been like the main deck that I feel most Gear Chronicle players have been focusing on.
Oh,
So it'll
definitely.
be fun to see kind of like a different stance. But with that being said, we did see the main deck. So let's go ahead and see that G Zone. G Zone. Hello.
Alrighty. So lots of different pieces. Everything we expect to see. We have the history builds for the time leap plays. We have the Grog Rock for if we just really have to get a mystery flare on board, I suppose. The new Schlieshma, the 2 new G guards too, because we did get a new G guard in the revival section as well. At least new to the English format. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff going on here.
I think there's this is really the Ragnarok Dragon. I think that card is mean and
Yeah.
aggressive. I don't like that card because you can stride into that after already having all your extra turns, and that card
Yep.
gets very lethal. Because it says for the number of face-up cards in your G zone, if you have two or more, so you get a crit, so you can like crit your opponent out of the game. I faced this one time. Someone did this to me, and I was like, oh my gosh, this just keeps going, doesn't it?
It's
But
funny to me how Ragnarok as a card when it first came out, it restricting grade zeros was kind of like, okay, you just kind of shrugged it off. But with the way the game has changed over the years, with shifting perfect guards as to grade zero draw triggers, all of a sudden Ragnarok got a huge buff and became that much more lethal to where it is where it's at in the modern premium format.
that's very interesting, and funnily enough, this is one of the first strides that Gear Chronicle got, right?
Yep, it was the triple rare all the way back in GBT01. It was this,
Wow.
and they also had Chronos Command Dragon, which is now a grade 4 that we run in the main deck. So
Yeah. Do you ever, out of curiosity, because I don't think I ever see this, but is there ever a reason to dust as a Gear Chronicle player? Like, do you ever need to dust your opponent?
Dust is just, I feel like just such a strong card in general, just because you lock your opponent out of G guards, you lock them down to 1 power, and especially if you're able to kind of create multi attacks, especially like in a time leap build, that can get very, very scary very, very quickly.
Huh, very interesting. And something I haven't had the chance to really, I've looked at this card, but I haven't like really looked at it. But we did get the new stride in here. I remember we made a joke back in the day that this is kind of like a prism stride, that it binds cards, kind of gives front row power, kind of like an old fancy card that might be banned now called Rosa.
Yeah.
But that card is actually really interesting. I haven't had the chance to really apply it to like Gear Chronicle yet. I haven't thought about it too hard because I don't play Gears in Premium. But when she attacks, you get to bind a front row card, and then you turn a card from your G zone face up, and you choose two cards from your bind zone. You call in rear circle, so you pretty much apply like a multi attack here, and your front row gets 10k power.
Yeah,
Huh?
which I really liked this card when I first saw it just because I really liked ZTBs back in the day, and nowadays in modern premium, like in the early days of premium, sure they kind of held their own, but the years have not been too kind to ZTBs, and they still aren't. Let's be fair, but having a card like Schleishma makes it so that it's at least more playable.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, dude, this other skill, at the end of the battle, your great
Yeah.
rear guard attacked. If this face up so much bind that you didn't call this card instead, so you could just loop with this card. Does this make the Steam Maiden engine any better or anything like that? Can you like do anything with that?
It definitely kind of gives like Steam Maidens like a stride that they can kind of use, because I mean obviously everything can use like History Build Dragon because it just kind of creates multi attacks on its own, but this just kind of like perfectly plays with the kind of like Steam Maiden game plan already of like working with your bind zone, and it also just kind of reminds me of Shibaraku Victor from Murakumo. It's very much that skill of being able to superior call it from the G zone with the Soul Blast. So
Exactly.
very,
And
very
that, you're
fun.
right. It does kind of have that, and you can honestly you can proc multiple of these, can't you?
Yes, definitely. As long as you have more than one face up. Although I don't think we'll be seeing that today, considering there's only one here in the G zone. But probably more important things they have to try and use to take out their opponent, namely 3 consecutive turns.
Wow. One last thing, because I'm kind of curious about this too. So that 10K, is that continuous to the front row, or is it only to the units that are being applied there?
I believe it is only to the units that are applied there at the time. Yeah, so it's not quite like Persona Ride, more just kind of gives you that buff to the things that you have in the front row at that moment.
All right. Okay, I'm done asking questions about this one strat. I was just like looking really curious. But
There
I
we go.
think we're ready. I learned more about Gear Chronicle, but let's go ahead and go into round 6 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. See what we have going on here. Ooh, this Jade
Alrighty.
mat. I like that mat. I have that mat.
Looks like we have DB Strikes on. Are they on the play? It seems like. Yes. Okay. And they ride a Ribble. not probably the best ride target, but you know, you don't always, beggars don't always get to be choosers.
Exactly. At least they rode. That's what matters, right?
Exactly.
I will pinpoint something here. So going second as a Gold Paladins player in a deck where you want a superior ride, it kind of edge your opponent. It makes it a lot harder to do that high roll play we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so we're not going to see any strides on grade 1, which, you know, if I'm DB Strikes, I'm breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief because that can be very, very painful to deal with. But that's not to say that the Gold Paladin player can't still get that first stride. They just might not want to do the superior ride because then they're giving their opponent the first stride in that instance.
Exactly. It's actually a very interesting setup, knowing sometimes superior striding sounds so cool on paper, and then you realize that sometimes you're giving access, like you're giving things to your opponent that you may not want to give.
Exactly. Yeah. Because if you can accelerate your game plan as much as you want, but if you aren't prepared for the consequences of it also accelerating your opponent's game plan, it may be better just to kind of like pump the brakes a little bit and take your time.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a bunch of so there's a lot of cards that have like grade 3 or greater skills on them. One of them being actually the way Chrono Jet works. Like if you were to stride like into like other cards, like there's like you're actually kind of letting that win con kind of happen faster. So sometimes it's good to just be like very careful if it's worth a superior stride. And here we have the first bind.
Yeah, it looks like he rode Lostbreak Dragon and bound the Chrono Tooth from hand. Only a grade 1, so not quite what you want to see when you're trying to turbo the high grade count. But hey, it's a card in bind zone. It's at least a start. Every drop counts at this point.
Exactly. And just to keep in mind, there needs to be 19 bounds, 19 of the grade that are attached to it. So it has to all add up to 19 based off the grade's bounds. So to get that extra turn to officially apply here.
Alrighty, so let's see. Are we going to... I'm wondering what we're going to see for the grade 2 ride here now. Although, I'm not sure...
I mean, best ride target would probably be honestly any ride target is fine here. Like Agraville would be really good, but
yeah,
you know.
Agraville's always going to be
oh, and it's the
workhorse for this.
overdress card, the one.
Oh,
of.
interesting. Wow.
Yep, that
Well,
yep.
that's not quite what you want to see. There's a couple other targets I think you'd rather be seeing.
Yeah, I something processed in my brain a while back. So some ways to deal with the ultimate turn is to actually retire or like have a Denial Griffin play or something like that on the ultimate turn to kind of stop like the aggression that it provides. And this card actually right here helps with that since it forces the opponent to have to choose it over something else. And not losing that might be a little painful here because I don't think there's a way to get it back.
Definitely, that might have been some of the conflict we were seeing and the questioning of whether or not to ride. That was their only option.
Yeah, exactly.
But it does look like they got themselves a Heal Guardian off of that Gorbaduck, so that could potentially come in handy later on.
Oh, definitely. Oh,
or maybe not.
Because they could put it on top.
Yeah, no. Very good point.
They could put it on top and then draw into it, obviously through drive check, and then just do it again, and which is actually a very clean little play there. I'm excited to see how that pretty much. Oh, there it is.
And there it is.
Revealed 3. Let's go. Oh, this is
wow.
Hype. We've never seen this interaction.
Right
Let's go.
On grade 2. Let's go.
Put that grade 3 on top. That's crazy. Imagine discarding your heal just to then put it back on top and then just drive
and then you'll just draw it anyways.
And he's gonna heal too. That is so wild. What is happening?
Wow. Okay, so found the Heal Guardian, pitched the Heal Guardian, put the Heal Guardian on the top of the deck, going to drive check it, going to get the heal off, and still adding it to hand. Just all of the profit in this one play right here.
Wow, we were talking about this. That is, a surprise!
What a surprise!
Can't believe that was a heal. They're gonna heal. Didn't see that one coming. I almost feel like I watched an OTT interaction there.
Right. And taking a very early lead here, going from tied up to looking like
Is that over trigger?
Yep. That was the over trigger. I was gonna say that it was going to be 0 to 3, but it's just 0 to 2. Still not great for DB Strikes here, but not as quite as bad. Oh, he's going Force 2, which is very interesting as well.
Of course, because so the deck is so focused on your Vanguard constantly swinging since you're going to keep striding. putting Force 2 on Vanguard makes it forces you to have to guard it if you were to go for like the full turbo play. It's very annoying actually because it's like, oh, it's 13, but it has 2 crit on it. You can't even just happily just casually take it because it can go from 2 crit to 4 crit really fast. Having that OT out of deck does make it a little bit easier because now that Vanguard won't have the extra crit on top of that, but still, like every crit in the deck will push it, and we did see the DB run a bunch of crits, so.
And it looks like we've got, I believe that's a smoke gear on board, which is going to be come in handy once we get into those mystery flare turns.
Exactly.
And then it looks like, I believe he searched out, is it the other grade 3 gear dragon in the deck? I want to call it Resonate Wing Dragon, but just another piece to try and get some more binds going.
You're pretty close to Renovate, but
Renovate, gotcha.
Yep.
Re-innovate Wing Dragon. There we go.
Yeah, re-innovate your board state with your bind zone. Let's go.
Yep. So it looks like we're up to 6 in a bind now.
This card is so funny. Running like 4 copies of this is the most funniest thing because you can, if you keep seeing it in the top 3, you could just keep calling it.
Yeah. Just
Ooh, perfect card and a mystery flare. Interesting. That is a grade 4. Wow. Oh, that was so the top 3 was a perfect guard, a grade 4 to grade 4. A little spooky there because you want to actually, be able to search those out. So.
And it looks like we're already well on, like, over halfway to that 19 in bind. We've got 10 in bind now with that mystery flare. So let's see.
Yep. But
how
they're kind
many
of probably
more we can get.
I don't know if they can get any more here. I don't know. I don't know how good the hand is, but they might just end up.
Yeah.
They could stride here if they want to, but honestly, they could just swing here. We'll see, because honestly, this is to be honest with you, Gold Paladin's first stride, like with the Spirix, since you're already on grade 3, is actually not that terrible. So they could just sit like chill this turn and then just start going like super aggressive like the next turn if they really wanted to.
You don't really have to worry about giving them damage because they're already going to be able to stride, so you don't have to worry about like giving them access to that 2 CB they would need.
Exactly.
So we'll see if this goes.
Looks like we are striding.
Aggressive.
Well, we're jet striding.
Jet striding, yes. To get, I believe, it'll get at least triple drive.
Let me see here. So at 3, gets an extra drive. At 7, gets a crit. At 13, you choose 6 of your units. They all get 10k. And at 19 is that extra turn.
So we have a 3 crit triple drive Vanguard on board right now.
Yep.
Looks like we're just shy of that 10k to the board. But honestly, I don't think it's really that needed. If you have,
I think just the 3 crit.
Yeah. With triple drive.
And if I was the Gold Bound player here, I'd probably just take it all because you're going to need the counterblast anyway to go to Spirix.
Oh, definitely.
Or Spirit, the stride that does things. Counterblast 2, you ride it essentially. But here you honestly could just take this and just kind of chill for it and just do your thing. I did notice, since we didn't see the Superior ride, I feel like the Old-Bound player is almost like a turn behind. Like they could have already been striding on that great.
Yeah. It's funny when you're a Gold Paladin player and you want to be playing 3 turns ahead, and then you're actually forced to just play the game at the normal pace.
Yeah, when you're forced to.
Then you're playing
rush.
behind when you're playing at a normal pace.
Yeah. Because the deck just relies so much on having that like win con, because like it's just so aggressive. Like it's so hard to guard through all of that. It's a stride, it's a triple drive, and like dealing with that is just way too high. But in this situation, like once you get 2 behind, it starts pushing you back.
It looks like we are dropping the Heal Guardian here though, and he's going for the power, which is interesting. And guarding more. So I guess not too keen on taking 3 damage off of this one swing.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be too keen on it either, to be honest. Is that a heal?
Looks like a heal, yep. So from
Here we go again.
What would have been 3 to 2 to back to 1.
Yep. Heals OP. I mean, the Gold Paladin player has been at 0 damage this whole time, pretty much, except for at one point. So honestly, this is bound to happen.
We'll just say there's a reason you're limited to only having 4 heals in a deck, and this is the reason why.
Unless you're Angel Feather, in which case you just heal
Exactly.
anyway.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
It looks like so that attack should not have gone through because I put a lot of the triggers went to the rear guards there. So it looks like we're just thinking here what to do
Looks
next.
like potentially contemplating not swinging with the rear guards and just having Brave Mile here just go into a 0 damage turn, which could be painful, or maybe not. It looks
They
like
could give 1 damage and be okay because then they would have to have the angel in hand, which is a 1-of right now. So the chances of them having the angel in hand is pretty unlikely, even though we did see the 1-ofs come up here in this grade 2 turn. But it is a good thing to think about. You don't necessarily want to get strided on that quickly, and slowing down the pace so that way you're forced to wait a turn and then do your super attack isn't too terrible.
Let's see. Looks like he's swinging with the 1 rear guard.
Yep, it could be going to the rear guard too.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of waiting to see here. Where is the rear guard directed?
Oh, they're guarding.
Wow, okay. Well, Brave Mile is very keen on not taking any damage this turn, except for that one.
They don't want to take damage except that one.
Just one.
Just Uno. That's pretty funny. I'm actually surprised. Maybe they have the angel in hand. I guess they might have drawn into all their 1-ofs this game because if they have the angel in hand, then they don't have any fear of having. They could just do whatever they want. But here's Gurgit. Gurgit being one of the best cards that got printed in V, having an offensive and defensive skill. It's just such a staple now in Gold Paladin decks. Like, when you're attacked, you can counterblast look at top 5. And when you are attacking, you can counterblast look at top 5, which means you can guard and you can call. So you can be offensive and defensive with the skill. I'm actually surprised they went into this guy. Like, they could have went to Spirix.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. But I guess in this situation, Brambent is going to be the card that will create more multi-attacks for you rather than Spearex. So Spearex is a solid card to go into to plus to your board, but it looks like he was just interested in that 1 damage just to get a Percival off, and then using Brambent, which is a free card that will allow you to kind of put cards back into your deck, draw cards, call cards, and also gain a crit. So it's a very interesting play here.
I think it's pretty smart. So something I realized, staying at low damage is actually pretty important if you're going to get turboed out. You want to be at like 1 damage if you want to deal with extra turns, right? So maybe the play was like, okay, well, I could take 2 damage, but then that means I only have 3 damage of wiggle room in order to be able to deal with whatever is coming in my face in a turn or 2, right? So this is kind of the safer play where it's like you can sit pretty, get your Percival, get your extra Excel marker, hopefully survive from and not go from 1 to 6, and then just go for the straight Ultima turn.
Especially with your opponent kind of sitting there when you know that their whole game plan is to sit there and basically prevent you from taking a turn for 3 turns.
Yeah,
exactly. Just essentially skipping over you over and over. That can potentially make all the difference of just kind of sitting there and sitting at low damage, so that way you can kind of live through an onslaught of turns where you almost get no say.
Yeah, exactly. And Gold Paladins isn't known to have like insanely high card advantage or anything like that. A lot of it involves if they do draw, they have to call stuff back out. So knowing that the card advantage is going to be crazy, you kind of want to make sure you have just enough cards to deal with those extra turns, and you don't want to just watch yourself flop. So, but being on Gurgit is actually really good here. Taking that damage, like they can activate Gurgit's skill quite a few times because every extra turn that happens, you can activate Gurgit's skill again.
Can sit there and try and build some advantage there.
Yep.
Let's see. Swing with all the rear guards, so he's gonna, I'm assuming, use Brambent to try and get some multi-calls here.
Yep. We're using Agravale's skill here. Agravale, also an amazing card. You get to suck something into soul, bounce it back to hand. It gets 10k power. A beater, a board denier, goes back to hand. Everything you want in a card right here.
I originally kind of overlooked the V aggro veil when it first came out, just because I was comparing it to the original of just was everything that a gold paladin card wanted to be, just on place, check top 3, call something. But I've been surprised with how much work the V aggro veil has been putting in some of my gold paladin decks these days. Just
Yeah.
a solid beat stick, builds up your soul, which you can use soul for a lot of costs. And
Oh, that
that
is.
is not what you want to see on
Oh
DB Strike's
no,
side.
that is actually quite a predicament to be in. You are a Gear Chronicle player. You want to stride into your grade 4 Mystery Flare, but now we see a situation where pretty much 1, 2, 3, all 4 are
Three.
actually open unless they can somehow send one back to deck. This is quite a pickle to be in.
This is definitely not the situation you want to be in when especially when your whole game plan revolves around this one card. Seeing them go that way, like 1 to the bind, is kind of okay because you kind of need to build up those grades quickly. So having a grade 4 card in bind for that, you can kind of live with. But when you see like 1 that you've already pulled out for your own skill, and then another go to damage like that, that's definitely not what you want to be seeing at this point in the game.
Yeah, though there are ways to recycle them back, like Ripple recycles them back, so you do have ways to kind of fix the problem. But at this point, I think there's only 1 that can be sent back to deck. So
Yeah,
hopefully there's enough.
It's definitely an uphill battle at this point. Not impossible, but definitely very difficult.
Yes, yes, and if they can't kill on the next turn, they will be facing Ultima, and that turn will be a lot harder. That's a heal.
Yep.
Another
So we
heal.
are definitely going to be seeing Ultima. As long as there's a Gurgit in hand or 2 copies of the same grade 3, we will be seeing an Ultima turn.
Yeah, Gold Paladin is known for having a lot of grade 3s in deck anyway, so it's not. Oh, that's a Ripple.
And there goes one of your
Another
options
heal.
to be able to try and get.
Another heal.
Well, we got the Mystery Flare back into the drop, so we can.
Yep.
The things are alive still.
This has been a wild match. We have been watching this Gear Chronicle player go to 3 damage like twice now.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Both players just really trying to just like outmaneuver each other in any way they can, because they both know that they've got a limited amount of time, because for the most part, neither player can really do anything once the other gets going. So
Yep.
it's just a race to see, okay, who can get their skills popping off first? Who can start things off to where they can get to their winning board state as soon as possible?
Yup, exactly. And there's another aggro veil coming through and making, and again, so they're gonna end their turn with literally no cards on the board because, and that's a good thing because your board can't be touched. Like, it's just less manipulation. Speaking of manipulation, here we have, Gear Chronicle can send cards on your field back to deck. So
Definitely that Uluru coming in clutch right there. That heal was probably one of the most perfect things DB Strikes needed there to be able to send that Mystery Flare back to the drop, and then was just ready with the heal in hand to be able to go into Uluru there. And then I couldn't tell if he sent it back to the deck because of the glare, but I would assume so, that you're going to put that Mystery Flare back as soon as possible.
I think so. Let me just double check the card. You choose a normal unit and a trigger unit from your drops and put them on the bottom of your deck in any order. If a 12 2 cards are put, she gets 5k shield. Wow, what a great card. I underestimate this card, I think, every time I read it.
It's one of the earliest G guards that Gear Chronicle got. In fact, I think it was the first one that
And
Gear
it's that
Chronicle
good.
got, and it's stuck around for this long because it's very simple, but it's very effective all at the same time, which is really what you want to see in a card.
So here, since the smoke gear is still on board, it can easily, if you want to, you can easily stride or do whatever you need to do here with even with 4 cards in hand. Like, you still don't have to worry about too much about striding and all that stuff because doesn't matter what you pick. Now the question here is, what do you do to get that bind zone to get to 19? And it looks like we're going into a
Grogrok. Yep, that's 100% what you want to see right here. Just a perfect way just to flood your bind zone with cards, and then also be able to superior ride that Mystery Flare as well, and potentially
Wow.
start getting that double, triple turn play potentially. We need to find, I think DB Strikes needs to find a way to get that a Mystery Flare in Soul. I don't remember seeing a Mystery Flare in Soul, but if he is able to do that, then we could be seeing the triple turn play right here.
Oh my goodness.
Yep,
I mean,
just
is
dropping
there...
a bunch of high grade cards right here.
Yep. We don't need this jet. Let's get this out of here. But I am interested. Is there a way to get cards into Soul? Like I don't think there is, right? Like unless you re-ride.
There, I know there's a way, but I can't remember how it's done right now. Because I remember it being shown to me. Because like there's a way to like get a Mystery Flare into Soul, so that way, while you're on Mystery Flare, you can Soul Blast your Chrono Jet, so that way you're kind of forced to re-ride something else because the Chrono Jet's gone. You can't re-ride the Chrono Jet, and then that's when you
Oh,
re-ride the Mystery Flare, which
that's
then gets
so
you
wild.
adds another turn onto the stack of additional turns that you were already taking.
That's actually pretty. I didn't realize that that's how you do the 3-turn combo. I'm wondering if this deck is built around the concept of doing the 3-turn combo.
Yeah, I'm not sure because it seems like it might just go for the double turn,
Yep.
which we'll see if that's able to be as lethal as DB Strikes wants it to be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this will already be doing a lot. It's like they're going to be binding, we're hitting the 19, rewriting into, like a grade 3 or greater, which will obviously be Mystery Flare, and then resetting the turn. Hopefully, it'll be enough to you can 1 to 6. You can do it's hard, but you can do it here.
It also just makes sense just to drop your hand on board as well because he's setting himself up with a bunch of high grades on board, and if he does go into Mystery Flare, that hand's just going to be gone anyway. So you might as well just throw it onto the board to get yourself to where you're going to get, I believe, at this point, 21 in bind, which is more than enough at this point.
Yep, exactly. And honestly, the only thing you want to keep in hand is like those discard cards we talked about that replenish your hand essentially. Otherwise, there's really no reason to keep anything else in hand because it's going away anyway.
Let's see. Deciding what to guard with here, because you're gonna have to think carefully because you already know that at least one additional turn's coming, and you don't get another draw phase to be able to try and get more cards into hand. So you've really got to kind of try and make some very calculated plays here. Yep. Seems
and that's
so.
2 damage to here so far. Wow. Woo.
Whiffs on all the drive checks, so if you're Brave Mile, you got to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, 100%. And no triggers on the other side either here. So both sides. Lots of normal units seen. So here we have the skill being put off. You, at the end of the battle, you Cara Blast by 4 rear guards. Put this unit into your G-Zone face up. Search your deck for up to 1 grade 3 or greater. Ride that as stand, and it loses a drive. And then tail turn, and then you shuffle your deck. So that's what we're seeing here. So here it's back. We saw it like a lot during this game, and we're seeing it again.
It's back again. This time at full power, which is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because now we've got the same as before. We've got the extra drive check. We've got the extra crit. We've got the 10K, although not quite as impactful at this board state just because there's not that many units to benefit from it. But the additional turn is what's really going to be the big one here.
Yeah, 100%. And even though we have that little smokier guy over there, he's still going to be swinging because he gets 5K on his own, and then he gets another 10K. So you could, I guess they're not going for it, but you could attack with it. You can attack with it. It's 2 damage, by the way. So, and you draw a card.
So this is going to be another swing that needs to be guarded at this point because now that Brave Mile's at 3 damage, cannot safely take this Vanguard hit.
And it's twin drive because even though it lost the drive, it gains its own drive, so it's essentially just a twin drive still. Luckily enough, I think the number's kind of small.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still.
I think at least 25K.
Yeah, I was actually about to say the 10K goes on Vanguard too, so that's actually 25K for 2 crate going straight to Gurgit's face. Now keep in mind, Gurgit's skill can still be activated here. Right now is one of the times where you can actually do it, because once the extra turn starts, it resets Gurgit's skill as well. So you can actually do Gurgit's skill twice.
Looks like he's dropping the PG here.
Yep.
What do we see on the drive checks? Is that a critical?
Yeah, I think that was a crit.
So now this swing also needs to be guarded.
Yep,
which is
that's
just
3 damage.
Things are getting very, very difficult for Brave Mile here.
Yeah, got the draw, got the soul blast. Now here we have it's guardable. You know, it's like 35, I believe. So it's guardable, but it's a hard guard. It is a lethal guard.
Yes, especially when you're going to have to deal with another turn after this one with the same hand cards you have, no additions.
Yep, exactly. But like I said, we do the Gurgit's skill is very useful in these type of situations. Like you can counterblast like a top five, guard with whatever the top five is. Like you don't really need like a bunch of triggers. Like Ultima will do the work for you.
At this point, I think it's just trying to get to Ultima, get to another one of your turns with a Persona copy in hand to be able to go
Oh,
into
there it
Ultima.
is.
All right, activating the Gurgit skill.
I mean, it's the best call, honestly, because again,
Yes.
if they don't do it here, they lose that free counterblast to guard with whatever. Because once the turn resets, you can. I'm pretty sure. If the rule, if I remember the rules correctly, you can actually guard again. You can use Gurgit skill again because the turn resets.
So it's really just gonna kind of depend what DB Strike sees off their top deck.
Yep.
Once they take that additional turn, because I feel like living through two swings is not going to be that bad, but it also depends on if they stride, what they stride into. There's a lot of different variables right now that if you're Brave Mile, I'm thinking it's going to be kind of hard to try and figure out what your best play is because there's so many different ways that it could go.
Yeah. Honestly, if this is the part of the deck where it kind of turns into a high roll deck, and oh, they chose not to do the extra turn. Is that what happened there?
I guess so. I guess they just didn't want to discard their hand. Maybe they weren't feeling confident
Yeah, I
in
guess
being
so.
able to cinch it in that additional turn.
And they didn't go back down from a grade 4 to a grade 3? I'm a little confused there.
So in that instance, because they superior rode through the skill of Grogrock and not through the skill of Chronojet, they
Oh,
don't
you stay on
actually
it.
ride down. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's actually really interesting. So we are seeing here no Ultima, so probably no ability to go into Ultima. Maybe they don't have another
Yeah.
Gurgit here. But this turn, this stride actually isn't too bad either, to be honest. This is the Gurgit stride.
Yeah, I think this is the one that gets an extra drive check.
It does. It gets a bunch of power too, and you can't call grade ones
Yeah.
or greater.
So we could see, looks like he's maybe trying just to kind of like cheese a win here potentially. But we'll just kind of have to see how this goes. At this point, I think you just try and just push where you can, and hope that you can kind of eke out a little bit of advantage at this point.
Yeah. You kind of want to shred the hand as much as possible here, because otherwise there's not much else to do. And honestly, again, like Percival, Agravale, like especially Agravale hits for like really big numbers here, and that stride is going to attack for very very high numbers. Actually, it's not gonna be that high. There's only gonna be one. There's actually gonna be no rear guards, so actually I don't think it'll be gaining any power. Because it's for you get 5k for each of your rear guards, and your opponent can't call grade ones. But in this case, because the Aqua will be going back to hand, you actually don't. There will be no extra power. It'll just be a straight drive.
So I guess we'll. Although at least DB Strikes is sitting on a slightly buffed defensive base at 15k, so maybe that could potentially make a little bit of difference.
And we did just see that perfect guard come through there, making it a 25k base now, which is definitely a lot easier to guard through. And there's the perfect guard because
Especially if you have the PG anyways. Yep.
No, exactly. And they're gonna activate the Tiger skill here. No, maybe not.
That's
I don't remember if Tiger is on opponent's turn. I don't think it is. That's a heal.
yeah, that's a good.
Doesn't go off.
actually. Doesn't go off. Yep. Looks like Strikes there just took the
that was a
right
lot of
amount of
checks.
damage.
Yep.
Yep, got that quad check. Looks like just trying to kind of farm up some hand. I don't know, if you're the Gear Chronicle player here,
Going into
what are
another
you
one?
really, what's your plan to kind of go into at this point?
Now I don't know if there's any more mystery flares now. I think we're officially out of mystery flares because at least if there's no other way to get one back to deck. So this is kind of a little bit of we're back in a pickle again, because like it's like what do you do here? Oh,
It looks like we're going to the
guy.
Ragnarok clock. Yeah, so I guess kind of just hoping that can get high enough power, because being on a force 2 and gaining a crit is 3 crit, and then locking your opponent out of grade 0s, which I believe our gold paladin player is playing the draw PGs.
Yes.
Makes it so that you can potentially just one shot them right here and now if they don't have enough to be able to hard guard it.
Exactly, exactly. And I think maybe that's kind of the goal here. This has been actually a very tempo-fied game. Like they've both been
Yes,
playing
very
very
much so.
carefully.
Looks like dropping the booster there just to try and get, although let's see, I think they're
Oh, you do put something
activating it
into
now.
soul.
Yes, okay, there we go.
Oh, wow. Wait, I gotta read that card again.
Right.
Hey, excuse me? It says, choose a face-down card. When it attacks, you may pay a cost if you do until end of battle. Your opponent can't call grade 0s. Then if number of face-up card... Wait, what went into soul? Did I not just see something go into soul?
I'm not sure. It could have been just them looking at their soul and then putting
Oh,
everything
okay.
back on Van. Oh no, it was
Oh,
the
no, it was
Kadash,
the crit. Oh,
crit
wow.
trigger. Okay. No, it makes
Extra
sense
10k
now.
power. And then obviously applying Gurga's skill here. Now, honestly, this is a situation where they're at 3 face down damage. They can't even Ultima now. They are holding the Gurgit in their hands. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to guard through this. I mean, what they're going to do next turn, because no counterblast is going to be kind of rough. We see the Josephus, but those are from deck type of calls, so you don't usually want to have them in hand.
Yeah, it looks like we're guarding with, I think that was like 5k shield. I can't tell what the other shields are. And we're G guarding as well. Okay.
Yeah. Have
I'm
we seen... Oh, we have seen the Overtrigger.
Yes, on the Gear Chrome side. It looks like we're going
Yeah.
into the new G Guard from Premium Collection here. Essentially
that's
just
a
gonna
lot.
kind of dig for some more shields that we can use.
Yep. You can look at the top 2, choose up to 2 units from Ultimate, call them to guard circle, discard the rest to be called 1 or more grade 1 or greater. You get to draw a card. That's actually not bad at all. And Ambition.
Yeah.
Woo. Dang.
Definitely try and plus the hand a little bit to get some more advantage there.
That is another heal. And we're
Oh
back
my
to 3
gosh.
damage. And we're back. It's like we never left the 3 damage mark.
We've been stuck in the mid game for pretty much the entire game at this point.
That's been like what, 3 or 4 heals now? Like that is
Yep,
insane.
yep.
Oh my gosh. This game it just keeps going. And we're
think
gonna
it was
see
like,
GBA at this point.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned earlier in the day, but how Derek Dow talks about damage mapping. This is a perfect example of taking damage where it benefits you, so that way if you do see a heal, it'll go off for you, but it won't go for your opponent.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing because the Gold Paladin player has been hitting heals, but they haven't been going off. Meanwhile,
Nope.
DP Strikes has been healing and healing and healing.
Yep, just been at that perfect range of just either just the same damage or just one more damage to make sure that it always goes off. And it looks like they're
Oh.
not swinging, not giving them any more damage.
They
DB
don't
Strike
want
sees
to.
the 3 face down and is like, nope, that's all you get.
Yeah, you can't because the minute they do that, they have to be because we saw the drive check Gurgit, right? So they know that if they give them 2 damage, that's it. They're going to be ultimating. They have to at
Yep.
this point, and that would probably secure a game. You get to put triggers on top, like everything is attacking for lethal. You can on top of that have the Sentinel skill. Like it's pretty much game over. So you have to. So not giving the Cannon Blast is very important here. And here
It's
we
like
have
they're-
Spearix coming out. You can normally stride this card. You don't have to Cannon Blast 2 to
Yep.
do the skill. So here's the normal version of it.
And it could be kind of worth it too, because Soul Blast 1 to check top 5 and call 2 is a very easy and straightforward way to populate a board.
Yep, and we're seeing here the Angel coming out, actually, the one that has the guard restrict on it. These decks should be getting pretty small now that I think about it. They both go
Yeah.
through their decks quite a lot.
On both sides, yeah. This could very if it keeps going the
Like the way it
direction it
has
has been, it could potentially just come down to who has more cards left in deck.
Honestly, yeah, because they both... honestly, the Gold Paladin player has been cycling through quite a bit of their deck. They've been guarding with it, you know what I mean?
They've
Like,
been
it's-
playing around each other so well, I want to say, to the point
Yeah.
where it's become to this like this grind to a standstill. But this is the kind of thing you expect to see at round 6, because this is where things really start to get serious.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going for that top cut here. So you don't want to make mistakes, and you want to make sure you're playing around your opponent in the best way possible that benefits you.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is like becoming a stalemate almost.
Yeah.
they just keep going back and
which
forth.
side is going to give first? And at this point, there's no clear indicator of where it's going to go. Although a crit definitely helps the situation.
Another
here.
crit.
Slapping
Who
it
needs
right onto that
Ultima?
Agmavale.
You don't need Ultima.
Yeah.
You just hit the
Who needs to
triggers
stack your deck when
casually.
you just hit them naturally? Yeah.
Exactly. So now again, we're in the situation where that card is swinging for lethal, and he has to guard
Yep,
it.
He has to guard it.
What is happening? What is this game?
Just some very good, just kind of not even necessarily damage denying, just like putting your opponent in position where they can't take the damage. It's
Yeah,
like
this has
if you
been-
want the damage, go for it, but you're gonna have to hope to sack into some heals potentially to even see another turn.
To be honest, we're starting to kind of run out of heals here. There's only so many heals you can have in a deck.
Exactly. I believe we've seen the overtrigger out too, and with no overtrigger on Brave Mile's side, I feel like it's getting to a point where it's just going to kind of be a slugfest of just beating back and forth until one side just taps out. One side says, "You know what? I'm done. I don't want to take any more hits."
Yeah. Oh my, this has been. Goodness. Oh, is this the new G guard? That we're seeing here?
Yes. Basically functions as a perfect guard here.
Yeah, I remember it being kind of awkward. You have to discard quite a bit of cards for it. You either
Yes,
treat it as a
yeah.
20k shield, or you activate the perfect guard on top of that if you discard a good amount. And here we have going back over to the Mystery Flare side. We've seen this Mystery Flare as a Vanguard for like, what, 3 turns
Yeah.
now? It just hasn't left. Looks like we are striding this time into what? What do you even go into at this point? What do you do?
Looks like he was taking a peek at history build there, which I feel like is probably, or is that Schlieshma?
I believe that is Schlieshma. Very interesting name.
Another way to try and build some multi-attack here, because I believe our players are starting to realize that, you know, something's got to happen here. Something's got to break at some point.
Just realized, because this card, calls cards from bind, you can call Jet from bind and activate the guard restrict here too.
Ah, there we go.
And
That could be a way to kind of like try and like speed this game along, because both players are getting very thin in the deck, and they're gonna have to try and like do some serious pushes here soon.
Yeah, I think we're coming to a point where someone's gonna deck out. I think Strikes is actually closer to a deck out here. From the looks of it, I really can't tell who has the smaller deck, but to me it looks like Strikes has the smaller deck. I really can't tell, but we're about to have another, they've been both drawing a lot, both calling from top decks. All this weird stuff's been happening. So yeah. It's been a while since I've seen GB8, and we're almost there.
Yeah, and we could see a GB8 today, which the Gear Chronicle GB8 is also one that gives you an additional turn. I don't remember seeing it in DB Strike's G deck though, so who knows if we'll actually see that. But it is another option to get more additional turns.
It really is. I actually was not aware that's what the GB8 does.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we have another perfect guard coming through, because Gurkit actually can't use his counterblast skill here because well, one, deck out, but 2, no counterblast.
Yeah, no counterblast. And yeah, like I said, deck out is becoming an increasingly real option.
That's a 3-card deck now.
Oh, well, like I was saying, something at some point something's gonna have to give somewhere, and it's just a matter of finding where those cracks are gonna show up. And I think DB Strikes here is kind of trying to zero in on that now.
Yeah, going in for the kill, because this will lead into the so those sentinels here. Yeah, take 2 damage here, and then we'll have the stride come. Actually, I don't know if they flipped it yet or not, but if they have, they can get the stride out here too.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to draw with that smoke gear over there, because they're just gonna back out.
At this point, okay, yep, so they're guarding that, which I think that kind of speaks to the situation that Brave Mile is in, because obviously definitely wants to go into an Ultima, but I just don't think it's in the cards at this point because that 2 damage could have done it, but is it worth it at this point? And do you even have the cards in deck to realistically pull off an Ultima turn at this point?
Exactly. Honestly, at this point, you may just want to stall it out fast enough to where you'll deck out less faster than the other person. And I think that's kind of what we're going for here.
Realistic at this point is the thing, because I like I said, I think that's kind of where the cracks are showing, is that whoever's lower on deck. And the thing is that as long as
that's a draw.
DB strike, that's not what you want to see at this point. But as long as DB strikes is
sorry.
As long as DB strikes is controlling that damage this way, there's not much that Brave Miles realistically going to be able to do, because there's just not the resources there to be able to work with.
I think they're both at 3 cards in deck right now. Like, I think that's what's happening here.
There's that Gurgit. Forget about ultimate striding. We are past the point for ultimate striding. It is only about beating down and then just hoping that you can push for enough damage.
I think at this point, so they're going to swing. They're going to have 1 card in deck. If they don't kill here, that's it.
Yep. This is just very.
They gave this Gurgit skill.
Oh, this is just beat down Vanguard. At this point, there's no skills really happening. It's just calling down a bunch of bodies and swinging.
It's just vanilla at this point.
Slugging back and forth.
Yeah, and at least the Gurgit himself will have additional power because he has 5k per Excel marker, right? So, whew. This is. I'm on the edge of my seat. I haven't been on the edge of my seat all day today. This is truly. This is close. I think there might have been a time. Or they're calling. There might be something happening here because this has been a very long game. So it looks like it is finished. I'm not too sure who took it here since they were. I think DB Strikes won it due to the fact that
I think so as well.
Yeah, because he was at 1 less damage than Gurgit was. So I think that ended it there.
And if not for that, it was just a matter of could the Gurgit player push enough to where they could push some damage, but enough to win, because it looked like at that point there was swing with the Vanguard was only going to leave 1 card left in deck. And at that point you might as well just extend the handshake right there. If you haven't killed your opponent and there's 1 card left in deck, all they have to do is pass turn and it's over.
If they played that out a little bit faster and instantly forced the Gear Chronicle player to take 1 damage, it would have been possible that they could have either stalemated it or had the more damage come through.
Tried to force a draw.
But because of the fact that the Gold Pounds player didn't get a chance to attack there, they didn't get a chance to actually have a moment to claim. But that's crazy. Imagine healing that many times.
A similar thing happened to me just this past BSF in Houston, where I had an opponent who just stayed on 2 damage for the whole game, and it just made it so, I mean, I'm a Nova Grappler player. I love damage. Damage is my favorite thing because I get to do stuff with it. So I'm taking all the damage, but then it just made it so that all my heals went off because I was always at higher damage, and heals were coming up on both sides, but mine were the only ones going off because I was at the higher damage. So it was crazy. Very high level play, I want to say, from both players, because it seemed like they both knew what the other was wanting to do, and they were both very committed to not letting it happen if at all possible.
Yeah, that was wild. The amount of times that damage there could have been damage that they could have taken, but they purposely were avoiding it or denying damage in some cases, or in other cases you just hit 2 crits anyway, and then you can force the denial in that case.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to guard this. It's lethal.
There was plenty of turns where Bravemile was sitting there, has 3 face down damage, and then sat there. DB Strikes only had 2 swings, but both swings were 3 crit. So there was no safely taking that to try and get some damage, because honestly, at through several turns in the game, if Bravemile had some extra damage, it could have gone very, very differently. So it was very, very smart to play it that way.
Do you remember how early on we were like, whoa! So early on we saw that heal go off because they purposely stacked it, but because they really had no choice, they drew into their 1-ups. Do you think if that never happened, the game would have just been completely different? Because they actually would have been healing.
Yeah, it could have been very different because I was almost thinking about it at the time how they healed that damage, but it was a face-up damage, and I was almost kind of like, that could have been better if you
Could have
had
waited.
some way to use that damage first and then healed it. That could have been
Yeah.
very, very differently.
Yeah.
But instead, it was almost just kind of removing a resource from yourself. I think it was at that stage in the game probably the smart like maybe even like correct thing to do because you're across the table from a Mystery Flare Turbo. You're anticipating several turns to be coming at you very quickly, and so you kind of want to be at a low damage to where you can kind of safely sit through those turns. But then we ended up seeing that despite meeting the extra turn requirements, DB Strikes did not take that extra turn. For whatever reason, just deemed it appropriate to not. I would assume just not wanting to discard that entire hand, and it ultimately seems like it suited them in that endeavor. So
Yeah, crazily enough, that crazy tech ended up almost backfiring because the OT
Yeah.
heal would have gone off, but some of those early heals might not have gone off. And honestly, again, like early on, we saw the Gold Platinum player not take damage, keep themselves at 1 to avoid Spear X, which they could have gone into the Spear X, and then they could have gone through that instead. And that might have actually even been the better play because they would have been a higher damage. The Gear Chronicle player probably would have been healing as much, and it could have been like a completely different game. But trying to stay at low damage to avoid the extra turn brutality that was coming, like that game in general, there was just so much back and forth, so many little like baby decisions being made because every decision
Absolutely.
mattered. The small decisions were making a big difference in their gameplay. Because had one person made a slightly different decision, even though they were small, it would have changed the entire outcome of that game.
Easily, very, very, like drastically too. And I almost wonder because maybe if Brave Metal hadn't healed, would that have changed the way that DB Strikes attacked? Maybe they wouldn't have been swinging as much as they have because they were anticipating, the Ultima at some point. But sitting there on 3 face down damage for as long as that was very brutal. But I mean, you do what you have to, and keeping your opponent from being able to play the game is a very legitimate strategy.
Yeah, it is. It is. And honestly, I will have to say that was probably the most interesting, and aside from, our Highlander Tachikaze, it was definitely the most like intense match where there was just so much importance in every decision that was being made. And even the, again, you mentioned the Mystery Flare not taking the extra turn. Like that alone was already changing the entire game state. Like had they taken the extra turn, they would have been giving damage to the Gurgit player, and then the Gurgit player probably would have ultimated. And then what would that have turned into? That the crit still would have popped off. It would have been enough to guard. It was just like there's just so much happening. You can take that game and analyze it like minute by minute and see like what would have changed.
That's like another reason, and the long list of reasons that I have for loving Premium is like, even though that game wasn't that explosive, there wasn't like a lot of like hype, like mom get the camera moments, but it was still very intense. There was, especially like just like knowing about the 2 decks and just knowing what they wanted to do, and then just kind of seeing that knowledge play out from both sides. It seemed like both players kind of knew what the other wanted to do, and then just like perfectly playing around that, and then trying to play with what limited resources they had on both sides. It was very, very interesting to watch, even if it wasn't as explosive as some other games that we've seen today.
Yeah. Well, probably my favorite matchup today. I've been watching, like the matches that I wasn't casting for, but regardless, like that one definitely took it. A very long match too.
Very, yeah. which I think is why we probably had that time call there, which makes sense.
Yeah. Oh no, 100%. I was kind of thinking in my head, I was like, wow, we've been here for a while. This match is still going.
Yeah, it was very intense.
Well, we have been with you guys for a little bit now. Let's go ahead and take a little break from that intense match. So let's go and see. Just take a break. Take a step back.
Take a breather after the intensity of that game.
Yup.
Holy moly, what a slugfest that last game was. How are you feeling, Orange, after that?
That was a very, very intense game. I really don't even know how to feel because that was quite something. That game was long, aggressive, not aggressive, heel oriented, and it ended. Whew.
I think one thing I do want to mention that I really like seeing was having the restraint to not take that extra turn.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, that
had
was
everything
crazy.
set up for it, but I think the player just realized, yeah, I don't think I'm going to win on this turn, and I don't really feel like discarding 8. So I'll put the onus on the Gold Paladin player to make the mistake, and I can try and capitalize on those instead. And
Exactly.
did like at that point, round 6, we were seeing a very high caliber players at this point. These players, they knew what their opponent was trying to do, and they were very much not letting them do their thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they were. It was just so back and forth. There was just so much happening.
But I think it was very cool that we managed to see a lot of the unique Go Paladin strategy that we are able to see off of the overdress cards, especially that grade 1 that was able to cycle the heal back on top again.
Yeah, that was the craziest thing. I remember we looked at the logs and I was like, oh wow, like this is kind of a cool gimmick, but it's a one of, like I wasn't expecting it to actually happen. And then literally on turn 2, the one of is right there, the heal guard in hand. The whole mechanic just goes off. I'm like, wait a second, what just happened?
Yeah, for sure. Like, definitely very interesting ways to see how the overdress cards are able to mesh with a lot of the premium cards to kind of like get these very interesting results out.
Exactly, exactly. But yeah, that's something that as I do play golds, and now that I saw that interaction, I'm like, I want to do that interaction.
Now, I will say, while I was on the back burner watching you and Ty commentate, I will say I am very jealous that I got to miss out on Royal Paladins.
Of course.
Watching that on the side, I was just like, oh, this is going good. We've got the Eunice Ride, we've got the Morvidus.
Yep.
We've basically just being able to use all of our Jewel Knight names to full perfection, and I thought it was great to see, and I wish I was up there with you guys to be able to kind of hype it up even more, because being a Royal Paladin enthusiast myself, there was so much that I wanted to scream and shout into the mic, but I was muted.
Yeah, there was a lot of moving parts too, and I knew what the cards were doing, but I couldn't remember the names. I was like, this retires, this draws, this gives power, this gives a crit, and I was like, I don't know the names of any of these.
But yeah, that was an incredibly long round 6, and we're trying to wrap it up soon. So I want to go into round 7. It sounds like deck 1 is ready, so let's take a look at what we are dealing with coming into round 7.
Exactly.
So first off, we've got Photon TK playing Angel Feathers now with a very ominous name. The world will be silenced. And ooh, we do see Gize as well. Very good point. Okay, how many trigger checks are we seeing? I'm seeing 2 from the Gavrail, a bunch from the Yafkiel, some from the... I already forget her name. The other grade 2. Salafiel.
Yeah. I was like, what's her name again?
Yeah, so it looks like we're basically taking the V-Premium rescue engine of Gavrail and throwing it with Gize to just try and go for the Xeroth Dragon WinCon.
Yep, exactly. And it's also with Gavriel being so strong, honestly, it's I mean, in terms of like drive checking, you can drive check so much in your main phase that you should be able to hit all your triggers.
And to prevent the damage, and now we also run a pair of Nokiel in the grade 3 line, just to be able to put a copy of this up with the damage. We are able to start doing some rescue checks. So very thought out deck. I'm excited to see how it will fare against the opponent, but I want to take a look at the G zone. Obviously the G zone should probably be fairly generic. We've got 2 of the new Zafkiel being able to set up your damage zone, being able to get some extra drive checks, which just plays towards that Gize turbo strategy, but also a lot of the with increase your damage count with Basasiel, as well as the Raphael Mitra to just stall out the game more for more triggers with Raphael Mitra, and we have our 5 Xeroth Dragons.
Yep, I don't really know how much else. You kind of covered it there. Honestly, that's pretty much the whole point of the deck is to hit your Xeroth Dragons as soon as possible. So that's what we're seeing here. And then you have also some other extra stuff in case you want to go into those. But definitely you'll probably just stick to getting the Dragons as soon as possible.
Yeah. Also, we see the new G-Guard there in Firmament's Glands. Once again, just another way to buy some more time before you are able to get those 5 triggers that you need for your Gize play, and just being able to heal another card. Basically,
Exactly.
calling a card out of your damage zone, putting it back to the drop zone, 1 less damage to deal with while you wait for your triggers to pop out, and then you can try and end the game on a bunch of 25k attacks from the Gize.
Yeah, and it's very hard to go around this because this is like a time bomb type of deck.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of see, how quickly you can either get around this or, kill it before it kills you, like what to do in this situation.
Now let's take a look at who the diffuser will be trying to defuse this time bomb that is Gize. Let's take a look at deck 2.
Let's do it.
Ooh, okay. So we have, I believe, Nick Banville playing Dimension Police. Now this is definitely one of the decks that we all wanted to see today. We heard many talks about why it's good, why it's strong, but we've never had a chance to actually see it in action until now. So just as stated before, this is the die liner strategy with a bunch of other dimensional robo grade 3s, as well as a very up-and-coming popular tech in the laser Tage.
Yes, that is exactly what we're seeing here. And something I like to know, my favorite part is that little overdressed grade 3. I like that card because it forces your opponent to have to if they place anything from hand, they have to rest that unit. It's a once per turn skill, but it can be very effective. Like you have to play around it.
Yeah. Now that is the main grade 3s in the main deck. Let's take a look at what kind of tools they are going to be using in their G zone.
Let's do it. Okay, all right. We're seeing the Geoglass. We're seeing the new Stride as well. Also very, very strong Stride here. And we have Excapade as kind of like a finisher. Seeing Dismal here, another really good piece. And then you have the Ultimate Stride as well. What are your thoughts?
Really like the Dismal. Laser Tage, the Overdress Grade 3, is a very important piece, especially in a defensive game plan. Being able to force your opponent to expend extra resources to be able to get their offense out. Being able to protect it with Dismal is very important. And basically, main thing to notice here is that we've got our 4 Geoma Glass. Once we get those 4 Geoma Glass flipped open, it is very hard to take this deck out.
Oh, yeah, 100%. The shield gets just so high. But, with that being said, let's see the shield action. Let's see where round 7? Where round 7 takes us?
Round 7. Let's Bushiroad, let's Rumble, because we are online 2022 event.
Yeah.
Ooh, Canada versus Canada. Let's go. All right. Starting us off is Angel Feather on the left, riding into the grade 1 and getting Gize skill to push itself into the G zone. Ooh, getting the ideal ride over on Banville's side of things. We're going to be able to get that quick shield as well as use Die Prop's ability that when it's placed in the Vanguard circle, we are able to cycle a grade 3 out of our hand, ideally to get 2 cards. 1, 2. Love to see it. Everybody loves drawing 2.
Yeah, I love this card. I think it's such a great skill. Especially since you have a lot of grade 3s anyway, you're always going to hit.
Yeah. Oh, and then hitting a Lorenka. Having that in hand to get ready for our very up-and-coming X-Gallop, and boom, we do get 1 trigger already, 1 zeroth.
Yep.
Choosing
and
to
now
pass.
Passing.
This
without riding.
Yep, this is fairly standard.
You don't ride either? You just choose not to ride?
I think I would try and swing under as much as I can.
Ah, gotcha. So you want your opponent to ride, so that way you can swing under. Interesting. I know you usually want to either give 1 damage or as much damage as possible. You have to be very careful how you play this out.
Mm-hmm. Now we see one of my favorite pair of cards coming from Clan Collection 3 and 4, the 2 bikes that came with Zero. Wow. And speaking of the Zero, we are going to see not 0, but now we are at 2 zeroth dragons up there.
Yep.
And swinging with the Trinity Chaser, that's going to pull the Overtrigger out. All right, that's 1 threat less to deal with.
Swinging to rear, I assume, here. Yep.
Swinging to rear there. Being able to get a drive check, but at the same time being able to deny damage is very strong.
Yeah, usually giving out rear guards is kind of scary because it forces you want to like apply pressure, try to kill the deck, but at the same time, as you keep bringing out rear guards, then you're putting yourself in a bad situation because then they're going to keep denying you damage and making your deck vanilla.
Exactly. I think you're looking for more copies of Endless Float to actually call down, and if we were to do so, maybe do it on the grade 3 turn when Endless Float is able to cycle itself out and empty the board for a draw. But we
Oh,
are going to
smart.
call the Linka down.
So they're choosing not to ride here.
Using the Heal Guardian here, probably
Oh, nice.
dumping the crit and having to not deal with the damage triggers there. We
Mm-hmm.
do want to start healing, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. May want to ride here. I don't know. Yep, we do.
Yep.
We do because Gabriel just gets so many drive checks, so you can just you can easily like it's hard, but you can easily just get all your 6 dragons just in one Gabriel turn.
You might even consider not even attacking and taking the fact that Gabriel's skill is a +1 to hand and just call that a day. Get the
Yep.
2 damage checks and say, you know what, I'm happy with that. I'll pass it over to you.
Yep, exactly. But looks like they're just going in.
Not happy with the 2 damage checks there. Wanting to see some more yellow cards ripped off the top of the deck. So we are going to see the Gabriel swing into the Vanguard.
Honestly, it's a good spot to just take a damage. Oh,
Oh.
no, they're 1 to passing.
Quick shoot for a 1 to pass.
Oh,
There's
that's
one.
a draw.
Oh, quick shoot for a 1 to pass. But remember, power doesn't happen when you're on Gize.
Oh, true. That's right. So even when you're 1 to passing, it's a straight 1 to pass. Like it doesn't actually go through. Does
Yeah.
that include over trigger?
That's a very good question. I am actually not sure, but I believe so since the 10 million power is linked towards the trigger.
Yes. Now, interestingly enough here, so this is one of the best plays with DP is being able to apply crit pressure and also constantly keeping your opponent to have to guard, which is what's going to happen here. Since the die liner or whatever strat they go into will probably have crits and drive checks, right? And the force 2 is on the Vanguard, so you have to constantly keep guarding the Vanguard. If you don't, then you can be looking at 4 or 5 damage just straight to your face out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, especially with the fact that we have Unibird coming out here using its does have the burst ability that if its power is 50k or greater until the end of the battle gains a crit. So with that force 2 already trying to go for lethal,
Yep.
calling down more toys to play with and getting massive amounts of power, trying to just basically blow out the game here, not letting the Gize player even get their Xeroth dragons up.
Ooh, something interesting. So something I realized that this new Unibird Galaxy requires literally no cost. So you can just
Yeah.
do this.
Yeah.
You don't need Counterblast to pop off here. You can just keep going. This is actually a pretty hard matchup.
Yeah, look, they do not care about getting damage denied. In fact, I think Banville is happy to stay at 0 damage because should it ever happen that Photon does get all of the 0 damage face up, we need every bit of damage buffer we can get to just soak up all the damage that Gize inflicts to us.
Exactly. I think we hit 5K. I think that's a 5K last trigger over there. Or moving it down a little bit just to see the
Moving
drive
it
checks.
down.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's over
That's an
trigger.
over trigger.
That's an over
Oh!
trigger. Oh my gosh,
Oh!
offensively. Those
Oh!
rear guards just got huge. Whew. And they're putting the 100 million on. Oh my gosh.
Well then, yeah,
Oh my. And that's a stand too.
yeah.
What a check.
Wow. If it wasn't for that PG there, that would have been 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10, 11, 12 damage.
Yeah, that would have been, it doubles everything. That's very lethal. Luckily enough, this isn't the stride that restands or anything, so you don't have to worry about it as hard, but still, seeing OT like this is pretty rough.
Yeah, like Banville is just putting on the gas right now. All gas, no
Yep.
brakes. You are not
That's
going to see
0
Gize.
damage. And they're at
Going for
0
the
damage.
G-Guard.
Imagine doing all this and you haven't even taken a single damage yet.
Oh my, yes. Goodness gracious. And being able to flip up the Geomegas for free as well. Let's not
Yup.
forget that.
Yeah, DP is a deck. I can feel it. DP is a deck.
It is definitely one of the decks of all time. Going to go
I
for
feel like it's
another
doing really
G-Guard
well
here.
now. Yeah, I wonder how much they can. Yeah,
Just
they're going through.
Trying to go for a rescue
They're trying to find
chest.
triggers. Yeah. Oh, that's
We do
another
find
trigger.
one.
Draw.
Right. That's another
another
0
one.
with face up. Do we have enough for the last attack?
Oh. Ooh.
All right, PG.
Is there a perfect guard? I assume
Looking
there
for
is since
PG.
they freely. Oh no, what they? Oh,
There
okay,
it
okay,
is.
that's a perfect
Okay.
guard. I
Being
was about to say,
able.
hard
Okay.
block. That. So
All
another
right.
Gavro right here. Oh,
Ooh.
that's Hamiel. Hamiel's
Riding
skill does
into
activate.
Hamiel.
I'm pretty sure it's a Vanguard skill here, so you can still do her skill.
Yep. So we're going to be able to use Hamiel's skill here, getting a call, going for another rescue check. We're going to be able to use the grade 1 skill, Zophiel's skill, to discard a card, pick up something from the damage zone, and do
Oh,
another
there it
check.
is.
There it is. There is the last trigger we needed to get all of our friends face up.
Yep. Is that what they are, friends?
Friends, and boom! Ultimate strike.
Oh, they're coming. Here they come. Whew. This is always so cool to see. Like, even though it's like it's different and stuff, it's just really cool to see just this interaction. Regardless, you flip it and you gotta do the flippy here.
And then you gotta unsleeve the card, re-sleeve
Yeah,
the card.
yeah. The one time where it's legal to do this, and boom, you have your Gise.
All right. Now, even at this point, even if I'm Banville, I'm not too scared. Like, these are only 25k, and us playing DP, we've got some pretty big grade 3s to guard with.
Yeah, this is very true. Is there like another condition that this deck does? Don't you just instantly take 5 damage at some point?
At the end of the turn, I believe, at the beginning of your turn, yeah, you just deal 1 damage to your opponent's Vanguard for each 0 with dragon, so deal 5.
Wow. So essentially here what you want to do is you want to just stay at 0.
Ooh, gets a very welcome heal trigger.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Wow.
we definitely just want to stay at 0. That way, when we do take the 5 damage to start our opponent's turn, we have 5 damage triggers to try and get a bunch of defensives. And then after that, we are able to get a full power crackback with 5 open counterblast to play with.
Yeah, wow. That's really intense. Can the Zero Dragons attack right now or anything, or they just stay there?
I believe the Zeroths can attack as well, but we don't want to give Banville any counterblast, it seems. I wonder if like it was worth giving 1, so
That's
that
what I was
way
thinking too. You at least want to give 1.
they are forced to like try and win on this turn.
Yeah.
But maybe they know that 1 counterblast in DP goes a long way because of Bravest Peak X Gallop.
This is very true. It's very true. But keeping them at 5 is also, like they're not gonna die next turn, you know?
Yeah. But we are going to go back into the Unibird here. And with that, not giving any damage, the Unibird only gains the 10k for each of the rear guards rather than being able to use some damage as well.
Yeah.
We are going to get the PG break off of Operator Girl Rinka's skill.
Does it have enough to have the power? Because it's supposed to be if your Vanguard's 35k or greater.
Gains 10k
Oh, it gains
for each rear guard as well. So at the time
Right.
that Rinka was on board, it should be big enough.
Yeah, you're right. You are correct. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah, it definitely should be big. Wow, they're going full Bronto.
Going all in. Oh, big.
You kind of
big-
have to. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool, actually. Eternity Chaser in the back row says, when your opponent's rearguard attacks, if that unit is 25,000 or less, Soul Blast one retire this unit, choose one of your units, and does not get hit until the end of the battle. And it just so happens that 0 with the dragons happen to be exactly 25,000.
That is so true. I've always thought about it because I feel like that card is kind of like a weird situational card, and this is like the one time where it actually works.
Gonna go ahead and flip up another copy of Geoma Glass. Over on Photon's side, we do know that the OT is out of play now. So
Yep.
don't have to deal with some like super duper crits, but these are still very, very large powered attacks.
Yeah. Having to guard through all this and your base doesn't go up is pretty hard. Pretty
1
hard.
PG with 1 PG break off of a quad, I believe.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. Now, grade 3
Now-
is probably one of the easiest things to find in this deck.
Now, question, does the PG still activate in this case because the Gise cannot be chosen with all the weird rulings that it has on it? Is it possible that that this works?
Your opponent...
I gotta read
Are you-
Gise again.
All your units do not return to the G zone and cannot be affected by anything other than this card and your Guardian. Your rear guards cannot be attacked. All your units do not return to the G zone and cannot. All your units cannot. Oh, maybe this does protect it.
That's what I was
I've-
wondering.
I've actually never thought about that. Maybe,
Because that's
yeah,
my response. Since it can't be triggered by anything, does Linka's skill even go off in this case?
that's a really good point. Definitely something to clarify, but I think based off just reading Gize, all of your units cannot be affected by anything other than this card and your Guardian. So I don't think it can be affected by Linka. Obviously, I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like that's what happened, since we did see a grade 3 being drove check, but choosing not to Soul Blast for it, since there would be no point.
Wow, it's like a beefy wall. Like, how do you get through this? It's a 25k base. Actually, DP is one of the few decks that I feel like can deal with it because their numbers are just so high regardless. But even then, like, you can't even Linka that. Like, that's actually pretty wild.
All right, we're going to do the
Here
Gize
it is.
Blast here. 1 damage.
1,
2 damage.
2, 3,
Three,
4, 5.
No
And
damage
only
triggers.
5k. But I mean, honestly, that's the only thing that's actually here they can go full blast, right? So they can attack, which would be a good place. But honestly, with the Geo glasses
Yeah.
being flipped, it shouldn't be too difficult to guard this. But we'll see.
All right, it's going to be 25 at probably the van, maybe even the rear guard, actually, since we know that we're going to be able to ping for 5 next turn again.
Yeah, true.
But even at this point, I think you still go for a game at the Vanguard's face.
I think at this point you want to shut as much hand as possible.
Yeah.
Like their grade threes are DP's grade threes, though they are shield, they are also important units in hand. Like you still want them. So you really want to you want to shred through that.
Ooh, G guard.
Possible G guard commencing. Possible thought process loading.
So many options to do. So much shield to play with. How do you maximize each set of 20k extra shield on the grade 3s?
Yep.
We're going to see a die arm.
Yep, there's the die arm. Nice little guard there. Wow, no triggers. But it's okay. Oh, and they're
And
passing turn here. Can
that's a pass.
so can you can attack with the Xeroth dragons, right?
I do believe you can attack with Zeroths, yes.
So why not attack with them? Unless you
Very
can't.
good
That's what, because I would if I was the Xeroth player right now, if I can attack with them, I would want to.
Yeah.
Use a card with the same card name. Discard with all other cards. Flip this card. You cannot ride and call rear guards other than Xeroth Dragon. All units do not return to your G zone, and they are unaffected by the influence of other than this card and your guardians. Your rear guards cannot be attacked. At the beginning of your turn, deal 1 damage for each Xeroth Dragon. I guess the point of them is that they can't be attacked. They can't attack, and because they're I'm assuming they can't attack because what they do instead is the 5 damage is technically them attacking. I think that's what's happening.
Maybe. It has been the hottest of minutes since I've seen Gize, so a lot of it is kerfuffled in the very deep memory in the back.
Yeah, and guys, we are seeing the X Gallop now come out since there's plenty of counterblast to work with, but knowing that Linka cannot be activated makes this a lot less of a lethal stride now.
But at the same time, we also saw very blank drive checks off of Photon TK's turn.
Yes.
And if there's any way for a high pressure power attack from DP, it do be X Gallop.
Exactly. But yeah, this is definitely like the I want to kind of kill here type of turn because I definitely can't survive another one.
Yeah. All right. What's going to happen here? Probably going to go X Gallop. Going to swing. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4 face up now.
Yes.
Knowing that we had 4 face up, I wonder if it was worth to G guard, get another face up, which is another 10k. And then using the G guard, you could even rewrite into another die liner if there's one in the drop zone. Get another force 2, so your rear guards are also lethal attacks.
Yeah. This is a kind of a weird situation to be in. I also forgot there's still that grade 2 in the back. That's or grade 1, sorry, I can't remember the exact grade on it. The one that is pretty much acts like a perfect guard.
Yeah. But unfortunately unable to do anything right now since the Gize skill will not attack. It will just ping damage.
True.
Very.
As long as they survive this turn, I think it's going to be their game. All they have to do is just survive.
Yeah. I think we're just getting a trigger count here.
Yeah. This is a pretty, honestly, we've seen a lot of perfect guards, so I think this is kind of the point where if they can't guard 3 of these attacks, then that's it. Oh, it's actually gonna be 4 total.
So we saw. I know that we saw one PG last turn. Do you remember any other PGs earlier?
I think I remember one, but I could be wrong. I don't remember if it was drive checked or how it happened, but pretty sure there's one more. It might have been just a regular overdress draw or the other vanilla draw that we saw. Not too sure exactly where.
But yeah, I think right now over on Banville's side, we do have a very large X Gallop, and I think this kind of attack is just praying that your opponent doesn't have the PG.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly,
Very big.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'm kind of curious how this is going to end, but it honestly looks like I can definitely see the DP player taking the W here. The hand isn't very big, and that Vanguard is going to restand, so it's going to be very large.
We also have a bunch of Dizorses as well, which will give that X Gallop more drive checks. So if my memory serves me correct, this X Gallop should be swinging at 6 drives and then 2 drives. So
Yeah.
we have 8 drive checks to try and find game.
And it's going to go up in power too. For every Dizorus, it'll be an extra 10k too. So it's going to be hard to guard. Like unless you have perfect guard sets, it's just kind of game here.
Very much asking for PG or no guard.
Yep, exactly.
We have 4 face up in the G zone. Looks like I think there's a game pause and they're just trying to figure out a game state, maybe trying to counter.
Yeah.
G's.
There might have been. My guess is that during some one of the guard steps, there might have been something that was caught. That might be causing the game state to be in a weird position here. But we'll just. Okay, looks like we're continuing. There comes the Linka. So maybe
right.
Linka's skill does activate. And maybe that was where the game state was paused. Like I'm not really too sure. But regardless, we got another Linka into Soul. It is still a draw regardless, and draw is very good. Extra power, pretty much everything you need to go in.
Yep, gonna call another die prop at the bottom. Now we only have 1 force marker, so die props regard skill only being able to buff 5k, but if your opponent doesn't have a PG, every inch of power does help. Now we do have 2 face-up Geoma glasses, so this Dizorus is a bit bigger than just 13. I think this just about scratches Gize.
I will say this is the one matchup that Gize doesn't want to see, if I'm gonna be real. The reason being is because the numbers will still hit over. There's other decks that barely can hit, but this is one of those decks that just doesn't care about your 25k base. It's still hitting.
Alright, so playing on that 5th damage for defensive trigger. Oh, do we have an order? Oh, if we had like any kind of order or maybe like even a protect marker with that
Would it evaporate?
NoPL, it would evaporate, give us another damage to play with. Oh,
That's pretty
that
funny.
would have been spicy.
That would have been very spicy. Definitely a really useful thing there to use. I like that play. The Angel Feather and their weird plays.
Alright, gonna flip up another Geoma Glass. I'm gonna swing with the X Gallop, and this is gonna be Banville's final swing.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, face up, plus 50k, plus the boost. Do you have the PG? Do you have 2 PGs? Because I have a Rinka.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we saw the Rinka happen again, so maybe it does activate. Or maybe they just use the Rinka for the extra power?
I think they're just going to hard guard this. I think that's the goal here. It's just to hard guard it.
Have to,
What
right?
other choice do you have? Yeah. Oh, nope.
Oh.
That's a perfect guard.
That's a PG.
Wow. And I'm assuming that the skill, so there's a grade 3, so the skill isn't going off here. So yes,
1, 2,
they are
3,
safe.
4, 5. We do
That's
find
a
a
heal.
trigger.
It won't really save you here, but hey, a heal is a heal.
6.
Wow. So many drive checks. So now the skill activates, it restands.
Okay, so I guess the Rinka was not able to go off then.
Yeah.
Okay, so all units, including the ones in the Guardian, will not be able to affect it. So, do we have a second heal trigger? I mean, do we have a second PG?
Yeah, another PG will be needed.
because X Gallop swings twice, and X Gallop swings very large.
Yeah, especially with the Isorisis and everything, the number just gets so high. But that
Yep, yeah,
that's another perfect guard.
That's a perfect guard.
That's right. I totally forgot. This is Angel Feather.
Right,
Oh
rewrote
my
into the
goodness.
Hamiel. Rewrote into the Hamiel.
PG into another heal.
Unable
Which
to heal.
these are I don't even know if these are helpful at this point.
Oh? Did we
Oh,
choose
they have to take the damage? Oh.
Oh,
Huh.
choosing to break the guard on the second attack rather than the first, and
Huh.
choosing not to break the guard before.
That is
Huh.
interesting. I'm a little confused with what happened with the guard break there, but that is the official end of this match. I think I need like a little bit of understanding of how exactly that works there, because it almost
Yeah.
felt like the first time maybe they didn't activate the guard the first time or something. I'm not really too sure. That was a little confusing.
Yeah, like we saw Rinka being used twice, one on the Unibird and one on the Digalop. So I actually know feedback now that because that the protect marker is a marker and not a unit,
Oh my gosh.
Rinka is able to hit it. Wow, very, very niche, very, very unique circumstances. But you know
Wow.
what? I just learned something new today. I was
did,
today
same
years
here.
old.
Yep, I was today years old as well. I now that I think about it, that makes a lot of sense. The protect marker never actually touches anything, so it goes around. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is wow. This is why I love imaginary gifts. But as weird as it sounds, this weird stuff like this that makes
Yeah.
it interesting.
That honestly very cool. Also, big props to both players. I think they both played it really well.
Yeah.
I like Banville's strategy to know that I might not be able to win with one counterblast, so I'm not going to take a counterblast. Period. Especially on that Gavriel attack. I think if one of the main decision trees in that kind of matchup is my opponent's Vanguard is finally swinging. Do I take that one damage and try and win off it? And the knowledge to know that I might not be able to kill them with this one damage, and then I could get immediately punished by taking 5 damage straight to 6. I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to guard this for sure.
Now that I think about it, so the perfect guard was in hand. When they did the no seal skill, is it possible that they could have put the perfect guard in and it would have evaporated?
I'm actually rereading Nokia here, and it does say choose an angel feather from hand.
Oh, that's right. I remember this. I remember an Asian Feather player told me this, that the perfect guard is the only thing you can't use because it doesn't have an actual clan identity to it. That makes sense.
Yeah,
So you can't use quick shields either.
can't use quick shields either.
So that means you can't use any orders. None of the orders would actually work with that.
But I remember one of the main points of discussion was orders will evaporate in the damage zone. So I think there was a way to put an order in the damage zone. I just don't remember how.
Unless it's an Angel Feather order. I don't know how else it would. I think there is a skill, like you're right. I think there is something that does that. I just don't know if it's this exact card.
Yeah.
But I know 100% like you're definitely correct. There is definitely a strategy behind it.
But yeah, and at the same time, choosing to not ride over on Photon side of things, choosing not to ride, choosing not to swing the first time, choosing to always try and swing under until it was time to say, you know what, I'm still not, my Gize's not ready. I need to actually get these drive checks in, so I'm going to do the twin drive check, double my chances of finding a trigger, speed up the turns to get into Gize as well. But we were pretty much able to get into Gize on perfect timing. We rode into the Gabrielle, did some drive checks, did some defensive G-Guard plays with the Suriel, I believe is the name. Suriel, yeah.
Honestly,
then,
overall... Oh, sorry, keep going.
Yeah. I was going to say, rewriting to the Hamiel and having the Hamiel in hand as well to ultimate stride.
Yep.
Very good.
Yeah, very clean. Do you have to ultimate stride in that situation? Like, you have to have a way to ultimate stride?
I think Gize is an ultimate stride.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was going to say, overall, I would say that was a very fun match. I thought, as surprising as it sounds, that definitely showcased Gize for what it's capable of doing. Like, we really saw kind of the stars align almost in a way, because we saw the triggers come through when they needed to. We saw those early triggers come through. It kind of just, opened up like a hey, this is what Gize does, and it is something you have to play around very carefully. It's not a deck that you can just stare and go, oh, I'll be fine. Like, you really need to be careful with what you do, because pinging 5 damage every single turn is Scary.
It's a lot of damage, especially in the
Yep.
game where you only have 6 life.
Exactly.
And it was very interesting to see the matchup having Gize go up against DP. Like you said many times, DP one of the decks that reaches such high power thresholds
Yep.
that they are still able to tickle the Gize on those rearguard attacks and have a very, very frightening Vanguard attack on their X-Gallop, on their Unibirds. And I think that's why we actually saw the guard order that we did, thinking back on it now. We saw the Units PG come out on the Hexa drive and the Protect marker on the Twin drive, since there would be less chances of seeing a grade 3 on the Twin drive, therefore might be able to survive the Linka guard break.
Yep.
So even in that like small double Vanguard attack instance, a lot of thought was put into it.
Yeah, no, 100% agreed. That was a very wonderful match. I'm glad that we got to witness it. Honestly, it was very unique. You don't see those kind of matches every day. It's not every day that you have someone that owns a Gize deck. So
Yeah.
it used to be pretty expensive, and now it's still cheaper because it got reprints. But still, it's not every day that people pilot
Yeah.
this deck. So it's nice to see these types of decks.
But regardless, I hope you all enjoyed Round 7 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We have Round 8 coming up for you right after the short break. Thank you very much.
Yay.
Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We just saw one of the highest powers, if we wanted to say it like that. We want to talk about high power. We've got Gize pinging for 5 damage. We've got X-Gallop swinging at 90, 80k multiple times in a turn. This was probably the match you would showcase to your friends to talk about. Vanguard is so exciting.
Yeah, that was this has been some insane stuff. I'm learning a lot of stuff today because I'm not a judge. I've never applied to be a judge. I don't know all the rulings of Vanguard. Like sometimes I go to my judge friends and go, "How does this work? How does that happen?" So honestly, it's just such a hard call sometimes, but it was still really cool. It's always nice to learn more about Vanguard. Vanguard's actually a pretty complex game, so seeing stuff like this,
Exactly.
you can learn a lot.
I think like even everyone in Twitch chat like helping each other like understand the current situation. I did not know that protect markers are considered units.
Yeah.
So at the moment that is something being in contention with the judges. We will let them handle that one. We
Yeah.
are here to provide you high level, high octane commentary for what you see on the screen.
Exactly.
We are about to head into round 8 now, and we've seen a whole myriad of decks. I don't think we've seen much duplicates yet.
Nope.
Thinking back in round 1, we saw Bermuda versus Nightmare Dolls, right?
Yes, that's
Round
correct.
2, we saw Shadow Paladin versus Grand Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Round 3, we saw the coolest Tachikaze list versus Link Joker.
Yep.
So 6 unique clans already. Then we also saw Dark Irregulars versus Nubatama. 8 unique clans. Then we
Yep.
saw Spike Brothers versus Royal Paladins. That's 10. We've got Gurgit versus Gears. That's 12. And we just finished Angel Feather versus DP. 14 different clans over 7 rounds. If there's anything that Premium Collection 2022 has done, I think it might be have reintroduced diversity. Maybe not because of strength, but because of people being able to finally play their favorite clans again.
Exactly. I honestly am, it makes me really happy to see some clans coming back, even like just clans that haven't been, because we have a lot of metas in the last like 2 years where it's been like these 5 boogeymen are the 5 decks that you have to be wary of, and on top of those 5 decks being the boogeymen, everyone was playing those 5 decks and really
Yeah.
nothing else. Like there's like maybe some little sprinkles of other things, but for the main part it's like the main 5 and that's pretty much it. But now we're in a meta where it's like, oh, there's like 10 different decks that potentially can do their thing. Like you just have so much more diversity now.
Yeah, and I think it's very healthy for the game, but also it really does help build skill in the player base, because then you are forced to know more matchups, you are forced to know more cards, and you are forced to know more text to deal with these matchups. And I think that being in a diverse meta helps build that player fundamental for knowing what you might be up against and knowing what to bring to a tournament.
Exactly.
So, like, let's say that in this format right now, what would you call the top 3 decks?
Let's see here. Personally, and it's like more my personal opinion, but it's just kind of like where I feel we've taken the tides. But I definitely think, we didn't get a chance to see Spike Brothers fully represent. I do still think that deck is very aggressive. So I definitely think it's probably Spikes, Dolls, and what would be the third one? Because I don't really consider Bugs quite tier 1 yet, so I think I'm more leaning towards like a tier 2 type of thing. DP, well, what we saw there with how much they did on 0 damage is kind of starting to lean towards to a pretty aggressive deck.
It was scary what they were able to do with 0 damage.
0 damage, and they were striding, and they were calling, and they were having shield. Like, honestly, if they were facing any other matchup and they were getting damage tonight, they would have had literally no problem dealing with that. So
Absolutely.
honestly, I'm trying to think what I would consider a third deck. It might be Grand Blue, because Grand Blue is still, even with everything.
Yeah.
And oh no, actually, I know the answer, because there is one deck that's better than Grand Blue, and that is Narukami. So there's my top 3.
So, in this kind of situation where now you are in a diverse meta, but you do identify the top 3 clans, the top 3 decks, the top 3 boogeymen to deal with, what is like your kind of mentality in picking a deck into going into a tournament like this? Do you go something that is more tailored to countering the top 3 decks, but sometimes you're paying that cost risk benefit that you might have harder times in more of the roguish decks that you don't expect in the top 3? What is your thoughts on this?
So
Because deck choice is important.
Of course, and especially in premium. Personally, I'm one of those people that always like to. I never like to take like the best deck ever unless it's just so broken. Like I think New Adai was probably the closest thing to that, where like if you take that deck, you kind of just win. But aside from that, I feel like there's a lot of decks that can counteract decks, and I'm actually one of those people that prefers to take like other decks that can toolbox out more. But I think overall, like you kind of have an option here. You either take the best of the best deck because you know the deck is just so oppressive, so aggressive. Like New Adai was a good example. New Adai was such a strong deck where if you took it, you kind of knew that you were going to win. Like there's only so little your opponent could do where it's true. Like no matter what you face, you're going to deal a bunch of damage. You're going to restate. It's really hard to lose in a matchup like that, right? So you either take that deck or you take something that you think you're comfortable with is good enough to deal with that concept. But to me personally, I've always been kind of like I kind of make the choice based off how much can my opponent negate the best deck. So for example, with right now currently, like I mentioned, Spike Brothers, Vanquisher, and what was the third one? Dolls and Spikes are pretty negated. You can fight against them. Hanali kind of shuts them down. However, Vanquisher does not have that at all. Vanquisher can kind of you can't shut down Vanquisher as quickly. Vanquisher can kind of shut down itself like in a mirror match or even by missing its own pieces. But Vanquisher keeps going. So if I were to pick a deck, I wouldn't take Dolls because I don't want to deal with those really aggressive matchups where people try to deny me what I want to do. And I feel like that's just annoying. And then I wouldn't want to take with Spike Brothers for the same reason. So I honestly would be leaning more towards Vanquisher. So I would, if I were to choose like out of the 3 best decks, that's probably what I would go for. But let's just say I'm not really a Narukami player. So obviously for me it would be hard to take a Narukami deck. So honestly, I would think, what can I do in the decks I'm comfortable with to beat those 3 decks? And if I can't beat those 3 decks, then I guess I might as well take the best deck, right? So that would be kind of where my deck building would do. Like obviously Grand Blue would be the choice I would go to, but honestly Grand Blue into all 3 of those decks is actually really rough unless you see a Hanali early enough. And even then, Vanquisher is really aggressive. It's really hard to play around as a Grand Blue player, unless you're running Bell. And even with Bell, you can get shut down pretty easily, even with that. Like, it's overall just a hard matchup, right? So I would have to think, do I really want to go through all these Grand Blue pains, or should I just take Narukami? But that would be kind of where I would toss between those 2 decks, and honestly, those 2 decks only.
Yeah, I think it's funny that you mentioned Narukami, because despite it being so strong and so prevalent, we haven't really seen it today.
This is true.
Out of the 14 decks that we've seen, 14 unique decks, no Narukami. So hopefully going to see it as we start whittling down the competition. But speaking of competition, let's take a look at the current standings going into round 8.
Let's do it.
Rounding us off at number 1, we have Dark LCNS. Number 2 will be FAM. 3, our DP player, Nick Banville. 4, Toby TCG from WCC, I believe. 5, ZO. 6 will be Chadson. 7, Cue Ball Gamer. And number 8 will be Megatrick. Wonder if they're playing Pale Moon.
I do wonder. They do like to play Pale Moon. let's go see what 9 through 16 is looking like. We have Andre Lee coming through with ninth. We have Nut. Nut is back. I do remember that name from last time. We have Dip, another very funny name. We have Sora Hearts in 12th, and then we have 13th with Miss Grade King. We got 14th with Photo TK still holding on, and then we have 15th is Asitis, and 16th is Penguin Nog.
All right, Penguin, I'm rooting for you. I know you're playing that Jewel Knight strategy. I want to see you rep it all the way to top 16 tomorrow, because I want to cast you.
Yep. That'll be cool. Yeah, you'll actually be able to. You'll be like, yo, look at that Royal Paladin skull. You'll be like, whip out all your Royal Paladins. You'll be like, yo, I know what that does.
I know everything there. I know what that dog does. I know what this dog do. People be like, what the dog do? And I'll be like, that dog is soul blasting too to countercharge too.
You just feel like, that girl right there, she soul charges. That girl right there, so cards back to deck and also soul charges. That one draws me cards. That one retires. That one does this. That one does that. That's Crystal Luster. You know what Crystal Luster does.
Everybody knows Crystal Luster. Everybody knows this one has an expensive price tag. Therefore, you want to buy it.
Yes. Very pricey card. Honestly, that whole set is pretty insane, which is a good thing when people are playing premium. And obviously, we're seeing the representation.
A, it's a good thing, but B, I kind of want to see those cards move back into circulation because very strong cards are in that, but it's also hard to access. So I would like to make premium more accessible by reprinting those cards. Crystal Luster, one of like the core Royal Paladin strides.
Yep.
Pretty big, pretty expensive.
Gemio Glass is another
Geoma Glass has
$70 card.
So hard. Like, even
Mm.
before DP got into, like, huge resurgence because of Unibird and the new G-Guard, Geoma Glass was still pulling big numbers. So, I don't know how much pull I have, but if we can try and get those back into circulation...
Hey, I'm with you on the pull. That makes two of us. Bad Bounty's currently, like, a $25 card, so would be nice to see. Because that card used to be, like... That card was one of the cheapest cards in the set, and somehow it became the third or fourth now most expensive card, so it would be interesting.
But yeah, to like harp on the topic that you and Ty were talking about before, and that's stamina. We are nearing the end of Swiss. We have 2 more rounds to get through, round 8 and round 9. Their mentality has got to be on the verge of breaking, and if they're not, that is very strong mental required to not make misplays. And I really like what you said, that being able to know your deck to the point that all the combo lines you do are muscle memory. At that point, the only misplays you would do are like actually very simple misplays, like mechanical misplays, like, oh, I forgot to ride this turn because I was too focused on my grade 2 game, and even though the opportunity to ride and stride was there. It's those that will get missed if you've mastered your deck to that point. Do you have any stories about this kind of situation happening to you? Like, you make it to like last round of locals, make it to the last round of an event, and your mental has just gone boom.
Yeah, actually at Springfest recently, I topped with V-Premium Bermuda Triangle, and we made it to top 8, and it came down to me winning my match. It was a mirror match Prism match, actually, and maybe because it was my first time officially at an event where I topped. I technically topped the day before, but there was some stuff going off my team. Doesn't matter. But anyway, in V-Premium, what happened was I misplayed the mirror match. Well, I did 2 things wrong. I misplayed the mirror match, probably because I was just my nerves were like shaking because I was like, we made it to top 8, and at first I was like, yes, I'm here. I went undefeated that day, by the way. I was going undefeated the entire Swiss. We were literally the first seed in our team. My second player was also going undefeated, so literally didn't matter. We were literally like the first seed team. And what happened was once the nerves start kicking in, I just started forgetting how to fight against a mirror match. And great to keep in mind, I was playing Prism Rivier, which is a very weird engine to play in V Premium. Most people are playing Pure, but I was playing a super heavy draw deck than engine, so my deck was a little bit differently, but I kind of forgot, like, even though my deck's different, I'm facing a deck that does something that I do similarly, and I end up misplaying, and it costed us the not being in top 4 essentially. So, and which is sad. My other teammates, some had G assist issues. The other guy won, but it came down to my win, and sadly because of me misplaying, doing stuff incorrectly, we ended up losing it. And part of it just had to do with the fact that my stamina was like You know, after going undefeated for so long, every match mattered. You know, making really important decisions throughout the day. Like I started really like by the time we got out of there, I was kind of happy because I was like, oh, food, water, human necessities.
Yeah,
So that would be probably one story.
Yeah, which kind of speaks volumes as to how a lot of the players that we've been seeing, like round 6, round 7, being in these really high pressure situations, but still managing to eke through and find the best play, regardless, and really respecting every bit of information that is being presented to them in this game called Cardfight Vanguard. Cardfight Vanguard is what I want to call a very public information game. You see all the cards your opponent searches. You see all the cards that your opponent drive checks. So you do know a lot of information about the blind draws. Apart from that, process a lot of that, being able to recognize what might be upcoming threats is something of very high caliber, and that is what we are seeing coming into round 6, with both players denying both players despite being so time constrained and despite being so resource constrained. And in round 7, seeing Nick Banville being able to counterplay the Gize, but also being able to put his own offensive so strong as well with the Unibirds, as well as the Gize knowing how to guard with which cards and when to guard should the rulings be like that. It was just very top-notch quality gameplay, and it just speaks volumes to the mental fortitude of the players that we will be seeing in the upcoming rounds.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because at the end of the day, this is something that I like to say, and some of my teammates have said in the past. Swiss is only the beginning. Swiss is literally, once you get through Swiss rounds, it all resets. And guess what? Top 8, you're starting pretty much with a fresh slate. All that stuff you did back there was important and got you to top 8. But guess what? You're starting with a fresh slate. You have to start winning again and again and again. And these wins matter even more. Because, you know, in Swiss, you can get away with like one loss maybe. You still get through, right? But top 8, top 16, whatever cut, that's it. Like once you lose, you lose. You gotta push through. You're undefeated. It doesn't matter anymore.
All right. And just an update for everyone watching at home from last match. A lot of contention. It has come to our attention that an illegal game state occurred during round 7's streamed match between Photon TK and Banville. We have determined that this ruling error altered the outcome of the match, and as such has awarded Photon TK with the win for that match. We apologize for this mistake, and we will strive to maintain proper game state at all times. So, in accordance with that, we now understand that the protect marker is considered a unit, and therefore will be protected by Gize. And as such, Rinka would not have been able to break that PG on that last swing, and Gize would have been able to ping 5 one more time to push our opponent to 9.
So what I'm hearing is Gize won.
Gize won.
I mean, regardless, both players played it out pretty well, but it is really cool to see a very unique deck make it through.
Yeah, I think Angel Feathers, like probably one of the only decks right now that can make a great use of Gize. Having access to protect markers, like we've seen now, getting extra copies of PGs in your deck to try and stave off really threatening attacks, having access to heal, so that way you are able to take attack and damage buffer. That's probably what is required for a Gize strategy nowadays. Back then, when Gize first came out, almost every deck could try and play Gize. I remember back then, one of the cooler versions of Gize was a deck that I tried out called Revelation Gize. Which is using a lot of the old Genesis cards that would similarly do a lot of top decking and just trying to force triggers out to hit Gize as fast as possible. That was also another strategy, but unfortunately not as strong as it would be right now. If you were to take Gize, how would you adapt it?
Honestly, I've thought of 2 ways. I've thought about Mir Bermuda Triangle Gize, which is or Reefy. I don't know if you know about Reefy Rade, but you know she has a skill that says for every force marker.
Lots of drive checks.
Oh, we got lots of drive checks too. So those are 2. There's one very obvious one before I go into those. So there is Ghosty Gize, which I think Soul Vanguard tried in the block time ago. Had some funny little meme streams with that. So I would probably try that because the defense is so high in that deck. But honestly, I would be more interested in testing out Mir and Reefy Gize because that just sounds funnier to me. You just get all these drive checks and you get they go to your hand, by the way. So and then you activate them at the end of everything. So it's pretty solid. You're getting a bunch of force markers, by the way, which if I'm I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you call out the Gize boys, when you call out all the Xeroth dragons, the force markers do apply, right? Unless it all gets taken away.
That's a really good question as well, and something that I also haven't explored or thought about.
I think it stays, and if it does stay, I don't know honestly, because I think everything needs to go away, so it's actually possible that the markers go with it. But whether stay or not, if they stay cool, now my dragons are even bigger, right? But you can't attack with them, but you can put one of the circle. If you want to be really cheesy, you can put one force marker on the Vanguard to see if that happens. If it doesn't stay, regardless, it's just a lot of checks. You get a lot of cards in hand. Bermuda Triangle can really cycles through its deck pretty easily, so that's pretty cool. Mir would be interesting because Mir literally stacks her deck. So you can literally know your top 2 all the time. You can call one, choose not to call one, so it stacks the deck. And Mir heals on top of also getting cards to your hand. So you constantly have gifts in your hand. They're Mir's presence. So essentially you always have a good hand. You have what your top is, and you're healing on top of that. So you just have to survive fast enough. It pretty much plays like Angel Feather, but with like a little bit of a different touch. So those are probably the 2 I would probably branch into if it wasn't for Grand Blue. Like Grand Blue would be like another one I'd probably want to experiment with.
You mentioned Refi, and I was just like, wait, I think Refi's actually ingenious for it, because when you're playing Gize, you definitely do want to do that damage now, and Refi is able to get those drive checks without attacking.
Yep,
so
she
you
rests
are able
herself.
to just, you know what? I need some triggers. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. All right, add them to my hand. Pass.
Yep, and then next turn again, and now you're gonna have more because you'll get 2 more markers. Now you have 5 checks and pass turn again. It's actually this is a little bit off topic, but Refi is the reason I've been playing Refi in my Bermuda decks for a while for this exact reason. One, it's a marker generator while also denying damage. So if I'm facing something like Prism, it's like, oh wow, you need Counterblast, don't you? That's funny. Rest my Vanguard. Get my drive checks. Get some force markers. I will accelerate faster than you, and you can't do anything. Have fun. Pass turn.
Pass turn. Do you have a Heal Guardian in hand that you're going to waste?
Yep, exactly. Because the Prism in general in any format is very counterblast heavy. You need to run a lot of counter charges to kind of help it out. So being able to deny matchups like that makes it just so much. It just makes it so funny. So I've always thought Refi has been a very interesting card. That's why I've been testing this card literally since release. Like the minute that card dropped, I was like, I'm gonna figure out something that would be cool with this card or whatever it is. At the time, it used to be Twa. So I don't know if you know about how Twa works, but Twa enables
Referee into Twa. That's insane.
Rest it and then recalls, so you still get to stride. It resets itself.
Bonkers. Bonkers.
But it got banned for obvious reasons.
Yeah. I actually wonder if Twa was not hit on that list, if the current Bermuda list right now would be on that kind of same level. If Referee raid right into Twa, re-ride into Riviere, instantly stride. Your opponent's just like on grade 2. You're like, oh, my opponent has 4 force markers, and I'm still on grade 2. Huh.
Yep. Keep in mind, Heal Guardians have the extra damage you can ping too, so even if people try to deny you, you can actually still go into your conditions. Yeah, I don't think you can do the full condition, but you can at least still do some of it on top of a superior ride, by the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, and resist, and you can run like a bunch of high roll stuff. It would still be a very high roll deck, and honestly, I could see people. I think what would happen is that the Highlander deck with the Heltruda would still be a thing. People would still be playing that, but then you would also have this high roll Riviere, Twa, Refi, whatever you want to call it deck on the side, because that deck goes around like stuff like Narukami and bugs because everything has resist on it, so it's easier to deal with. Whereas obviously on the end of Heltruda you don't have that kind of defense, I guess. But I just think either way, the fact that you can just stride, do your thing, kind of beat your opponent down, and then Refi and get a bunch of force markers, because that's what Bermuda misses a lot of the time, is having force markers. And Refi just gives you 3 for pretty much doing absolutely nothing but a counterblast and a discard, which you get back anyway. So.
Now, I did ask this question to Ty. In a selfish kind of disposition, if you were able to just personally ban something out of Premium and unban something back into Premium, what would they be and why?
Out of personal selfishness.
Yeah.
Ban Stunverse.
Even you are banned Stunverse.
Ban Stunverse. Now, what would I want unbanned is the question. Oh, unban 7Cs.
Are they still hit?
Yes, they are still banned. One is
goodness.
I think they're both restricted to 1, so just bring those back. I'm pretty sure I don't know how bad. Oh, I have a better one. Unban Zazan.
No, not that one. No, that.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm evil.
That-
I'm evil. That's just pure evil. But seriously, like out of curiosity, I would love to see 7Cs in action, especially with new 7Cs coming out. Like it would be really cool to see the full combo because there's definitely so much that the grade 0 and the grade 1 that are restricted right now. It would be cool to see them in action. So it'd be that. If I had another option and it was a V Premium, it would be Flanger. I want Flanger back just because it's funny. That card's funny. Bring it back. Don't give me that face. Bring back Flanger. I want my boy back. I want my muscle man back. Don't give me that. Stop giving that Copia face. Stop. You stop right there. Dang it, Toku.
Flanker
It wouldn't
can
even do
stay
anything.
away.
What would we even do? What would it do in V? The only thing it would break Peanut Noir because of the additional front that you get. But there's still a couple cards that'll go around it, but it would be like a really high roll condition like Cameo again, where it's like, oh, I just kind of win the game here because you're not playing the right deck that can go around this.
Yeah.
Because Genesis is actually one of the few decks that goes around Flanger.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess being able
Yeah, the promo.
to call the new promo down and just call over the Flanger, just be like.
Shadow Paladin also goes around it because they can PG with the bird. But there's a couple decks that go around it. But honestly, the only deck it would be viable in isn't even Night Rose, but it's actually straight up just Peanut Noir because Peanut Noir has that continuous front that keeps applying pressure, and it would make the Flanger really big. So that'd be like the only deck where it actually work. And even then, you have to like find room for it. You have to soul blast a ton of stuff, so it still would be perfect. But I think I remember I did this calculation earlier, and I was like, Night Rose, Cocytus, no. 7Cs, and then I was like, and then I forgot about Peanut Noir for a second. Like, there's a deck I'm missing. Beatrice, definitely no. And then I thought about it, I was like, oh, Peanut Noir, duh. That would break it probably. What about you?
Now, for me, I think one of the things that I wanted to see last ban list, actually, this recent one, was we saw the hit to Ruination. I think I would have much rather have seen Gridora get hit. I think a lot of people have this like kind of topic in contention, but my reason for it to get hit is, or either a ruling change that lets us G-guard on the Gridora. The fact that Gridora is able to turn off a major function of the premium format. We just had a set that it reintroduced G-guards into rotation again.
Yup, and then Gridora exists.
And then for Gridora to exist and be like, yo, you got new G-guards? That's insane. You can't use them, though.
I mean, and that's in the level of play, if we were to go down that Gridora boat, wouldn't we want Ichikishima to have the same restriction, then?
No, because she's special.
Okay, I knew you were going to say that. I knew you're contradicting your own statement. They both got to go then. You can't just have, oh, this one can do it, but this one can't. Now, I will say the text is different on the writing, because then the Ichikishima literally states, I believe, in the text that has the little heal symbol and everything, whereas the Ghidorah one, because of how it's worded, it
because
turns them off.
Because of its wording rather than Ichishima was more like deliberate. But in the end, they do both have like the same end effect, and you can't G-guard in both. So maybe Ichishima can get a slap on the wrist, but not as prevalent as Gridora right now.
Yeah, Ghidorah is definitely a problem, and she causes issues. I personally, if I'm gonna be real, I really don't care about that card that much. And I made a whole video on it, and I know I got a lot of like ups and downs on it. I'm very aware, and I'm aware of people going for and people going against the card. I'm one of those people where I kind of understand both sides. Even though I'm on one side, I totally get the other side, if that makes sense. But personally, what bothers me about Ghidorah mainly is not even so much the fact that what she does is the fact that she turns players off from wanting to play premium. Like that actually affects me more personally than actually playing around the card. Like I don't really care about the skill, but the fact that other people who tried against the game have this thing where they just get completely stalemated and it's hard to play around it. I think it just makes people not want to play as much. And you know, even with the restriction of Ruination, you know, their Bugs is still doing Bugs things, and Ghidorah will keep coming back to at some point where it'll be strong again, and then you have to nerf it again, and it'll be strong again. So you might as well just get rid of it, so that way that whole end stops. And for that reason alone, I could definitely understand the card getting banned, or wanting to want to get rid of it for that reason.
I think that was a pretty eloquent way of putting it, actually. Definitely, with a forerunner like Gridora and like any kind of like colony deck right now, where the main stride is Gridora, trying to make premium bigger, the card is hard to introduce players into the format, because you're gonna have like a new guy walk into their locals with a fresh new Royal Paladin deck. They shelled out $400 on a playset of Crystal Lusters. They're so excited to play, and then they go up against Gridora. They're like, so I can't? No. What can
And
I
I
do?
can't.
No. Oh.
No, the answer is just no. Well, luckily, Royal Paladin is one of the few decks that actually doesn't have an issue because they constantly call from hand
They
anyway.
do call from hand,
But still, like, regardless, like, you spend $300, you're so excited to play the game. You're like, yes, I'm a Grand Blue player. Oh my god, drop zone, the best thing of my life. And then you face Ghidorah and you're like, oh, I can't call from a drop zone. I can't call from G-Guard. I do nothing as a Grand Blue player. I just exist. Okay, cool with GG, I guess. Do I even play this format?
your entire hand is just a bunch of the Stormlight Ghost ships that say this cannot be normal called as well. So like, so you're like, oh, I guess I could call. Oh, I can't call this one either.
You can't even
Oh.
do that. You just die. It's just, oh, that's why you only run that at 2 copies and sometimes even 1 because you don't want to be in that situation.
But regardless, that is just a selfish opinion of mine. Now, I do hear that we are just about ready to start round 8, so I do want to see what deck 1 will be.
Let's do it.
Coming up on deck.
Oh, speaking of, it's Flagburger! Oh my gosh, sorry, I have a name for this. I have a name for the Flagburger for Blackburg Dragon. I call him Burger Boat because it has burger in its name, and I don't know. I put a Big Mac on it one time. It was really funny. But anyway, besides the point, we are seeing the Bugs matchup with the Flagburger. I've actually been testing this myself with the Grey 2 Mantis, that Machining Mantis that they have and everything. This is actually very similar to what I've already been testing, so this is actually like really exciting. And they're even running the old Brilliant Blister. I don't know why I'm excited. I don't even play this deck normally.
All right, Orange, pop off. One of the main things that I like to see is the grade 2 there that goes alongside Flagberg.
Oh yeah, so you're talking about Senate's Assault, right? The
Yes.
Aquaforce homie.
Yeah, like I think you put it best way back at the beginning of the event today, and that's like being able to introduce multi-attack naturally in Mega Colony deck, where you have those guard restricts, where you have your power debuffs from the new stride as well, and being able to ride into Ascendance and then ride into Flagberg is just a lot of advantage, and also starts putting your opponent into a very scary situation. Let's not forget we also have Inlet Pulse Dragon. That card is crazy.
Yeah, that card. I didn't realize how bust that card was until I started testing the deck. I was like, wait, this is actually stupid. This is busted.
All right, so let's take a look at the G zone that we have now.
Beautiful G zone. Beautiful G zone.
All right, we've got 4 copies of Darkface Ghidorah.
Yep, we just talked about this card.
Yep, we have 4 copies of Darkface Ghidorah.
Toku, there are other cards too, like the new Stride Toku. We got the new Stride that actually adds on to the Ghidorah engine, by the way, which only makes it even harder to deal with the Ghidorah turn. It only adds on because you can minus your opponent 10k. You can even do it twice if you have 2 of them, and on top of that, you can also retire counter charge instead. You kind of have some options here, and it's really hard to go around on a Persona Ride turn.
Yeah.
You will be dealing with multiple attacks on top of being minus 20k base, and it's just pretty aggressive. The one more thing I will say before we go to the next deck is the fact that this deck is very, very resource heavy, and as a Flagberg colony player, you have to be very careful with your resources.
Okay, what is like the limiting resource? And for me, it looks like it's soul. Would I be
It's
correct?
both.
It's both. Okay.
So think about it. Ghidorah counterblasts to flip something. Then the thing you flip, which is the new Stride, also counterblasts. And then if you were to do it again, you have to counterblast because the counter charge only activates if you retire something. If you don't, you do the minus 10k. So that's already 3 counterblasts. Then you have the restanding guy, the one that comes, the grade 3 that comes out. That's also a counterblast. And yes, you have like countercharging, but you have to be very cautious. Like in one turn, you can easily rip through 4 counterblasts, even if you countercharge 1. That's still 3 CB. Soul Blast is also an issue in the deck. Just in general resources, you have to be very, very careful. You don't play the books for free like you did in the past. You have to be very cautious with how tempoed out you want to take this deck.
Very good insight. Now let's take a look as to what this Flagberg colony will be playing against. Nice deck name, Naval Bug.
Yeah. Yo.
Ooh.
Oh, another deck I like. What is going on today? We were just talking about the... Excuse me?
Ooh, I'm still very much enjoying Riviere. So being able to see this make its way into round 8, I'm very kind of enthused about.
The funniest thing is that this deck has no issues dealing with bugs at all. Like Ghidorah, what is that? I don't care, because this deck doesn't call from anywhere but hand like the
Yes.
entire time. So this is actually a direct, like, good fight here because both decks will be able to do what they want to do. It's really just whoever does it faster. And the Superior Ride might even push it to even end the game sooner. Who knows? But this deck is one of the best decks to take into bugs, personally.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like most of our multi-attack comes from hand calls. So we've got our key role player here in the grade 2 maturity talent Selena. Not only does she provide our superior ride engine, if we get to go first as Riviera Bermuda Triangle, we might be able to see a very strong tempo turn come turn 3.
Yes, exactly. I'm actually really looking forward to this match. This is gonna be insane. Like I can actually already feel the edge. I'm slowly sitting at the edge of my seat just even thinking about this.
All right, let's take a look at the G zone for this deck as well. Fairly
Good
standard.
G-Zone. Yeah, everything you need is pretty much here, honestly. So you have the Helitrata, perfect card, a very good card to go into with under Riviera as well. You can actually even, if you wanted to, you can even write down. It's a little tough, but it very costed a card hand, but you can do it. I got the new heals here. We got Citron for the Hanoi plays. I don't remember if I saw Hanoi there. I might not have, but still, you can just call grade ones and we call resist Buutis to pretty much stop that to happen. And then we have the Whale. The Whale is back again at 2 copies. People have been really playing this Whale a lot recently.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it at 2 copies. Like, holy.
Yup. Imagine having 2 copies of this thing. Couldn't be me. And then we have Anj. Anj is really good against like the Locks or Link Joker. Of course, Heltruda also has that same thing. It's a good Link Joker matchup. We got Megiddo, got Sandy for the extra draw. You have Tira for a finisher approach, especially with the restanding rear guards that the Riviera cards provide. And then hand-to-hand Leona for even more awesome, cool manipulation with G guards. And then we have the last card here, which is the Soul Blast, and you just bounce 2 cards to hand, dude. It's just a very simple skill in case your opponent tries to deny you any form of resources.
Oh yeah, Alprina is just a very solid, if nothing is happening, kind of stride. And sometimes it might even be the first stride, because if you are going first, you will manage to hit that grade 3 when your opponent is still grade 1. And on your first stride, Heltruda's not live, Anj isn't live, Tito was not live, so you can just use Alprina.
Yep.
All right, and it sounds like the players are ready to bring you some intense Cardfight Vanguard action in Round 8 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Let's rock.
Yes, I'm so excited. I don't know why I'm specifically excited for this matchup, but maybe because I actually know both decks playing to heart. Like, I'm so excited right now.
All right. On the left side, we have D-Dark LCNS on that Flag Colony and Fam on the right playing the Bermuda Triangle Riviera strategy. Now, first thing to mention, Riviera did not go first, so we do not get to see the superior ride.
But instead, we get to see this top 5. So this is actually a stacker card. You get to pretty much leave 1 card top with the other 4 at the bottom, and you pretty much know what your top card is. And if it's, you get to draw it. So if it's the card you need, like say Riviera grade 1 or something, you can actually instantly go into this combo right here where you solo as the card, ride the grade 1, look at top 7. And then you get to reveal another Riviera card, and if you get the grade 1, you can actually loot this again, or you can get the grade 2 or the grade 3, whatever you want, as long as it's a Riviera in its card name, and you can draw a card because the Soul Blast was a starter.
There's that, another copy of grade 1, so we are able to just quickly thin our deck and find the missing Riviera pieces that we need if we are missing any, for that matter.
Exactly, and this is nice here because you're actually just deck thinning while also getting the pieces you need. There's that draw, and we're going to see it again. Here
Boom.
we go again. Oh, thinking. I mean, there's no reason not to ride it because you have the grade 2 as well that will pop them out.
Yeah.
So here we go again. Top 7, let's go. You won't get the draw this time because you have to soul specifically the starter for the draw skill, but still, it's still a card to hand while also deck thinning if you hit. And you can hit your grade 3s, which are very important, or you get your grade 2s like this card right here.
Yeah,
and it's
Super
great.
Idol. Super Idol Riviera is
Yup.
going to be able, when you ride into grade 2, maybe you have an extra copy of a grade 2 in hand that you are able to superior ride it, build up your soul, and more importantly, get to call out the 2 grade 1 Rivieras that we have in soul now to use as early game aggression.
Yep, and gosh, my goodness, do I love that card so
Ooh.
much. Oh, here comes the Superior Ride. So something that's really cool about all this is that you can activate grade 2 on-place abilities, and then you can instantly re-ride into the other Riviera to then draw cards while popping stuff out, and it just costs like literally nothing. You're just pretty much deck filtering even more. And here we are seeing the Superior Ride, which is beautiful to see. Pretty good start. This is a very, very good start. And
Yeah.
here's the ride on top to draw a card and pop out the grade 1s as well, because there wasn't enough that we were doing on this one turn. We're doing more. And then another Weasel
there
on
it is.
top
There's the
of that.
Lieselot. Oh my goodness. Off the top,
I mean, this is fine. Just push.
At some point, I was expecting an Aqua.
That would have
Even though it's
been
not in the
really
list.
funny.
But yeah, this is a very strong turn, and the Grade 1 Riviers also have the effect that they become 10k in the back row, so making very good boosting numbers as well.
Exactly. That combination just makes it so nice because everything is attacking for pretty much over a defense. And that's a counter charge to damage, which isn't something you want to see. You need those counter chargers in your hand to deal with any form of denial that may happen.
We also rode a counter charger in the Gentleman Moth as well, high class Moth.
Exactly. Wow,
Right.
what a turn. That was just off of... They started at 0. They started at grade 0. What happened? Ooh, that's actually a
riding
really
into
good
Ascendance.
ride.
That's a
'Cause you
really
can
good
pop it
ride
out.
indeed.
Yup. And here comes the Mantis, so you can look at top 6 for a grade 3, and then he gets 6k power, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember the power correctly. Also another really good card.
Correct. Ooh, finds the Intrude Scissors. One of my favorite Mega Colony cards. Also, basically another card that introduced multi-attack to the Mega Colony clan, and it's just very welcome to see.
Yup. And honestly, it's just good stuff that you can utilize in your drop zone, and you can it just exists. It's just such a great card.
I think it's really cool to see that basically FAM's strategy to match the ride up to grade 2, a turn ahead. I wonder if it is able to provide the defensive capabilities required to deal with this grade 2 aggression that we're seeing back on dark side of things.
Yup. I mean, they still can intercept a little bit here and there, kind of stay on at a good, healthy damage. But if they do take damage here, they'll be drawing quite a bit off of Rivier's skill. So it's kind of like... it depends, but once the Ghidorah starts, it'll be harder. But even then, like I mentioned earlier, this deck doesn't really care about getting Ghidorah. Yeah, you can't G-guard, but you can still guard. And you can still play the game with this type of deck.
So we're going to see the grade 2 Girafa here, Elite Mutant. We do have a lot of rested rear guards for Girafa's ability, so we are going to gain 20k. We do see a defensive trigger. It's a heal, unfortunately not live, but we are able to give that extra 10k to our Vanguard there.
Yep, that is correct. You are correct about the resting. So a good way to outplay a Bugs matchup. Ooh, that's a crit. I think that's a crit. Pretty sure it's a crit. But a good way to play the Bug matchup is to, especially with Rivier, you can do it with Rivier pretty easily. You call out those 2 grade 1s and yet you keep them stood. And that forces Brilliant Blister and other cards to just not activate as easily. So that's one way to outplay them. So something I did in my Grand Blue deck quite a lot.
Oh, and going to offer the Lieselot as an intercept. I think they mentioned something about Girafa not allowing the intercept, but from our side of things, it does look like they should be able to intercept. But let's take a look at what FAM chooses to do here. That's a 25k with a crit machining Mantis there. We did aggress,
it's an easy
but
block though.
Yeah, it should be just a 10k from hand, and we're offering a crit instead.
Yep, maybe there is no 10k in hand, so this is the other option. Because the intercept would have been good there, but sadly, if they can't intercept, then it's just not going to happen.
Now, here's the question. Do we ride up?
I would. I would ride up. The force markers are super important. You want to outscale the Bugs matchup here as soon as possible. Plus, you're getting the extra draw. But the more you ride, the better you are going to be because your numbers are just going to keep hitting harder and harder. Meanwhile, like, yes, they can Ghidorah you and all this stuff, but it's not going to stop this deck. Like, this deck is going to keep going. So you want to see the force markers, and them striding on you isn't going to stop that. Now, another thing to keep in mind, you are on a timer here. If you allow Ghidorah to be under Persona with the Flagberg multi-attacks, that is a lot scarier, honestly, than the actual Ghidorah skill itself, in my opinion. At least in this situation, since you can still play the deck, or still play the game. So you want to kill before that happens, in my opinion.
I think, yeah, that's pretty insightful. So, yeah, maybe start scaling up your force markers as soon as you can. That way your opponent would not be... You're pushing your opponent as much as you can before they are able to amass with Ghidorah's defensive capabilities, and then look to completely overwhelm you with the Flagberg Persona ride, with the Malignantis debuffs, and just multi-attacks.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is... honestly, this deck luckily can kind of keep going, so we'll be seeing and bouncing and doing other stuff. So we'll be seeing that here. But this is gonna be a pretty close matchup at the end of the day. It's gonna really come down to how both players play it out. Another Weaselot.
And off the top, ooh.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Finds
She does have a
super
second
auto.
skill. She restands if your Riviera restands. The choice is, do you call it the back? Yeah, I was like, do you call it the back row? What do you do? Because you do want to also have Riviera cards in your hand to enable the multi Riviera attacks. But honestly, the restand might not have even been bad here because you could swing into a rear guard and then she restands when Riviera swings. So
Is it on swing or on place? Oh, it's when your Vanguard with Riviera is placed.
Yes.
So when you do the re-ride,
yep, that's
you
when
would
it
be able to
restands.
get that restand. And
They might not have another Riviera too. Oh, there's another one.
ooh, maybe the idea is to ride down into the
They
grade 2.
might do that here. I think they're gonna proc the skill. Because it's just a discard 2 and you just instantly ride down.
Yeah, and then you.
And
ride
that's
down
one
to-
way to deny. Oh, yep, they're going straight for it. That is one way to say, yeah, you're not getting your first stride today.
I like it. Now
Yep.
we are not able to get any drive checks for hand, but we are still able to pressure our opponent with some really strong attacks. Like, let's not forget that 20k on this column and then 30k on the next column as well.
Yep, exactly. This is actually a very smart play. We were thinking like, oh no, like they give me stride, but it's like, no, they're not.
Oh, I was actually hoping that Fam would not boost with that second Riviera in the back there.
Yeah, true.
Do like what you said there. Leave 2 standing to turn off the Elite Mutant.
Exactly, and they could have done that, but it is kind of one of those things where you need to be very careful with knowing the matchup. So sometimes it could go against you too, because like maybe you want to like push more than you want to like deny. So it's just a decision you have to make. Now we do see the Flagburger ride here, which is amazing because the Ascendance Assault does come out off of the skill, which is perfect because Ascendance Assault is one of the pieces that you need for this full combo.
Okay, let's see here. Between Ascendance and Flagberg, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Flagberg could be the 4th attack.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of up to them if they want to commit here, because like honestly, like I said, you don't want to go too crazy on the counterblasts. So sometimes it's good to be a little careful. But is that inlet? Oh, the perfect
And the
combo! Another
inlet.
inlet. Let's go! And something to keep in mind: inlet cannot attack again if your opponent's Vanguard is not great through your graders. So the inlet will not be restanding here, but they will be getting the draw.
They will be getting the draw, and I think that's what the most important part is. Having another inlet to actually cycle it out, build up some soul, but also cycle out some dead guards for some possible higher guard values.
Exactly. The soul is the key thing here. As I mentioned earlier, resources are very important in this deck, and luckily enough, the inlet just does fuel that soul on top of drawing you cards, so just pretty much replacing itself. You do want to be careful. You don't want to go through too many of them, but luckily enough, Ghidorah can actually call out the inlets as well, so.
Yeah. Oh, Ghidorah being able to call it inlets that's so good as well.
Right?
Inlet,
Isn't it neat?
Inlet's crazy.
I know! Dude, this is why I've been practicing this deck. I've been playing this deck in Overdress for so long, and I was like, but Mega Colony, though.
Oh, Inlet is crazy. This card is so good. I can definitely understand why it was restricted alongside Elder now.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Inlet is strange enough for how simple it is. It's just very good.
Ooh, hits another grade 3 Riviera. Hopefully we have another copy in hand.
Look at all this multi-attacking. We're just going. Is your Aquaforce heart happy?
It is pretty happy.
Oh, the Catablast, the draw.
Entire Counterblast face down.
Yup. That's what I was mentioning. The Counterblasts get pretty heavy very fast. This deck goes through really quickly. But we did get the 4 attacks, so we not only did get a draw, we also were able to retire 2 rear guards.
I wonder what Fam
no
is
guard restrict,
thinking here. Do we guard here? Maybe we take it so we have more Counterblast to play with, going to a very strong Haltrauda.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a Persona.
Heal
That's
is
a
very
heal.
nice to see.
Yup. Things you do want to see.
But
I think taking damage is good.
The Persona, guaranteed Persona for the next turn is also very scary.
100%.
Ooh.
A nice little draw trigger.
That's a little nice damage trigger, a little free plus.
Yup. Why not? But yeah, I think the next turn that's coming, if they choose to ride up, which it doesn't matter at this point, the Ghidorah skill will activate regardless. But and ooh, that double draw is so nice. But with that being said, this is they're gonna be very careful from here on out because that flag burger turn is not gonna be pretty.
All right. Gonna be a very important turn on fam side of things there. We are gonna need a very high octane, high power, Hellshroud stride here to possibly attack with the Vanguard twice, thrice even.
Yeah, they'll be able to do a lot depending on what their hand is looking like. I'm not too sure. We did see a Grivier fall into damage there, so something to keep in mind. Though the Riviers are searchable, but still, it's kind of hard to tell like what to do in this situation.
Yeah.
If it's a lot of resources they're gonna have to dump out. They're gonna have to ride, and they have to discard something as well on top of committing a board. Something we're not seeing is the grade 1 resist girl, the one that says if your Vanguard's Rivier, you gain resist.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
that
would've
is a Heal Guardian ride.
been... Ooh.
That's not good. Mainly because the Rivier name is now gone.
Yeah, losing Rivier name is pretty huge.
Oh, and double discard. And there's the searching
overstriding.
target.
Ooh, this is... Oh,
This
at
is
this
like-
point,
that's
you have
scary.
to consider... Was it worth denying the stride at this point if your next ride was going to be like
It was like this. Yeah, I don't even know if it was worth riding down. Because Tira isn't going to do enough this turn.
No.
Honestly, like, yeah, you can. It's gonna be a big brick wall, like smacking your face because she gets 5k for every open rigor circle, but it's not gonna change the fact that you just like lost a heal guardian. You lost Rivier's name. You can't apply the resist, and I mean, and the GB isn't active, so it's just kind of. And here's the brick wall coming through. She does get 5k for every open, so she'll be decently high.
Decently large, but does nothing else. Just one big swing.
Yes.
I think the scariest part is that the heal guard is only 10k base, and we do know
Yep.
that Malignantis reduces by 10k, so it's
Yep.
like you got dusted.
Essentially, yeah, that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a pseudo dust turn under Flagberg.
Even everybody gets the dust. You get a dust. Everybody gets the dust.
It's like
Alright.
Shirayuki, but because it's on 0, it feels more like a dust turn.
And going into, I do believe that is the new G guard, Binding Mutant Deity Cruel Web. On place, you can Soul Blast one, and it gains 30k until the end of the battle, and your opponent can choose any number of their rear guards and rest them, and this unit loses 10k shield until the end of the battle for each unit rested. So
Yep.
your opponent can choose to rest that remaining standing Riviere there, or this is a very chunky guard.
Exactly. Yeah, it just gets higher and higher. But honestly, resting that Riviere wouldn't even be that bad. She's only swinging for 18.
Yeah. Oh. Asking for another card to guard there.
Yep. I mean, the Tira is swinging for pretty high.
Yeah.
So, even though it sounds like kind of a small number, it's still enough to have to force guard out of hand.
All right, and will that be it? It will be one,
So,
two,
Weasel Lots and
three.
Kritcher.
choosing to put everything onto that remaining grade 1 Riviere there.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Now,
my
question is, what do you swing into here?
I'm swinging rear guard.
I would do the exact same thing
I'm
because you
swinging
want that
rear
Sun
guard.
Assault gone. You want that out of there. That thing's going to be massive. Like, it's only going to be a Persona ride turn, but it doesn't matter. The fact that it'll be restanding rear guards is something you don't want it doing.
Exactly. I don't want to deal with that Persona ride.
Swing to the rear.
Swing rear.
You need it. Yes.
Okay.
Good play. Because as I mentioned, there's so many counterblasts that would have been required to do the full combo anyway. Even with a counter charger, the turn won't be anywhere near as brutal. And considering we know there's a Persona coming, like it's better to deny here and hope that there is another Persona in hand.
Yeah, and I think we were able to find a different grade 3 that we could rewrite into and not have to stand on this Heal Guardian for the rest of the game. So being able to not give the opponent the resources required for them to put on a very strong offensive pressure helps you live to go into this next upcoming turn.
We're going straight into the new guy. He does counter charge, so they can actually choose to retire here and counter charge instead of the minus 10k.
if this unit is on your Vanguard, this cost may be paid with turn a card. Yeah, so you can just flip up to retire, and choosing to flip up another copy of Maligna.
Yeah, exactly. So it's essentially here what you can do is you can countercharge instead of the -10, just so you can have the counterblast if you need it. And there's another Silent Assault that's back. And it will still be doing the skill if you have enough counterblast for it, of course, because the Flagberg is still in the name. Oh, that's the countercharger, I believe?
Yes.
I think it is.
That is the
one of the
countercharger.
counterchargers.
Well, Soldier Butterfly, I believe it was called. Butterfly Officer. Ooh, 2 of them. Okay.
Yep.
This
So
is
we might be
looking
going for
very
full
scary.
combo. Or not full combo, but going for like a half combo here.
Yeah.
Because I think those activate at the end. I don't remember the exact condition for the countercharge skill. Let me look.
Yeah, end of turn, you're going to push those 2 buffed units into the soul to countercharge 1 for each.
So what they're doing here essentially is they're actually holding a turn. Instead of doing all the crazy stuff, they're actually just chilling and just forcing card out of hand.
Yeah.
So that way they can go more lethal next turn.
That 10k buff isn't anything to scoff at either. Like, in conjunction with the Persona ride, we're already 20k to the front row. And because we didn't have any standing rear guards to retire with Maligna, our opponent has 0.
That's a crit.
Ouch. Crit to Van, power to Assault.
That's
and
a PG?
draw Pidgey.
Yep.
Very high powers coming out here. Sitting on a 0 power Vanguard.
I don't know what that last check was, actually. I didn't get a chance to catch it. But 2
looked
damage
like
coming
little
through.
Dorcas.
Ah. Oh, dang, there's
2
all those
copies of
resist
Freya.
cards.
There's
That's the
Freya.
cards. No, and you need those. These numbers are pretty high here. I don't even know. These are pretty hard blocks.
They are very hard to guard, and I don't think our drive checks were exactly what I would like to call healthy.
Yeah.
But hopefully we have just enough.
Oh, wow. There
Yeah.
goes half your hand.
For 45
Oh,
from
my.
those 3 cards, and on this wing...
Oh, OT.
Over trigger and 5. Just an over trigger itself was not enough. That's how
Wow.
big these powers were.
That's insane. That was quite a turnaround, not gonna lie. That was, and here comes the counter charge, and honestly, their next turn it's gonna be very ugly, because now they have the counter chargers to do what they need to do, and they're just
Alright.
gonna go on an onslaught.
Top deck Riviere.
Yes,
Top
let's
deck
go.
Riviere. This
Top
is
deck
it.
Riviere, but even if they top deck Riviere, they still have to stride.
Top deck Riviere, counterblast, discard, draw into stride fodder. We
Totally.
got this.
Exactly. What you
We
said.
got this.
Perfect. 10 out of 10.
Power of anime. Come on.
Yeah. But the protagonist powers. Well, they're looking at the stride zone, so that does say something.
We do know that we have a copy of Marion in hand, at least.
Oh, true. Yeah, she can be a discard father too.
She can be discard fodder, but at that point, what do we stride into still, right?
Exactly. So there she goes. But yeah, the question is, GB3 is now active essentially, so you can go into any cards that have GB3, and it's another Tira. So at least her GB3 will be active. But the downside to her is that you have to drop a ton. You have to send cards to the bottom in order to even get her restand to pop off. And I don't even know if it's worth it here to do that.
No, I don't think we even have enough cards to send to the bottom. We
Nope.
would have needed Lisa lot to get us another card to bottom
Yeah,
deck with.
those numbers were just too high. Like that, those numbers got way too high to. If it wasn't for that much shield taken out, we could have had something happen here. But having to pretty much ditch your whole hand is rough. And there's the blister, the old
Oh.
blister. This is the one that rests your Vanguard, right?
Yes. I believe this is the one that does not let your Vanguard restand. So, still unable to restand,
Oh.
but adding insult to injury, being able to not...
Oh.
Should any funny business happen that we are able to restand on the Tiroa, old
Yeah.
Brilliant Blister would not let that happen.
Worst part is here, even if you were to deny, not that you can, honestly, they have enough counterblast to do. And now giving more counterblast is only going to make this turn even more aggressive. We're about to see if there is, of course, a Persona Ride, but even without Persona Ride, this will be fine. But we're about to see the full combo here of the Ghidorah into the bug guy. The full thing can happen here.
Yeah. There's the stride. Ooh, the only thing we were missing for full combo was another Persona Ride.
Agreed. Exactly. But even without it, like, you'll be fine. Like, you're still swinging for high numbers. Deck will still be very lethal here. And, Fam is sitting at 5 damage. So everything, you have to block every attack, even if it's small. And being on a 10k base doesn't make this any easier.
All right. Darkface Gridora, the girl we all know and love, telling us no. And we do have 2 copies of the Maligna face up in the G zone, so we are able to turn our opponent's grade 3 Heal Guardian Vanguard to 0, and if you wanted to, even -10.
Yup, yup.
Uh,
Oh my. We're seeing the full interaction here. And
Yeah.
with having so many counterblasts to work with, you see what I mean with the counterblasts? Like, you really go through
Yeah.
them so fast.
we really do eat through it. Ooh, finding an inlet. That's kind of juicy.
That is pretty juicy, because now, being on grade 3, it does restand.
Yep. Oh my, let me think about this. So we have inlet at 13. I think we use Maligna twice, so our
Yep.
opponent is at -10. So inlet is effectively 33k, swinging twice into a 10k.
Yep.
You'd need 25-25. Oh, I don't think it's possible. Overtrigger is out, but
Yep.
we do still have heal triggers, I think. I think we still
Yeah.
have heal triggers.
I think so too. I think heals, but even through a heal, this is going to be a really tough to break through all this, because there's multi-attacking that will be happening. Though we don't have the Ascendance Assault, but at this point you don't even need it. You're going to be multi-attacking with the Inlet. You're going to be attacking with Ghidorah, whipping out another grade 3 from deck essentially, and you're just going full combo here. Well, even without Persona, this is plenty enough to pretty much break through anything. And without OT, this is tough.
Ooh, another Dork has to try and thin the deck just to hit those triggers. Not finding anything. I think we do want to keep at least 1 grade 3 in deck for Ghidorah. Alright. Let's take a look at how this turn of events folds out. Gonna probably start the turn off with a very quick and easy inlet pulse swing.
Inlet. Yup, because the first battle, Soul Blast restand. Easy.
Wave 1. Please give 25k shield.
Yes, exactly. Honestly, this is the
Or-
moment where you take the damage and hope it's
Yeah.
a heal trigger, just so you can maybe potentially guard the rest. And even then, it'll still be really hard to guard.
I think this is a 6th, 7th heal trigger kind of scenario. 6th and 7th. That way,
You're not wrong.
That way you're back to 10k, first of all, to try and undebuff yourself from all the Malignantis.
Yep.
Unfortunately, no heal trigger on the 6 damage, and that will be game. Going to Flag Burger Colony.
Flag Burger! Let's go, Burger Boat! Burger Boat! Sorry,
Burger
I
Boat.
mean, I trust it. Just to be fair, I am a Brood Triangle player, so I love Revere and all that stuff. But Burger Boat, let's go!
Burger Boat!
It never gives up! The deck is so good. No, not really, but, well, it's a good deck, but what I mean is, like, I've been coping on Burger Boat since it came out in D, so I'm just really happy to see it in any format. I'm happy to see it existing.
I will say, I think it actually did kind of find a good home here in the Mega Colony Premium deck.
Yep.
I think being able to not only A, bring Inlet Pulse into the Mega Colony deck, but B, provide a really strong grade 2 right up in Ascendance Assault, just kind of plays with the new Mega Colony Stride very well.
Yeah, I will say in this particular matchup, the Flagberg player did see all of his stuff in the correct order. So one thing I'll mention, so they saw the grade 2 ride, which is the Ascendant Assault. That's big because it pops out.
Yeah.
And then they saw Flagberg. That's also big because you run a lot of grade 3s in this deck. So your hand, honestly, can be kind of fake. So that's another thing. And then they also saw Persona on top of that. So essentially they saw their main pieces on top of counterchargers to kind of do everything they needed to do. Because if you kind of break through, like if you don't see some of these scenarios, you will start seeing the deck kind of starts declining a little bit. We didn't see that here. We actually saw this deck pretty much in full action, with the exception of the
Yeah.
Ascendance Assault being there on the last turn. But aside from that, that deck was pretty much doing what it's supposed to do. It's just beat down and negations and pretty heavy on the CB. I think if you try to deny CB, you can, it helps. But
Yeah.
as we saw, the counter chargers came through and did their thing. So
Yeah, I think you said it well. This was pretty much a car salesman, showing you like this bad boy can attack so many times in a turn, but also make your opponent debuffed.
Yep.
So I think what we saw here today from Dark LCN's Flagberg Colony list was very telling of its potential.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely shows that the mega colony is not as dead as it may seem, even with the restrictions that happen to Ruination. I've been saying this for pretty much since the release of D. Persona is a really busted mechanic. You get three
Persona's
force
really
markers to a
good.
front row. And the fact that you can Persona and instantly stride, in my opinion, is one of the craziest things that you can do. So it sounds so like normal and generic, but it is a continuous front till end of turn. So if you have any multi-attacking, any
Yeah.
form of just recursioning attacks, like they get the 10k on top of that. That's really solid.
I definitely agree. But still a great match from both players as well. I was happy to see the Riviere grade 0, grade 1, grade 2 strategy come to fruition as well.
Yep.
Even being able to ride into Tavia first to make sure off the top 5 you find that grade 1. Then off of that grade 1 we managed to find another copy into the grade 2 with the Selena in hand to superior ride into the Super Idol, to superior ride the Super Idol once again to pop out the 2 grade 1s. Boom, calling on the Lieselot, full blown aggression from the get-go.
Yep.
And I think if our drive checks, if our draws were just a bit better, this game could have gone a bit longer, and we might have been able to put up even a stronger resistance.
Yeah, I will say Riviere, honestly, as good of it is a good deck, but your hand does deplete pretty fast. You have to be very careful with how you're kind of using your hand. So that's something I noticed a lot, even in my own
Yeah.
testing. It's like, oh, I only have like 2 cards in hand. What do?
Yeah, I think using Selena is expensive, and then using the ride down, but riding down into a grade 2 where you don't get the drive check back is also incredibly expensive as well. We do see a lot of the +2 board off of the grade 1 Riviere, but
Yep.
unfortunately, because of the fact that Flagberg was able to come out and just completely retire our board, we
Yep.
weren't able to convert those board pluses into more hand pluses going into the tier 1 stride. And I think just seeing one copy of Freya off of like
Would've
a
made a difference.
Lisa Severe call would have made a huge difference. Like
I
you said.
agree. And damaging both of them like that back to back definitely didn't help.
But apart from that, still great game nonetheless. We are finished with round 8 and we are just about to get into round 9, and we're going to send you guys to a short break to get ready for the final round of Swiss of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. And we're back. Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. For our very special round 9, we have all 3 of us.
All of us.
All of us all together to bring you some top tier NA commentary for the last round of Swiss.
Yep.
Guys, before we go into the last round, let's talk about our favorite moments from today. Orange, I'm going to start with you.
We saw Flagburger on stream. Honestly, low key. Aside from that, it was what was that crazy match that we witnessed?
Highlander Tachi.
Gize. Well, you guys witnessed that. That's between y'all and your fist bumps and everything. So.
wait.
Yeah.
There we go.
Woohoo! But that's between y'all. But definitely, probably seeing Flagberg on stream. A lot of people talk about it. So definitely was a pretty peak. I think there's one more moment, and it's just escaping my brain right now because it's been like 8 rounds of this, so I can't remember exactly everything in the right order. But I'll just say Flagberg and whatever the other thing is, that I'll maybe eventually remember. Toku.
For me, gotta be Charlie on that Highlander Tachikaze. Charlie did mention to me earlier that he was brewing up something special, but I would not have dared imagine it to be like this. I think that match was something out of cinemas, something out of Hollywood. Being able to witness Highlander Tachikaze, but also finish the game off with the Cosmic Dawn into the double vocal goad was pure movie magic. Mwah.
Yep.
I think for me, I think I'm gonna be right there with you, Tony. The Tachi Highlander, very very fun. But I think also just that the intensity of, I think it was like round 4 or 5, the Gear Chronicle versus Gold Paladin. That was such like an intense game. It wasn't very explosive. It wasn't like there was a lot of like skills popping off and like things happening on both sides. But it was very very calculated, very very direct, very very intense. Just kind of seeing those two players just try and not give each other any sort of an inch to like like run away with a mile on them. So that was one of my moments for sure.
That was a very intense match, actually. And with that, we do have the standings. Let's go and see what rounds are going to look like. All right.
Ooh.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's right. That's our Bucks player.
That is the Flag Burger player, starting us off at rank 1, Dark LCNS. And at second, we have Fam, the Riviere player. At third, we have Photon TK, Gize. 4, Toby TCG. 5, Cuball Gamer. 6, and Megatrick. 7, Chanson. And 8, and Mizuzono Kaori.
And then we also have 9th through 16th, which is in 9th we have Zio. 10th we have John Solom. 11th we have NC Banville. 12th we have Andre Lee. 13th we have Cedas. 14th we have Aris. 15th is Nut. And 16th is Luke.
And I think that will be our top 16 going into Swiss. Round 9, I believe so correctly.
Yep.
Now, we have seen a lot of those names pop up, and we did manage to see the top 2 play just now in round 8. But there's still one deck that all 3 of us really did want to see that we haven't yet, and that is Murakumo.
Very true.
What would you kill? What would you do to see Murakumo for our very big finale of the Swiss, having all 3 of us cast? What would you guys do for it?
It's like, I mean, there's not much that I wouldn't do at this point. And I'm kind of hoping that given our track record today of talking about a deck, kind of hyping it up, and then turning around and it popping up on stream, I'm hoping that we can manifest this as well. We eventually got Dimension Police on stream. Unfortunately, it was while I was kind of in the background. But it was still very interesting to see that. So here's hoping that, like, just one more. Can we get one more manifestation of something we want to see tonight?
True. I will give away 1 orange peel for the ability to see the Shirayuki deck. 1 orange peel.
1 orange peel.
Just 1 orange peel.
I will dance. Yeah, I'll dance.
I'll dance with you.
All right, if we see Shirayuki...
Is it going to be a 3-way dance party?
Oh, it's going to be a 3-way dance.
3-way dance.
Oh, yeah. This will be the dance arc.
Of course, it will be during when we're casting, so nobody will see it. But
yeah.
We will know that we've all jived to the tune of Shirayuki.
Oh, yeah, 100%. We could always dance afterwards as a proof that we danced.
That is true as well.
If you have a song in your heart, don't be afraid to sing it or dance it in this instance.
Now, I'm very excited for round 9. Like, we have been through 8 grueling rounds of Swiss. Everybody is feeling fatigued. I'm going to be honest, I'm also feeling the pressure. I'm also feeling the burn of having to go through, how many hours is it now? 9 hours of Swiss? Holy. How's everyone in Twitch doing?
I hope they're doing well.
I hope they're doing well as well.
I hope they're doing well. They're here today
they're
watching
probably
with
doing
us.
Fine. They're having a good time. I hope they're having as good a time as we are, despite all the long hours that has gone into today.
Hey, it's been fun. It's been fun. We got a chance to sit here and talk and be able to discuss Cardfight Vanguard. So.
All right. You know what? While we're waiting for round 9 to start up, let's play Vanguard ourselves. All right. I am going to do rock paper scissors with Ty. Ty, I challenge you to a card fight.
Okay.
Right? Rock paper scissors to see who goes first.
Okay.
Wait,
we got to get a countdown in here. So like,
okay.
Somehow.
Wait, should I count down?
How about we just go straight for it? We'll just go straight for it. No countdown.
Okay.
All right.
Have fun.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh,
wait.
Okay.
Wait a second. Ty literally gave away the scissors. You have the option to pick rock, and you picked paper?
I wasn't looking.
He stays true to his colors, and he's a fair and honest player. He wasn't looking at what I was doing.
And paper always wins. Paper always wins.
Well, except today. Today it doesn't win.
All right, Ty, I'll give you first ride. Go ahead. What are you riding over?
Tap the Hyper with... what's its name? Gunbaru Gun.
Alright. I am going to...
It is.
I'm gonna draw.
As
for
if there was
turn.
any other option.
I am going to ride into Chain Ranker. I'm going to get my Quick Shield, and I'm going to Soul Blast my starter to draw 2 and discard the Quick Shield. I'm going to pass without attacking. Go ahead.
Well, okay, I'm trying to understand here because you went into Chain Ranker, but what are you copying with Chain Ranker's skill? I guess nothing.
Oh, no. This is the grade 1 Chain Ranker from the Zorga Ride line.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going up against Shadow Paladin here for a second.
No. No. Ranker chain.
Okay. Ranker chain.
Ranker chain.
Okay.
You're welcome. The Zorga enthusiast can help.
I
Thank
think
you.
my goal here is to I'll ride up to Cool Hank.
Okay.
Swing at Vanguard. If it hits, I get to Soul Blast 1 and draw a card.
I'm going to use my crit to guard it, asking for an overtrigger to pass.
Wouldn't you know it? At the very top of the deck is an overtrigger.
No! Alright, so Brant Gate overtrigger, I'm taking 2 damage. Alright.
2 damage.
of roleplay
It's
is this?
basically just a kit. Or
All
just a
right.
crit.
First damage check, draw trigger. Okay, I like that. Second damage check, heal trigger. Okay.
Okay,
You know
okay,
what?
okay.
Kind of creepy. I was able to kind of recuperate that -1 I got from drawing. Alright, my turn. I'm going to ride into my Bunshin. Pursuit Assault.
Okay.
I'm going to call Dennis, and I'm going to call another rearguard and use Dennis's skill. I'm going to tap that Narissa that I called, and off the top of my deck, I'm going to find Coral Assault. I'm going to use Pursuit Assault skill to rest the Dennis and the Coral to draw a card, and I'm going to pass again.
This is a lot going on here.
Hard damage denying. Okay.
And you draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So I'm going to not ride to grade 3.
Okay.
I'm going to stay on the Cool Hank.
Okay.
I'm going to call down a Gunsden to the back row.
Understood.
And I will swing boosted for 16k. 1 soul left on hit draw.
All right. I am going to use my Heal Guardian, and I'm going to choose to plus 10k to my Vanguard for the turn.
Okay. You know what?
I know your over triggers out. So if
Over
you
triggers out. Over
here-
triggers out. There's no winning this. Even if it's a critical trigger rate on top, there's no hit, and then
All
it's
right.
all the user.
Take it onto my turn. I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna G assist.
Oh. Okay. So this is where we're at.
All right. Off the top 5 cards of my deck. 1, 2, still no grade 3. 3, still no grade 3. 4, still no grade 3. 5, I find it. I found the Tavis. All right. I'm going to get rid of these 2 cards in my hand, these 2 cards in my G zone, and I'm going to ride the Tavis to get that Axel marker. Now, luckily, I also have another copy of Pursuit Assault in my hand, so I'm going to use Dennis's skill, rest that Coral Assault, and call Pursuit Assault, rest 2 more rearguard to get a draw. Going into my battle phase, I'm going to discard a card, and from my deck, Superior Ride into Lambros. Now, I am going to attack, because Lambros' skill will let me restand my entire board. I'm going to attack with my best friend Pursuit Assault. 14k to your Vanguard.
No guard. Also, no trigger.
Very nice. Very happy to see that. Okay, let's go Coral Assault. Only 9k.
Only 9k. Let's see. I went second, so I will. Oh wait, no. Did I go first? I don't remember.
Should have won first because you won the.
I did go first.
You won the
so
scissors.
That's right. So I will drop a Xeroth to guard.
Okay, Xeroth, understandable. All right, I'm going to swing with Lambros here, use his skill, Counterblast, Soul Blast the Tavis, and I'm going to restand my Coral Assault column.
Okay. Respectable.
This will be triple drive at 25k.
25k. Let's see. I'm sitting at a cool 1 damage, so I will no guard.
First check. Heal. I am able to heal. Second check.
Outer Orange comes in and flips the table over. And
No, the
where did
game.
the game go? What just tapped? Well, you didn't see that one coming. That was the
definitely
Outer
did
Orange
not.
over trigger
Definitely did
That
not.
coming
was
through.
that was the outer trigger. Oh my goodness. All right. But basically, no, honestly, I think that's kind of a fun exercise to do, is you're trying to like mentally play through your own deck that you're thinking of. We're unable to solitaire right now while on stream, but this was kind of my way of solitairing.
This
Orange,
is
if you were to be mentally solitairing with us, what would you have been playing?
Oh, Grand Blue, 100%.
All right, okay, so your turns might have been like, grade 2, I'm gonna ride Coulomard, I'm gonna call Green
Oh,
Shade.
no.
No.
Incorrect. What I do
Okay.
instead, hear me out. Right,
Alright.
doesn't really, you don't care about the grade 1 as long as it's not Bilber. Then, on the rearguard circle, we call it Bilber. Use Bilber's skill, Soul Blast, retire the Bilber. Top 3. Oh, what's that? A Greed Shade? Call the Greed Shade.
okay,
Use
okay.
Greed Shade skill. We discard a card. Mill 2 more cards. Oh, is that a heal trigger? Add that heal trigger in hand. Oh, I have another Bilber in hand. Crazy. Call that too. But,
Okay.
and we call the crit trigger out. Crit trigger goes into Soul, draw a card. Now we have the Soul back. So now we Bilber again. Soul Blast, retire the Bilber. Top 3 again. What's that? What's that? Top Beatrice. Crazy. Call the Beatrice out past turn. Nuts. And then we do it all over again next turn. Don't you worry. We have more. We have more to come.
I think you lost me about 3 Bilbers ago. I'm gonna be honest.
Dude, I have talked about Bilber so much. I love that card. It's just 3 mil. So good.
I counted 5, but that might be because we're 10 hours into the stream.
Maybe. That's very possible. But yeah,
So-
no, Bilber's a good card.
Yeah. So we all play a bunch of premium decks. I think you're similar to me. We like to have built a lot of decks to be able to play them. Orange, I know you're
yeah.
on that Bermuda. I know you're on the Grand Blue grind. I know you're starting to look at just more variants of Bermuda to grind as well for premium. What is something that you've actually never played but want to explore?
For me, it's
go for it.
probably Pale Moon. Pale Moon is a deck that I've tried to build on the back burner for a very long time, but kept getting priced out and also just bought out because certain staples were just completely off the market. And maybe someday I'll actually get around to playing Pale Moon, but as of yet, that is a clan that has been not in the cards for me.
Okay. What about you, Orange?
Honestly, all the decks that I haven't played, I have no desire to touch.
Oh.
So the decks that I haven't touched or messed around with is Link Joker, Nova Grappler, Tachikaze, and I think it
That
stops
sounded
there.
targeted.
Yeah, it-
targeted.
Yeah, I mean, it's just facts. I don't know, and Neo Nectar. I think I put Neo Nectar in there. I might not have, but those are the main decks that I mean, I include V Premium in this because usually I've at least touched a clan in V at some point. But those are the 4 decks, the 4 clans that I just have not touched. I touched Bang Dream and I haven't touched these 4. You know. So that being said, I think those are my main 4, and honestly, weirdly enough, I don't have enough interest to try them. I think Neo Nectar is probably the closest one because I've always liked Stoicheia, but to be like Stoicheia type decks and just green stuff, green's my favorite color. Funnily enough, my name is out of orange and I like green, but regardless, so that being said, that would be the closest one. I've never really cared about the lock mechanic. I definitely don't care about Nova Grappler. Sorry, Ty. I'm sorry. I literally had to have someone sneeze on a Twitter post in order to get me to even touch that clan. Tachikaze is just out of the water, and that's just gone. I don't and Neo Nectar is the closest one, so that would be my probably go-to. But it is like a 2% chance. I've had like so many people try to get me into all 4 of these clans, and it still hasn't worked. So we'll see. Maybe it'll happen.
Maybe someday.
No.
Maybe someday.
Nope.
Now for me, like, I have played almost every variant of Narukami in V, but I still have yet to play it in Premium. Like, even online, even with proxies, I'm just never felt the urge to stride into Stunverse. I was just like, you know what? But I do want to try it myself. I do want to try it with the new Vowing Sword Reverse, with the new Exterminate. I think basically the entirety of Narukami has a place now, and I think it would be something I would want to try if I wasn't so price gated out of Stunverses as well.
That's fair. I think that's good.
Yeah. But that's enough from us. We have been trying to buy time for as long as we can, and now deck 1 is ready. So let's take a look at deck 1 for round 9 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Hey, is that
wow.
Nikki Goldman of famed Team Strictly Broken TCG with the code SBTCG Nikki Goldman? I think it is. Now, similar to what we saw last round, another Mega Colony deck, but I do want to point out some very interesting options that we didn't see in the prior list. Not opting to go with any overdressed cards, except for that grade 3 that kind of likes to revive itself. We're actually opting to go on the old Dark Face, or the OG Dark Face.
Yeah, no Gridor is here. Just the original face to Dark Face, which I find very interesting. We also have another split between both Brilliant Blisters, the old and new, to kind of pick and choose our options for what we go into, which is very interesting to see as well. Very annoying as someone who mains Nova Grappler, but if you know what you're doing, you can tend to play around them.
Yep. I don't have too much comment. I do see a little bit of difference here. I really like to see that grade 3 Sentinel restriction right there.
Oh, yeah.
That little Soul Blast. And we honestly, funny enough, that card works really well with Inlet. We don't have an Inlet here, but normally that's a funny card to use because you can proc that skill pretty easily. But that's my comments personally on the main deck. I don't have too much else.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, Inlet here would have been really nice in alongside Antlion. But let's take a look at what the G Zone looks like. We have 4 Dark Face Gridor.
Yep.
Oh my
no real
gosh.
big surprises there at all.
Hey, Toku. So shockingly enough, I know it's crazy, but there's those two that stride, the bug stride, the one that minuses 10k to add on to Ghidorah's event. Hey, that's there too at 2 copies.
Well, that's there too. Oh my goodness.
I just want to remind you in case you forgot.
Okay. I do see that there now. Yeah, that definitely is a Malignantis. That card definitely does minus 10k to your opponent's Vanguard, and it also does provide some counter charge. But basically, this is almost the standard Mega Colony G-Zone that we've been seeing. A few tech cards here and there, but everything there kind of looks the same. Definitely the key pieces being the 4 copies of Darkface and the 2 copies of Malignantis is what the ratio has been from what we've seen now.
I don't have too much else comment, but I do like seeing the Rectome in there. I think that's a nice little extra touch for extra draw.
Mm-hmm. My favorite part is the deck name. Very thought out.
Oh wow, that is actually genius. I wish I ascended to this level of geniusness.
You know what? Sometimes you just need you don't really need a name. You just need a sequence of letters to just identify what it is that you're doing. And as long as you can remember that sequence of letters, well, then I think that's all that's really important at the end of the day.
Now, what is this sequence of letter going to be playing against? Let's take a look at deck 2. We have Cetus Cadus playing Revengers. Yes, we did. Ooh.
We brought this deck. This is that free merchandise type of deck. You just kind of exist and do your thing and do lots of Vanguard things.
Ty, I'm gonna make you pop up on this one. I know that you like this a lot.
Yeah, the Revenger, like Raging Form especially, is just like a card that's very deep in my history with this game. And this deck is just honestly very scary. It's something that, like, you know, it doesn't really care if it goes first or second, doesn't really care if it gets first stride or not. It's going to do things to you, and it's up to you to decide how much of that is going to happen. There's just so much that this deck can do. Just multiple Vanguard swings, multiple crit swings. We've got the 2 Slay Hex Dragon in there, which basically just essentially functions as a 5th and 6th copy of Raging Form, so that you're all but guaranteed to see that play pop off.
All right, so that is the main deck. So, like, the main things to point out here is that it is very similar to how it plays in V, but like you said, all of these old pieces, the Dark Blessed Angel, the Mana, the Mauer, is able to just pull that extra one rear guard that we are able to retire to get an extra Vanguard swing. But that is the main deck. Let's take a look at the G Zone. Okay, I think seeing that Chain Rancor probably means that we are looking to use that Chain Rancor as our main stride in our strategy here.
One thing I find interesting here, though, is that there's no Raging Rat Dragons. Normally, like, you would see at least a couple, I want to say, for that kind of just, like, perpetual kind of, like, Raging form swings regardless. But at the same time, I don't think with the new stride from the Premium Collection that we really even necessarily need that, because we're going to be getting multiple Vanguard swings for a lot less resources with that card as well.
Any final thoughts on this one, Orange?
Not too many. I think I brought this up around like round 2, but Shadow Paladin, though I do know kind of what they do, I don't know the names of any of the cards. I'm absolutely clueless. I only know the name of Luard and I think Weofold, and neither of those cards are in this deck, so So I'm really just excited to see, because I do know how Raging Form works. I'm excited to see just kind of the Revengers do Revenger things. Honestly, half the time you don't even need to stride. You just kind of beat force. You just beat the opponent's face and hope you kill them fast enough. And if not, you can always Mephisto to end it there that way as well.
All right, let's go ahead and see if they can put practice into play. Theory into practice? I think that's the saying, right?
One of those, definitely one of those.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the final round of Swiss for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. Round 9, let's begin.
Here we are.
Over on the left, we have Cetus playing the Shadow Paladins, and going first, we have SBTCG Nikki Goldman riding into Grade 2. Is that Storming Red? Stinging Red?
Yes, that is the red. I don't remember her exact name, but yeah, I think she has red in her name.
Stamping Red.
Yeah, that would be it.
All right. What are your guys' predictions on this kind of matchup?
I think Raging Form will continue to do what Raging Form does. However, getting Ghidorah will be really tough because you can't call from deck anymore.
That would definitely kind of like put a big damper on the like multiple Raging Form rerides. But the question is, will the Raging Form player be able to pull that off before they even have to worry about getting Ghidorah?
So
because if that's the case, they can just snowball easily.
Yeah, so we're going to see a bit of aggression over on the Mega Colony side of things, swinging with the Elite Mutant. 9 pulling out the Quick Shield there and going for a swing to the Vanguard, using a Brilliant Blister skill to bounce it back to the hand.
Yep. I think I kind of wonder if it's possible to... So they're about to potentially ride here if they choose to. I do wonder if riding would be the go-to to just kind of try and end before you know things get too rough, because I don't know, this is kind of a tough matchup. If I was a Raging Form player, I would have a tough time here.
I would definitely agree as well, because you do still want to be able to find a lot of your pieces, as easy as they are to find. We do have that very strong card in the back there, Dark Armor, Revenger, Rhino, being your on-hit pressure to just find a bunch of pieces that you're looking for. Does not disappear is the main thing there. That's the wrong card.
How does that happen?
But yeah, being able to find all the pieces you leave there. It looks like we rode into the Grade 2 Revenger, which is also able to call something else out.
Yep, exactly. I think she calls out for free even. And then there's a bunch of on-hit pressure that we're about to see here. Yeah, her cost is a Soul Blast. If you call from hand, Soul Blaster's deck from Grade 1 Revenger's card name, call to rear, shuffle your deck. At the end of the turn, you retire that unit, but since you retire the unit you called, essentially.
And yeah, I do believe that would be the Dark Cloak Revenger Tar 2. Alright, and it looks like we should be going into attack soon. Now, I wonder if we need to call something else out to help that Rhino hit, or maybe we're just calling it out to retire at the end of turn to get rid of that Elite Mutant before it becomes a nuisance.
Well, there is the other call, and we're actually doing another search here, so we're going in for another card.
Second Tar2 activation here.
Now, off of this, I wonder what we're going to get.
Oh, another Rinal.
Okay, going for that very large on-hit pressure column there. If that column hits, that is being able to check your top 3 twice for Avenger name. You can find your copies of Raging Forms that you need for the re-rides. You can starting to find Raging Fall Dragon Reverse and even the Slay Hex Dragons. Just being able to guarantee your ride going into the next turn.
Yep, and a lot of deck thinning along with this as well. You're pretty much just increasing the chance of hitting crits.
Swinging rear guard first here. Really kind of, again, that on-hit pressure, putting it onto Nikki over here because he does guard it, which I argue he probably should just because one Renal is one thing, but when you're sitting there in a column of Renal where you have to deal with both activations after one hit is a bit menacing.
And I think the main thing is, like, these Renals are called off of Tartu, and they will disappear at the end of turn. So once you've dealt with those 2 copies of Renal, you don't have to worry about this on-hit column anymore. Just the one in the Vanguard Circle. So sometimes it might be worth just to take the Vanguard Circle because it's going to hit eventually. You may as well take the Counterblast to play with early. And afterwards, use it to build some advantage. Meanwhile, that other column that was called off the 2 Tartus, that one's a good column to guard because you don't have to deal with them anymore.
True. I almost wonder, it seems like he didn't boost with the Vanguard Renal, and I almost wonder if it would have been worth it to try and do so. Kind of put even more of a pressure situation, because now Nikki is sitting with at least 1 face-up damage. It could have been a situation where you kind of have to make them decide whether or not they want to take the damage to have something to work with, or you kind of pressure them to just sit on 1 face-down damage a little bit longer.
I think the good reason to not boost with that Renal actually is because we do know that Nikki has a Brilliant Blister in hand. But we are going to see the ride into, I think that is the original Dark Face. And off of that, we are going to use its skill to Cocoon Cradle Marker, the Tartu. Cradle Marker, a very unique ability that's not very frequently seen, but is able to kind of put a damper on your opponent's ability to build a board.
Definitely. The whole Cradle Marker thing is something that I'm very excited to kind of see, almost kind of like take focus here in this build of Mega Colony, because it's such an interesting mechanic that I feel like doesn't really get a whole lot of attention that I feel like it deserves, because it's such an interesting way to kind of control your opponent's board while also toolboxing things yourself.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually a very fun mechanic, and the only downside to it is against decks that just don't have anything on the board, the cradling doesn't really do anything for you. Unless you somehow force it out. But I think that's the downside, and maybe that's why people don't use it much, because it's kind of like well, if you're facing like a deck like Gold, you can't really do much with it, or facing like a deck like Rose, like Night Rose for Grand Blue, you're not going to be really cradling anything.
Mm-hmm. And I remember when I was starting to pick up Mega Colony in the V format as well, playing with the Gridora and like the Dark Face with all the cradle mechanics as well. I think at that point, Gold Paladins was very popular, and you'd always see Aglavel being able to just put that cradled unit into the soul, and you're just like, oh, well, okay then.
Yup, exactly.
But in this matchup where the Shadow Paladin player is actively looking to retire their own rearguards as well, you are able to get a lot of incidental pluses from these cradles, and I think that's a very interesting narrative.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
So we have the Raging Form hitting the board on Kaeda's side. Going for Force 1, which I suppose is probably the correct way to go, but me being me, I always tend to default towards Force 2 because more damage.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Force 1's probably the smarter play here.
Yeah, usually you have to go Force 1 because the Vanguard just gets beefier and beefier and beefier with each attack, and you kind of want that. So you want to keep forcing your opponent to have to either drop really high shield or just have to take it. And this kind of this deck starts playing like Overlord in Kagero, where the more attacks come through, the more triggers you hit, this game you can literally close out the game like right here. Like you can just hit double crit,
Definitely.
it restance, and you just it gets more markers and it gets more power and all that stuff, and you can just end the game.
looks like we have, is that 2 Dark Bless Angel hitting the board now? At least 1 Dark Bless Angel.
At least one. That is a Dark Bless with a Rhino column here at the very minimum.
So it looks like we could potentially see multiple Raging Form rerides here.
Yes, exactly.
Definitely a tight spot to be in if you're Nikki here.
Getting 1 card out of the guard. So boom, gonna swing with the Vanguard here, looking at 23k. After this, we are gonna be able to retire those 2 Rhinos and the Dark Bless. First trigger.
Oh, that's a crit.
Ooh, that's a crit.
Ooh, okay. Definitely what you want to see here.
Yeah, exactly. This is, you can close out really fast with this deck sometimes. Even with triggers, it's not enough. Like it keeps applying pressure.
Yeah. Because you're just able to just do so many drive checks on your turn that you can sometimes just keep finding more triggers to kind of like ignore the fact that your opponent caught defensive triggers as well.
Exactly. So think about how to retire here. Choosing obviously the 2 cards that already attack with, and maybe even the Cradle one.
That's the funny part, right? Because once you retire this Cradle marker,
Yep, they get a card.
and that Cradle unit is a grade 1, and we do know that Nikki does play the grade 1 PG.
They didn't choose it. They were like, nope.
Yep, they don't want to give the free potential to get exactly what they need to survive this turn.
And actually,
this one's
opting
interesting.
to ride into Slayhex Dragon, which is effectively just another copy of Raging Form Dragon.
Yep, it just re-rides into Raging Form.
Slayhex is such an interesting card too, just because it does count as essentially extra copies of Raging Form, but it also bounces back to your hand so that you can use it for the different kind of like pitching costs that you would need, whether it's for Stride or if you were running Raging Rapt, it's a grade 3 Abyss Dragon so that you can discard it for that cost as well. Really just puts in a ton of work in the Raging Form build.
Yeah.
Can you cycle this card? Like, can you do this? Like, so the Raging Form is about to attack again. Can you do this again?
As long as, if you were to have another counterblast, he 100% could, yeah.
That's pretty funny.
It's a pretty cool card. It's something that I haven't really explored myself, but looking at it right now, rereading it right now, this is a very large consistency booster.
Yep.
Definitely. Especially because it makes it so that, depending on how much damage you have, you can just kind of sit there and just with only 1 Slayhex just go into all the Raging Forms you need for a turn.
That's what I thought. If they give you too much damage, you're kind of just in trouble.
Absolutely. It's just a sitting, just or a walking 1 card combo.
Yep. And the funny part is next turn, this will happen again. Like, as long, especially if you get high damage, you can just go again and just keep going.
And the nicest part as well is like maybe you don't like re-ride into the Slayhex for a re-ride, but you could as well re-ride into the Slayhex, use the counterblast, re-ride into a Raging Form, then the Slayhex comes back to hand, boom, Stride Fodder.
Exactly. The
This
card's
is actually a very cool card.
Crazy.
I like it.
Yeah. I read this card like a couple weeks back. I was like, whoa, this card does a lot. And the best part is like you can still play the game under Ghidorah.
And there she is. Alright, so we've flicked up the Malignantis for the Ghidorah. We have also 2 extra counterblasts to play with there. Calling the Stamping Red for another Cradle marker.
Oh, they're going to Cradle the Grade 2 this time. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, at this point, it looks like we would have the entire board cradled. And once a Raging Form player kind of like folds and just say like, you know what, I will admit I will have to take my markers off the board.
I didn't even think about that. I never thought about that interaction. You can Cradle and then use the new Stride skill to retire it and get the grade 1. I haven't even thought about that type of mechanic, because that's what happened here. They retired the grade 1 that was cradled, and now they get to search for a grade 1 and put it to hand.
That's super cool, actually. That's also something I never thought about. Oh, this is why SBTCG Nikki Goldman is playing for us in round 9. Thanks of all the most incredible, very inquisitive as to how this was thought about. Big props to this. I like this a lot.
That way, even if your opponent tries to deny, it's like, no. Let me just retire real quick.
Especially with the fact that once you cradle something on the next turn after, it will be standing since it can't perform any actions, and
Exactly.
therefore we're able to do this. Oh, this is so cool! I like it.
I like seeing this Mega Colony deck as well, because I know for like a lot of Mega Colony fans, they weren't necessarily the biggest fan of Order Colony because it wasn't exactly bugs. Your main Vanguard was a dragon, you know?
Yep.
And even with things like Flagberg or Shieldfisher, your main Vanguard is still a dragon. So to see a list like this is I'm very happy for true blue Mega Colony fans, because this is a true blue Mega Colony deck full of actual bugs.
Exactly. It actually feels like a bugs deck, whereas like a Flagberg is more Aqua Force related, and you just have all these like different clans, I guess, just trying to shove their way into Mega Colony.
One of the most interesting things I actually saw was Cetus deciding to put that defensive trigger onto the Tartu.
I noticed that too. I wonder. I guess so they can't swing into it and get a Great 2 back to hand from deck because of the Cradle, because it's whenever it's
Sure.
retired. So
Yeah.
even swinging into it does count for that.
I wonder if this is also a way just to try and like funnel attacks towards his Vanguard so that he
100%.
can have more damage, because the more damage the Raging Form player has, the more lethal they're going to be.
Yes.
And it can get very, very scary very, very quickly.
Yes, 100%. The more damage you have, the better life is, honestly. So definitely a go-to here. Yeah, it's kind of like a 2-in-1 play. You're forcing the opponent to attack your Vanguard while also denying the retire for the Cradle.
Yeah. Very smart. I do like that play a lot. So our rearguard is sitting at, I forget, does Cradle set it to 0 or just remove abilities?
I would have to double check.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
I think it might still be 20k, and that's why it's so much harder to hit.
Cradle.
But this attack will be pushing Cetus to either Limit Break 4, kind of doing a count for triggers here, because it looks like we're going to go for a very strong push on the Crackback. Oh, as well as the fact that we want to maintain our rearguards on the board, because we wouldn't be able to Superior Call this upcoming turn anyways. Okay, very insightful. Very well, it's actually very funny as well, because Gridora forces you to rewrite from hand, and it just so happens that we have a very cool card in that Hexplay to allow us to rewrite from hand.
Crazy.
Very
Never would have seen that
easily.
coming.
Wow, this is such a good counter to Gridora too, just because it returns itself back to hand. You are basically always going to have a stood Vanguard ready to go, because you can always have it back to hand to be able to ride over again, as long as you don't get too ahead of yourself, get a little too excited, and then use it to pitch to stride.
Yeah. All right. So we've rewrote into the Raging Form. Let's go ahead and see what the options will be at this point. Are we going to discard that Hexlate to stride? Are we going to do something else instead? Oh. It looks like Cetus is noticing that they forgot to get that force marker off of the second ride.
I was wondering. I saw it earlier and I was like, were they supposed to get another force marker? It is mandatory, so they have to put another one on.
This is a perfect example of like we were talking about earlier today with stamina and mental fatigue. This is definitely something that you see at the end of like a 9-round tournament, where all of this Vanguard really does start to catch up with you, and where you start to forget just little things that are like second nature to most of us, like remembering to grab a marker.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, something I noticed earlier, I was like, wasn't they supposed to get a marker? But because of the combination with the other card, I got a little confused. I was like, maybe you don't get a marker off of it, so I just didn't say anything. But it is mandatory to get another one here, and that's the reason why you want to go force one anyway, because the Vanguard book, you keep it running with a fresh Vanguard, so your Vanguard just gets higher by 10k with every force marker you stack.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we're making up for lost force markers here.
Yep.
And going back into it here. I'm wondering if he's going to commit more of a field to try and get some more... Well, it looks like he's actually just going to stride into the Chain Ranker. Okay, so we'll see
There it
if he
is.
does end up committing more of this field.
Honestly, might as well here just get the restand off, right? Because the Trainmaker is the one that also works at Crystal Luster where you get all the skills.
Yeah,
Yes.
being able to
Okay.
copy.
So
All we
in this
need now
case,
is to be able to produce a field that we can retire off for Raging Form skill.
It looks like I noticed too that Cadis lost 2 manas to damage, which at this point I don't think is too bad of a deal, considering with Gridora being active, he's kind of locked into only being able to call from hand, so
Yep.
it wouldn't be very useful at this point either. Looks like a Dark Bless Angel coming down here.
See the Dark Blast? Alright.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to do much in this situation, but it's at least a body to be sacked for the Raging Form skill.
Yeah.
yeah, at this point you just want the Revenger card name just so you can have a restanding.
Alright. So we will be able to do a triple drive and then rewrite into a double drive. Twin drive. Double
Yep.
drive. Goodness gracious.
Tag team drive.
Oh,
Interesting.
calling more down.
I think it's just to try and avoid giving Nikki that plus from that cradle marker on that Tartu.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which, either way, that cradle marker is definitely doing what it needs to do, which is forcing Cadis here to commit more from hand just to avoid giving any sort of pluses to Nikki.
Yeah, making it very awkward for Cadis to develop the board required for all of these multiple retires, all these multiple restands that the Raging Form deck looks to do. Actually, looking at that heal trigger. Oh, it never occurred to me, but the old heal trigger is actually a Revenger name. The resource heal trigger.
Yep.
The one that's able to bind itself. So when I saw the heal trigger, I was like, uh-oh, I'm not sure if that's a Revenger, but sure, in fact, it is a Revenger, so that is another target we are able to call down to retire.
That's a perfect example of a card being good enough for you to kind of cut into your Heal Guardians. I've said before how Heal Guardians are such a major development in the game that you have to have a very good reason to not be playing them at a full play set. And I think in this instance, in a Revenger-focused deck, having the Revenger name might just be that good enough reason to not be playing a Heal Guardian at full copies.
It's actually a huge reason, actually. It's also...
Yeah, you need the Revenger name.
Yeah, ooh, there's the 4th Raging Form.
Yeah, we got the marker this time.
Alright, another big swing. Do we have the PGs for this one? Are we even... we might even consider taking it.
Yeah, you need
We'd only
damage.
lose to
Yeah.
a double crit.
Yeah, still scary, but you know it could happen. But yeah, theoretically here you want to take some damage to just be able to do what you need to do next turn. We do have the counter charger on the board, so
Yep.
honestly, like you can at least have one damage to at least do Ghidorah skill. So honestly, yeah,
Yep,
you
there's
don't
the
you don't
PG.
really need to risk it.
Alright, and there is the PG. So, with that said and done, I'm going to go ahead and perform our drive checks there. Also not looking very trigger happy, so to speak.
Yeah, just a couple of blanks right there.
Nope.
And I wonder if Nikki smells blood in the water, sees that there is a chance to go for game here, or at least maybe just do another Gridora stride turn and just kind of force more cards out of
Oh.
Cadis's hand and resources,
He
I like
rides
this
the
play.
Intrude Scissors.
just to get another.
Oh, he just
protect.
wants to protect. Yep.
I like that. Back into Gridora.
Pitches the antline too. For a second, I thought maybe he'd be riding the Intrude Scissors to pitch for Ultimate Stride, but I don't think he's quite at GB3 yet either, so I guess that wouldn't be coming up here. Not yet, anyway.
One of the cool synergies I like between High Class Moth and the Cradle Marker is that if you are able to just kind of evaluate your opponent's board and say oh, this fellow here has a grade 2 with a Cradle Marker. I kind of want a certain grade 2 that's in my drop zone back into my hand. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to deck, get the counter charge, and now with Gridora and or Malignantis, I am able to retire it for effect and get said card that I want.
Yep, exactly. It's a very unique combination, and it'll definitely be working here. If they can do Buggy Guy, my favorite stride, here to exactly that. Do the retire play again, and then get that exact skill to go off. Because you don't even need the minus 10k, honestly, at least in this situation.
Okay. Calling down the Brilliant Blister. I wonder what this is for. What would it do
Yeah,
to
very
call down the
interesting
Brilliant Blister?
here.
He get back to hand after boosting and draw a card.
I think it's to call down a booster for the superior call from Gridora.
Ah, yes.
That makes sense.
Very, very good point. Right, gonna go ahead and swing the Elite Mutant there. Going to go into the Tartu. Let's us search for a Grade 2. And the Grade 2 that we choose to search at this point will be...
Stamping Red.
Stamping Red. More Cradle markers.
More
Yup.
cradles.
More cradling. And what grade 3? We can get a Sentinel grade 3 out this time? For that guard restrict? This would be the good spot for it if there's enough grade 3s in Soul. No, we're going for the restand.
There's the scissors. Okay.
Actually, I don't remember what the cost is for the restand. Oh, okay, there it is.
Very simple restand, being able to just Soul Blast out. And I get... One of the issues I had with playing Mega Colony sometimes was Soul, and the new Stride being able to put your rear guards into Soul for what I need to do kind of helps alleviate that cost as well. So always nice to see.
Toku, the new Stride, and Ghidorah are really good friends. You can't forget about it.
But Ghidorah is the girl boss gaslight gatekeeper.
Oh my goodness. You can still ride into the new guy. That's what we saw in the rear fight.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
And it looks like, ooh, is that a crit Sentinel? Let me go
Believe
ahead and
so.
take a look.
Yes, I think so. Because I think when we were looking at the
Oh,
deck
that's
list
a crit.
earlier, he's playing.
He is playing Belial, yeah.
two copies of the crit sentinels.
Oh,
Oh.
that's an over trigger.
Oh, that's
I
an
love
over trigger. And
10k to the front. Crits
Wow,
with Vanguard,
okay.
a million probably power.
Well, that just might be
yeah,
it here.
that
Yep.
just might be it. Defensive over trigger on this crap.
Possible.
Let's
It's
see.
possible. It's possible to get this back.
Not a trigger, and
Oh,
well, not the right
that's
trigger
game.
there.
Not the trigger.
Unfortunately,
That will be
is
game.
game. Wow, and we thought
What a way
Mega
to end.
Colony was dead after the ban list.
Meanwhile, we've seen how many different Mega Colonies? We've seen so many different Mega Colony decks. Like,
Yeah.
it ain't dead.
It's just like Bugs to be one to do, to improvise, adapt, and overcome.
Yeah, pretty much. The top 3 ways, the true way. My goodness.
And just like almost like any bug you find in your house, you kill it, and then right out from a crack comes like another set, just like, did you just kill my homie?
I'm coming after you.
Oh, but yeah, what did you guys think about that game? What did you think about Nikki's Mega Colony deck, to be exactly what I'm asking? Like, not looking towards the overdressed cards for Persona rides, not looking towards the Flagberg, not looking towards the Shieldfish for the 18k base, but going very back to basics. Mega Colony, I'm going to disrupt your board.
Yep. I think overall, so the thing about it is that Mega Colony, outside of even, Ruination and everything, it did get a couple good new cards. Like, we do have the Brilliant Booster, and then we have the Grade 2, I don't remember its name. I think it's something with the... I don't know, the one that says want to attack Counterblast, if you have a rested unit, you draw a card, get power, right? So there's that guy, and I just feel like overall there's just a bunch of little things you can do now that kind of keep the game state going, even if you don't have that extra persona and everything. And we definitely saw that happen here. Like, they were still doing Mega Colony stuff while still, keeping, even without, all the extra draw and everything. So I think that deck is still capable of doing exactly what you want to do. Stall, push, and try to finish the game, try to out vanilla you essentially faster. So
Honestly, I love that list. I think I said it during the match, but I love that it's Mega Colony being Mega Colony and doing Mega Colony things, not just a insane engine with some mega colony splash around it. I really love to see that. Honestly, like I'm personally a fan of machinings. I've always really liked machining, so just to kind of see like some like classic, just true and honest mega colony perform this well as well is just very very cool to see.
Yep.
I also really like the list that Sadist like presented for the Revenger deck. I really, really like Slay Hex Dragon after seeing what it did this game. Like we said, it just happened to be the perfect card to deal with Gridora's Force Rewrite if you wanted to play the game.
Yep.
Just being like, oh, very cool. I want to kind of restand my Raging Form Dragon, but I can't, so I'm just going to write a new one with this extra copy of a card that I have in hand. Now, it just seemed unfortunate that the Shadow Paladin strategy with all the self-retire happened to play perfectly into Nikki's Kratos. When you see Mega Colony, you're not thinking about Kratos. Like in Premium, every single Mega Colony deck has kind of opted away from Kratos. So to see it back here and to see it like really punish the Shadow Paladin strategy was kind of peachy, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was very cool to see. And again, it just kind of goes back to like Mega Colony being and doing Mega Colony. And I love seeing the Cradle strategy find a place here in Premium because, like you said, it's not really been something that we've seen in Premium. So to see it kind of like show up here and flourish and do so well is very, very interesting to me.
I agree. I am, I guess, happy and sad. I'm happy the Mega Colony is doing their own thing, but again, as we discussed earlier, Ghidorah being a pretty aggressive stride and kind of pausing people can be pretty rough.
Yeah, definitely agree. But with that out of the way, I think we're going to take one last short break before we wrap it up for the day. So we will see you after the break. Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble 2022. We just had 9 grueling rounds of Swiss. 9 amazing rounds that we were able to commentate for everyone watching today at home. And I am so excited for tomorrow where we will have our top 16. Knowing that what we've seen in the last few rounds kind of does predict what we might see in the top 16, is there anything that really stood out to you guys that you really want to kind of feature? Orange, I'll start with you.
Sure. I mean, I'm pretty excited to see the Bugs come back. I'm assuming they will be coming back since, so, we're pretty much at the end here. So we'll probably see the Bugs matchups again. So it'd be really nice to see kind of whichever one, we got the Flagberg version. We just saw the Nikki Goldman's version. It'd be nice to see those decks in the spotlight. We probably might see a Vanquisher deck, even though we didn't see one on stream. It's possible that there might actually still be in that top 16 bracket. It's still an insane deck. It's actually a great counter to Bugs. So probably something along those lines. Maybe Grand Blue. I haven't heard much about Grand Blue since the round that we saw Grand Blue, so maybe that'll be up there as well. What are your thoughts, Ty?
I'm definitely interested to see this Cradle-focused Mega Colony deck. I want to see it go against other decks and see how it performs as well, because clearly it's been doing very well, and I kind of just want to see how it plays against other things. I'm also interested to see if maybe our Mystery Flare Turbo deck will be in there tomorrow as well. I would like to see that kind of like pop off a bit more as well, because we saw it in a very intense game, but we didn't actually see the extra turn be triggered. It was just kind of set up, but then pulled back a little bit. So I'm kind of interested to see if we can see that pop up tomorrow as well. How about you, Tony?
I think one of the more interesting interactions that I would love to see is actually one of the Mega Colony decks against the Gize deck that we saw. So one of the cute things, if I do believe my rulings are correct, is if I strode into Ghidorah the turn before and I was able to use the skill, even if my opponent was able to Ultimate Stride, they would not be able to call the Zero this out. So you are putting your opponent a turn behind. Any kind of mishap, like maybe even calling down your Heal Guardian to give yourself a damage and then striding on that 1 damage to keep using that 1 damage for Ghidorah skill, you are able to keep those Xeroth dragons at bay, since it is technically a superior call. So I think seeing that kind of dynamic is something we've really never experienced in both BROs, and something I do want to see happen in top 16.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh,
I didn't know what else to say to that.
I think that perfectly sums up the 9 rounds that we sat through today. When you can just kind of sit back, and then all you really have to say is just wow, because it's just been, there's been a lot today. Been a lot of exciting games, been a lot of interesting gameplay as well, a lot of very good players on top of that, and then all you can kind of do is just sit back and say wow.
Yeah. Kind of just bask in like the excitement. Now that we're done all the tournament games for today's round of Swiss, we can just kind of like relax again and kind of like reflect on as to what happened. Once again, to recap for everybody in the chat, round 1 we had the Derek Dow playing his famous Nightmare Dolls against a Prism Bermuda Triangle Premium deck. Very unique in the way that we are able to go into certain strides and basically be able to use Vert's strength that we all know and love in the V Premium format and kind of translate it into the premium side of things. We did see Phantas's Shadow Paladin Loire deck versus Kelvin's Grand Blue, the standard Night Rose Toolbox deck in round 2. And in round 3, we did see Charlie's legendary Highlander Tachikaze deck against Arkan Red's legendary Starvader deck, being able to call the Volcagodes out. In round 5, we saw Candy and Dragon's very unique Nubatama deck using Hanzo instead of the more popular Daihozan that we tend to usually see get lean towards in a Nubatama build, versus the No Life King Dark Irregulars deck from Candy and Dragon versus one Danger Noodle. Then in round 6, I was not able to see this, but we did see Wiggums on the Spike Brothers deck. I think this was very similar to Proof's deck, but basically going to try and use Galley against Penguin Double OG's Royal Paladin Jewel Knight strategy. Then we got that very intensive grind game between Gold Paladin looking to go first and get those superior strides, that double Spear Cross X, so that way you can go straight into Ultima the next turn, versus the Mega Flare Freeze Ray Dragon. Freeze Ray? Mega Flare?
Mega Flare?
No, Mega Flare is Nova Grapplers.
I would have loved to see Mega Flare today, let me tell you.
I would have loved to see Mega Flare too. No, but yeah, Freeze Ray Dragon, right? No, that's Starvader.
Mystery
which-
Flare Dragon.
Mystery Flare
We're talking about
Dragon.
Mystery Flare, yeah.
Yes. MFD, and I was like, Mega Flare Dragon. You know what? You know what? I got the Flare. I got the Dragon right. I'm going to stick with it. It's Mega Flare Dragon from now on.
Mega Flare Dragon.
But that's what
I'm
we
here
saw.
for it.
We saw Gize versus D-Robos, very high power cards coming out of both sides.
Yep.
We saw the Flagberg Colony from Fam. We saw the Flagberg Colony, and then from Fam side of things, we saw Riviere. And we just came back from Nikki Goldman's Mega Colony Cradle deck versus Sadis Revenger deck. Whew.
Yep. Wow, that was a lot. And honestly, you mentioned all of those different decks, and aside from I think the double Mega Colony, even though they were both different decks, we saw all unique and different styles of play, styles of decks, all facing each other. We really didn't see much of the same stuff at all.
Yeah.
They all were doing their own thing. They all had their own game plan. They all had their own setup, their own win cons, their own stuff, and we kind of really saw really the definition of diverse.
I think that's probably like another one of the many points that tips Premium for me, and why I love it so much is, like you said, there was a different deck every round. Even if we saw the same clan being played, it was more than likely an entirely different deck with an entirely different focus. Perfect example is Flagberg and the Darkface Mega Colony decks. Two very different game plans there. I don't know too much about Bermuda Triangle, but it seemed like those two builds were fairly different as well, with very different game plans that they were trying to do. And yeah, just everything was very incredibly diverse.
Luckily, with the Bermuda Triangle subject, since the Stride Caltrata is very generic, it actually allows for just so many different types of decks that like you can focus on all these different kinds of decks. So both the decks that we saw say for Bermuda Triangle was Riviera and Prism, and both decks actually allow for you to play the same Stride and that you still get the same kind of conditions. Though, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think we saw the Stride in either decks today at all. Everyone, I don't think we saw her in action, which is funny because her skill is actually pretty good. But sadly, if you don't have the hand, she is a first you have to discard and then you be able to do everything. And that early discard can be kind of rough because sometimes you don't want to discard the pieces you need or you don't really know what your drive trick's going to look like. So with that being said, it was kind of like a hard call. And I guess, both Bermuda players were like, I'll just go into something else.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I found interesting today as well, is because casting premium, premium is the format with strides, right? It's the format with the G deck that we can use to pull things out. But there was at least one or two games where neither player performed a stride, and so it just kind of goes to show that there's so much. Just not only diversity, but diversity of play and experience that you can have as well.
I think in the topic of the Bermuda, one of the cards that I kind of did want to explore with Haltrauda is actually Lupina. Lupina has a very cool grade 1, grade 2 package, one of them being able to change her base crit to 2.
Yep.
So with Lupina being able to rewrite back down, with Haltrauda being able to rewrite back down to Lupina, you basically get 2 base 2 Vanguard swings, base 2 crit Vanguard swings, and at the same time you are then able to once again cycle back down into Lupina and get some restands going on as well. Not to mention that once you do manage to go into a Tiroa stride, and you do have that grade 1 package coming in as well, your Tiroa once again is restanding at base 2 crit. So it's something I've always wanted to experiment with, but never had the chance to, since there was always something stronger that was better worth testing. And I think with Heltruda, that is something I might try out, and I'll let everyone know how the results go over on Yellow Card Vanguard.
You're giving me motivation now. You're giving me motivation to build this. What are you doing? I might actually be. I actually, yesterday while we were like, getting this all set up, I legit was sleeving Ange Lupina. Because Ange Lupina, they both have really good ride targets for Heltruda, but now I'm thinking pure Lupina with the stride.
I'm trying to remember the name of those grade 1 and grade 2 pieces, but like,
I don't remember the name, but I know what they do.
Okay, one of them is Rosalinda. And this one says, during your turn, if this unit has a force marker, and Happiness Heart Lupina is on your Vanguard circle, which even after you stride will meet the condition, the Lupina gains 10k. So on basically a restanding Vanguard, you're getting that 10k extra value out of it. Also has the ability to just look for Lupina, so also helps with consistency there. Yep. And I think the grade 2 is what gives you that extra base 2 crit. So
yeah, her name is Dagny. Her name, Unique Allure Dagny, and she has 2 skills essentially. She soul charges if it's herself or it's Lupina, and then her other skill is she gives Lupina a base of 2 crit.
Okay.
I'm looking at her right now.
I think there's something here. I think you're right. I think you're onto something. I actually would consider, and especially since if you know how Lupina works, Lupina restands everything that has a force marker on it. So if you can just get a way to, you get a force marker off of riding her on top of another force marker off her skill, and the next turn you can stride into Heltruda, and then you can use Heltruda's skill to then restand her on top of having multiple swings. And all Lupina's very on place focused, so a lot of cards trigger off of on places. A good example is the grade 1 you brought up. It's an on-place Soul Blast top 5 for Lupina or the grade 2. And then the grade 2 also on-place Soul charges 2 cards, which is good because you want the Soul. And then we have another card called Nikita. Nikita also has a really crazy skill where you Soul Blast and get shield for everything that you Soul Blast, and then you also draw a card after Soul Blasting 3, and you can Soul Blast as many as you want. So if you're facing stuff like Amon, you can just get they give you Soul, you're like, cool, Soul Blast all of it out, get like 50k power, 50k shield, whatever you want. I think we just brewed up some goo here live on stream VRO 2022.
I agree.
I'm excited to try this out, but before that, Ty, can I have you bring us to the top 16 that we will be seeing tomorrow?
Definitely. So I guess we're gonna start off with the places 9 through 16. Let's see here. So in 16th place we have CK1. In 15th place we have Nikki Goldman, who we just saw in that last round with that cradle-focused Mega Colony. In 14th place, we have Homelander, which I don't think was a name that we saw too much in between rounds. We were checking the standings, the top 16 standings. But from there, we have in 13th place, Luke. In 12th place, I think this is supposed to be OG Nut. In 11th place, we have Jan Solemn. 10th place, Andre Lee. And then finally, in 9th place, we have Arez.
Very good stuff. Guess I will continue. So we have 8th to 1st. In 8th place, we have Mizazani Kyori. 7th place, we have Q Ball Gamer. 6th place is a Photon TK. 5th place is Megatrick. 4th place is Chatson. 3rd place is Toby TCG. 2nd place is Fam. And 1st place is Dark Lens. And noticing that not a single undefeated here, actually. Everyone took an L today at some point.
This goes to show no matter how good you are, you're going to take a couple L's here and there at some point.
I'm actually very happy to see Fam make it all the way, being able to match the record of Dark LCNS, which actually was the one who gave the L, actually.
Yep.
So I'm very curious as to how they managed to pilot Riviera in such a way that, I guess, matching the aggression that we saw that they did in that first turn. And I wonder if that basically using that aggression, and I guess maybe it's even like matchup focus. Like maybe just the fact that Flagberg was able to retire too was the tipping point that kind of like let Flagberg take that one.
Yeah, honestly, Riviera is like, I guess, a very aggressive deck. Personally, I struggle trying to win with that deck just because, like I said, the hand size is pretty rough. But it does that by any means does not mean the deck isn't good. And actually, the deck they're piloting, or at least from what I saw, is actually a pretty standard version of the deck. The only thing I didn't see in there, I think, was Hanoi. But outside of Hanoi, that deck has been like that pretty much ever since Twa got banned. So since Twa's been gone, the deck we saw there was a pretty good definition of how you'd want to run and play the deck outside of a couple decks like Hanoi and stuff like that.
What about you, Ty? Anything that really spoke out to you from our top 16 players?
Man, I'm trying to reboot my brain a little bit to try and remember who was who throughout the day that's made it on the top 16. I think just to kind of reiterate a point I made from earlier, I think it's more just the fact that now I'm tempted to try and build this Cradle Mega Colony deck. I've become honestly quite enamored with it. And so I'm really kind of seeing that, and I believe it was 15th place. I kind of want to see how far that can go, how many more wins can they get, and see where they end up at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think looking at the standings, we saw... we basically saw the two colony decks that were presented today on both ends of the spectrum.
Yep. So they'll be back.
We saw Dark holding that first place and Nikki managing to bubble into top 16 after that victory on round 9. So we will see Mega Colony on both sides of the bracket and hopefully not see a mirror match for the finals. But that might even be kind of interesting to watch.
They're very different.
They're very different, and it'd be kind of interesting to see which Mega Colony paradigm reigns supreme. So that might be a very cool narrative to see tomorrow.
My money's on the Flagberg deck.
Is that due to any bias?
Me? Have bias against one of my favorite cards in all of Strict. Plus, I mean, like, a Toku here. I'll give you something, just a real quick 2 cents here. It's an Aquaforce card.
You know what? I'm down for it too.
Sounds like we're
But
casters
honestly,
divided.
honestly, the main reason why I think it might actually be a thing is because even though it's more glass cannon, the deck does more stuff, and the Ghidorah won't be stopping it either because it can do the same thing. It can restand, do its thing, and pop off. And I overall think that as long as they see their pieces, I think the Flagberg deck will be better if this was a mirror match. I think it just deals with aggression better, and I think it'll kill off the other Ghidorah deck essentially. However, the other Ghidorah deck is a little bit more stable, a lot less grade threes, a little bit more synergy with the hands. So it kind of just depends. I think it really just depends who strides first and who has the better grade two game. And I think that'll kind of determine it. But I can see Flagberg having a higher ceiling to kind of kill faster.
Yeah. I think one of the cool things will definitely be just basically Inlet Pulse. I think that card might be a very strong role player in the matchup. Even even if Inlet Pulse happens to get cradled, rather than getting retired, Inlet Pulse will be able to go into Soul. So all the resources associated with having to cradle Inlet Pulse, if we aren't able to remove it immediately, can just kind of disappear and refund itself for the Flagberg Colony player. So I am kind of leaning towards Flagberg Colony because of that, but I do think the way that Nikki has kind of maneuvered around the combination of Kratos and Malignantis is something I do want to be explored furthermore in tomorrow's tournament.
Yep. I think I think that is exactly a good point, and we'll definitely be able to see that. I do think being able to utilize both strides this well in a deck that just makes both those strides work so perfectly is definitely a good combination. I didn't even think about half of the stuff that Nikki Golden was doing in his deck, and it's just like, wow.
A lot of moving parts there for sure.
Anything else you guys really remember mostly from them today? I'm really clawing at topics.
Oh my god.
Honestly, it was there was a lot that happened today, and you know we've gone over plenty of it. I think just to kind of pull out an old faithful to go back to the Tachi Highlander hype that we had earlier. Definitely love to see that, the double Volca Gold play. More than that, it was just, for the most part, I feel like we saw just a lot of just high level play, especially as we got into the later rounds. Some very interesting plays that we saw, things that you wouldn't necessarily think right offhand would be the way to go, but then things like eventually playing off in favor of the eventual winner. I'm thinking of Mystery Flare, like setting everything up to get an additional turn, not taking that additional turn, and that eventually kind of snowballing into an eventual win. Things like that, where we just kind of see that there's a lot of skilled play involved in you know, and Tachi Highlander kind of chaining a bunch of one-of skills together to come up with some plays, and then the complete opposite end of it of not making plays, not activating cost for skills, even though it can seem like the absolute right decision on paper. It's not always that clear cut and dry, and it really takes a very skilled player to kind of see those moments and know when it's time to go all in and when it's time to hold back.
Yeah. I think that is basically a very good definition of premium right now, is knowing when to pull your punches. Premium, as we've stated many times, is a very high-powered format. With one counterblast, you can take that counterblast for miles and miles and basically put an end to your opponent instantly. But at the same time, knowing when to not flick them on the forehead to give them that one counterblast and instead just keep waiting, keep biding your time. And I think that is just something very skill-intensive about premium that I think a lot of people have explored and have kind of mastered.
Yeah.
Definitely. And there's just like so much involved in that too. And I think that's been really interesting to kind of see today, because it takes a lot of time and effort and time just with a deck to kind of know when those opportunities come up. And not only that, but just a lot of time with the deck against several different decks. So definitely a lot of players today have put in plenty of work to be able to show us those kinds of plays here today.
Yep.
Now, let's go ahead and see what we have coming up for future Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. We are now finishing up with day 1. So, as you see here, week 1, day 1, start of the tournament will be at 11 a.m. PDT in whatever time zone you have there. Day 2, tomorrow, that will be our top 16 finalists battling it out, duking it out to become the champion of BRO 2022 Premium format. And that will be tomorrow. Let's see what's happening in the future weeks, week 2, 3, and 4. Now, week 2 looks like it's going to be V-Premium, and that's going to be next week, starting at the same time that we started today. And similarly to today, we will have a day 2 on the day after. And that will span 2 days to determine the crown of the BRO 2022 NA champion for the V Premium format. And in week 3, that will probably be standard. So let's go ahead and swing on over to week 3. Standard, looking like the same format, starting at the same time, just going to be 1 week later. So we will have a week break in between the two tournaments. So this one, starting at the same time, same format, we have Swiss day 1. And in day 2, we have going to be our top cut. And finally, that is it for Vanguard. Week 4, Bushiroad has more than one card game. They also have Weiss Schwarz. If you love anime like I love anime, this is the card game for you. Now, day 1 will be in the end of August, 20th of August, and that will also be another set of day 2 tournament with Swiss in day 1 and Top Cut in day 2. Now, once again, let us remind the players what they are going to be playing for tomorrow.
Guess I can do it, or you want to do it?
Yeah, I can do it. We got the prizes here. Again, we have that starting off in 4th place. We have that very schnazzy BRO certificate that I believe I said before you can show off to your family, friends, pets, coworkers, future potential employers. Should look pretty decent on a resume. I want to say that you won a online tournament for a very niche but very skill-intensive card game. Escalating from there, 3rd place will also get that very schnazzy certificate. But in addition to that, they will also get the winner promo, which for this tournament is the Progenitor Dragon for Stargate Origorum, and a booster display. Going on to 2nd place, again, just kind of stacking on the prizes. Same thing as 3rd place, but with an additional copy of that Origorum. And then finally in 1st place, 1st place is lucky and spoiled enough to be able to get a full playset of that winner promo of Origorum.
I think I'm most excited for the PDF. Like you said, something that would look great on a resume, something that would look good on applications. And right now, that is something that I'm currently in the process of. So maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe I should have applied to play in this tournament here so I could get that PDF. Just kind of put that on my resume there. Just be like, I have topped in a prestigious event and performed to great excellence, and maybe that is what a lot of people were looking for in a resume. So maybe that certificate is the final nail in the coffin that we all do need.
You know?
I know I would definitely frame that proudly on a wall, and I'm pretty sure my mom would be proud of me too. She's very supportive, actually. It's very nice.
Yeah. I want a certificate. I want to put it on my fridge and be like, hey, look at my top. My mom comes over. Look at my top. My sister comes over. Did you see this? And they're just looking at it, not understanding what I'm talking about.
It's like, what are you talking about? What does this even say? What is a Bushiroad? What is a rumble?
What is card?
Some people put art from children and their lives on their fridge, but no,
Yeah.
we put on winner certificates for a
Get
very
them.
intense, long online tournament.
I don't know about you, but like the certificates are my kids. Like, I have my picture of my cat. That's my first baby. Right next to the cat, certificate A, specifically for top 8 Bushiroad
There you
Rumble.
go.
Top 4, sorry.
I'm gonna like take my diploma that's like framed right now. I'm just gonna break it open.
Just take it off.
There you go. Put it with the
This thing here-
certificate.
This hasn't got to be a job. Get out of here. This certificate, though. Yeah, this is the one. This is
That's
the
the
one.
thing.
You
You
go
know,
to a
I just
job.
I just keep my player numbers for ones where I've done well in, and I hang those around. I think I have one. I even have one from Buddy Fight way back in the day, from the last Buddy Fight tournament I played in back in like 2017.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I also have like a very large memorabilia. How do I pronounce that word actually?
Memorabilia? That's how I say it.
Yeah, memorabilia kind of binder where I like hold all those kind of things, like posters I've gotten from events,
Yep, same.
badges. I just kind of like unclip them and put them into the binder as well as like just another kind of like card page to have instead. So yeah, it's always good to like have something to bring back home from an event, kind of to say that like even if you didn't top, you still participated and you still had a great time.
Exactly. Oh, I'm with you. I'm one of those people where anywhere I go, I like to bring something back with me, and I really like that we get the little badges and stuff with our number on them. Also, just having that number, you can just pick, this was my player number, look at me. I just think it's super cute. I always got the nice numbers. I'm really big into numbers. I truly believe numbers have like some kind of power, so a lot of my numbers have been like 2, 3, and 7, like one of those three, and I'm like, yes, that's right. Today is a day that we top. Today's victory. And guess what? The tops happened.
There you
Very
go.
nice. I think one of my most memorable tops actually was for Weiss Schwarz. Also at, I think it was at a regionals. Now at this point, I did not know regionals was where you went to, where if you got first, you would be going to Japan. So I went through Swiss clean. And I had gotten calls from some of my friends in Toronto that I haven't seen in a really long time to go out for dinner. And so in top 8, after winning my top 8 game, I gave the win to the guy I was playing against and just said, yo, I got some friends who want to have dinner with me, so I'm going to give you the win. I'm going to head out. Everyone just looks at me, and jaw dropped, just like, Tony just gave his trip to Japan away. See, because I thought it was just Springfest, where all you get to do is like
Yeah.
bring home a certificate as well. So they didn't stop me, and I walked on out of there with a chance to go to Japan. But still one of my most memorable tops because it was the deck that I just borrowed and picked up on the spot. Still have yet to do something to that extent in Vanguard. I think it'd be really fun as well to walk into an event and be like, I didn't bring a deck. Can I borrow one?
Yeah.
And basically
What?
take...
Where'd you play? Out of curiosity.
Weiss Schwarz, I played Attack on Titan.
Okay. I was just
Yeah.
curious.
All right, and I think as they finish up deck check, I'm going to send you guys to another break.
Good idea.
Sounds good.
And we are just about ready to wrap up day 1 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022.
Yep.
We just got past 9 grueling rounds of Swiss, and we have for you guys ready now the top 16 bracket that we will be casting for you tomorrow. Let's take a look.
Oh, wow. All right. So, guess we'll just go down. Got Dark License. I believe that's their name. Going against Scar.
I don't think we actually saw Scar at any point today. So that'll be interesting to see what's going on there.
If this is the Scar that I know, I wonder if they're playing OTT.
I
In
was
which
just thinking the
case,
same thing.
I'd be happy to see that.
That would be really cool.
But in that bracket down under, we have Mizuno Kaori against Ares. Also 2 names that we did not get to see today. No clue what they might be playing, so also very curious about that.
Yep.
After that, this is in the same bracket still. We have Chadson versus Luke. Again, I think this whole like kind of block here is a bunch of names that we didn't really get to see yet today. So definitely curious to see what we'll see pop up there.
After that, we have Megatrick and Nut facing each other.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, Nut is actually also a Strictly Broken team member, so big ups to them.
Very cool.
Then right after we have Fam, who we know is on the Riviera Strat, and CK1.
Then following up after that, we have Cue Ball Gamer and Andre Lee. I think we've pretty much seen Andre Lee floating around the top 16 pretty much all day when we checked in, but I don't really remember seeing Cue Ball Gamer all that much, so that'll be definitely something to see.
And then after that, we have Toby TCG and Nikki Goldman facing each other.
That's going to be an interesting one, because this will be WCC versus Strictly Broken.
Ha!
And in the last branch, we have Photon TK the Gize versus Jan Solemn. Not that solemn, though. Different solemn.
Different song.
Multiple
Solemn.
Solemns.
But there it is. That is your top 16 bracket for the Cardfight Vanguard Premium format.
How exciting. I can't wait to see this all in action tomorrow.
Yeah,
See
I'm
everything.
very excited. So tomorrow, just to recap once again, tomorrow is where we'll see the top 16. We're going to run over the top 16 decks for you as we go into 5 rounds for the top 16 tournaments. I'm very excited. What about you guys?
Oh, I'm extremely excited. I can't wait to see how this all plays out. We have probably a bunch of different diverse decks with a couple, even with similar decks, we'll probably be seeing a lot of different stuff within it. So I can't wait to see kind of where this all goes and who takes it all.
Yeah, definitely. And because there's only a handful of names, maybe even less than a handful of names that I think I recognize in that top 16. So I'm really excited to see just what all these other people brought to secure them one of these top 16 spots. It'd be very interesting to see.
In any case, thank you all for joining us in this very long and arduous but very exciting 9 rounds of Swiss for the premium format for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2022. I am It's Toku TV from Yellowcard Vanguard, and then
I am Out of Orange. I also want to say a big thank you to all the viewers at home that have been watching, all the people that have been supporting everybody that's just kind of been here with us throughout all this, wishing luck to all the people that have been winning and just being supportive from round to round with us. So I want to give a thank you. But again, I am Out of Orange. Thank you for watching me. And then we have also
TIE Fighter, been like was said, very long but very exciting day. Really appreciate everyone who's kind of stuck through with us for these many hours that we powered through to see all these games through, and looking forward to being back here tomorrow for the top 16 bracket, and we will be seeing you guys then.
And with that being said, have a good one, everyone. We will see you tomorrow for the top 16.
bye.
Toku signing off.